Lu Sheng never expected that Beijiang No. 1 High School in Longhua would hold a 100-day oath-taking ceremony, just like other schools. 3 years ago, he was transported to this gamified world, and with the help of his random task cheat, he quickly became a campus sensation. This data-driven world was incredibly magical, filled with fierce beasts, wild monsters, and secret dungeons. Traditional subjects like language, math, and science held no value here. Students focused solely on learning skills and boosting their attributes. Everyone faced the college entrance exam, with their lifelong career determined at the age of 18. Lu Sheng found the oath-taking ceremony utterly boring, but to his surprise, his cheat began acting up again. He could either interrupt the boys' endless speech on stage and receive a broken broom or clap and agree, earning just a tiny bit of charm. For the campus heartthrob, this was hardly worth his time. Just as Lu Sheng was feeling conflicted, something unexpected happened. The school beauty, Qiu He, walked onto the stage with a flushed face and boldly confessed, "Lu Sheng, I like you. Will you be my boyfriend?" The atmosphere instantly became tense. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in deafening uproar, as if they were about to tear the roof off the entire stadium. To everyone's shock, the usually aloof campus belle, Qiu He, had boldly confessed her love to another boy in such a public setting. This outrageous act was a direct affront to everyone's expectations. Because of Qiu He's declaration, her legion of admirers let out cries of despair, each one with tears streaming down their faces. In their hearts, they cursed, "Qiu He, are you out of your mind? We've been devoted to you, but you've given your heart to someone else. How are we supposed to handle this?" One of them even shouted, "I firmly oppose this relationship. Lu Sheng is the undisputed top heartthrob of our school, and only he is worthy of our goddess Qiu He. Look at them, a perfect match made in heaven. You lot are nothing but barking stray dogs." Even the girls who secretly admired Lu Sheng joined the chorus of disapproval. They angrily yelled, "Qiu He, how dare you steal our man? Dream on. Lu Sheng is destined to be mine. Don't even think about it." In an instant, the playground descended into chaos, with noisy arguments breaking out everywhere. The school leaders sitting on the podium were visibly uncomfortable, wishing they could disappear on the spot. Lu Sheng was utterly stunned by the uproar caused by Qiu He's confession. He stood there, frozen, his mind unable to process what was happening. Beside him, Go Shang was equally shocked, his mouth agape for a long time before he finally came to his senses. With a voice full of despair, he looked at Lu Shang and trembled. "Old Lu, I was still trying to find a way to bump into the goddess, and you just snatched her away right in front of me? Come clean. When did you and Qiu He get together?" Lu Shang was speechless, sighing deeply. "What do you mean, got together? I barely know this Qiu He. The most she's done is give me a love letter after school, which I flatly rejected." Upon hearing this, Go Shang's eyes filled with tears. "You even rejected my goddess love letter? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Lu Shang rolled his eyes. "I've rejected so many girls. How could I remember each one? How was I supposed to know one of them was your crush?" Go Shang fell silent for a moment, glancing at the hopeful Qiu He on the stage. Feeling a pang of sympathy, he whispered to Lu Shang, "Bro, do me a favor and say yes to my goddess. Look, she's declared her love in front of so many people. If you reject her, she'll lose face. If she ends up crying, it'll break my heart." Lu Shang's eyes widened with anger. "Say yes, my ass. You." He took a deep breath, shaking his head in exasperation. "From now on, I'm not calling you Go Sheng anymore. I'll call you Fei Yangyang." "Fei Yangyang? What's that?" Go Sheng asked, utterly confused. Lu Shang couldn't be bothered to explain, wanting nothing more than to end this farce quickly. Confessing in front of the school leaders, thinking it's romantic? Girl, are you trying to get yourself punished? I don't want to be dragged down by your foolishness. Acting indifferent was the smartest move right now. Just then, Lu Shang heard a notification sound. "Ding, a new task is available. Please check your task panel." Another task? Lu Shang hurriedly opened the task panel, and sure enough, there were two options displayed. Option 1. Accept Qiu He's confession and receive a bottle of Golden Spear Elixir, a must-have for men that promises endless nights of pleasure. Option 2. Reject Qiu He and earn a hidden class Sword Immortal. The task rewards this time included a hidden class. Lu Shang's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly perked up. In this era where everyone can change classes, the class you choose often determines your fate. Among 100 people, 70% have lifestyle classes, 25% have combat classes, and hidden classes are extremely rare, like finding a needle in a haystack. Anyone who can switch to a hidden class is bound to be much stronger than those in regular classes, with limitless potential. They are often highly sought after by top universities, paving the way to the pinnacle of life. Lu Sheng's current class, Swordsman, was nothing more than a minor role. But if he could become a Sword Immortal, it would be like adding wings to a tiger, soaring to new heights and never worrying about college entrance exams again. Even if he skipped the exams, his future would be guaranteed. With this in mind, Lu Sheng silently apologized to the Golden Spear Elixir. Sorry, but compared to a hidden class, your appeal just doesn't measure up. He immediately chose to reject Qiu He on the task panel. Instantly, the task to accept her confession disappeared, leaving only the rejection option. As the school leaders approached, Qiu He, seeing Lu Sheng's hesitation, grew visibly anxious. She picked up the microphone again and said earnestly, Lu Sheng, confessing to you in front of the whole school takes immense courage. I did it because I have deep feelings for you. Can you give me an answer now? The surrounding chatter gradually died down, and everyone held their breath, waiting for Lu Sheng's response. He cleared his throat and, with a blank expression, said, Sorry, I refuse. Women will only slow down my sword drawing speed. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd fell into an eerie silence before erupting into a frenzy. Lu Sheng lived up to his reputation, even dared to reject the school beauty's confession. How could he be so disrespectful to Qiu He? And what a bizarre reason. Why does a swordsman need such fast sword-drawing speed? It's not like he's in a duel. Though many were critical of Lu Sheng's harsh rejection, those who secretly admired either of them felt a collective sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng's task panel displayed a completion message. Congratulations on completing the task. Your class has successfully changed to the hidden class, Sword Immortal. Suddenly, a strange power surged through Lu Sheng's body, with a resonant hum in his chastan echo that only a Sword Immortal could sense. Ignoring the commotion around him, Lu Sheng silently commanded, Open Attribute Panel. Instantly, a brand new attribute panel appeared before him, displaying Name, Lu Sheng. Level, 14. Class, Sword Immortal Hidden Class. Strength, 34. Agility, 34. Spirit, 22. Endurance, 29. Equipment, Standard White Uniform of Beijiang No. 1 High School. Defense, 5. Skills, Sword Heart LV1 Passive. Increases damage by 50 when using sword-type weapons. Sword Control LV1 Active. Changes the way you wield a sword to sword control. In the Sword Master state, you can attack enemies from a distance, gaining a 50 increase in attack speed and a 20 boost in damage. The skilled Sword Sweep LV1 allows you to swiftly slash in all directions, neutralizing enemy skills within the attack range. However, this skill cannot be used while in the Sword Master state. As Lu Sheng was checking the attribute panel, the commotion at the scene gradually intensified. The new attribute panel left Lu Sheng utterly stunned. The hidden class of Sword Immortal was unbelievably powerful. While his attributes hadn't changed much, Lu Sheng was already one of the top students in his class. Even those with hidden classes at the top school couldn't compare to him. To his surprise, all of his original swordsman skills had vanished, replaced by the exhilarating Sword Heart, Sword Control, and Wave-Cutting Sword. Take Sword Heart, for instance. Even at level 1, it boosted damage by 50, which was 10 times more potent than the swordsman's sword mastery. This alone showed how extraordinary the Sword Immortal class was. Sword Control excited Lu Sheng even more. Not only did it allow him to slay enemies in a stylish manner, but it also significantly improved his attack speed and damage, making his output soar. Wave-Cutting Sword, while not a sword control skill, was a devastating area effect ultimate move, both offensive and defensive, capable of neutralizing enemy skills and protecting him. In summary, this hidden class had two main traits, strength and style. Everything about it, from its name to its skills, was awe-inspiring, perfectly matching Lu Sheng's persona. He was thrilled, completely oblivious to Qiu He on the stage. Her face, once delicate and beautiful, now showed signs of distress following his rejection. She had never expected such an outcome. Her lips parted slightly, eyes downcast, on the verge of tears. Even her admirers were outraged, condemning Lu Sheng for his excessive behavior, humiliating her in front of so many people. The crowd's growing agitation finally forced the leaders on stage to act. A middle-aged man in heavy armor grabbed the microphone and shouted sternly, "This is a pledge assembly, not a place for such drama. What a disgrace." The hall fell silent immediately. The speaker was none other than the notoriously strict senior year director, Shan. He ordered teacher Wang to continue the assembly and then furiously addressed Lu Sheng and Qiu He, "You two, to my office now." Lu Sheng was exasperated. He had been dragged into this by Qiu He and now had to face punishment alongside her. It was utterly unfair. You two are about to take your college entrance exams, yet you're preoccupied with such nonsense. Shan scolded them non-stop for 2 hours. Lu Sheng, barely listening, was lost in thoughts about his new class, a smile creeping onto his face. Meanwhile, Qiu He was in tears, looking pitiful and distressed, either from rejection or Shan's reprimand. However, her tears only irritated them further. Seizing a moment when Shan paused to drink water, Lu Sheng spoke up, "Director Cui, this has nothing to do with me. Qiu He confessed publicly, and I clearly rejected her. Blaming me is unfair. Silence. No excuses. Cui Shan interrupted harshly. The school has strict rules against early relationships. Since you're involved, you won't escape responsibility. I deserve to be punished. Damn it, Lu Shang cursed Cui Shan's ancestors for 18 generations in his heart. But he knew that this 54th level heavy armored knight was not someone to mess with, so he could only swallow his anger. Seeing this, Qiu He apologized softly. I'm sorry, Lu Shang. It's all my fault for dragging you into this. Her seemingly sincere words only made Lu Shang even more furious. He cursed inwardly, damn it. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Now you apologize and expect me to take the punishment for you? Cui Shan, noticing their whispered conversation, became even more enraged. He sneered. So now you're both inseparable, huh? Fine. I'll punish you thoroughly. Let you experience the taste of death and see if you still want to play these games. From now on, go to the death trial and don't come out until I'm satisfied. The mention of the death trial made Lu Shang and Qiu He's faces turn pale. The death trial was a special dungeon that Beijiang First High had spent a fortune to acquire. Although dying inside wouldn't lead to actual death, the excruciating pain was very real. To make matters worse, there were only two ways to leave the dungeon. Either complete it successfully or die. Once you enter this dungeon, you'll inevitably experience the sensation of death. As for passing it, no one ever imagined that the trial of death could be so insanely difficult. Out of the 10 trials, the first 9 are tough enough. But it's the 10th trial's bronze boss that truly strikes fear into the hearts of all. To put it in perspective, the average senior high school student in Longhua, on the cusp of their college entrance exams, is only around level 15. Facing a level 25 boss is like an ant trying to shake a tree. Utterly futile. Even the top student from Beijiang could only barely reach the 8th trial back then. This alone speaks volumes about the terror of the trial of death. Anyone who steps into this place is bound to taste the bitterness of death. For high school students who are still quite naive, death is undoubtedly a form of torment. Each challenge means both physical and mental exhaustion. Who would be so masochistic as to willingly enter this hellish arena? Leveling up? Isn't it better to train peacefully outside the city? Slow and steady wins the race, rather than seeking out suffering. Over time, the trial of death became an empty spectacle, with no one daring to approach it. It eventually became a tool for the school to discipline students. Since its introduction, every student at Yizhong has been on their best behavior, fearing to stir up any trouble. Though he hadn't experienced it himself, Lu Shang had heard plenty about it. They say those unlucky enough to come out of it are left with psychological scars, needing a full week to recover. This alone shows how severe the punishment is. Just then, a familiar notification sound echoed in Lu Shang's minding. You have a new task, please check. Who would have thought today's tasks would come so frequently? Lu Shang calmly opened his task panel and examined it closely. There were 2 options listed. The first was to willingly accept the punishment, with the reward being a mysterious weapon blind box, rumored to contain various weapons of differing quality. The second was to lose his temper, hurl insults at Cui Shan, and storm out of the room. Completing this task would also yield an equipment blind box, said to contain various types of armor. Both rewards were quite tempting, making it hard for Lu Shang to decide. After some thought, he chose the first option. It wasn't that he feared the old man Cui Shan, but as a dignified Sword Immortal, how could he stoop to vulgarity? Lu Shang made his decision and silently accepted task 1 in his mind. With an air of calm and righteousness, he said to Cui Shan, Director Cui, I am willing to accept the punishment and challenge the trial of death. This declaration seemed to appease Cui Shan considerably. The old man liked this kind of submission. Rebellion would only lead to suffering. His tone softened a bit as he nodded. You too, follow me to the teleportation hall, and let this be a warning: no more infractions, or face the consequences. With that, he strode out of the office, heading for the teleportation hall. Lu Shang followed unhurriedly, quietly checking the rewards for completing the task in his mind. As expected, a small, ancient-looking wooden box had appeared. He was eager to open it immediately but restrained himself, given that Cui Shan and Qiu He were still present. He decided to wait until he was in the dungeon to test his luck. Although Qiu He was reluctant, seeing Lu Shang resign to his fate, she had no choice but to follow. The 3 of them, with Cui Shan leading, soon arrived at the school's teleportation hall. Besides the teleportation arrays, leading to various training areas, the only other thing here was the infamous entrance to the dungeon. The teacher maintaining order saw Cui Shan arrive, and quickly stood up from her seat. Cui Shan waved his hand and instructed her to activate 2 death trial dungeons. The teacher immediately got busy, placing a pile of materials on the magic circle at the dungeon entrance, finally lighting up the portal. With his hands behind his back, Cui Shan earnestly said, Do your best, gain more experience with each level, and don't let the school's efforts go to waste. Lu Sheng nodded in agreement and was about to enter when he heard Qiu He next to him say nervously, Lu Shang, I'm scared. Can you help me? Lu Sheng turned around to see her looking pitiful, tears streaming down her face, clearly seeking help. If it were Fei Yangyang, he would have been moved by her fragile appearance and felt a surge of chivalry to protect her. Unfortunately, Lu Sheng was an oblivious straight guy, indifferent to such tactics. After a moment of contemplation, he said to Qiu He, "Don't be afraid, I can help you." Qiu He was overjoyed and quickly asked, "Really?" "Yes, close your eyes." "Okay." She obediently complied, though she didn't quite understand. Just as Cui Shan watched in astonishment, Lu Sheng took a quick step forward, pushed her forcefully with both hands, and shouted, "Off you go." Before Qiu He could react, she let out a scream as she was shoved into the dungeon entrance. Using a sword instead of his feet was the last act of kindness from the Sword Immortal. After completing everything, Lu Sheng clapped his hands, stepped into the portal, and vanished from sight. This left Cui Shan outside the portal, deep in thought, questioning whether he had been too harsh in punishing Lu Sheng for his early romance. After all, it was rare to meet someone destined to live a lonely life like this young man. Maybe if he wasn't so handsome, things would be different. With a sudden, excruciating pain, Lu Sheng found himself in the trial of death. As a man-made dungeon, the setting was extremely basic. The entire map was a massive arena, roughly a kilometer square, shrouded in a peculiar chaos, with only the ground beneath his feet being solid and grayish-green. For stone pillars, each 3 meters high, stood at the corners, potentially serving as perfect vantage points for archers to unleash their attacks. Lu Sheng was already a seasoned player when it came to dungeons. Calmly, he opened the task panel and, as expected, saw a new mission. Survive the trial of death and defeat all the beasts. Current beast count, 0. Next wave in, 4 minutes and 57 seconds. It seemed the dungeon generously provided adventurers with a 5-minute respite before the first wave of beasts arrived, allowing them to use potions and buffs a thoughtful touch. Lu Sheng wouldn't waste this precious time. Eagerly, he took out a mysterious weapon blind box and mentally commanded, "Open." As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the blind box in his hand opened with a burst of dazzling light. Even the dullest person could tell this blind box was extraordinary. The weapons inside constantly shifted like a kaleidoscope, each unique, with blades shimmering in a rainbow of colors, representing different quality levels. In this world, equipment quality ranged from common white to blue, purple, gold, red, and the legendary epic, mythical, and divine tiers. The school uniform Lu Sheng wore was the lowest quality white gear, offering a meager 5 defense points. If he was lucky enough to draw a top-tier weapon from the blind box, he could dominate his peers and become unstoppable. This was Lu Sheng's fondest dream. Theoretically, the blind box could yield any quality of gear, so he naturally yearned for a god-tier weapon to help him soar to new heights and conquer the world. For a moment, the light was so intense that Lu Sheng couldn't keep his eyes open. Instinctively, he closed them, waiting for the miracle to unfold. As the radiance gradually dimmed, Lu Sheng cautiously opened his eyes. The shabby box was gone, replaced by an ancient yet ethereal azure longsword. The blade's intricate patterns were faintly visible, resembling a starry sky, flowing with a sinister dark glow. Wisps of pale blue mist swirled around the blade, adding an otherworldly elegance. Such a fine sword seemed like it belonged in the heavens, not the mortal realm. The only regret was that the blade's glow was golden, not the iridescent light symbolizing a god-tier weapon. Nonetheless, even golden equipment was extremely rare these days. Among the 5,060 level teachers around Lu Sheng, not one possessed a gold item. Even second and third-tier experts typically only had a few purple items. Swallowing hard, Lu Sheng couldn't wait to check the attributes of this divine weapon. Panlong Sword Golden. Level requirement, 15. Class requirement, Sword Immortal. Attributes, Attack Power 460, Strength 56, Agility 61, Spirit 79. Additional effects, 1. Attacks slow the enemy by 35 for 3 seconds. 2. Attacks heal the user for 20 of the damage dealt. 3. The skill, Wanjian Pinglong, includes a special effect. The Surging Sword Aura deals the same damage as the skill and covers a range of 30 meters. Description. With one sword, rise the azure waves. With another, calm them. After reading through these eye-popping attributes, Lu Sheng was left speechless, only able to exclaim wow, to express his shock and awe. True to its reputation, the system never disappoints. This sword seems tailor-made for the Sword Immortal class. High attack power, comprehensive attribute boosts, and 3 impressive additional effects, especially the last one, which converts the melee skill, Wanjian Pinglong, into a ranged skill with a 30-meter radius. Who would have thought that a mere golden weapon could be so powerful? What about the higher-tier red, epic, legendary, and mythical weapons? They must be terrifyingly strong. Lu Sheng vowed that he could forego the college entrance exam. With the hidden class of Sword Immortal and the Panlong Sword in hand, he was confident he could top the rankings in the Dragon Kingdom and make a name for himself. Unfortunately, the sword requires level 15 to equip, and Lu Shang is currently only level 14, just one step away. Regretfully, he had to put away this coveted divine weapon and instead take out another handy weapon. Wolf Fang Blade Blue. Level requirement 10. Skill requirement Sword Mastery. Attributes: Attack Power 86, Strength 16, Agility 9. Additional effect: attacks have a chance to trigger a tear effect, causing the enemy to bleed and take continuous damage for 3 seconds. Description: it's said that a blacksmith forged this blade with the fang of a black wolf and meteorite iron. The blade carries the black wolf's resentment, biting the enemy like a ravenous wolf that won't relent until it drinks their blood. Lu Shang spent all his savings to get this top-tier blue weapon in preparation for the college entrance exam. Most level 10 swords have an attack power of just over 80. This sword not only exceeds that by 6 points, but also comes with dual attribute bonuses and a decent damage over time effect, making it the envy of any swordsman of the same level. Initially, Lu Shang treasured it like a prized possession. But now, compared to the dreamlike Kanglan sword, this Wolf Fang blade seemed rather ordinary. Putting aside the flashy effects, in terms of raw attributes, the Kanglan sword overwhelmingly surpasses the Wolf Fang blade by more than 5 times. Even someone like Lu Shang, who's used to the finer things, has to settle for this inferior weapon to get through the current death trial, as he can't yet wield his desired sword. With the Wolf Fang blade equipped, the 5-minute preparation time was almost up. Lu Shang stood poised with his sword in one hand, ready for the trial of death to commence. The countdown on the task panel rapidly hit 0, and simultaneously, 3 summoning circles appeared 20 meters in front of him. The grating sound of bones rubbing together followed, as 3 skeletal zombies, each armed with a bone scythe and shield, emerged from the circles. They were about as tall as an average person, their tattered rags barely covering their essential parts. Rotting flesh hung loosely from their skeletal frames, their rows of sharp teeth exposed, and their hollow eye sockets fixed intently on Lu Shang. To Lu Shang's surprise, the zombies' attributes became visible to him due to their similar level. Skeleton Zombie Common Grade. Level 10. Attributes: Undead, Dark Power. Agility: 10. Spirit: 9. Endurance: 4. Skills: Bone Shield Passive 25 chance to block melee attacks, reducing damage by 50. Heavy Strike active delivers a powerful blow to the enemy, dealing 150 damage. Level 10 Undead Creatures? Lu Shang wasn't surprised. Ever since this world was invaded by the game, the Darklands had spread, encroaching upon the borders of various nations. It was said that the Darklands, perpetually shrouded in eternal night, were teeming with undead beasts. Many small countries had already been annexed, their citizens turned into mindless zombies. Even the Dragon Nation had suffered greatly, with countless job changers dying in battle each year. Combat-oriented job changers were highly valued because they were the backbone of resistance against the dark forces. To counter these dark beasts, most man-made dungeons were modeled after undead creatures. The skeletal zombies before him were among the lowest tier of the undead. Their attributes were unremarkable, even inferior to those of a level 10 combat job changer. Even when Lu Shang had been a swordsman, he wouldn't have feared facing 3 of these skeletons. 2 strikes would be enough to take one down. It seemed that the appetizer for the trial of death was quite palatable. Upon seeing Lu Shang, the 3 skeletal zombies immediately charged at him. Their agility was no match for Lu Shang's, and to him, they seemed to be moving in slow motion, stumbling, and full of openings. Lu Shang took a step forward and casually swung the Wolf Fang blade in his hand, slicing through the leading skeleton. With a crisp crack, the skeleton shattered like a stack of building blocks, crumbling into a pile of fragments in an instant. A one-hit kill? Lu Shang was slightly surprised. Although he had no pressure dealing with these small fry, a one-hit kill seemed a bit too exaggerated. Meanwhile, the second skeletal zombie had already reached him. Without a second thought, Lu Shang swung his sword again. This time, the skeleton's passive skill activated. It raised its bone shield and blocked the fatal blow. However, in the next second, Lu Shang's sword cleaved through both the shield and the skeleton, turning it into powder. Another one-hit kill? And this time with a 50 damage reduction? It was only at this moment that Lu Shang realized just how absurdly powerful he had become. Simply put, he had become insanely strong. With another swing, the last skeleton was reduced to ashes as well. Lu Shang finally understood why he was so powerful. It turned out that his Sword Immortal class had a passive skill called Sword Heart, which increased his damage by 50 when wielding a sword. This had undoubtedly boosted his output significantly. Facing mere level 10 beasts was naturally a walk in the park for him. Thinking about it, Lu Shang couldn't help but smile, muttering to himself, no wonder it's a unique hidden class. It's truly extraordinary. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. Let's see how far I can push the limits of a Sword Immortal in this death trial. Barely a minute of respite passed before the second wave of beasts arrived. This time, 10 skeletal zombies emerged from the summoning array. Trying to win with numbers instead of quality? Sorry, but that's not much pressure. Lu Sheng decided against close combat this time, as slashing with a sword was a swordsman's job. What did it have to do with a dignified Sword Immortal like him? Flying sword technique, he shouted, and the wolf-tooth blade in his hand soared into the air, defying gravity and hovering midair. Go! With a point of his finger, the blade shot towards the distant skeletons, instantly skewering 3 of them in a row. In the flying sword state, Lu Sheng's damage increased by 20, and his attack speed surged by 50. He found that using the flying sword to kill enemies was even more effortless than wielding the sword himself. With just 2 swings, the flying sword could strike 3 times, effectively doubling the damage output. Even more astonishing was that despite this being his first time using the flying sword technique, he controlled the wolf-tooth blade with ease. Guided by his thoughts, the blade swiftly darted through the group of skeletons, leaving only afterimages in its wake. Wherever these afterimages touched, the skeletons were instantly slain, regardless of whether they had activated their bone shields. The sensation of commanding the flying sword was indescribable, almost addictive. Unfortunately, these minions were too weak. Even with their numbers, Lu Sheng slaughtered them all in an instant without breaking a sweat. As the last skeleton fell, Lu Sheng extended 2 fingers, and the wolf-tooth blade obediently flew back to him, swirling around him as if it had a life of its own. The third wave of attacks came quickly. This time, it took only 30 seconds for 10 summoning arrays to light up. Lu Sheng waited leisurely, casually pointing, "Go." The wolf-tooth blade once again shot forward. Before one of the beasts could even step out of the array, it was instantly killed by a single strike. Meanwhile, in the teleportation hall, Cui Shan had not left. Instead, he summoned his teacher and pulled up the control panel for the death trial. The control panel was essentially the management interface of the artificial dungeon. Although Cui Shan couldn't see the exact scenes, he could monitor the general situation within the dungeon in real time. Cui Shan first pulled up Qiu He's profile. With a few swift operations, a map made of light screens appeared at the entrance, showing 1 green dot and 10 red dots. The green dot, representing Qiu He, was dim, indicating she was already injured. 3 of the red dots had already disappeared, signifying that 3 beasts had been defeated. The remaining 7 red dots were glaringly bright. At this moment, the green was moving across the map, being relentlessly chased by the 7 red dots. From the indicator panel, it was clear that Qiu He was in a perilous situation. She barely survived the first wave, but was utterly overwhelmed by the second wave of beasts, left with no choice but to flee in desperation. Seeing this, Cui Shan shook his head repeatedly. Sigh, focusing on romance and neglecting progress, what can you expect? Struggling with the second wave like this, she probably won't make it past the 3rd stage. At this level, she might only get into a 3rd-rate academy, let alone become a hero. With that, he closed Qiu He's indicator in disappointment and turned to check on Lu Sheng's status. Lu Sheng, wasn't he a top student? Apart from those hidden classes, he was among the best in his grade. With his skill, he might just make it to the 6th wave. Cui Shan knew that despite Lu Sheng being a seemingly unremarkable swordsman, his stats were exceptionally high. He had consistently performed well in several mock exams. Hence, Cui Shan had high hopes for him. After all, the 6th wave of the death trial consisted of 24 heavy sword zombies. Though slow, their attack power was formidable and their numbers overwhelming. Any solo class facing their encirclement would stand no chance. Even several prodigies had been struck down during the challenge. Perhaps only a mage with control skills could break through such a siege. But Lu Sheng, a melee fighter, was likely in for a rough time. Just as he was thinking this, Lu Sheng's indicator panel popped up. With just one glance, Cui Shan was stunned, unable to hide his shock. The display showed Lu Sheng battling the 6th wave. How much time had passed? Qiu He was still struggling with the 2nd wave, but Lu Sheng had already reached the 6th. Excluding the refresh intervals, his average time per wave was probably less than 2 minutes. Cui Shan could hardly believe his eyes. But the 24 glaring red dots confirmed that it was all real. Lu Sheng was indeed contending with the 6th wave of beasts. Not only that, in Cui Shan's widened eyes, the 24 red dots dimmed one by one, disappearing like spent fireworks in an instant. This meant that Lu Sheng had wiped out all the beasts. Less than 2 minutes, and 24 elite monsters were completely annihilated, and throughout it all, the green dot, representing Lu Sheng, hadn't moved an inch. That meant he hadn't even maneuvered, just steamrolled the heavy sword zombies that even hidden classes struggled with. This defied all logic. How did a melee class achieve this? Cui Shan racked his brains but couldn't fathom it, even suspecting that there might be some glitch in the instance that Lu Sheng had exploited. He quickly shouted at the administrator who had just returned to his desk, "Is there anything wrong with this death trial? Is it still running normally?" The administrator glanced at the data on the computer and nonchalantly replied, Director Cui, the instance is functioning perfectly. What's up? Did the control panel show any anomalies? Cui Shan opened his mouth but could only respond awkwardly. No, it's fine as long as everything's normal. He decided to observe Lu Sheng's battle a bit more before making a decision. From the 7th wave onwards, the strength of the beasts would increase significantly, especially the 7th wave, which consisted of the iron-armored zombies with formidable defenses. He couldn't believe Lu Sheng could still wipe out all the monsters with such ease. Meanwhile, in the death trial, Lu Sheng was enveloped in a golden glow as he decapitated the last heavy sword zombie with his sword. A rush of exhilaration surged through him. Leveled up? These monsters in the death trial sure give a lot of experience. Lu Sheng was ecstatic. He was finally a level 15 Sword Immortal and could equip the legendary Panlong Sword. With 30 seconds left before the 7th wave, Lu Sheng didn't waste any time and immediately swapped out his Wolf Fang blade for the Panlong Sword. Instantly, this dashing Sword Immortal was like a different person, armed with superior weaponry. Flying sword technique. Rise. With a mere thought, the Panlong Sword soared into the air, leaving water-like trails in its wake. Its grandeur far surpassed the crude Wolf Fang blade by miles. The magnificence of the Panlong Sword wasn't just in its appearance. The seamless, fluid control it offered was incomparable to the Wolf Fang blade. Combined with its vastly superior attributes, Lu Sheng's damage output skyrocketed 4 to 5 times. He had a feeling that even level 20 beasts could now be one-shotted by him. Just then, the countdown ended, and the 7th wave of beasts finally spawned. A deep growl emanated from the 12 summoning circles. It seemed that while this wave had fewer enemies, their strength far surpassed the previous ones. However, with the Panlong Sword in hand, Lu Sheng felt no fear. To him, every beast was destined to be instantly vanquished. From the summoning circles emerged towering figures over 2 meters tall. Each step they took reverberated with the heavy clang of iron. Upon closer inspection, the attributes of these fully armored, double-axe-wielding iron-armored zombies became clear to Lu Sheng. Iron-armored zombie, elite, level 20, attributes, undead, dark, strength, 31, agility, 8, spirit, 8, endurance, 108, skills. Iron Fortress passive reduces physical damage by 40, Bulldoze passive immune to slow effects, Stomp active stomps the ground, dealing damage and stunning enemies within a 3-meter radius. These armored zombies are incredibly tough. Who would have thought that the difference between the 7th wave and the 6th wave would be this vast? These elite monsters have endurance over 100, and with their passive skill, Iron Bastion, they reduce physical damage by a whopping 40. They're practically impenetrable. Even a level 20 warrior could barely scratch them. As for other physical damage dealers, their attacks would hardly make a dent. But alas, Lu Sheng, the Sword Immortal, is no ordinary person. Panlong Sword, unleash your fury. With a flick of his 2 fingers, the Panlong Sword, enveloped in a blue mist, shot towards the chest of an armored zombie. With a crisp clang, the blade pierced through the armor, demonstrating what a true one-hit kill looks like. It seems golden weapons do have their perks. If it were the Wolf Fang blade, it might take 3 to 5 rounds to bring one down. With the mighty Panlong Sword in hand, Lu Sheng felt at ease, continuing to wield it to reap the lives of his enemies. The armored zombies had pitifully low agility, their heavy armor making them even slower than the skeletal zombies essentially sitting ducks. The Panlong Sword danced through the enemy ranks, and in less than 2 minutes, 12 armored zombies were reduced to a heap of scrap metal before disintegrating into nothingness. The Sword Immortal's damage output is truly terrifying. Up ahead were the final 3 waves of fierce beasts. Lu Sheng thought to himself, the highest record for the Trial of Death was set by a hero 2 years ago, who only made it through the 8th wave. If I can clear the remaining 3 waves in one go, wouldn't I break the school record? Would the school reward me handsomely? Just as he was pondering, the 8th wave of beasts spawned. This time, the summoning arrays were densely packed, at least 10 times more than before. Lu Sheng was momentarily stunned. Then, the sound of something tearing through the air erupted, and countless bone arrows shot out from the arrays like a swarm of locusts, heading straight for him. Damn, these guys are sneaky, launching an ambush before even showing up? Lu Sheng cursed inwardly, quickly commanding the Panlong Sword to return to his side. He swiftly retreated, trying to avoid the barrage of arrows. As impressive and powerful as he was, his defenses were notably weak. With the Panlong Sword withdrawn, he was even more exposed and vulnerable. Facing the sudden onslaught, he had no choice but to dodge first. Despite his significantly improved agility from completing numerous missions, he still took 2 arrows, one in the thigh and one in the shoulder, grimacing in pain, looking anything but a dignified Sword Immortal. Fortunately, the Panlong Sword returned in time. Lu Sheng grabbed it, surveying the enemy situation. The light of the summoning arrays gradually dimmed, finally revealing the enemies. Copperbell zombies, common, level 20, attributes, undead, dark, strength, 21, agility, 47, spirit, 10, endurance, 26, skills. Rain of arrows active fires bone arrows that split mid-flight, covering a 3 by 3 meter area, dealing 50 damage. Rapid fire active instantly shoots 3 bone arrows, each dealing 50 damage. Although these minions were only of common rank, they had numbers on their side and their skills were quite lethal. Thankfully, Lu Sheng's quick reflexes and extraordinary agility kept him in the game. Otherwise, wouldn't he be riddled with arrows from those hundreds of monsters, turning into a sieve on the spot? The searing pain from the 2 wounds had completely enraged Lu Sheng. He yanked out the bone arrow lodged in his body, and blood gushed out. At the same time, all the bronze bow zombies were drawing their bows again, preparing for a second volley. With so many monsters, the sheer volume of arrows was enough to cover the entire area, leaving almost no room for escape. Unfortunately for them, their opponent was a Sword Immortal wielding a divine weapon. The sound of bowstrings twanged in unison, and another rain of arrows filled the sky, covering a vast area with no place to hide. Yet, Lu Sheng didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. Holding his sword with one hand, he suddenly swung it out. The strike was as swift as lightning, creating a full moon arc that covered a 5-meter radius around him. It was clear that even iron-armored zombies would be reduced to nothing if they entered this zone. This was Lu Sheng's second active skill, Ebbing Sword Tide. Even better, as this skill activated, the Panlong Sword emanated a faint blue mist, forming a powerful sword aura that surged outward. This aura was not only incredibly fast but also just as powerful as the skill itself. This was Panlong's unique technique, extending the killing range of Ebbing Sword Tide to over 30 meters. Moreover, the skill's ability to nullify enemy attacks was perfectly retained. As the sword aura swept through, the bone arrows were sliced down like fragile straw. In an instant, the rain of arrows vanished without a trace. Not only that, the 100 or so bronze bow zombies were within 30 meters of Lu Sheng. The sweeping sword aura shattered them into pieces, leaving none behind. In just 2 seconds, over 100 bone arrows and fierce beasts were obliterated by the Sword Immortal strike, turning into dust. It's worth noting that no one at Yizhong had ever passed the 8th level in recent years. But now, Lu Sheng had effortlessly cleared it with a single move. Even more terrifying was that the Panlong Sword, upon hitting an enemy, would heal its master by 20 of his injuries. As the sword strike landed, wisps of water vapor emanated from the blade and entered Lu Sheng's body. In an instant, the wounds on his shoulder and thigh healed completely, restoring him to peak condition. Looking at the shattered remains on the ground, Lu Sheng glanced thoughtfully at the Panlong Sword and muttered to himself, "Why does it feel like I'm even more powerful when I'm not using the sword to fly?" At this moment, outside the dungeon, Qiu He staggered back 3 steps, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. A sharp-eyed female priest noticed and rushed to support him. With her level 32 skills, she stabilized Qiu He and immediately cast a series of healing spells, attempting to dispel any debuffs. "Director Qiu, what happened? Do you need to go to the medical room? I can call a high-level priest to give you a group buff." It took Qiu He a while to regain his composure. "No, there's no need. I'm fine. You go ahead with your work. If I need anything, I'll call you." The female priest was skeptical. Qiu He's disheveled appearance clearly indicated he was frightened. But since he insisted, she didn't press further and awkwardly returned to her workstation. Qiu He stared intently at the control panel, mumbling to himself, This is impossible." The information on the panel completely overturned his understanding. In the last wave, Lu Sheng had reached the 8th level, facing hundreds of copper bow zombies. To put this in perspective, 2 years ago, a student with a hidden class and astonishing level 20 combat power only made it to this point. That student was turned into a sieve by 2 rounds of arrows before the battle even began. This incident shattered his confidence, causing him to perform poorly in the college entrance exams, dropping from the top rank to 12th place in the city. Since then, the teachers at Yizhong had agreed that the death trial was unbeatable. If even a level 20 expert couldn't pass the 8th level, who could? The dungeon had since become a tool for punishing students. Yet here was Lu Sheng, who had only been forced back a few steps by the seemingly impossible level. And then, he used some sort of sorcery to instantly wipe out all the monsters on the screen. Qiu He was on the verge of losing his mind, desperate to rush in and see for himself. While he was lost in his thoughts, the 9th wave of the dungeon refreshed. This time, the difficulty doubled, 10 ironclad zombies, plus 90 copper bow zombies. The 2 types of monsters cooperated seamlessly, balancing offense and defense. Though fewer in number, they were far more challenging. Qiu He's eyes were glued to the screen, afraid to miss any details. Suddenly, red dots lit up, but Lu Sheng didn't move an inch. In the next second, the red dots vanished as if swept away by a storm, leaving no trace behind. Lu Sheng had once again demonstrated his ability to obliterate everything in his path. He's reached the 10th level? Cui Shan was numb. He even suspected that Lu Sheng might be cheating. Otherwise, how could he be so unstoppable? Now, only the final level remained. If Lu Sheng really cleared it, it would be a monumental event for Yizhong, second only to the emergence of the hidden class. Inside the dungeon, Lu Sheng looked at the ground littered with corpses, feeling quite pleased with himself. As expected, even without using his sword, the Sword Immortal was unbeatable. Using the sword for combat allowed for unparalleled single-target damage, while holding the sword enabled him to use area effect skills, wiping out everything and nullifying enemy attacks. This Sword Immortal had no weaknesses. Only the final wave remained. Lu Sheng didn't use his sword this time, but gripped the Panlong Sword tightly. Considering the formidable enemies, he decided it was prudent to cast a shield first. Dingnu quest, please check. This golden finger sure is diligent, Lu Sheng thought as he quickly checked the quest panel. Optional Task 1. Clear the Death Trial. Reward. A skill loot box with a chance to obtain a rare skill book. Optional Task 2. Die in the Death Trial. Reward. A pair of limited edition glowing sneakers. The glowing sneakers are tempting, but compared to the rare skill book, they just don't measure up. Lu Sheng decisively chose Task 1. After all, a man should enjoy the moment, but also strive for lifelong improvement. With the task accepted, the countdown to the final wave of monsters reached its end. A colossal summoning circle lit up before Lu Sheng, spanning a full 10 meters in diameter. It was clear that whatever emerged from it would be the ultimate boss. The fact that there was only one summoning circle solidified Lu Sheng's guess. Sure enough, a massive creature materialized from the circle. Standing 7 to 8 meters tall, clad in pitch-black armor, it resembled a ferocious giant ape. Even its face, with its exposed fangs, was covered in coarse black hair, not to mention the rest of its body. Its arms were thick and long, with the left hand supporting its weight on the ground and the right hand dragging a massive hammer. Just the head of the hammer alone was as big as Lu Sheng. Getting hit by that thing would almost certainly mean instant death. As soon as the boss appeared, Lu Sheng felt an overwhelming pressure, like mountains crashing down and oceans roaring. Checking the creature's attribute panel, he was stunned. Had the person who designed this dungeon lost their mind? How could they expect a high school student with no combat experience to take on this beast alone? The Black Armored Savage Ape is a bronze-level boss, at level 25 with attributes including Undead and Dark Power, 125 Agility, 59 Spirit, 48 Endurance, and 113 skill points. Its passive skill, Iron Armor, reduces incoming damage by 20. Its active skill, Rampage, allows it to charge forward at increased speed, immune to any control effects during the process, and knocks back enemies in its path. After stopping, it swings its massive hammer to smash enemies in front, dealing 500 damage. Another active skill, Battle Roar, clears all negative statuses from itself. In this world, boss ranks from lowest to highest are Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Emerald, and the legendary Epic, Mythic, and Godlike tiers. Bosses are significantly stronger than regular monsters. To defeat a bronze-level boss, one would need at least a fully equipped elite squad of the same level. In other words, only a team of teachers could hope to take down this black armored savage ape. Sending mere high school students to challenge such a boss is practically a death sentence. This death trial certainly lives up to its name. Surviving it without dying at least once is nearly impossible. Facing this level 25 behemoth, even someone as talented as Lu Sheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. But thinking about the skill book he would get after clearing the trial reignited his fighting spirit. Besides, always winning effortlessly would be too boring, wouldn't it? A bit of challenge now, and then would only highlight his prowess. The black armored savage ape emerged from the magic circle, dragging a hammer larger than a person, and let out a deafening roar before charging straight at Lu Sheng. It relied solely on brute force, with no ranged attacks. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes, calculating. Judging by its speed, the boss was faster than him. With his frail frame, one hit would be fatal. The key to victory was to maintain distance and wear it down slowly. With that in mind, he immediately threw out his Panlong Sword and chanted, Sword Control Technique. Instantly, sword energy flew towards the boss's face. Lu Sheng swiftly retreated to create more distance. In this situation, he was like a mobile turret, perfect for countering large, clumsy melee monsters. Compared to the savage ape, the Panlong Sword seemed insignificant, like an ant trying to move a mountain. However, to everyone's surprise, a single strike from the sword left a spiderweb-like crack on the boss's body. Enraged by the pain, the savage ape became even more aggressive, flailing its left hand wildly in an attempt to swat away the annoying fly. But under the control of the sword control technique, the Panlong Sword was incredibly agile, not only evading the attacks but also landing several more strikes. leaving multiple wounds on the boss. Even more terrifying was the Panlong Sword's slowing effect, which visibly reduced the boss's speed to almost match Lu Sheng's. The brilliance of the sword control technique allowed Lu Sheng to multitask, effortlessly attacking furiously while moving freely. Kiting the boss became almost too easy. 2 minutes passed, and the savage ape was covered in wounds, while Lu Sheng remained calm and unscathed. Just as he was about to whittle the boss down to death, the black-armored savage ape suddenly stopped, letting out a low growl from its throat. The next second, a red aura appeared in front of it. Could it be Rampage? Lu Sheng's face turned pale with shock. He summoned the Panlong Sword for protection while frantically dodging, trying to avoid the collision range. Who would have thought that despite its name, Furious Charge, the boss could actually turn corners to catch him? If it can turn, they might as well call it Diagonal Charge. Lu Sheng had no time to complain. The dungeon map was only so big. No matter how he ran, it was hard to escape its grasp. With a loud bang, a red light crashed into Lu Sheng's chest, causing his internal organs to churn and his blood to surge. Luckily, the damage wasn't too high. Although he staggered back several steps, he managed to hold his ground. The boss halted, raising its massive hammer high before slamming it down towards him. Using the momentum from the previous impact, this strike would deal at least 5 times the damage. As the giant hammer descended, Lu Sheng felt his life was in grave danger. At the critical moment, the Panlong Sword flew back into his hand. With the sword, he could unleash his ultimate move. Lu Sheng hurriedly swung his sword, and with a resounding clang, the Panlong Sword miraculously blocked the boss's hammer. At the same time, a wave of sword energy struck the beast's abdomen, causing blood to gush out. The beast, in pain, retreated several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Sheng rolled away from the danger zone. He then sent the sword flying again, applying a slowing effect on the boss. Even for a boss, it couldn't use Furious Charge endlessly. Once Lu Sheng managed to create some distance, he didn't have to worry about being cornered for now. The black-armored rage ape, seeing its prey slip away, was fuming with rage. It roared continuously, its body glowing intensely red. The recently applied slowing effect vanished instantly, leaving no trace. This is its special move battle cry, which can clear its own debuff status to avoid being controlled and kite. Unfortunately, the slow effect that Lu Sheng applied wasn't a cooldown skill but a regular attack. Just as the boss removed the slow, Lu Sheng struck it again, reducing its speed to the minimum. The black-armored violent ape was fuming with rage, steam puffing from its nostrils as it swung its hammer, aiming to smash Lu Sheng into pulp. However, its speed was too slow, and it couldn't catch up to the slippery Sword Immortal. Soon, the violent ape used its charging rampage again. A seasoned veteran, Lu Sheng didn't even bother to dodge. He sheathed his Panlong Sword, took the hit hidden, and then countered with a graceful sword maneuver, nullifying the heavy blow while effortlessly retreating. Taking the charge hidden wasn't pleasant, but every time Lu Sheng unleashed a powerful move, it inflicted damage on the boss, and the Panlong Sword would heal him, keeping him in peak condition. Finally, after the violent ape's third charging rampage, Lu Sheng's counterattack struck its vital point. The boss let out a wail as its armor shattered inch by inch, collapsing with a thunderous crash and kicking up a cloud of dust. The level 25 bronze beast met its end. A wealth of experience surged into Lu Sheng, illuminating him with golden light as his level soared to 16. The boss's body quickly dissipated into nothingness, leaving behind only a teleportation array to the outside world. While soloing a boss was exhilarating, it was a bit disappointing that it didn't drop any loot. Typically, secret dungeon bosses or wild bosses should drop valuable items. As expected, you can't rely on these artificial dungeon bosses. However, it wasn't a total loss. Lu Sheng suddenly remembered he had accepted a quest earlier. Checking his status, he saw it was completed. Submitting the quest, he instantly received a uniquely designed skill box in his inventory. Without hesitation, he opened it. As the box shattered, a dazzling light burst forth, and within that light, countless sword skill icons rapidly flashed by, each looking incredibly powerful and overwhelming. Eventually, the light faded, and a purple skill book materialized in Lu Sheng's hand. Examining it closely, the attributes were truly exciting. Drunken Immortal Moonwalk, Skill Book, Quality, Special, Class Requirement. Sword Immortal, Level Requirement, 15, Description. Learn to master the Drunken Immortal Moonwalk skill. Drunken Immortal Moonwalk increases movement speed by 300 and has a 99 chance to dodge non-continuous area skills and normal attacks. This was incredible. As far as Lu Sheng knew, the Wind Mage's Windwalk was considered the ultimate speed boost, but it only increased speed by 100 with a 10-second cooldown. The Drunken Immortal Moonwalk? It completely overshadowed Windwalk, tripling the speed boost with no duration limit, go as fast as your stamina allows. But that wasn't even the best part, the 99 dodge chance. With this, even when faced with a rain of arrows, Lu Sheng wouldn't need to move. He could simply activate the skill and watch as the arrows passed harmlessly through his afterimage. A 99 dodge rate essentially made him invincible. Unless Lu Sheng had the worst luck imaginable, there was no way that one chance would ever come his way. Of course, the drunken immortal moonwalk wasn't truly invincible. For sustained area damage skills, like the mage's common Sea of Flames, even activating the skill and charging in would still mean taking a beating. Yet, even so, with the dual boost of speed and evasion, this move was enough to make Lu Sheng unstoppable, dominating all who stood before him. If he had this skill from the start, the black-armored violent ape would have been as easy to deal with as fish on a cutting board. With a 300 speed increase, the ape wouldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Even if it charged recklessly, it would only hit him once in 100 attempts. Overjoyed, Lu Sheng immediately learned the drunken immortal moonwalk, allowing the skill to merge into his body as a streak of light. Now, he had 3 active skills: long-range precision attack, close-quarters crowd control, and ultra-fast evasion. Looking across the land, who could rival him? With everything set, Lu Sheng leisurely stepped into the teleportation array. After a dizzying whirl, he found himself back in the teleportation hall. Cui Shan was still waiting there, his expression shifting unpredictably, looking extremely uneasy. Despite his efforts to maintain an air of authority, the sweat on his forehead and the slight paleness of his face betrayed his inner turmoil. Lu Sheng found Cui Shan's behavior odd but didn't dwell on it. "Director Cui, I've completed the death trial. Shouldn't the punishment be over?" Yes, Cui Shan struggled to regain his composure. "Since you made it out unscathed, let's consider this matter closed." After a pause, he asked, seemingly offhandedly, "But Lu Sheng, you didn't just pass the trial directly, did you?" Lu Sheng wore a self-assured expression. He had been transported back after clearing the trial. Upon receiving a confirming nod, Cui Shan steadied himself. "You're not lying, right? You do know that no student has ever passed the death trial before, don't you? Seriously, how did you do it?" Lu Sheng was just about to answer, thinking it was simply a matter of cutting his way through one enemy at a time. Just then, the portal rippled, and a petite figure stumbled out. It was none other than Qiu He. She had likely perished in the third wave, and now, disoriented and pale, she staggered towards Lu Sheng. Perhaps subconsciously, she believed this boy would reach out and catch her. Little did she expect, Lu Sheng had no intention of being dragged down by her again, especially with the grade director standing right there. With lightning speed, Lu Sheng sidestepped gracefully as Qiu He was thrown out, saying, "Bye-bye, I'm not sticking around." Thud. Qiu He hit the ground hard. The recent experience of death and pain overwhelmed her, and she broke down in tears, lying on the ground. Cui Shan, seeing this, frowned. "There's no real death in the death trial. If you're this scared by a minor challenge, how will you fend off beasts and protect our borders in the future? As a job changer, you need to have some backbone." Under Cui Shan's scolding, Qiu He tried to hold back her tears and struggle to her feet. However, the terror and pain from being dismembered by skeletons made her legs feel like noodles, and she couldn't muster any strength. Large tears rolled down her cheeks. "Director Cui, I can't move. Those skeletons were terrifying. They surrounded me. I couldn't escape," she whimpered. "Skeletons are terrifying? Seriously?" Lu Sheng couldn't help but interject. "Those things are just one sword strike each. The real trouble in the dungeon is the copper bow zombies. If you're not prepared for their volleys, you're in for a rough time." "Copper bow zombies? What are those?" Qiu He asked, utterly confused. Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow. "You don't know? Oh right, they appear in the 7th wave. You got knocked out in the 3rd wave. No wonder you don't know." Qiu He was speechless, feeling like Lu Sheng was rubbing salt in her wounds. Even Cui Shan secretly wondered if this kid needed some lessons in emotional intelligence. Wasn't the point of having Lu Sheng and Qiu He punished together to make him realize not to be distracted by pretty faces during such a crucial time as the college entrance exams? Now it seemed like it was all for nothing. Seeing Qiu He on the verge of tears again, Cui Shan quickly waved his hand. "All right, the punishment is over. Both of you can go back. I hope this lesson wakes you up. Focus entirely on preparing for the college entrance exams and avoid unnecessary trouble." Lu Sheng didn't argue, simply nodded and was about to leave. Cui Shan called out to him again. "Lu Sheng, tomorrow the senior year students are going for outdoor leveling. This time it's different from before, so don't be careless." He paused, emphasizing his words. "This year, the school aims to produce a top scorer in Beijing. Do your best." Hearing this, Lu Sheng's eyes lit up. The implication was clear. Although Cui Shan hadn't given him any tangible rewards for clearing the trial, it was evident that he recognized Lu Sheng's abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specifically reminded him to be extra diligent tomorrow. Lu Sheng simply smiled at Cui Shan. "Thanks for the heads up. I'll do my best." Cui Shan nodded without saying more. Lu Sheng walked away, leaving Qiu He sitting on the ground, feeling utterly wronged. "Cui Shan, feeling helpless, instructed a nearby teacher to take her to the infirmary so the school nurse could treat her and perhaps give her some beneficial boosts. The next morning, Lu Sheng arrived at the classroom as usual, only to find his desk piled high with an assortment of breakfast items, each adorned with a pink card inscribed with neat handwriting. He glanced around blankly, then pulled out a stack of love letters from the desk compartment. Gathering everything into his arms, he was about to dispose of it when Go Sheng, who had been eyeing the scene, quickly intervened. Hey, don't touch that, he said, grabbing the items. As per usual, leave it to me to handle. No need for you to worry. Go Sheng chuckled and started eating in front of Lu Sheng. The fact that he resembled a bear was undoubtedly linked to Lu Sheng's constant feeding. Although Lu Sheng found it bothersome, he couldn't bring himself to waste the girl's heartfelt gestures. Thus, Go Sheng took it upon himself to deal with the breakfast and love letters. His nickname seemed fitting, as if his parents had foreseen this role for him. Lu Sheng handed everything over to Go Sheng and fished out another stack of letters from the depths of his desk, frowning. What's going on? There are even more than before. With his mouth full, Go Sheng mumbled, Lu Gu, you don't know? Word about you rejecting my goddess yesterday has spread everywhere. Everyone from freshmen to seniors knows about it. So what? Lu Sheng wasn't surprised that the news had traveled. What puzzled him was why, after rejecting Qiu He, he was receiving even more love letters. Shouldn't the girls back off now? Go Sheng, adopting a know-it-all demeanor, began to pontificate. Think about it. You rejected Qiu He, which means she's not the one you're interested in, right? So why couldn't it be one of the other girls? As long as you're single, they see an opportunity. Even if you were taken, it wouldn't stop them. They might hope to become your new love or, well, your side piece. Taking a sip of hot milk and unwrapping a fancy sandwich, Go Sheng continued his rambling. If you ask me, Lu Gu, you shouldn't have rejected my goddess yesterday. Being with her would have spared you all this hassle, and I could see her every day. Wouldn't that be great? He smiled dreamily, clearly pleased with his own reasoning. Lu Sheng's expression was one of utter disbelief. Listen to yourself. Are you even speaking human language? Go Sheng sighed deeply. Lu, you just don't get it. My feelings for Qiu He are genuine love. As long as my goddess is happy, I'm content. Lu Sheng felt his worldview shatter. Don't call me brother, you're the real brother here. I could never reach that level of selflessness. Go Sheng, brimming with pride, replied, you should learn from me. You're the one who's constantly swamped with confessions from girls. That's the real headache. Me? I just feel the sweetness of love when I see Qiu He happy. Go experience it yourself and stop grossing me out. Lu Sheng, feeling a shiver run down his spine, quickly moved his seat away. But to his dismay, Go Sheng followed him earnestly. Wait, there's something I forgot to tell you. Spit it out already, Lu Sheng said, desperate to end the conversation. Go Sheng set down his breakfast and pulled out his phone. This is serious. A lot of people at school are out to get you. Yesterday, when you and my goddess were taken away by Director Cui, she posted something on her moments. Take a look. Lu Sheng took the phone and read Qiu He's post. It said, finally mustered the courage, only to be heartbroken. Maybe I'm just not good enough for him. The accompanying photo showed her lying in the infirmary, a half-empty drip, and a pale hand with a needle in it. The melodrama made Lu Sheng's skin crawl. Take it away. I don't want to go blind. He pushed the phone back in disgust. But Go Sheng wasn't done. He shoved the screen back under Lu Sheng's nose. The comments, Lu. That's the point. What? More sappy literature or sycophantic concern? Lu Sheng asked, unimpressed. Go Sheng slapped his thigh. I almost forgot. Li Zihe, you know him, right? The guy who's been chasing my goddess forever. The archer from class 9? Lu Sheng confirmed. Yeah, him. He's notorious for his obsession. He's gotten into quite a few fights over Qiu He, and even sent opponents to the hospital a couple of times. When my goddess confessed yesterday, I knew he'd come after you. Look, he commented. Lu Sheng glanced at the comment and nearly passed out. Li Zihe had written, if Lu Sheng breaks my wings, I'll ruin his paradise. My eyes. Ah. Lu Sheng instinctively threw the phone away. Go Sheng quickly retrieved it, checking for damage. What's wrong with you? I'm just trying to warn you. Lu Sheng gritted his teeth. Show me that again, and I'll break you first. Those two are a match made in hell. Their social media posts are unbearable. Thank goodness I'm not friends with them, or I'd be blind by now. Ignoring Lu Sheng's rant, Go Sheng solemnly advised, seriously, be careful during outdoor training this week. Last time someone harassed Qiu He, Li ambushed them in the woods with black arrows. Although Lu Sheng found Go Sheng's nagging annoying, he knew it came from a good place. Got it, he said, waving him off. In the past, Li Zihe would have been a real problem. After all, he had a hidden class and consistently ranked in the top 10. Lu Sheng, despite his high stats, was just a regular warrior, usually ranking around 15th. But things were different now. He is also a hidden class changer. and his class is unique. If Li Zai dares to provoke him, it's uncertain who would end up teaching whom a lesson. As time passed, students gradually filled the classroom, creating a noisy atmosphere. The moment the homeroom teacher, Li Qing, appeared, the room fell silent. Everyone held great respect for this strict but responsible female teacher. Today, she wasn't wearing her usual professional attire. Instead, she was dressed in a form-fitting leather armor, much like a ranger. This must be a reminder that this week, they were heading out to the wild for monster hunting and leveling up. Li Qing clapped her hands briskly. Is everyone here? Before we set off, I have something to distribute. She called for the class monitor and class committee members to help. From her backpack, she pulled out several boxes and handed them to the class officers to distribute. Inside each box was a crystal ball, roughly the size of a fist. The students exchanged puzzled glances, having never received anything like this during previous leveling weeks. Only Lu Sheng seemed to understand the significance. It appeared that Director Chui's warning was spot on this time was indeed extraordinary. Eagerly, he inspected the properties of the crystal ball in his hand. It was labeled as a soul collector, an alchemical item with no specific target, used to collect the souls of deceased fierce beasts and convert them into points. The stronger the beast, the more points it yielded. The current points stood at 0. The description noted it as a casual creation by an alchemist, useful for collecting souls. However, to be honest, the collected souls didn't seem to have much practical use. Collecting souls? That's quite interesting. At this moment, a petite girl raised her hand and asked, "Teacher, what's the use of this soul collector? We never used anything like this during our previous training sessions." Li Qing explained, "It's used to record the number of beasts you've hunted." She lowered her voice and reminded everyone, "Just remember to work extra hard this time, and don't forget to collect the soul of every monster. Also, souls can be transferred, so make sure to protect your spoils so they don't get stolen. Alright, those who have the collectors, follow me." With that, Li Qing hurriedly left the classroom, seemingly to avoid further questions. The students exchanged puzzled looks, speculating about what the school was up to this time. Perhaps they were gathering some strange materials for the alchemists. After all, these devices were their creation, and using collected souls for research seemed plausible. With the collectors safely stowed in their backpacks, the students made their way to the teleportation hall. It was already crowded with senior combat classes. According to the curriculum, they had to venture out for training every other week to quickly enhance their skills. In their first year, teachers would accompany them, but by the second and third years, they had to use the teleportation array themselves to head into the wild for training. Whether to go solo or in groups was entirely up to each individual. Lu Sheng, previously a swordsman with balanced attack and defense, found soloing quite suitable. For the past 3 years, except for initially teaming up with Go Sheng, he had been training alone. Go Sheng, on the other hand, had gone through several teams and finally settled into a stable formation with a group from the neighboring class, taking on the role of the frontliner. Soon, it was Lu Sheng's class turn to teleport. Without hesitation, he chose the highest level area, the Phantom Mist Forest. It used to be quite challenging for him to solo there, but now that he had transitioned to a Sword Immortal, it should be manageable. With a familiar sensation of being pulled apart, he was teleported to his destination. What greeted him was a dense forest shrouded in gray mist, with visibility extremely low due to the swirling dust. The trees, resembling willows but of an unknown species, had eerie shapes, their shadows flickering in the mist like tall, slender ghosts twisting and writhing. Lu Sheng found himself in a safe zone specially created by the teachers. Aside from the teleportation array leading back, there were a few tents and some station teachers responsible for ensuring the students' safety and providing supplies like food and water, and even selling healing potions. Surveying the surroundings, Lu Sheng noticed that not many people came here to train, and most of those who did were in small groups. He seemed to be the only one daring enough to solo. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a high-level hidden class player, but they quickly disappeared before he could get a good look, possibly also training alone. Familiar with the training routine, Lu Sheng quickly gathered his supplies, filled his backpack, and set off in a chosen direction. The safe zone gradually faded into the mist behind him, leaving only the sounds of the wind, rustling leaves, and creaking branches. Soon, he was the only one within his sensing range. Suddenly, he drew his Kanglan sword from his backpack and, using his sword control technique, thrust it forward. About 15 meters ahead, a slowly moving tree was struck and immediately let out a wailing sound akin to that of a malevolent spirit. A face that could hardly be called human emerged on the tree trunk. Its hollow eyes glowed faintly, and its entire jaw jutted out, revealing a tangled wooden structure. A sharp screech mixed with the rustling of leaves, creating an unbearably piercing sound. This was a bloodthirsty shadow willow, a common creature in the ghostly maze forest. Its stats: level 20, attributes: wood, dark, strength, 36, agility, 1, spirit, 16, endurance, 44. Skills: passive absorb, which recovers 10 of lost health per second. Active Bind, which uses branches to immobilize enemies. Active Bloodthirst, where branches pierce enemies, dealing damage and restoring its own health. This creature is a hallmark of Ghostly Maze Forest. In appearance, it blends seamlessly with the surrounding trees, making it difficult to spot unless it moves. Its attack and defense attributes are decent, and its bind skill can restrict an enemy's movements. Once ensnared, the Bloodthirst skill kicks in, draining the enemy's health faster than they can inflict damage. However, it has a habit of wandering around at a snail's pace of 1 meter per second, practically inviting adventurers to take it down. So, with a bit of vigilance, its presence is easy to detect. Defeating it requires some effort, mainly keeping it at a distance. But for Lu Sheng, eliminating it was a matter of seconds. With a thrust from the Panlong Sword, a gaping hole appeared in the bloodthirsty shadow willow, yellowish sap gushing out as the tree withered and died. The Panlong Sword could effortlessly pierce through the defenses of an ironclad zombie, which are 3 times stronger, so a mere living tree was no match. After dispatching the creature, Lu Sheng took out his soul collector and approached the fallen tree. As expected, the bloodthirsty shadow willow's body disintegrated into dust, which was then absorbed into the crystal orb. A quick glance at his attribute panel showed an increase in points. The soul collector, an alchemical item, has no specific target and is used to collect the souls of slain beasts, converting them into points. The stronger the beast, the more points earned. Current points, 20. Description: an alchemist's casual creation, used for collecting souls. But honestly, the collected souls aren't of much use. Lu Sheng was quite satisfied with his initial 20 points. Just as he was about to put away the collector and continue hunting, his system panel lit up again. Ding, another task has arrived. The system panel prominently displays 2 options. 1. Slay 200 bloodthirsty willow trees. Reward: Plant Slayer Metal Purple Artifact. Attributes: all stats 10. Effect: 10 damage to wood-type monsters. Difficulty: Hell level. 2. Slay 10 bloodthirsty willow trees. Reward: Mighty Potion X1. Monster-seeking Paperman X1. Potion effect: permanent strength 10. Paperman effect: automatically finds similar monsters 100 times. Both tasks offer incredibly tempting rewards, with high practicality. Especially the purple metal, which boosts all attributes and includes a damage bonus against wood-type monsters, making it the ultimate plant killer weapon. Unfortunately, to earn it, one must hunt down 200 tree demons, which are as rare as pandas, and the ghostly mist forest encounters might take forever. Meanwhile, the forest is teeming with lesser monsters like shadow wraiths, ideal for leveling up. Relying solely on them would yield mediocre progress in 5 days. Lu Sheng pondered. Director Cui had emphasized not to give up halfway this time. Time is precious. There's no room to waste on tree demons. In comparison, the second task seemed much more feasible. Slaying just 10 bloodthirsty willows was a cinch. Besides the strength-boosting potion, the monster-seeking Paperman would make the task even easier. With a swift decision, Lu Sheng chose the latter option. He continued forward, and through the mist, he spotted an ancient tree slowly moving, resembling an old man with dementia. With a thought, his Panlong Sword flew out and swiftly cut the tree in half. The withered branches and leaves instantly turned to dust, earning him 20 points. Task progress: 110. An hour later, Lu Sheng had ventured deep into the forest, easily taking down 10 bloodthirsty willow trees. Task complete. His backpack now contained a crimson potion and a unique Paperman. He downed the mighty potion in one gulp, his strength immediately skyrocketing by 10 points. Just as Lu Sheng was feeling pleased with himself, ready to hunt more with his sword and Paperman, the task panel reappeared. A quick glance revealed a similar set of tasks. 1. Slay 1000 shadow wraiths. Reward: Ghost Slayer Metal Purple Artifact. Attributes: all stats 10. Effect: 10 damage to undead monsters. Difficulty: Hell level. 2. Slay 100 shadow wraiths. Reward: Clarity Potion X1. Monster-seeking Paperman X1. Potion effect: permanent spirit 10. Paperman effect: automatically finds similar monsters 100 times. This time, the task was even more daunting. The first option required taking down 1000 wraiths. Even with their abundance, 5 days might not be enough. In contrast, slaying just 100 was a walk in the park. Plus, with the monster-seeking Paperman in hand, it was a no-brainer. Lu Sheng quickly found an unfortunate wraith, dispatched it, and released the Paperman. In a flash, it flew into the thicket, soon leading out the next target. 2 days flew by, and Lu Sheng's efforts paid off handsomely. He completed 5 rounds of tasks, leveling up to 17. The targets for the first 4 rounds were 10 bloodthirsty willow trees, 100 shadow wraiths, 100 ghostly foxes, and 100 rotten woodcutters. Besides various potions, each round also rewarded a monster-seeking Paperman. Thanks to those little paper figurines, he was able to battle tirelessly day and night, making every second count. The boss in the 5th round was replaced by a level 30 elite monster called Drown Corpse. The rewards also upgraded from potion paper figurines to equipment blind boxes. It seemed like a chain of interconnected quests, with an ultimate grand prize waiting at the end. Luckily, he chose the quantity over quality side quest, or he might have ended up with just another title as a token. Despite the elite title, the Drowned Corpse was no match for the swordsmanship of the Panlong Sword. Just a couple of precise hits were enough to take it down. As long as his strikes hit the vital points, he was unstoppable. Thus, the final stage was a breeze for Lu Sheng, and he completed it swiftly. When he turned in the quest, he indeed received the coveted equipment blind box. At the same time, the task panel finally quieted down, no longer demanding him to slaughter more creatures. Lu Sheng first took out his soul collector to check his points. Bloodthirsty Willow and Forest Ghost, 20 points each. Ghostly Fox, 25 points each. Rotten Woodcutter, 30 points each. As for the Elite Drowned Corpse, each one was worth a whopping 60 points, double its level. Plus, he had taken out various other small fry along the way, bringing his total points to over 15,600. Among the entire class, he was surely in the top 3. Putting away the collector, Lu Sheng began to fiddle with the mysterious blind box. The last weapon blind box had yielded the golden divine weapon, the Panlong Sword. What kind of surprise would this one hold? Sure, let's translate and polish this passage into natural and fluent English. Lu Sheng activated the blind box, and with a burst of radiant light, countless pieces of equipment emerged. As the brilliance faded, a gold-embroidered white robe came into view. The dragon-patterned robe was breathtakingly beautiful, exuding an ancient elegance and lightness. The golden dragon coiled around the cuffs, jade stones adorned the shoulders, and ink cranes danced at the waist, with every detail highlighting its extraordinary craftsmanship. But what truly stood out were the robe's attributes. Golden feather garb, golden, level 15, class. Sword Immortal, defense, 380, strength, 34, agility, 108, spirit, 98. Additional effects, 20 damage and attack speed when wielding a sword, 50 non-combat movement speed. Activates Drunken Immortal Moonstep LV2, and unlocks the new skill Sword Step. Sword Step allows instant movement up to 20 meters while in a sword aura state, dealing 300 damage to enemies along the path, usable 3 times, with the 4th use returning to the original position. Description: golden feathers transforming into a phoenix dancing in the sky, dragon patterns dazzling the realm. The golden feather garb rivals the legendary Panlong Sword in its extraordinary power. Despite being cloth-based, its defense is comparable to level 20 purple plate armor. The attributes are significantly boosted, and the 3 additional effects are simply overpowered. Sword fights become divine, and non-combat travel is swift as the wind. The most impressive part is that it turns the invincible Drunken Immortal Moonstep into a versatile ultimate weapon. Lu Sheng examined the attributes and saw that Drunken Immortal Moonstep LV2 doubled his movement speed to an incredible 400. Although the 99 dodge rate remained unchanged, as long as he wielded his sword, he could unleash Sword Step while enveloped in sword aura. 3 instant movements, each covering 20 meters, dealing 300 damage to enemies along the way. The 4th use allowed him to effortlessly return to his starting point. With this robe, Lu Sheng could decapitate a general in the midst of thousands of troops and return unscathed. Imagining the scene was dazzlingly impressive, slaying foes with ease, moving like a breeze. Once his mission was complete, he would blend back into the crowd. Excited by the immense power boost, Lu Sheng immediately donned the golden feather garb. His shabby school uniform vanished in an instant, replaced by the majestic dragon-patterned robe. In a world where most armor was made of cloth, leather, or metal and often had bizarre designs, such a traditional Chinese-style garment was a rare gem. Lu Sheng, already incredibly charming, would undoubtedly capture countless hearts with this outfit. Being handsome was his destiny. Feeling the surge in his strength, Lu Sheng couldn't help but feel elated. However, he needed to return to camp for supplies, having consumed all his rations over the past 2 days. In Longhua, there was a rule that during the leveling week, students could only receive 2 days' worth of supplies at a time. This ensured that they returned to camp regularly to report their safety. If someone didn't show up for more than 2 days, they would be listed as missing, and the school would send a search party to prevent accidents. This proactive approach significantly increased the chances of saving lives. Though frequent resupply trips were a hassle, Lu Sheng didn't mind. Besides, he needed some rest after 2 days and nights of continuous hunting without closing his eyes. This kind of intense pace was common during the leveling week for students. With the 50 speed boost from the golden feather, Lu Sheng seemed to be walking on air, his steps light and swift. What used to be a 2-day journey now took only half a day. As he moved through the mist, the outline of the camp became clearer. At the same time, he noticed students from other classes setting out in groups, likely having rested and ready to continue their journey. A group of 5 walked by, chatting and laughing, clearly on good terms. As they passed, their gazes locked onto Lu Sheng, unable to look away. One girl in a priest's robe looked particularly astonished, her eyes practically popping out of her head. It wasn't surprising. Lu Sheng was used to turning heads. With the added allure of the golden feather, he appeared almost like a celestial being descended to earth, exuding an aura of mystique. The fact that they didn't immediately ask for his contact information was a testament to their restraint. Strangers passing by, they left it at that. After a brief silence, the group resumed their conversation. Someone in the camp had it rough, having somehow offended Li Zihe. The poor soul was publicly humiliated, strung up for all to see, and likely wouldn't recover from the disgrace. Li Zihe, with his hidden class and formidable strength, was notorious as the school bully, often picking on others. But this time, stringing someone up was going too far. Exactly, one of them said, "We're all from the same school. If you have a grudge, settle it in private. Doing it in front of everyone is just cruel." A few people had already walked away, but their conversation still faintly reached Lu Sheng's ears. "If I were that guy, being humiliated in public like that, I'd just drop out," one of them said. "It's a dog-eat-dog world. Li Zihe is so strong. He can do whatever he wants. Instead of getting hung up on this, we should focus on leveling up and getting stronger. I know a place in the forest full of ghosts. Let's all aim to level up this time." Lu Sheng usually didn't pay attention to idle chatter, but the name Li Zihe had been mentioned by Go Sheng just a few days ago, so he couldn't help but take note. It seemed something was amiss in the camp, but Lu Sheng didn't really care and quickly made his way there. From a distance, he saw a crowd gathered. Even the teachers on duty were pointing and talking but not stepping in to help. The school had strict rules against fighting on campus, with severe penalties, but in the wilderness, anything went. Unless someone got killed, things like robbing gear and ambush attacks were common. To toughen up the students and help them adapt to the harsh realities of their training, the school actually encouraged this behavior. Weak students were like lambs to the slaughter in the jungle, so the teachers just stood by and watched the show. Lu Sheng had no interest in the commotion, but when he glanced at the person hanging in the middle of the crowd, he was shocked to recognize his friend. He stopped abruptly. Through the faint mist, he saw the person was covered in wounds, but the muscular build and the armor confirmed it was Go Sheng. Seeing his friend in such a miserable state, surrounded by onlookers, Lu Sheng's anger flared up. He quickly made his way through the crowd, his strength causing people to stumble out of his way. "Move aside," he shouted. Some were about to curse him out but held their tongues when they saw who it was. So handsome. He must have a good reason for barging through. At the front, Lu Sheng finally saw things clearly. Besides the 4 guys chatting and laughing around Go Sheng, there were 2 others, Qiu He and a tall, skinny man in black armor. Lu Sheng recognized all of them. The 4 were Go Sheng's new teammates, usually on good terms. But seeing them so nonchalant while Go Sheng was in such a state, it was clear they weren't on his side and might even be the culprits. Qiu He looked flustered and conflicted, while the man next to her was smiling, his eyes full of fake affection as he looked at her. Lu Sheng," Qiu He stammered. The man in black armor followed her gaze and locked eyes with Lu Sheng. Go Sheng's so-called friends also stopped laughing and moved to stand beside the man in black, ready for a confrontation. Lu Sheng realized they weren't here for Go Sheng. They were here for him. That meant the man in black armor was likely Li Zihe. With a dark expression, Lu Sheng asked Qiu He, "What's going on here?" Qiu He, looking like the victim herself, immediately started to cry. "I'm sorry, Lu Sheng. I didn't want this to happen. I tried to stop Li Zihe, but he wouldn't listen." Seeing this, the man in black armor's face filled with fake sympathy. He caressed Qiu He's hair and said, "Don't cry, my little princess. Your tears are too precious. I'll protect you." Damn it. Lu Sheng was fuming, ready to smack these 2 idiots. He feared they might pull another stunt and end up slicing them with his sword. Striding forward, his Kanglan sword flashed, deftly cutting the ropes binding Go Sheng. With a thud, Go Sheng collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain, but at least it brought him back to his senses. Seeing this, Li Zihe's 4 lackeys tried to intervene, but Li Zihe held them back. "I'm here for Lu Sheng. Now that he's here, the shield warrior is useless." He cast a loving glance at Qiu He, thinking, "For Xiao He, I'd kill 1,000 men. But I still want her to see my gentlemanly side." His cheesy line made Lu Sheng cringe. Lu Sheng crouched beside Go Sheng, grabbing his collar and propping him up against a tree. "Go Sheng, you okay?" He slapped Go Sheng's face a couple of times. Go Sheng winced, batting his hand away. "Lu Ge, if you keep slapping me, I won't be." "Don't worry, I'm a shield warrior. I won't die that easily. Just need to catch my breath." "Damn those bastards," he cursed, then suddenly widened his swollen eyes. "Lu Ge, why do you look even more handsome? Where did you get this gear? Did you rob someone?" Seeing Go Sheng was more or less fine, Lu Sheng sighed in relief. "Don't worry about my outfit. Tell me why you were tied up here. Go Shang sighed deeply, glancing at Li Zihe's lackeys. I walked right into their trap. One of them is Li Zihe's cousin. They couldn't find you, so they figured they'd use me as bait. I've been teaming up with them for so long, never realizing they were all Li Zihe's dogs. He spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. Suddenly, he remembered something important. Lu Gu, they're after you. You should teleport back to school. The teachers won't interfere if students fight here. Trying to leave? Upon hearing this, Li Zihe immediately drew a dark purple, shimmering bow from his quiver. This was a rare purple tire weapon, only obtainable from a bronze-level boss. As a high-level hidden class player wielding such a rare artifact, Li Zihe's mere presence was overwhelming. With a solemn expression, he aimed the black bow directly at Lu Shang and said, I told you before, if you break my wings, I'll destroy your paradise. Making my beloved cry is a price you can't afford. Lu Shang was enraged by these words. Attacking with magic right at the start of a duel? Who could tolerate that? He wanted to rush up and tear Li Zihe's mouth apart. Turning to Go Shang beside him, he ordered, Stay put. Let me deal with him first, then we'll go buy some potions. Go Shang quickly interjected, Lu bro, he's a hidden class and has a purple weapon. You're no match for him. Irritated, Lu Shang cut him off, feeling that some people just didn't need to speak. Go Shang, chastised, shut his mouth and said no more. As the tension between the two escalated, the surrounding onlookers backed away, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. However, their curiosity was piqued, and they began to inquire about the backstory. It turned out that a few days ago, during the Centennial Pledge ceremony, the school beauty confessed to the school hunk but was publicly rejected. Both were punished afterward. The school beauty's admirer then brought people to teach the school hunk a lesson, and incidentally, those around him got beaten up too. Now, the main characters had crossed paths again, promising a dramatic showdown. Li Zihe knocked an iron arrow onto his bow, his tone icy. Kid, you made my princess cry 6 times. I'm going to shoot you 6 arrows. The pain you'll feel will be nothing compared to the heartache I felt seeing her tears. Lu Shang, infuriated, retorted. I'm going to beat you until you don't know which way is up. Compared to the heartbreak you caused me, this is nothing. With that, he began to walk towards Li Zihe, his pace steady and composed. Li Zihe let out a cold laugh and suddenly pulled back the bowstring. Instantly, the iron arrow was enveloped in a dark purple mist, radiating heat that distorted the surrounding air. As a shadow archer, Li Zihe could manipulate dark attributes. Activating the shadow arrow would not only imbue the arrow with devastating negative effects, but also significantly weaken the target's defense and speed up perfect weapon for kiting. Li Zihe had already aimed at Lu Shang's thigh, ready to incapacitate him with a single shot. However, in a split second, Lu Shang's figure blurred, leaving a trail of afterimages. The shadow arrow passed right through him and embedded itself in the ground with a thud, kicking up a small cloud of dust. Li Zihe gasped in disbelief. The crowd was equally shocked. No one had expected the swordsman Lu Shang to dodge an archer's attack so effortlessly. Seeing this, Li Zihe wasted no time and rapidly drew several more arrows, unleashing a barrage at Lu Shang. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, no matter how dense the volley, Lu Shang dodged each arrow with ease, as if he had become an elusive phantom. Li Zihe grew increasingly anxious as the battle wore on, with beads of cold sweat constantly rolling down his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he drew out 5 more arrows, imbuing them with a spell. He knew that once they split in midair, they would multiply into numerous shadowy bolts, attacking Lu Shang from all directions. The shadow split arrows were not something an ordinary person could withstand. The shadow split arrow, known for its multi-hit and area effect capabilities, rarely misses its target. However, Lu Shang remained unfazed, his body leaving behind a fleeting afterimage. A series of rhythmic thuds followed as 5 arrows embedded themselves into the ground behind him, kicking up clouds of dust. Li Zihe's eyes widened in disbelief. 7 consecutive shots, and not a single one hit? This was beyond comprehension. Lu Shang silently thanked his lucky stars for the drunken immortal moon step, which boasted a 99 evasion rate. Even if he were hit, the golden feather armor's defense would hold up, and the Panlong Sword could instantly heal any wounds. There was no need to worry. Seizing the moment of Li Zihe's shock, Lu Shang casually walked up to him. As an archer, Li Zihe hurriedly used Shadow Shift to create distance. However, with the skill on cooldown, he had to debuff Lu Shang within 10 seconds to continue kiting him. But Lu Shang wasn't about to give him that chance. With a flick of his wrist, a radiant long sword appeared in Lu Shang's hand. The Panlong Sword, surrounded by a misty aura, complemented his ethereal robe, exuding an extraordinary presence. The crowd finally realized that Lu Shang wielded a golden-quality divine weapon. Even his robe shimmered with a golden hue. 2 pieces of golden equipment were enough to outclass everyone present. Without hesitation, Lu Sheng executed the sword step. Shrouded in golden light, he swung his sword, creating a dazzling afterimage that streaked through the air, charging straight at Li He. The Kanglan sword's 300 damage could easily annihilate a level 25 plate armor warrior, but Lu Sheng didn't aim for a fatal blow. The sword grazed Li He's throat, leaving a bloody scratch and slicing his purple-black bow in half. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Holy crap, that was spectacular. He just cleaved Li He's weapon in two with a single strike. If head aimed 3 centimeters closer, Li He would be dead. What power! 2 golden pieces of equipment. His attributes alone are enough to dominate everyone here. That skill was incredible, dashing with an afterimage and leaving a golden clone behind. It's like something out of a painting. As the crowd marveled, a crisp slap echoed through the air. Turning towards the sound, they saw Lu Sheng had slapped Li He to the ground. Despite his hidden class bonuses, Li He was still a fragile ranged attacker. The slap left him with a mouthful of blood, unable to utter another word. No one expected such a dramatic conclusion to a duel between top-tier players. Lu Sheng unleashed a series of brutal kicks, sending Li sprawling on the ground, his bones emitting a sickening crack as if they could shatter at any moment. Go Shang's 4 lackeys finally snapped out of their stupor and rushed forward to help. However, a mere disdainful glance from Lu Sheng rooted them to the spot in fear, not daring to make a sound. Lu Sheng had no intention of letting them off easily. With a swift motion, he activated his sword step technique, leaving a golden afterimage as the blade of the Kanglan sword flashed among them. Screams filled the air as the 4 men fell, each bearing a grievous wound. Lu Sheng's swordsmanship was impeccably precise, inflicting severe injuries without taking their lives, truly a masterful display of control. You call Go Sheng your comrade, yet you abandon him so easily? You're worse than animals. Lu Sheng reproached, his voice cold. The 4 men clutched their wounds, groaning but not daring to retort. Seeing Lu Sheng momentarily distracted, Li seized the chance to flee. But how could he escape Lu Sheng's grasp? In an instant, Lu Sheng was upon him again, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling face first into the dirt. Desperate, Li tried to use his displacement skill to create distance, but fate was not on his side. Lu Sheng, riding his sword, closed the gap in a blink and pinned him to a tree with a single strike. Ah! Li screams echoed through the air as he was rendered completely powerless. The entire fight, excluding the time Lu Sheng deliberately prolonged it, had lasted mere seconds. From the moment Lu Sheng drew his sword, the outcome was inevitable. The onlookers were utterly stunned. Is this Lu Sheng's true power? It looked like he was holding back the whole time. If he wanted to kill, Li and the others wouldn't last a single move, right? And he can control his sword to fly and attack on its own? That's just unfair. Oh no, the 2 swordsmen next to me have lost their minds. Someone please, take them away. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Lu Sheng sheathed the Kanglan sword, which seemed to return to its scabbard on its own. He then grabbed Li and threw him beside the other 4. If you want to live, take your medicine, Lu Sheng commanded coldly. Trembling, Li pulled out a red potion and drank it, the bleeding from his wounds gradually slowing. The others also took their healing potions, barely clinging to life. Standing tall and imposing, Lu Sheng seemed like a deity descended from the heavens. One look from him made Li heart race with fear, causing him to swallow nervously. All this for a woman? You had to ruin my plans and harm my brothers? How do you propose we settle this debt today? Just standing there, Lu Sheng exuded a terrifying aura, as if he could take a life in the next instant. Li gritted his teeth and declared, I can sacrifice everything for love. Let the princess see her knight die for her. Speak plainly. Lu Sheng roared, his Kanglan sword humming and circling around him, itching to slice Li into pieces. Immediately intimidated, Li stammered, what I mean is, can't I just apologize to you all? Apologize? Show some sincerity. Lu Sheng sneered. With what? Li and his companions exchanged bewildered glances. Empty your bags of anything valuable, Lu Sheng ordered. Reluctantly, the group piled up all their loot from the past few days on the ground. To Lu Sheng, it was nothing but junk. He only picked out a few high-grade potions and some gear for Go Sheng, tossing the rest back to them. Of course, he didn't forget to transfer all their points to himself. The 5 of them had accumulated over 6,000 points, bringing Lu Sheng's total to more than 22,000, far ahead of everyone else. Just as Lu Sheng was about to call it a day, he noticed Qiu He on the side. She quickly defended herself. Lu Sheng, listen to me. It was Li who insisted on meddling. I tried to stop him. So you're saying all this was just Li doing? Lu Sheng scoffed. Spare me the act. Hand over your points. But I'm a girl, Qiu He said in disbelief. That's why I'm asking you first. Lu Sheng retorted confidently. Helpless, Qiu He tearfully handed over her soul collector, revealing an astonishing 4,000 points likely given to her by the fawning Li Zai during their leveling sessions. Lu Sheng happily pocketed the points and finally let the group go. The crowd that had gathered to watch started to disperse. Go Sheng, after drinking a potion, staggered over and said with a pained expression, "Lu bro, you're too ruthless. You even took from my goddess?" Lu Sheng rolled his eyes. Not beating her up was already gentlemanly. And you still treat her like a treasure? Go Sheng pondered seriously for a moment before blurting out, "I think my goddess must have her reasons for doing this." Lu Sheng was speechless and decided not to argue further. But Go Sheng, still unwilling to give up, wanted to share his points with Qiu He. This made Lu Sheng deeply regret not leaving him hanging a bit longer to clear his head. With Li Zai's group unlikely to cause trouble anytime soon, Lu Sheng planned to rest at the camp for a day, resupply, and then continue leveling up. Go Sheng decided to return to school to find a new team or, if necessary, head to the Bramble Hills to solo. As they were discussing their plans, a clear female voice suddenly called out from nearby, "Hey, do you two have a fixed team? How about joining ours?" Lu Sheng and Go Sheng turned towards the sound simultaneously, only to see a girl with short hair and bangs smiling brightly at them. She was dressed in lightweight leather armor and had a wooden short bow slung across her back, clearly an archer. The girl had delicate features. While not stunningly beautiful, her bright eyes sparkled as if they held a sky full of stars. Lu Sheng had no recollection of her. Even if they had met before, they certainly weren't acquainted. Having just dominated Li Zihe, it wasn't surprising that someone would want to team up with him. However, Lu Sheng had no intention of joining a team and straightforwardly said, "Sorry, I prefer soloing. I don't plan to team up right now." The girl, unfazed, smiled again. "Don't get me wrong. I'm not here to ride on your coattails because you're strong. If we team up, who's to say who's carrying whom?" She snapped her fingers, and a line of text appeared above her head. Tao Tao, level 18, class, Elf Ranger hidden class. The rest of her stats were hidden, as personal information like that wasn't usually shared openly. But just from her level and class, it was clear she wasn't an ordinary player. "Tao Tao? Are you the hidden class Tao Tao?" Go Sheng exclaimed in surprise. Seeing someone recognize her, Tao Tao's face lit up with pride. "Yes, that's me. Luge, haven't you heard of Tao Tao? She's the one on the school's power ranking list." Go Sheng eagerly explained to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng had indeed heard of the school's power ranking list, compiled by a few gossip enthusiasts who ranked students based on their classes, equipment, and exam scores. It featured top-tier players like Li Zihe and Lu Sheng himself, and while unofficial, it was fairly accurate. Tao Tao is ranked second on the freshman power ranking list. Go Sheng added. Her Elf Ranger class is incredibly strong, and she always scores top marks in exams. She's been on the list since her first year. Lu Sheng's interest was piqued, and he asked, if she's so powerful, why is she only second? It's said the top spot belongs to someone named Yunyu, another hidden class called Void Mage. Their PvP abilities are nearly unbeatable, and Tao Tao has lost to them multiple times, Go Sheng whispered. Tao Tao, clearly annoyed by this, interrupted, "Hey, enough with the irrelevant chatter. Anyway, when it comes to monster hunting, no one can beat me." She looked at Lu Sheng with a confident grin. "So, handsome, willing to team up with me now?" To her surprise, Lu Sheng still shook his head. "Sorry, not interested. No matter how high your damage output is, I don't need it. Splitting experience and points with someone else isn't as efficient as soloing." As he was about to leave, Tao Tao quickly added, "I didn't explain it well. I'm actually looking to team up for a special opportunity dungeon." A special opportunity dungeon? Lu Sheng stopped in his tracks, now genuinely intrigued. These dungeons appeared randomly in the wild and lasted only 3 to 5 days before disappearing forever. The rewards were incredibly rich, offering exclusive gear and skill books tailored to the player's class. For those with hidden professions, this is simply the best way to obtain exclusive resources, while Lu Sheng has the benefit of a mutated task panel to help him, ensuring he isn't short of exclusive equipment and skill books. Who would ever complain about having more advantages? Noticing his attitude shift, Tao Tao smiled and said, "You must have a hidden profession too, right? You wouldn't want to miss out on such an opportunity, would you?" Before Lu Sheng could respond, the task panel suddenly updated again. "Ding, you have a new task to collect. Please check it promptly." The timing couldn't be more perfect. Lu Sheng quietly opened the task panel, revealing 2 options. The first was to sneer at Tao Tao and say something disdainful, which would earn him 5 charisma points. The second was to team up and enter the secret realm of opportunity to learn the Sword Immortal exclusive passive skill, Sword Mark. Although the allure of 5 charisma points was tempting, Lu Sheng felt he was already handsome enough. The exclusive skill for Sword Immortals seemed far more appealing in comparison. He weighed the pros and cons. Entering the secret realm of opportunity was something he was interested in, but his only concern was that teaming up might affect his points acquisition. However, the exclusive passive skill and the rewards from the secret realm were enough to dispel his hesitation. Lu Sheng made a silent decision. The secret realm of opportunity, it is? However, he did not immediately express his decision. Instead, he pretended to be hesitant and asked, teaming up to enter the secret realm of opportunity isn't a bad idea, but we're also leveling up and collecting souls to exchange for points. How will the points be distributed if we team up? Tao Tao waved her hand dismissively. Points? They're probably not that useful. It's likely some weird experiment by the school's alchemists. At most you can exchange them for some money or resources. Compared to the rewards from the secret realm, they're not even close. If you want them, you can have all the points. We've collected quite a few already, so we don't really need the ones from the secret realm. Lu Sheng felt a surge of joy inside but kept his expression calm. All right, it's a deal. He extended his hand. In that case, let's team up. But after we clear the secret realm, we'll go our separate ways. Deal. Tao Tao shook his hand. We don't lack damage output, and teaming up with others can be a waste of time. She then sent Lu Sheng a team invitation. Unexpectedly, Go Sheng, who was nearby, also received an invitation. He asked in surprise, huh? Am going to the secret realm too? But I'm just an ordinary shield warrior. Am nowhere near as strong as brother Lu. Tao Tao nonchalantly replied, it's fine. Since you're friends, you can join us. The secret realm has a minimum requirement of 4 people. As a shield warrior, you just need to hold the front line during the run. Don't worry about the rest. Go Sheng eagerly agreed. He and Lu Sheng joined the team and noticed there was a 4th person, currently resting in the girls' tent. Lu Sheng asked, where's the other person? Taking a break? Tao Tao stretched, her slim waist barely visible under her leather armor. Yes, we're human too. We've been grinding monsters for 2 days, so we need to rest. She used too many skills during the grind and went to rest first. She looked Lu Sheng up and down. You're much better than Li Zihe, and more normal. More importantly, even if you're not that strong, you can at least be eye candy. Seeing Lu Sheng's speechless expression, Tao Tao lowered her voice with a smile. My teammate is a beauty, but she's very cold and uninterested in men. See if you can do something to make her more normal. Lu Sheng was even more speechless and asked, so when do we meet up to head out? 8 hours from now, Tao Tao replied. I'm tired too and need some rest. You should do the same. We'll meet here in 8 hours, then we'll lead the way to the secret realm. After agreeing, they went their separate ways. Lu Sheng and Go Sheng found a sleeping bag and went asleep in the boys' tent. 8 hours later, Lu Sheng woke up Go Sheng, who had been mumbling Qiu He in his sleep. After a quick wash, they headed to the agreed meeting spot. When Lu Sheng and Go Sheng arrived, they found Tao Tao and another tall girl in a purple robe had been waiting for quite some time. The girl in the purple robe had her back to them and was speaking softly with Tao Tao. Lu Sheng could only see her long, cascading hair that reached her waist, a sight that could easily captivate any young, innocent boy. Noticing their arrival, Tao Tao straightened up and said to the girl in front of her, they're here? The girl turned around, and Lu Sheng finally saw her face. She was far more beautiful than Tao Tao, and even more striking than Qiu He's undeniable beauty. However, her stern expression and almost ghostly pale complexion sent a chill down his spine. Lu Sheng stepped forward to greet them. Sorry, it looks like we're late. Tao Tao glanced at her watch and replied amicably, not really, we still have 10 minutes before 8. We just got here early. She then introduced, this is my teammate Yunyu. Go Sheng exclaimed in surprise, it's Yunyu. I can't believe I get to team up with the top-ranked Yunyu to explore the secret realm of opportunities. Lu Sheng was also taken aback. He had assumed that Tao Tao and Yunyu didn't get along, but it turned out they were teammates. This explained why Tao Tao was confident they could handle the secret realm with just 2 decorative teammates. Tao Tao then introduced Lu Sheng and Go Sheng. Throughout the introductions, Yunyu simply nodded without speaking. Seeing Go Sheng's curiosity, Tao Tao explained, my friend here isn't much of a talker. She'll guide you on how to cooperate once we're inside the realm. After a brief introduction, the 4 of them, led by Tao Tao, ventured deeper into the ghostly forest. They walked for 3 hours and only encountered 4 bloodthirsty shadow willows, which Tao Tao swiftly dispatched with 3 arrows. The rarely trodden path might be the reason why the secret realm had remained undiscovered. Finally, they reached an open area. In the center stood a massive willow tree, large enough for 5 people to encircle it. Its drooping branches swayed despite the lack of wind, creating an oppressive atmosphere. This is the place, Tao Tao announced, coming to a stop. Go Sheng looked around in confusion. There's nothing here. Tao Tao explained. If the entrance were easy to find, someone would have discovered it already. Yunyu, reveal the entrance. Yunyu responded softly, stepped forward, and waved her hand. Instantly, the space in front of the massive willow tree distorted, and a fierce wind swept through as if an invisible curtain had been lifted, revealing the entrance to the secret realm. Impressive, right? Yunyu is a void mage. Hiding a secret entrance is a piece of cake for her. The entrance's energy is unstable and will only last for a day, so we need to hurry. Tao Tao said proudly. As they approached the entrance, Lu Sheng reached out and a prompt appeared. Warning. Do you want to enter the secret realm of opportunities Blood Infant Village? Difficulty. Unknown. Level. Unknown. Required team size. 46. Current consent to enter. 04. Seeing the name, Blood Infant Village, and considering the eerie ghostly forest setting, Lu Sheng guessed it wouldn't be a peaceful place. However, as a man, he wasn't about to back down and chose to enter. When the consent count reached 44, the entrance generated a suction force, pulling the four of them inside. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, they found themselves in a new map. They were surrounded by desolate rice fields overgrown with weeds, and a muddy path led to a dilapidated village in the distance. The village, shrouded in darkness, emitted the sound of crying babies, as if right next to them, sending chills down their spines. Aside from that, the world was eerily silent, with an ominous atmosphere enveloping the entire realm. Frowning, Lu Sheng realized that since they had entered the realm, the system's task panel should be accessible. He opened the task panel and found that, in addition to his initial tasks, a new secret realm task had appeared. The difficulty of the Blood Infant Village secret realm left the four adventurers astounded. The abyssal level, the requirement to be at least level 20, and the restriction to 46 players all highlighted the formidable challenge of this realm. 300 years ago, the village of Qiu He was built around an ancient tree that had stood for a millennium. A tree spirit emerged from this tree, taking the form of a young maiden to protect the village. She fell in love with the village blacksmith and became pregnant, then retreated into the tree to rest. At this time, a resentful corpse king discovered Qiu He village, aiming to kill the tree spirit and steal her essence. Blocked by the ancient tree, the corpse king ruthlessly slaughtered dozens of villagers, forcing the blacksmith to bring out the newborn baby from the tree spirit. Under immense pressure from the villagers, the blacksmith complied. The corpse king drained the baby's blood, then broke his promise and barged into the ancient tree. It turned out that the essence on the baby allowed the corpse king to break through the barrier. A day later, the tree spirit emerged from the tree, covered in blood. However, the next moment, she erupted with overwhelming resentment. All the villagers' abdomens swelled, and within days, terrifying infants burst forth. Qiu He village was engulfed in horror, with only the piercing cries of babies echoing. Some witnessed the tree spirit picking up the shriveled corpse of her baby, her child, and disappearing into the resentment. Whether it was the tree spirit, the corpse king, or a combination of both that caused this, no one knew. The condition to complete the secret realm was to find and eliminate the source of resentment in Blood Infant Village. Hearing this chilling tale, the four adventurers fell into silence. Lu Sheng was the first to break the silence. This secret realm seems straightforward. We just need to find the boss. However, the abyssal difficulty is quite unexpected. The others nodded in agreement. Abyssal-level secret realms typically required a full team of 10, with strong, complementary skills among the members. The 46-player limit for Blood Infant Village implied that at least a level 30 team of 6 was needed to stand a chance. Currently, the four of them averaged only level 17-18, a significant disparity in power. Exiting the realm would mean losing the opportunity. Tao Tao suggested taking it slow. With Yu here, I think we can manage. We can work together to take down the smaller enemies and slowly find the boss, then wear it down. Yu nodded silently in agreement. Lu Sheng also concurred. Since we're here, we might as well give it a shot. Go Sheng, however, looked worried. Isn't anyone going to listen to me? Tackling a level 25 abyssal realm with just 4 people is too risky, and this map is terrifying. Tao Tao interrupted firmly. I trust Yu to keep us safe, she added. Why don't we start by sharing our attributes, skills, and class traits to prepare for better coordination? Seeing that everyone was determined to continue, Go Sheng reluctantly followed. Tao Tao took the initiative. I'll go first and share my details. Tao Tao decided to come clean and reveal everything. She picked up her short bow, and instantly, the bow, along with her clothes, leather pants, and boots, glowed with a purple light, showcasing her strength with 4 purple items. Her other gear, such as her gloves and belt, were high-quality blue items, but her rings, necklace, and helmet slots were empty. This setup was quite common at lower levels, as those 3 items were rare and expensive, affordable only to the wealthy who could pursue a full set without regard to cost. After displaying her gear, Tao Tao confidently said, my equipment ensures my attack power and my defense is on par with heavy armor classes of the same level. Even if our formation gets disrupted, I can protect myself, so you don't need to worry. She extended her palm, and a flame appeared, quickly morphing into ice crystals, a whirlwind, lightning, and earth fragments. This is the class trait of an elf ranger, Tao Tao explained. I can control 5 elements, each enhancing my skills differently. I can provide various buffs to teammates based on the element, and my elemental arrows are my main attack. Additionally, I have a 15-meter movement skill, which is enough for self-preservation. Lu Sheng, surprised, asked. So, you have 11 skills? Tao Tao proudly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Yeah, sort of, but I'm primarily focused on attack. My buffs aren't as strong as a dedicated support. Lu Sheng nodded in understanding, and then inquired about Yun Yu's situation. Yun Yu succinctly replied, I can attack, control the battlefield, and protect myself. She showcased her purple staff, robe, and necklace, with the rest of her gear being blue. Seeing Lu Sheng's puzzled expression, Tao Tao added, Yun Yu's class is very versatile, mainly focused on crowd control. Just think of her as an ice mage. You'll understand her full capabilities in battle. When it was Lu Sheng's turn to introduce himself, he admitted that he was a hidden class Sword Immortal, capable of both ranged and melee attacks with his flying sword and handheld sword techniques. He only had gold gear for his clothes and weapon, with the other slots empty. Tao Tao looked enviously at Lu Sheng's gold gear, eager to see its attributes, but he politely declined. Finally, it was Go Sheng's turn. But before he could start, Tao Tao interrupted. Do we really need an introduction for a shield warrior? Just stay up front and tank. With that, she walked ahead, leaving Go Sheng to complain with a tearful face. Just because I'm not a hidden class, does that mean I don't have any rights? You guys are really bullying me. After the introductions, the four of them had a basic understanding of each other's roles. Although Go Sheng could take on the tank role, his defense was clearly lacking. Fortunately, Lu Sheng, Tao Tao, and Yun Yu all had significant offensive capabilities to share the burden. Lu Sheng could step up to the front line when necessary, while Tao Tao could serve as temporary support. After a brief strategy discussion, Go Sheng was pushed to the front as they set off towards Blood Infant Village. Despite his reluctance towards the eerie place, he took out his shield and hammer to lead the way. On the journey, Lu Sheng suddenly remembered he hadn't claimed his quest reward. While following the group, he opened the quest panel and submitted it. Instantly, his character attributes were updated. Name, Lu Sheng. Level, 17. Class, Sword Immortal Unique Hidden Class. Strength, 156 Agility, 220 Spirit, 220 Endurance, 43. Equipment, Golden Feather Gold, Songlon Gold. Skills, Sword Heart LV1 Passive. Sword Mastery LV1 Passive. Sword Sweep LV1 Active. Drunken Immortal Moon Step LV2 Active. Sword Mark LV1 Passive Active. Each attack leaves a sword mark on the enemy, which can stack indefinitely. When the enemy has sword marks, this skill becomes active, causing burst damage. Each mark deals 20 attack power and cannot be mitigated by defensive skills. With 2 pieces of gold equipment, Lu Sheng's attributes were nearing 200. Although his endurance was somewhat lacking, Golden Feather offered substantial defense. Combined with Sword Sweep and Drunken Immortal Moon Step, defense was not his weak point. The new passive skill, Sword Mark, was particularly effective. Each attack added a mark on the enemy, which could be triggered for extra damage. Even though the damage per mark wasn't high, an unsuspecting opponent could suffer significant damage. Before long, the group arrived at the entrance of Blood Infant Village. Under the cover of night, the place was pitch dark. Most of the houses were collapsed, leaving only ruins. The intermittent cries of infants echoed everywhere. Go Sheng grew increasingly nervous, gripping his shield tightly as he asked, Lu Gu, where should we go first? Lu Sheng scanned the map and replied, the map isn't large. The boss should be easy to find. Let's search systematically. Head towards the nearest courtyard. There were crying sounds just now, so there should be monsters. Go Sheng swallowed hard and stammered, okay? He then moved towards a nearby farmhouse. One wall of the courtyard had collapsed, and 3 dilapidated mud houses stood within. The wooden doors were decayed, and the interiors were pitch black. Lu Sheng drew his Songlon sword, ready to use sword mastery to scout the inside. Tao Tao had also notched an arrow, its tip igniting with flames, prepared to shoot a fire arrow that could cause area damage. Just then, a faint crack sound was heard. Everyone's attention was focused on the house, and no one noticed the weak sound. Suddenly, the ground beneath Go Sheng's feet shifted. A bloody little hand reached out, grabbing his pant leg tightly. Soon, a baby with a ghastly blue and white complexion emerged from the ground, emitting a piercing cry laugh and biting fiercely into Go Sheng's calf. Ah! Go Sheng screamed. His white heavy armor couldn't withstand the monster's sharp teeth and was quickly pierced. The fangs, sharp as a serpent's, sank deep into his flesh, nearly reaching the bone. Blood spurted out as a chunk of flesh was torn off. Giggle, giggle. The monster fully emerged, crawling and devouring Go Sheng's flesh, making even more eerie sounds. Lu Sheng stared at the beast. Despite having seen many monsters in the Ghost Shadow Forest, this one still made him feel nauseous. It resembled a baby but had blue and red mottled skin, as if it hadn't fully developed or had been splashed with acid, leaving its skin grotesque and scarred. More disturbingly, its abdomen still had a trailing umbilical cord. Even Yun Yu, who usually showed no emotion, furrowed his brows. Cursed Blood Infant Abyss Level. Level 25. Type Undead. Strength 89 Agility, 96 Spirit, 51 Endurance, 42. Skills. Flesh Devour Passive. Restores 15 of damage, Delta's health. Crawl Active. Crawls forward at 200 speed for 10 seconds. Hold Tight Active. Clings to the enemy, cannot be shaken off for 3 seconds. Seeing the beast's attributes, Lu Sheng was startled. No wonder it was Abyss level. Its stats were comparable to the Black Armor Violent Ape. If it encountered a level 25 Black Iron boss, this Cursed Blood infant could probably take a few chunks out of it. Luckily, its endurance was low, so it shouldn't be too hard to kill. Just as Lu Sheng was about to use his sword to slay the Cursed Blood infant, he heard the twang of a bowstring nearby. Cao Cao had already taken action. Her arrow, imbued with powerful earth elemental energy, flew straight towards the head of the Cursed Blood infant. The moment the arrow hit its target, the earth element exploded with force, causing the Cursed Blood infant to stagger back half a meter. Squinting her eyes, Cao Cao quickly followed up with 2 more arrows in rapid succession. Each arrow carried the power of the earth element, pushing the Cursed Blood infant back to a safe distance. Realizing that the earth element arrows had limited effectiveness, Cao Cao swiftly changed tactics. She harnessed the elemental energy within her, forming a wind element arrow. This arrow shot out with a whistle, traveling at twice the speed of a regular arrow and with significantly increased power. The wind element arrow sliced through the Cursed Blood infant's head like a razor, silencing its piercing screams. The monster collapsed to the ground, quickly dissolving into a pool of foul-smelling blood. From start to finish, Cao Cao needed only 6 arrows to precisely eliminate the Cursed Blood infant. Her combat style was decisive and efficient, first controlling the enemy to protect her teammates, then delivering a powerful blow to end the battle. Proudly, she raised her chin and taunted Lu Sheng. How about that? Pretty strong, right? Lu Sheng simply smiled, offering no comment. At that moment, Go Sheng approached them, trembling. His calf was missing chunks of flesh, and the wound was ghastly. However, he seemed unfazed by the pain and weakly said, "Brother Lu, Sister Tao, could you take care of me before continuing your chat? I feel like I'm missing something." Tao Tao glanced at Go Sheng's wound and raised her hand to release a burst of ice elemental energy. A blue mist appeared and then vanished over Go Sheng's body, activating a healing skill that immediately numbed the pain and covered the wound with a thin layer of frost, stopping the bleeding. "You should have some healing potions, right?" "My healing isn't enough. You'll need to drink some to recover fully," Tao Tao said. "Thanks, Sister Tao," Go Sheng replied, pulling a potion from his backpack and gulping it down. Watching him, Tao Tao couldn't help but tease. "You're not doing a great job as our frontliner. Your reactions are too slow, and your defense is pretty weak. One bite, and your armor's broken. If we face a pack of beasts, you'd be torn apart in an instant." The thought of being mobbed made Go Sheng's face turn pale, and even the potion in his mouth lost its taste. Although he wasn't afraid of pain, he was terrified of ghosts. Seeing the team's only frontliner so timid, Tao Tao sighed helplessly. She raised her hand again, casting an earth element buff on Go Sheng. Instantly, a finger-thick layer of rock coated his entire body like armor. His shield also gained a matching rock layer, making it look even sturdier. "I can give you an extra shield. Try to hold on, and I'll clear the monsters as quickly as possible to ease your burden," Tao Tao said. "Got it. I'll do my best." Go Sheng nodded heavily, finally looking a bit more like a proper frontliner. With the healing potion taking effect, Go Sheng's wound quickly healed. This time, he walked ahead more cautiously. Sure enough, the ground ahead started to churn again, signaling the emergence of another Cursed Blood infant. Go Sheng gritted his teeth and swung his shield down hard, using his shield bash skill to knock the emerging blood infant unconscious. Delighted, Go Sheng was about to call for Tao Tao and the others to attack when the ground ahead churned once more, revealing 2 more Cursed Blood infants. This time, they had disturbed 3 beasts. Tao Tao's expression turned serious as she prepared to draw her bow and use earth element arrows to control the situation for Go Sheng. Just then, a sword trailing water vapor suddenly flew out, moving almost as fast as Tao Tao's wind element arrows. Moreover, this flying sword's power was even greater. The Kanglan sword sliced through the air in a graceful arc, instantly piercing the head of the first Cursed Blood infant, killing it outright. The sword then turned and, like lightning, pierced through the heads of the 2 newly emerged Cursed Blood infants. Thud, thud. All 3 level 25 abyssal beasts were killed instantly. Everyone present was stunned, especially Tao Tao, who stood there in shock, almost dropping her bow as her arrow fell crookedly to the ground. Although she had seen Lu Sheng in action before, Tao Tao now realized that she knew nothing about his true strength. With this swordsmanship alone, Lu Sheng could probably kill Li Zai with just a thought. Tao Tao's pride in her damage output seemed insignificant compared to Lu Sheng. She needed 5 arrows to kill a single level 25 abyssal beast, while Lu Shang had killed 3 with just 1 sword. The disparity was almost disheartening. "Brother Lu, you're amazing," Go Sheng shouted with joy. Lu Shang merely smiled, his gaze falling on Cao Cao. The look in his eyes mirrored the one Cao Cao had when she killed the first cursed blood infant. Feeling a bit defeated, Cao Cao retorted, "Don't get too cocky. This is just the beginning. It's still anyone's game who has the highest damage output." "Indeed, it's just the beginning," Lu Sheng nodded, his expression suddenly serious. "It seems there are quite a few beasts here. Get ready for battle." No sooner had he spoken than the ground ahead began to churn again, with more cursed blood infants emerging. At the same time, roars echoed from the dilapidated houses around them, as new beasts charged towards the group. These new monsters were different from the cursed blood infants, being much larger and appearing as zombies. Their most distinctive feature was a huge, gaping hole in their abdomens, filled with mangled flesh and dark red blood, making them incredibly grotesque. These zombies were likely the former residents of Shuin village. Cursed Rotting Corpse, Abyss level, level 25 attributes. Undead power, 95 agility, 75 spirit, 53 endurance, 61. Skill Frenzied Assault passive. Movement speed increases by 30 when enemies are nearby. Entrail Bind active. Throws its own entrails to bind and pull enemies closer. Compared to the Cursed Blood Infants, these Cursed Rotting Corpses are slightly less agile but have higher endurance. Their entrail bind skill is as terrifying as its name suggests, using their own guts as hunting tools. There are 8 Cursed Rotting Corpses on the battlefield, along with the 4 Cursed Blood Infants that appeared earlier, bringing the total to 12 beasts. This number is enough to tear Go Shang to pieces in an instant. Just as Lu Shang was about to retract his Kanglan sword and prepare to clear the field with his sword sweep, a series of shattering sounds echoed through the air. The space before the 2 groups of charging Cursed Rotting Corpses suddenly twisted and distorted. The ground fractured like a mirror, and the cracks quickly spread, forming 2 spatial rifts. Countless purple-black tentacles surged out of the rifts, each as thick as an arm. They wrapped around the cursed rotting corpses like seaweed, their toothed ends greedily gnawing at the corpses' bodies. Although the tentacles were not strong enough to cause fatal damage, their controllability was excellent, effectively immobilizing the 2 groups of corpses. Lu Shang turned to look at the usually silent Yunyu, and sure enough, she was waving her staff, its tip glowing with a ghostly purple light. This bizarre yet powerful control skill was clearly her doing. At the same time, Cao Cao quickly switched her elemental control to ice, shooting an ice arrow. Though the arrow didn't directly hit any of the beasts, it radiated ice crystals upon landing, enveloping the monster horde and significantly slowing their movement. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Shang directed his Kanglan sword to fly out, instantly killing 2 cursed rotting corpses. Not wanting to be outdone, Cao Cao swiftly switched to wind element and began precise strikes on the incoming beasts. However, her output still paled in comparison to Lu Shangxi, could kill a monster with a single strike, whereas Cao Cao needed 3 wind arrows to take one down. Despite their impressive damage output, the sheer number of beasts and their proximity were overwhelming. Even after slaughtering half of them instantly, the remaining monsters quickly closed in on the 4. The Cursed Blood Infants, in particular, activated a crawling skill that boosted their speed by 200, shrieking as they rapidly approached. The pressure suddenly fell on Go Shang. Fighting off his fear, he cursed to embolden himself and swung his shield, stunning the first Cursed Blood Infant on the spot. But before he could catch his breath, the second one, having activated its crawling skill, was already closing in fast. With his shield bash on cooldown, Go Shang had to resort to his hammer strike skill. Unfortunately, as a shield warrior, his attack power was not his strong suit. Even though the hammer strike dealt 150 damage, it only produced a dull thud when it hit the Cursed Blood Infant's head. The infant remained unscathed, while Go Shang's low-quality blue hammer nearly flew out of his hand. The Cursed Blood Infant, unfazed by the hit, quickly crawled to Go Shang's leg and latched on, using its cling skill. The sight of the blood-soaked infant clinging to his leg would make anyone's legs go weak. A chill shot from his feet to his head, and Go Shang let out a scream, almost dropping his shield and breaking into a frantic dance. The Cursed Blood Infant showed no mercy, opening its maw to bite Go Shang's leg. Although his leg guards were reinforced by Cao Cao's skill and covered with a layer of rock, the protection was too fragile. The infant bit through it, piercing the leg guard and drawing blood. Thankfully, the injury was not severe, and he didn't lose a chunk of flesh. However, the cling skill imposed a 3-second force control, during which Go Shang couldn't break free. After its first bite, the infant prepared for another, aiming at a spot that made Go Shang's eyes redden with rage. He desperately shouted, "Don't bite there, you little..." Just as the situation seemed dire, a sword wreathed in mist sliced through the air, piercing the Cursed Blood Infant's head with precision. Instantly killed, the infant released its grip, sliding down Go Sheng's leg and dissolving into a pool of blood. Go Sheng, feeling as if he'd been granted a reprieve, looked at Lu Sheng with tearful gratitude. Brother Lu, if my family ever has descendants, you'll have the top honor. Lu Sheng, exasperated, replied, your future kids have nothing to do with me. Don't overthink it. Tao Tao, still engaged in the battle, couldn't resist adding, you romantic fool, focus on winning over your goddess first. Watch out for the beasts on both sides. Yuan Yu's control skill is about to end. As she finished speaking, her final arrow pierced through the last cursed blood infant's forehead, killing it. True to Tao Tao's words, just as the wave of beasts was wiped out, the control effect of Yuan Yu's skill began to fade. The spatial rifts gradually closed, and the purple-black tentacles retracted, freeing the remaining cursed rotting corpses. Without a moment to regroup, the four resumed their fierce battle with the remaining 6 cursed rotting corpses. Acting in unison, Lu Sheng charged at the corpses on the left with his sword, while Tao Tao and Yuan Yu focused on the 3 on the right. Yuan Yu once again wielded her staff, creating another spatial rift above her. The rift revealed a purple-black void, accompanied by a rustling sound like a swarm of insects. Suddenly, bursts of light flared, and energy bolts shot out from the rift, striking the cursed rotting corpses with significant damage. Meanwhile, Tao Tao assumed the role of crowd control, using ice and earth arrows to slow and push back the 3 corpses, creating opportunities for Yuan Yu to deal damage. Their seamless teamwork indicated that they were well-practiced partners in monster hunting and leveling up. However, Yuan Yu's abilities aren't particularly strong in terms of damage output. Although her energy blasts appear formidable, they lack the killing power of Tao Tao's wind element arrows. Wave after wave of energy blasts bombarded the cursed zombies, but they failed to annihilate them completely. Suddenly, one zombie broke through the attack line and lunged at the group. It grabbed its exposed intestines with both hands and flung them like a fisherman casting a net. Just as Go Sheng was relieved that his vital parts were spared, a blood-soaked intestine descended from above, wrapping tightly around his thick neck. With a choking sound, Go Sheng's throat was constricted, and his weapon fell to the ground. He clawed desperately at the slimy intestine around his neck, trying to catch his breath. Unfortunately, as a level 14 shield warrior, he was powerless against the control skills of a level 25 abyssal beast. The intestine was not only slippery but also elastic, making his hands greasy with each touch and impossible to tear off. The zombie controlling Go Sheng began to tighten its grip, rapidly closing the distance between them. Tao Tao, quick to react, aimed and fired an earth element arrow at the zombie's forearm. The arrow hit its mark, causing the zombie to stagger, but it quickly resumed its pulling. Without a word, Yuan Yu swung her staff in a graceful arc. In an instant, a spatial rift opened beneath Go Sheng's feet, and countless tendrils emerged, wrapping around him to stabilize his position and prevent the zombie from dragging him further. If not for the choking, Go Sheng would have almost cried. With bloody intestines around his neck and writhing tendrils beneath him, the scene was utterly nightmarish. As the stalemate continued, Lu Sheng had already cleared the surrounding beasts. He flew in on his sword, and with a swift slash, severed the intestine strangling Go Sheng. Finally able to breathe, Go Sheng gulped down fresh air. Lu Sheng, Tao Tao, and Yuan Yu concentrated their attacks on the remaining cursed zombies. In less than 10 seconds, the 3 abyssal monsters fell. Lu Sheng carefully removed the remnants of the intestine from Go Sheng's neck, and Yuan Yu retracted the tendrils from the void. With the battle over, an eerie silence settled over the courtyard. Go Sheng collapsed to the ground, vowing never to eat blood sausage or grilled squid again as he gulped down healing potions. As the only frontliner in the team, he had indeed borne the brunt of the damage. The other teammates handed him their healing potions, and he expressed his gratitude repeatedly, unaware that this meant he would face even more damage. After ensuring their safety, Lu Sheng took out a soul collector and harvested the souls of all the beasts. To his delight, each level 25 abyssal monster provided 100 points, 4 times the amount of an ordinary beast of the same level. It seemed that this secret realm not only had stronger monsters, but also allowed for faster point accumulation. After collecting the points, Lu Sheng led the team to search 3 dilapidated houses. Besides some foul-smelling junk, they found 2 chests containing materials, potions, and 3 pieces of equipment. Though not exceptionally valuable, the items were divided among the 4. One blue quality level 15 shield with decent attributes naturally won a Go Sheng. He only needed to level up once more to use it, allowing him to take more hits up front. Having cleared the area, the 4 maintained their formation and continued to search the map for the boss and the source of the resentment mentioned in their quest. Half a day passed quickly as they engaged in one fierce battle after another, thoroughly exploring every corner of Blood Baby Village. They encountered 3 types of beasts. The weakest yet most elusive were the cursed blood babies. They could emerge from the ground at any moment and latch onto a person's leg with a bite. Naturally, Go Sheng, always at the front, became their frequent target. The second type was the cursed zombies, which only appeared in village huts. They always moved in groups, sometimes as many as 14 or 15 at once. However, rooms with zombies often hid treasure chests containing small rewards and occasional surprises. For instance, they once found a level 20 purple quality gauntlet with excellent attributes, which Tao Tao claimed. The last and rarest type was the sever-neck zombies, level 25 abyssal bosses. Their heads hung to one side, clearly having been bitten off in life. Even with Lu Shang's high attack power, it took over 10 strikes to kill one. Thankfully, they were rare, and the group only encountered 3 in half a day. By this time, they had reached the center of Blood Baby Village. With their healing potions running low, Lu Shang decided they needed to find the boss quickly. As he pondered their next move, a peculiar sound reached their ears. Ding, ding, ding. The clear, slow sound echoed in the air, as if someone was rhythmically striking metal. Tao Tao's ears twitched as she frowned and asked, "Did you hear that? It sounds like something unusual." Sheng immediately stopped, turning nervously. "What did you hear?" Lu Sheng thought for a moment and said, "It sounds like someone forging metal? Whatever it is, let's find the source of the sound. It's better than wandering aimlessly in this creepy place." The group nodded in agreement and cautiously moved toward the direction of the sound. Before long, the group arrived at an enormous courtyard. The clanging of metal could be heard from within. Strangely, the beast this time wasn't lurking in the shadows as usual. It sat in the courtyard, its side facing the group, intently hammering away at a rusty axe or grinding it on a massive whetstone, seemingly trying to sharpen the blade. At first glance, the beast looked almost human, except for a small patch of dry, blackened skin peeking out from under its collar, covered in corpse spots and festering sores, revealing its true nature as an undead creature. It paid no attention to Lu Shang and his companions at the courtyard entrance, continuing its repetitive actions. The scene was even eerier than the blood infant they had encountered earlier. Sheng breathed a sigh of relief and, surprisingly bold, crept closer to examine the beast. Suddenly, he stepped back, his expression serious as he whispered, "It looks just like my uncle." This out-of-place comment left everyone speechless. Lu Sheng rubbed his temples in exasperation and pushed Sheng aside. From a distance, Lu Sheng could see the beast's status panel clearly. Blacksmith Zombie Abyss Boss. Level 25. Attributes: Undead Strength 256, Agility 162, Spirit 130, Endurance 221. Skills: Undying Resilience Passive, possesses strong regenerative abilities, speeding up wound healing. Resentment Burst Passive, releases built-up resentment upon death, causing unpredictable consequences. Withered Vines Active, uses the vines within its body to bind enemies for 8 seconds. Iron Hammer Technique Active, swings its hammer and axe, dealing 200 damage per second to surrounding enemies for 5 seconds. Immune to all control effects while using this skill. Lu Sheng realized this wasn't an ordinary beast. It was the Abyss-level dungeon boss, likely the villager mentioned in the dungeon's lore who fathered a child with the tree spirit. As he pondered whether this boss was the source of the village's resentment, his task panel suddenly updated. The system offered him 2 new tasks to choose from. 1. Turn around and leave, abandoning the dungeon. Reward: 1 weapon loot box. 2. Defeat the Abyss BOSS Blacksmith Zombie. Reward: 1 skill loot box. Lu Sheng chose the second task without much hesitation. Though the weapon loot box was tempting, he already had the Panlong Sword and needed new skills more. Plus, he wanted to complete this opportunity dungeon for more rewards. Having selected the task, Lu Sheng began formulating a strategy. He decided to take on the roles of damage dealer and primary tank, with Tao Tao and Yuan Yu handling crowd control and Sheng as backup. Tao Tao expressed doubts, thinking Lu Sheng's gear wasn't enough to withstand the boss's attacks. Surprisingly, Sheng volunteered to tank, but Lu Sheng politely declined. He explained that he had a special skill that increased his dodge rate to 99, making him capable of handling the boss's attacks. Hearing this, Tao Tao suddenly remembered Lu Sheng's incredible dodging ability during his fight with Li Zihe. She exclaimed, "No wonder you dodged so many arrows. It's because of that skill. That's insane." Lu Sheng merely smiled, acknowledging that he was indeed a bit insane. With everyone prepared, they braced themselves to face the formidable boss and began the challenging battle. Lu Sheng lightly tapped Sheng's shield and said in a relaxed tone, "You'll take the second tank position and cover for me. If the boss breaks loose and goes for Yunyu and Tao Tao, use your shield bash to stop it. Just hold it for a second, and he'll take over. You can then retreat to a safe spot to recover." "Got it." Sheng nodded firmly, his eyes determined. "Got it, brother Lu. Be careful. Don't worry, it'll be fine," Lu Sheng said confidently. Besides his drunken immortal moon step, he also had the Sword of Calm Seas as a backup. The blacksmith zombie couldn't touch him. As the 4 of them discussed their strategy, The sound of metal clanging abruptly stopped. The blacksmith zombie halted its sharpening of the machete and turned its stiff head. Its numb face finally came into view, and Lu Sheng couldn't help but think. No wonder the tree spirit liked it, it's not bad looking. Suddenly, a sound like a broken bellows came from the zombie's throat. Where is my child? The village is full of children, but my child. My child. Where's my child? It stood up, staring at the machete in its hand, mumbling, child, could it be in my stomach? In the next moment, the zombie raised the machete and slashed its own abdomen fiercely. Oh my god! Go Sheng screamed in terror as black, viscous blood splattered at his feet. The blacksmith zombie frantically stirred its abdomen with the machete, then reached in with its hand, continuing to mutter, the child is not in my stomach. Where else could the child be? The wound healed at a visible rate, clearly a result of its unyielding undead skill. Lu Sheng noticed that although the wound healed, faint scars covered its entire abdomen, indicating this wasn't the first time it had mutilated itself. Lu Sheng recalled the dungeon's lore. This blacksmith had handed the tree spirit's child over to the corpse king, making him the tree spirit's most hated person. The tree spirit's resentment forced him to endure the agony of disembowelment, even as an undead creature. Before Lu Sheng could fully grasp the dungeon's eerie atmosphere, the blacksmith zombie suddenly strode towards them, roaring, the child is not in my stomach, then it must be in yours. Let's see if my child is in your stomachs. Before it finished speaking, the zombie charged at them like a rabid dog, wielding a machete and a hammer. Cao Cao immediately drew her bow and fired an earth element arrow, shouting angrily, you scumbag, stay away. Who has your child in their stomach? Stop being disgusting. With a thud, the arrow struck the zombie's chest accurately. However, this abyss boss had high resistance to skills, only staggering back a tiny step. Cao Cao frowned and switched to ice element arrows, but the effect was still minimal, slowing the zombie by only about 15. Seeing this, Lu Sheng stepped forward and thrust his sword at the zombie. Although the Panlong Sword could leave wounds on the zombie, a fatal strike was clearly impossible. Lu Sheng's attack caught the zombie's attention, making him its primary target. The zombie ignored Cao Cao's continuous attacks and instead swung its weapons at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng deliberately led the zombie to the center of the courtyard, away from the back line, while continuously attacking with his sword and moving nimbly to maintain distance. Cao Cao switched to wind element arrows, granting Lu Sheng a speed buff, making his movements even lighter and easily outpacing the zombie. Unfortunately, the courtyard was limited in size, and soon Lu Sheng was cornered. Just as he was about to use his drunken immortal moon step to escape, Yunyu intervened with a void rift to immobilize the zombie momentarily. Although the zombie quickly broke free, Lu Sheng had already used the opportunity to escape, continuing his ranged attacks and kiting strategy. With his teammates' support, Lu Sheng kept a safe distance from the zombie. Even in moments of danger, he could rely on his drunken immortal moon step's 99 dodge chance to avoid harm. In just 20 minutes, Lu Sheng had slashed the zombie over 200 times. However, the zombie's regenerative ability was astonishing. Each wound healed quickly. Its unyielding undead passive skill required them to concentrate their firepower to have any chance of killing it. Unfortunately, only Lu Sheng had the space to deal damage, while Cao Cao and Yunyu were busy controlling the situation, leaving no time to attack. Go Sheng was fully occupied protecting the backline, unable to assist. Cao Cao noticed the problem and shouted, Lu Sheng, we can't keep fighting like this. This boss regenerates too fast, and without a priest to apply a debuff to slow its healing, it's too hard to kill it. The usually silent Yunyu suddenly spoke up, her voice tinged with worry. Should we retreat for now? Lu Sheng's hands didn't stop moving, his eyes still locked on the blacksmith zombie. No need to retreat. Just give me a bit more time. I think I can take it down in one hit. His tone was filled with confidence. The others exchanged glances, their eyes full of disbelief. A job changer under level 20 claiming he could kill a boss with 60 HP left in one strike? It sounded like a fairy tale. They couldn't help but wonder. If he had such an ability, why hadn't he used it earlier? What they didn't know was Lu Sheng's real ace. Unseen by them, the blacksmith zombie had accumulated over 200 layers of sword marks. Triggering these marks would be equivalent to delivering the damage of more than 40 attacks instantly. Lu Sheng had been stalling to ensure enough layers were built up, avoiding the boss's recovery when it was low on health. Just as Lu Sheng was about to trigger the sword marks, the blacksmith zombie seemed to sense the danger. Its belly suddenly burst open, and a snake-like object shot out, wrapping around Lu Sheng. Reacting quickly, Lu Sheng tried to dodge using his drunken immortal moon step. However, the object couldn't be evaded. In less than a second, he was entangled by a blood-soaked vine. He realized this was the blacksmith zombie's forced control skill withered tree vine, which was impossible to dodge. Worse still, this skill not only restricted his movement, but also disabled his abilities for a full 8 seconds. Lu Sheng's heart sank as the blacksmith zombie raised its hammer, charging at him. In the nick of time, Tao Tao's Earth attribute buff skill formed a layer of rock shield around Lu Sheng. Despite this, the zombie's heavy blow sent Lu Sheng flying, a muffled groan escaping his lips. The impact site throbbed with intense pain, as if his bones had shattered. This was the most severe injury Lu Sheng had suffered since becoming a Sword Immortal. He realized his profession had a significant flaw: lack of immunity to control effects. Although he had drunken Immortal Moon Step and Sword Dance, once controlled, even a Sword Immortal couldn't avoid being beaten. But now wasn't the time for such thoughts. As Lu Sheng was sent flying, he saw the blacksmith zombie turning its attention to Tao Tao and Yunyu, who had just helped him. He immediately shouted, "Go Sheng, step in." Without a word, Go Sheng sprang into action. Shield in hand, he charged at the blacksmith zombie, demonstrating the responsibility of a competent off-tank. His shield bash landed on the boss, but barely caused any stun effect. The zombie quickly recovered, its cleaver slashing down, sending sparks flying and nearly splitting Go Sheng's shield in two. Unable to withstand the massive impact, Go Sheng was knocked several meters back, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting blood. With the off-tank down, Yunyu and Tao Tao were directly exposed to the boss, the situation becoming dire. Lu Sheng, still bound by the control effect, couldn't trigger the sword marks, making him anxious. Facing imminent danger, Yunyu and Tao Tao each used their life-saving skills. Yunyu swung her staff, instantly opening a void rift beneath her. Countless tendrils emerged, pulling her into the void. In the next moment, a rift opened 20 meters away, and Yunyu was pushed back into the real world by the tendrils. This skill was similar to a mage's blink, but appeared more eerie. Tao Tao took a more proactive approach. With a light step, she dashed towards the blacksmith zombie. Her agile form leaped high, stomping on the zombie's shoulder. This move not only pushed the boss back, but also allowed Tao Tao to spring back, creating a graceful arc in the air and landing far away, increasing the distance from the boss. Both successfully evaded the immediate threat, no longer the boss's direct targets. However, the blacksmith zombie seemed to realize that the most dangerous among them was the still-bound Lu Sheng. It turned and charged towards him. Seeing this, Tao Tao quickly shot ice and earth arrows, trying to restrain the zombie and buy Lu Sheng some time. Yunyu also used her void rift again to try to stop the boss. However, the blacksmith zombie appeared to be in a frenzy, ignoring all obstacles. It swung its hammer and cleaver wildly, charging at Lu Sheng. The arrows and tendrils blocking its path were either deflected or cut down, rendering them useless. Lu Sheng recognized this as the blacksmith zombie's other skill-forged hammer technique. This skill not only dealt area damage, but also made the user immune to control effects. Tao Tao and Yunyu's skills were completely ineffective. At this moment, Lu Sheng regretted not triggering the sword marks earlier. Now immobilized and unable to use skills, he could only brace himself for the incoming damage. If he could survive this, he might be able to counterattack with the sword marks. But if he couldn't, their efforts would all be in vain. Just as Lu Sheng was bracing himself to withstand the blacksmith zombie's attack, a tall figure suddenly rushed in front of him like a whirlwind. Go Sheng raised his shield, planting himself firmly between Lu Sheng and the oncoming threat. Lu Sheng stared in shock, instinctively shouting, "Can you hold it off? Get out of the way." But Go Sheng didn't seem to hear him. He gripped the shield tightly, standing as if rooted to the ground. The blacksmith zombie attacked like a relentless machine, its cleaver and hammer raining down blows. Each strike left cracks on Go Sheng's purple shield, sparks flying. Go Sheng gritted his teeth and let out a low growl, "Damn you." His arms trembled under the immense force, but his body remained immovable. The ground beneath him was gouged into deep ruts, showing the sheer power he was enduring. 3 seconds passed, and Go Sheng still stood his ground. Though brief, it was enough time for the blacksmith zombie to theoretically kill him 5 times over. On the 4th second, Go Sheng's purple shield finally gave way, shattering under a heavy blow. Go Sheng coughed up blood, his hands bleeding from the immense strain. He staggered back, looking at Lu Sheng in terror, unsure of what to do next. At that critical moment, a hand landed on Go Sheng's shoulder from behind. He turned to see Lu Sheng, who had finally broken free from the control effect. "Good job, Go Sheng." Lu Sheng praised. "Leave the rest to me." With that, he pulled Go Sheng behind him and summoned his Panlong Sword. Pointing the blade at the blacksmith zombie, Lu Sheng shouted, "Sword mark, explode." Instantly, hundreds of sword beams burst forth, converging into a massive phantom of the Panlong Sword. The entire village seemed to be illuminated by the heavenly light as the phantom and the real sword merged, striking the blacksmith zombie with immense force. With a thunderous crash, the blacksmith zombie's attack halted abruptly. Its cleaver was only a fist's distance from Lu Sheng's nose. But Lu Sheng hadn't even used his drunken immortal moon step, knowing that this strike would be enough to finish the boss. The phantom of the Panlong Sword slowly dissipated, and the blacksmith zombie fell backward, its life force completely drained. In an instant, all four of them glowed with golden light, leveling up. Sheng even leveled up twice, reaching level 17. The status restoration from leveling up quickly healed Sheng's injuries. Ignoring the pain, he looked at Lu Sheng with admiration. Wow, brother Lu, did you really just one-shot the boss? What was that giant sword skill? Not only was the damage insanely high, but it also looked so cool. Lu Sheng glared at him. What giant sword? If I knew you could talk like this, I wouldn't have pulled you back. I should have let you hug the blacksmith zombie and then stab you both, letting you be together forever. Sheng's face changed, and he quickly shook his head. Be together with that thing? No thanks. Clearly, the blacksmith zombie's ferocious attack had left a significant psychological scar. At this moment, Tao Tao and Yu also walked over. Tao Tao couldn't hide her excitement. Well done, Sheng. I didn't expect you to step up like that in a critical moment. Without you, our team might have been wiped out here. Even the usually cold Yu offered praise. You did well. Sheng immediately burst into laughter. I just figured I couldn't keep being a dead weight in the team. Since I'm the secondary tank, I had to step up in critical moments to protect brother Lu, right? He glanced at the shattered shield on the ground, his smile freezing. Too bad about my first purple gear. It didn't even get warm in my hands before it broke. Lu Sheng, seeing this, patted Sheng's shoulder with a smile. Don't worry, I'll get you an even better piece of equipment. Really? Sheng's eyes lit up. Are you going to get me a gold quality shield? I'll get you nothing. Lu Sheng rolled his eyes dramatically. Just then, Tao Tao tugged at Lu Sheng's sleeve with a peculiar look. Actually, you might be able to get him a hammer. Look at the boss's body. Did it drop a hammer? Lu Sheng remembered that this wasn't a man-made dungeon, and bosses did drop loot upon death. He looked at the blacksmith zombie's corpse and saw two clusters of light emerging, the rewards for defeating the boss. One of the clusters vaguely contained the shape of a short hammer. It looks like it really is a hammer, Lu Sheng said in surprise. Sheng was so excited he almost bit his tongue, craning his neck to see where the boss had fallen. As the only one in the team who could wield a short hammer, he was eagerly anticipating the loot that would appear. By tradition, the task of looting the corpse usually fell to the team leader. At this moment, Yu, Tao Tao, and Sheng stood still, clearly indicating they all considered Lu Sheng to be the undisputed leader of the group. Lu Sheng didn't hesitate. He strode forward and reached out his hand, catching a glowing orb that flew into his palm. With a gentle swipe, the glow faded, revealing a seemingly ordinary, rusted iron hammer. This hammer was identical to the one the zombie blacksmith had wielded, except its handle glowed with a purple light, indicating it was a purple tire weapon. Lu Sheng openly displayed the hammer's attributes for everyone to see. Resentment Iron Hammer Purple. Required level, 20. Required class, Hammer Proficiency class. Attributes. Attack power, 120. Strength, 21. Stamina, 34. Additional effects. 25 chance per attack to induce resentment, causing a brief stun. Cast Iron Hammer technique active. Swing the iron hammer and a machete, dealing 200 damage per second to surrounding enemies for 5 seconds. Immune to all control effects while using this skill. Upon seeing the weapon's attributes, Sheng nearly fainted from excitement. This was a top-tier purple weapon. Although the attack power boost wasn't high, shield warriors didn't need much offensive power. The dual boost to strength and stamina already made it a valuable piece of gear. The added effects a chance to stun, and the active skill made it even more impressive. This weapon could elevate Sheng from a mediocre fighter to a top-tier one. If he reached level 20 before the college entrance exams, this weapon would surely help him get into a prestigious university. Lu Sheng smiled and asked Yu and Tao Tao, any objections to who gets this weapon? Yu remained silent, but Tao Tao spoke up for both of them. No objections from us. Sheng protected you, our core member, so he deserves it. Besides, he's the only one who can use it. Lu Sheng nodded and handed the resentment iron hammer to Sheng. Sheng caressed the hammer excitedly, holding it to his chest. Thanks, Tao Tao, Yu, and Lu Sheng. I promise I'll be the most reliable frontline defense and never let you down. Impatiently, Lu Sheng kicked him, signaling he didn't want to hear his speech. Then he turned to retrieve the second piece of loot. As the glow faded, everyone saw it was another purple tire item. Flame Quiver Purple. Required level, 20. Required class, Bow Proficiency class. Attributes. Attack power, 80. Agility, 36. Spirit, 31. Additional effects. Each attack inflicts a burn effect, dealing an extra 10 damage over 5 seconds. Increases damage of single target fire skills by 20. Increases the range of area effect fire skills by 50. Another top-tier purple item. Quivers were rare drops, only slightly more common than jewelry. Many archers might have a purple bow, but only a basic white quiver. This flame quiver not only had high attributes, but also perfectly suited Tao Tao's class. With it, her fire-based attacks and skills would be significantly enhanced. The ownership of this item was also uncontested. Cao Cao accepted the quiver and stowed it in her inventory, somewhat disappointed. It seems this secret realm tailored its drops for us. Too bad the boss was stingy, only dropping 2 items. Go Sheng and I are satisfied, but you and Yun, you got nothing. Especially you, Lu Sheng. You did the most damage and helped the most during the fight. Yet, Go Sheng and I got all the benefits. Lu Sheng smiled, unconcerned. It's no big deal. You and Go Sheng were lucky to get purple items. Maybe my luck will turn, and I'll get a gold item later. Cao Cao gave him a sidelong glance. Wow, already jinxing yourself for gold? Your words seem to have power. Go Sheng did get a hammer after you mentioned it. Maybe you'll really get a gold item. Tell you what, if you jinx me into getting a gold item, I'll give you 200 bucks as a thank you. Lu Sheng laughed. Getting a gold item is like trading your life for it. If I could jinx it, I'd do it for myself, not for 200 bucks. Cheapskate. Cao Cao turned away. I was feeling bad for you not getting anything. What she didn't know was that while the zombie blacksmith hadn't dropped anything Lu Sheng could use, his gains were no less significant. He had quietly completed a quest on his task panel, earning a skill box in his inventory. Using the excuse of checking the blacksmith's house for treasure, Lu Sheng slipped into a dark room and took out the skill box. With practiced ease, he opened it, revealing a skill book. His breath quickened as he read its description. This skill was truly extraordinary. Qinglian's Sword Song Skill Book Special Item. Required Class, Sword Immortal. Required Level, 15. Description. Grants the skill Qinglian Sword Song upon use. Qinglian Sword Song. Instantly removes all control effects, transforming into sword energy that slashes through all enemies in a designated area 10 times. Each strike dealing 120 damage and applying attack effects. During the slashes, you are invincible and immune to all attacks, control, and skill effects. This was exactly what he needed. Although Lu Sheng had defeated the zombie blacksmith, being controlled and unable to fight back had been a wake-up call about the importance of crowd control removal skills. Now, he had one. With this skill, Lu Sheng could have dominated the zombie blacksmith effortlessly. Apart from its crowd control effects, the damage from the Azure Lotus Sword Song is equally impressive. It strikes 10 times, dealing 120 damage with each hit, adding up to a total of 1200. More importantly, these 10 strikes can trigger the Sword Scar effect. Once 10 layers of Sword Scar are detonated, it deals an additional 200 damage. Lu Sheng was secretly delighted. Once this skill is used, it can instantly inflict a total of 1400 damage, far surpassing any single skill from other classes. As the skill book transformed into a beam of light and merged with his body, the powerful skill appeared on Lu Sheng's skill panel. He quickly searched the room to ensure he hadn't missed any treasure chests, then prepared to regroup with Go Sheng and the others. Although the blacksmith zombie was a boss, it was clearly not the final boss of the secret realm. Killing it did not prompt a mission completion notice, nor did a teleportation array appear to leave the secret realm. Lu Sheng speculated that the source of resentment mentioned in the mission was someone else. After all, it didn't make sense for a 46-player Abyss-level secret realm to have a final boss that only dropped 2 pieces of equipment. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from outside. Lu Sheng's heart skipped a beat, and he rushed out of the house. The scene before him was shocking. The scream was not from Go Sheng and the others, but from the blacksmith zombie they had just killed. The blacksmith zombie was kneeling on the ground, its upper body twisted like a pretzel, hands clutching its head in a grotesque manner that made one feel nauseous. Black smoke was spewing from its 7 orifices, abdominal cavity, and all its wounds, making its entire body whistle like a constantly blowing whistle, emitting an ear-piercing scream. The black smoke swirled upwards, gradually spreading across the entire blood infant village. Lu Sheng worried the smoke might be toxic or cursed, but upon contact, he found nothing unusual. He also noticed that the blacksmith zombie had lost its attribute panel, indicating it was no longer a fierce beast. Lu Sheng quickly joined Go Sheng and the others, who were covering their ears with pained expressions. Cao Cao shouted into Lu Sheng's ear. No idea. It suddenly sat up and became a whistle. Our skills are all blocked by the black smoke. We can't stop it at all. Go Sheng shouted in agony. My eardrums are about to burst. Lu Sheng forced a bitter smile. He too couldn't harm the blacksmith zombie in this state. Yun Yu suddenly remembered something and said with difficulty, resentment eruption. Lu Sheng suddenly understood. Among the 4 skills of the blacksmith zombie, there was indeed one called resentment eruption, which only triggered upon death. The skill description read, upon death, it erupts with internal resentment, leading to unpredictable consequences. Lu Sheng kept a close eye on the blacksmith zombie, fearing it might suddenly turn into a flesh bomb. However, after 3 or 4 minutes of continuous screeching, it finally stopped. The blacksmith zombie collapsed with a thud. Its body deflated like a punctured balloon but still twitching weakly. Just as Lu Shang was about to finish it off with his Kanglan sword, the cries of infants and the roars of decayed corpses echoed around the courtyard. Sheng peeked out and was nearly scared to tears. Brother Lu, there are so many fierce beasts around us. Outside the courtyard, hundreds of fierce beasts had gathered, including cursed blood infants, cursed decayed corpses, and even 5 or 6 abyssal bosses known as decapitated corpses. They began to attack the surrounding barriers, and once they broke through, Lu Shang and his 3 companions would be besieged on all sides. Despair washed over Yunyu, Tao Tao, and Sheng. Tao Tao gritted her teeth and said, "The blacksmith zombie's resentment eruption has attracted all the fierce beasts. We need to find a way to protect ourselves and break out of here." Yunyu nodded in agreement, and Sheng was already ready to run. However, after a moment of silence, Lu Sheng suddenly smiled and said, "No need to run. How about I show you something cool in a moment? What looks handsome?" Sheng's voice trembled, his eyes filled with terror. "Lu Gu, this is no time for jokes." Lu Sheng, unfazed and calm, said, "I'm not joking." With a wave of his hand, the Kanglan sword appeared out of thin air. His composure did nothing to reassure the others. Instead, it made them even more anxious. The courtyard wall was on the verge of collapse, and the stench of the ferocious beasts was already in the air. Everyone knew that once the earthen wall fell, they would be torn to pieces in less than 5 seconds. They couldn't believe that Lu Shang could kill hundreds of beasts and protect everyone in such a short time. What they didn't know was that Lu Shang could indeed do it. With a thunderous crash, the courtyard wall crumbled. Amidst the flying dust and debris, cursed blood infants and cursed rotten corpses surged in from all directions. Faces turned ashen as they realized they were surrounded. The beasts attacked more ferociously than expected. The cursed blood infants collectively activated their crawling skills, dramatically increasing their speed. Following them, the cursed rotten corpses threw their intestines, aiming to entangle Lu Shang and the others. Lu Shang's face remained stoic as he raised the Kanglan sword and stepped forward, then swung it with a flourish. Sword sweep. In an instant, a crescentman-like sword light erupted around him. The flying intestines were shredded, fluid splattering everywhere. The sword light didn't dissipate, but instead transformed into sword energy that radiated outward. The sweeping sword effect activated, and the sword energy swept through the area. The entangling intestines of the cursed rotten corpses were shredded, and the cursed blood infants and cursed rotten corpses hit by the sword energy were turned to dust. The sheer damage of the sweeping sword was enough to instantly kill these level 25 abyssal beasts. The encirclement formed by the hundreds of beasts in the courtyard provided the perfect setting for the sweeping sword. In less than 2 seconds, the sword energy radiated outwards, clearing the courtyard of all beasts. Tao Tao and the others stared in shock as Lu Shang wiped out hundreds of abyssal beasts with a single sword strike. The impact of this scene was beyond words. They had initially thought that their chances of survival under such an onslaught were less than 10%. But Lu Shang's single strike turned the tide completely. Is this what a Sword Immortal is like? I'm in love. Even Tao Tao, who had always wanted to challenge Lu Shang, couldn't help but show a hint of admiration in her eyes. The courtyard was now littered with blood and beast corpses. However, 5 decapitated rotten corpses, though heavily injured, remained standing. Lu Shang didn't give anyone a chance to finish them off. His body glowed with the light of the golden feather guest, and he dashed, leaving a trail of afterimages, to the back of one decapitated rotten corpse. 4 successive strikes left 4 golden afterimages connecting the 5 corpses. Finally, he used the last segment of the sword stepping technique to return to his original position. As the golden afterimages disappeared, Lu Shang sheathed his sword and turned with a smile. Well, was that cool, or what? No sooner had he spoken than the 5 decapitated rotten corpses fell simultaneously. Each segment of the sword stepping technique dealt 300 damage, easily finishing off the heavily injured corpses. In just 10 seconds, Lu Shang had used only 2 skills to clear out hundreds of abyssal beasts, including 5 abyssal bosses. A golden light flashed over everyone, and they all leveled up. Cool? That was beyond cool. Sheng was so excited he almost jumped up, instantly becoming Lu Shang's loyal fan. Lu Gu, those 2 moves, they were, should we bow to you or something? Tao Tao clicked her tongue in amazement, too impressed to mock Sheng's fawning behavior. Your skills, they're insane. When we introduced our class abilities earlier, you didn't mention you had such powerful area attacks. Lu Sheng recalled. Did I? I remember saying that when I have a sword in hand, I have some self-defense capability and can protect the backline. Isn't that what I just did? Tao Tao's face was complicated. Listen to yourself. Does that sound like the skill you just used? The protection skill you mentioned is actually the clearing skill you just used? Lu Sheng nodded shamelessly. Yeah, if I kill all the monsters, doesn't that protect you? Tao Tao was speechless. But it wasn't entirely Lu Sheng's fault for not fully disclosing his abilities. After all, The sweeping sword was originally a defensive skill that became incredibly powerful due to the Kanglan sword. The only thing to blame was the sheer power of the Kanglan sword. With the crisis averted, Lu Sheng immediately took out a soul collector to gather the souls of all the beasts, earning a substantial amount of points. His points now totaled 36,000. After finishing, Lu Sheng began to think about the next step. Although the wraith explosion released by the blacksmith zombie had attracted all the beasts in the secret realm, the source of the wraith mentioned in the secret realm quest still remained a mystery. He planned to lead everyone to continue searching the village for any similar entities or other clues. Just as Lu Sheng was about to set off, Gosheng suddenly squatted down and shouted, "Come here, everyone! The blacksmith zombie isn't dead yet. It's crawling somewhere." Everyone looked over to find the blacksmith zombie, though disfigured, still alive. It was slowly crawling in a direction, like a tattered plastic bag blown by the wind. Gosheng, holding a stick he had broken off from the fence, poked it occasionally, but the zombie didn't react. Seeing Gosheng teasing the blacksmith zombie like a cricket, Lu Sheng scolded, "Stay away from it. It might not be completely dead and could jump up and bite you." This warning scared Gosheng into backing away several steps. Annoyed by the sight of the blacksmith zombie, Tao Tao readied her short bow, knocking an arrow. "This scumbag isn't dead yet? Let me put it out of its misery." Tao Tao was about to shoot an arrow when Yunyu placed a hand on her shoulder. "Don't move. Something's wrong." Tao Tao looked at Yunyu, puzzled and unsure of what was amiss. Lu Sheng carefully observed the writhing blacksmith zombie on the ground, and had to admit Yunyu was right. This boss was indeed behaving unusually. Normally, it should have died after not releasing its resentment burst skill. But now, it was still stubbornly alive, which was quite strange. After thinking for a moment, Lu Sheng said, "I think it might be a clue." He hesitated for a second before making up his mind. "Let's not kill it yet. Let's see where it crawls to." Although reluctant, Tao Tao reluctantly agreed. So, the four of them followed the blacksmith zombie slowly, meandering through the blood infant village. Since the zombie crawled at a snail's pace, Lu Sheng took Gosheng to search other parts of the village for any surviving beasts or unopened treasure chests. The village was devoid of baby cries, and the duo encountered no fierce beasts, only finding a few scattered treasure chests. The chests contained some white and blue equipment, along with a few potions and materials, nothing particularly special. However, Gosheng did find a decent blue shield, perfect to replace his purple one that had been damaged by the blacksmith zombie. Lu Sheng and Gosheng scoured the entire blood infant village, taking everything they could find. By the time they had finished, the blacksmith zombie had finally crawled to an open area at the back of the village, which was at the edge of the secret realm map. The clearing was littered with dead trees, twisted in the black mist like ghostly shadows. One tree stood out in particular, a massive willow tree that would take 5 people to encircle. Lu Sheng and the others immediately recognized it. This tree was very similar to the ancient tree at the entrance of the secret realm, likely the same one. However, what used to be the entrance to the secret realm had now turned into a collapsed teleportation array. Lu Sheng suddenly recalled the secret realm's introduction, which mentioned that the tree spirit had hidden in an ancient tree, accessible only to her and the blacksmith when giving birth. Could this be that very ancient tree, the tree spirit's true form? As Lu Sheng pondered this, the blacksmith zombie had already crawled to the base of the ancient tree. It seemed to use up its last bit of strength and finally collapsed in front of the tree, motionless. Just as Tao Tao was about to mock the zombie's obsession, a sudden change occurred. The ground shook violently, and the soil beneath the dead tree churned. Thick tree roots emerged from the ground like snakes. The entire dead tree seemed to come alive, its roots whipping at the blacksmith zombie's body. With a few strikes, the zombie's body was shattered into pieces and absorbed into the soil. Tao Tao barely had time to feel satisfied with the zombie's fate before the scene before her shocked her. The ancient tree completely uprooted itself, revealing its true form buried underground. At the base of the tree, a bizarre figure about 5 meters tall was entangled in the gnarled roots, or rather, the roots were growing out of it. The figure was both human-like and not, with no clothing and features of both genders. Its appearance was indescribable. From one angle, it looked like a beautiful woman, but from another, a terrifyingly grotesque man. It was as if a stunning beauty and an ugly man had been forcibly merged, intertwined yet not fully integrated. Lu Sheng attempted to check the figure's attribute panel and, surprisingly, succeeded. Tree Spirit Corpse King Abyssal Boss. Level 30. Attributes: Undead, Wood, Strength, 601 Agility, 98 Spirit, 430 Endurance, 312. Skills: 1. Resentment Spread Passive. Releases resentment, continuously damaging nearby enemies. 2. Resentful Ground Spikes Active. Roots emerge from the ground to pierce enemies, inflicting resentment, reducing their movement speed and defense by 30, and causing continuous damage. 3. Dance of the Deadwood Active. Strikes enemies within a certain range with roots, inflicting resentment, reducing their movement speed and defense by 30 and causing continuous damage. 4. Resentment Shockwave active. Releases resentment, causing fear and massive, continuous damage to nearby enemies. This attribute panel was unlike any other boss Liu Sheng had ever encountered. With 601 strength and 430 spirit, both its physical and magical attacks far exceeded what they could handle at this stage. Although the boss's agility was a clear weakness, its 3 active skills and 1 passive skill all had offensive capabilities, leaving no room for evasion. In front of this boss, any of the 4 of them would be like paper, easily torn apart. Sheng watched the tree spirit corpse king struggle to fully uproot itself and felt completely demoralized. Yunyu, usually a person of few words, quickly concluded, "Let's go. We can't beat it. 1 skill from it and we're all dead." Even the usually combative Tao Tao was silent this time. She nodded in agreement and looked at Liu Sheng. If Liu Sheng also decided to give up, they could leave the secret realm before the boss launched an attack. After a moment of contemplation, carefully studying the boss's attributes and skills, Liu Sheng made a surprising statement. "This boss. I want to try soloing it." The others exchanged terrified glances and then collectively looked at Liu Sheng, almost thinking he had lost his mind. Soloing the tree spirit corpse king? The idea sounded utterly ludicrous. Yet, they recalled the moment when Liu Sheng had said he was going to pull off something cool. Everyone thought he was joking then, too. But he had ended up slaying hundreds of ferocious beasts with a single sword strike, leaving them all in awe. Faced with Liu Sheng's serious expression, a sliver of trust involuntarily grew in their hearts. Nevertheless, Tao Tao suggested, "Soloing is too dangerous. If you're determined to try, Yunyu and I can provide remote support. At least we can offer some control and damage." Sheng was about to speak, but was cut off by Tao Tao. "You stay out of this, lover boy. You might not even touch the boss's fur before getting one-shotted." Sheng closed his mouth, knowing he indeed wasn't a match for this boss. Liu Sheng smiled and declined Tao Tao and Yunyu's offer. "No need. This beast has too many area attacks, unlike the blacksmith zombie. If you become its targets, it will get very dangerous. I can't protect you and hold the boss's aggro at the same time. Just observe from a distance. I'll perform better alone." Though Tao Tao was displeased that Liu Sheng implied she and Yunyu might be burdens, she knew he was right. She shrugged. "All right, we'll fall back. If you can't handle it, run towards us, and we'll try to buy you some time to escape." "Got it. No problem," Liu Sheng agreed with a nod. As the boss's body fully emerged from the ground, Tao Tao and the others quickly retreated to the entrance of Blood Infant Village, watching from afar as Liu Sheng faced the colossal enemy alone. Facing this enormous adversary, Liu Sheng felt unprecedented pressure. Suddenly, the massive body at the tree roots twisted, emitting a chilling voice, "Die. All of you must die." A torrent of resentment turned into black mist, enveloping Liu Sheng instantly. He felt an overwhelming discomfort, though not injured. His condition was rapidly declining. Liu Sheng realized this was the tree spirit corpse king's passive skill resentment diffusion. Luckily, Tao Tao and the others were already out of its range, so he didn't need to worry about them. Blade control. Without hesitation, Liu Sheng wielded the Panlong Sword, slicing through the thick black mist towards the tree trunk. Despite its iron-like hardness, the trunk was no match for the Panlong Sword, leaving a deep gash. However, the expected healing effect did not occur, puzzling Liu Sheng. He quickly adjusted his strategy, targeting the roots instead, but to no avail. Even after severing several roots, the Panlong Sword released no healing energy, indicating his attacks had not inflicted any real damage on the tree spirit corpse king. After pondering for a moment, Liu Sheng's gaze fell on the corpse at the roots. He guessed that the true body of the fused tree spirit and corpse king might be this corpse, not the ancient tree itself. With this thought, Liu Sheng launched another attack, this time aiming directly at the corpse. The tree spirit corpse king sensed the threat, spreading dozens of roots like a net to intercept the Panlong Sword. The sword skillfully weaved through the roots, ultimately striking the tree spirit corpse king and leaving a wound. A wisp of water vapor emerged from the sword, instantly restoring Liu Sheng's condition. This discovery boosted Liu Sheng's confidence. He realized that despite the tree spirit corpse king's massive form, its true vulnerability lay in the corpse at its center. Only by attacking the true body could he cause real damage. Other parts were futile targets. With this understanding, Liu Sheng became more confident. He maneuvered the Panlong Sword in midair, continuing his fierce assault on the tree spirit corpse king's true body. The boss roared in fury, using its roots as shields while constantly drawing new roots from the ground to counterattack. Due to the tree spirit corpse king's low agility, its attack speed was relatively slow, allowing Liu Sheng to handle it with some ease. He deftly dodged the incoming attacks, and when evasion wasn't possible, he activated his Drunken Fairy Step, leveraging its 400 movement speed and 99 evasion to cope. In no time, Liu Sheng seemed to be dancing on the edge of a knife. landing successive strikes on the tree spirit corpse king while evading all its attacks. The boss grew increasingly enraged, abandoning single attack methods. It raised its branches high, all roots simultaneously piercing the ground, causing a violent tremor. Sensing the tree spirit corpse king was about to unleash a powerful skill, Lu Sheng immediately withdrew his assault, gripping the Kanglan sword tightly and activating Drunken Fairy Step, ready to counter the impending attack. Suddenly, a deafening explosion sounded, and Lu Sheng felt the ground beneath him rise sharply. A sharp root burst from the ground, aiming directly at his vitals. The attack came so suddenly, but thankfully, Lu Sheng had already activated Drunken Fairy Step, triggering its 99 evasion. In that critical moment, his body turned into a shadow, the sharp root barely grazing his clothes and piercing through his afterimage. This heart-stopping moment left Lu Sheng with lingering fear, but he had no time to celebrate his luck. He immediately recognized this as the tree spirit corpse king's skill resentment spikes. More roots would soon follow, attacking from the ground. Although Drunken Fairy Step could evade such attacks, Lu Sheng didn't want to risk that one chance. A single stroke of bad luck could mean instant death. Lu Sheng moved like a phantom, effortlessly weaving through the onslaught of tree roots. The Drunken Immortal Moonwalk granted him a 400 speed boost, allowing him to narrowly avoid the attacks of the vengeful spikes. Seeing this, the tree spirit corpse king retracted its roots and instead raised a dense mass of tendrils high into the air, resembling countless venomous snakes poised to strike, all aimed at Lu Sheng. A sense of impending danger surged within Lu Sheng as he gripped his Kanglan sword tightly, his greatest asset as a Sword Immortal. The tips of the roots emanated a black malevolence, then came crashing down on him like a torrential storm, leaving no room for retreat. The tree spirit corpse king unleashed the dance of the withered wood, a wide area attack skill that left Lu Sheng with nowhere to escape. Even with a 99 evasion rate, the relentless barrage made getting hit a matter of time. Yet, Lu Sheng remained unflustered. With a light flick of his Kanglan sword, a blade light blossomed like a full moon, instantly shattering the oncoming roots. The effect of the sword sweep of tranquility activated, sending out a wave of sword energy that pulverized all the roots it touched, causing them to explode in midair. The corpse king's dance of the withered wood was effortlessly neutralized. Though the boss's roots quickly regenerated, it gave Lu Sheng an opportunity to counterattack. With his left hand behind his back, he used his right hand to control the Kanglan sword with his sword control technique, striking the tree spirit corpse king several times, causing it to roar in fury. While a single hit from the corpse king could easily end Lu Sheng's life, he skillfully used his abilities to counter the attacks, gaining the upper hand for the moment. This astonishing scene was witnessed by Go Sheng and others at the entrance of Blood Infant Village. Go Sheng was so excited he could hardly speak, repeatedly praising Lu Sheng's bravery. However, when he turned to Tao Tao and Yunyu, he noticed their grave expressions. After a brief conversation, Go Sheng realized that the boss still had a move called Vengeful Impact up its sleeve. This area effect control skill could be challenging for Lu Sheng to handle. Although Yunyu's Void Shift could provide rescue, the situation remained perilous. At that moment, the tree spirit corpse king's body began to swell, and black mist started seeping from the tree hollow, signaling the imminent storm. Go Sheng panicked, while Yunyu was already running towards Lu Sheng with her staff in hand. However, Lu Sheng loudly halted Yunyu's actions. To everyone's astonishment, he used Sword Step to directly charge at the tree spirit corpse king. Simultaneously, Vengeful Impact erupted. Thick black mist burst forth like an underwater volcano, spreading a putrid, decaying stench. This vengeful energy not only dealt massive damage, but also induced fear. Lu Sheng was now face-to-face with the corpse king, almost close enough to touch. Everyone present held their breath, unable to imagine what would happen next. In the next moment, something astonishing happened in sword dance. With a soft exclamation from Lu Sheng, his form became instantly ethereal. Sword light flickered as Lu Sheng transformed into a flurry of sword shadows, darting around the corpse king. Each time he appeared, he thrust his sword, leaving deep wounds on the corpse king. Within seconds, the corpse king was slashed to pieces, its flesh and bones exposed. The corpse king emitted a piercing shriek, and black resentment energy burst forth. However, this attack, which would paralyze an ordinary person with fear, had no effect on the invincible Lu Sheng. The surge of resentment energy lasted only 3 seconds. By then, the area within dozens of meters of the corpse king was in shambles. Any ordinary job changer would have been wiped out by now. Yet, not only was Lu Sheng unharmed, but he had also inflicted significant damage on the corpse king. As the Qinglian sword dance ended, Lu Sheng's true form reappeared. The corpse king immediately raised its trirate-like arms to attack, but Lu Sheng skillfully countered, severing the roots with a sweeping strike. He then executed the treading sword technique, weaving left and right to deliver 3 hits with 300 skill damage, finally returning to his original position. This seamless combo not only perfectly evaded the Corpse King's lethal attacks, but also forced it into a retreat. Yu and the others watched in stunned silence, realizing how unnecessary their earlier worries had been. Tao Tao let out a sigh of relief and muttered, "Impressive." She felt both admiration and a bit of frustration, wondering why Lu Shang hadn't mentioned his powerful skills earlier. However, she had to concede that the Sword Immortal class was indeed extraordinary. The Qinglian sword dance not only provided invincibility but also looked incredibly stylish. Go Shang was in a daze, taking a while to snap back to reality. The image of Lu Shang's multiple forms weaving around the Corpse King, slashing with ease, showcased the elegance and strength of the Sword Immortal class, leaving everyone awestruck. The rest of the battle was a foregone conclusion. Lu Shang focused on countering each move, accumulating sword scar stacks. After half an hour, he used sword control to detonate the stacks, creating a massive Kanglan sword phantom that decimated the Corpse King on the spot. As the Corpse King fell, the black mist in the secret realm began to dissipate, and sunlight once again illuminated the desolate land. For orbs of light coalesced where the Corpse King had vanished, the rewards for clearing the secret realm. Lu Shang leveled up twice, reaching level 20, while the others each gained a level. He used a soul collector to absorb the boss's soul, earning over 4,000 points, equivalent to 200 level 20 fierce beasts. Go Shang, overjoyed, rushed forward and lifted Lu Shang in a celebratory spin. After breaking free, Lu Shang admitted he was exhausted, and Go Shang quickly handed him a stamina potion. Tao Tao and Yunyu also hurried over to check on Lu Shang. Despite his fatigue, Lu Shang was eager to inspect the 4 items dropped by the boss. Their mission panels showed the secret realm task was complete, and everyone was excited to see what generous rewards this abyssal secret realm would yield. This time, Lu Shang's astonishing solo defeat of the Tree Spirit King left Tao Tao and Yunyu thoroughly impressed. It was now clear who the leader of the team was and who had the right to check the rewards. After a brief rest, Lu Shang stepped forward and began to inspect the 4 rewards one by one. He reached out to touch the first glowing orb, and as the light dissipated, a skill book appeared in his hand. Void Summoning Skill Book. Special item. Required class, Void Mage. Required level, 20. Description. Used to learn the skill Void Summoning. Void Summoning summons a void creature to assist in combat. Lu Shang marveled at the wonders of the mystic realm, which produced such rare hidden class items. Without hesitation, he handed the skill book to Yunyu, who accepted it with a simple thank you. Tao Tao excitedly leaned in to take a look, smiling as she said, "Yunyu, you finally got something good from the realm. Try out the skill." Yunyu nodded in response, and since she was already level 20, she could learn the skill immediately. As the skill book turned into light and merged into her body, Yunyu raised her hand to cast the spell, and a summoning circle appeared beside her. Chirp, 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 the sound of insects came from the circle, and soon, a strange beast emerged. It was an insect-like creature the size of a dog, covered in a purple-black exoskeleton, with 4 scorpion-like, segmented legs and pincers at the front. Just looking at it made one imagine the pain of being bitten. Go Shang, who was watching the peculiar summoned beast, showed a face full of disgust. Despite being a burly man, he was actually quite afraid of bugs. However, his curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "Yunyu, what are this creature's stats?" Yunyu revealed the summoning beast's attributes. Void Insect Summoned Beast. Level, 20 same as Summoner. Attributes. Strength, 71. Agility, 76. Spirit, 54. Stamina, 86. Skills. Void Armor Passive. Reduces damage taken by 25. Hatred Bite Active. Forces the attacked enemy to target itself for 3 seconds. The group was amazed by the Void Insect's powerful attributes, only slightly inferior to a level 20 Black Iron boss, making it a viable frontline option. Yunyu added that this was just a level 1 Void Summoning result, and stronger Void creatures could be summoned as the skill level increased. Satisfied, Yunyu sent the Void Insect back to the Void World, while Lu Shang moved on to the second reward. This time, it was a headpiece woven from branches and adorned with a few pink flowers, resembling the attire of a forest sprite. Despite its simple appearance, it was a high-quality purple item designed specifically for archer classes. As a girl who loved beautiful things, Tao Tao was thrilled by this strong yet aesthetically pleasing purple headpiece. Lu Shang generously gave her the level 20 purple headpiece, and she immediately equipped it. The headpiece not only complemented her Elven Ranger class, but also highlighted her lively and adorable nature. With this, Tao Tao had gained 2 purple items from the Mystic Realm, making her journey quite fruitful. Next was the third reward. Lu Shang brushed away the light, revealing an ancient book covered in rock-like patterns. After carefully examining its attributes, Lu Shang was astonished. Earth Shield Warrior Job Change Book. Special item. Required class, Shield Warrior. Required level, none. Description. used to change to the hidden class Earth Shield Warrior. It was an extremely rare hidden job change book. This item could transform a regular job holder into a hidden class, essentially a key to changing one's destiny. Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow at Go Sheng and handed him the book. Congratulations, Go Sheng. From now on, you're a hidden class holder too. Go Sheng was stunned, holding the book with trembling hands. It's really for me? He carefully caressed the pages, overwhelmed with shock, joy, and anticipation. He blurted out, if I sold this, wouldn't I be set for life? Lu Sheng didn't hesitate to kick him. Idiot. Why not sell yourself too? No amount of money can replace a hidden class. Use it now. Go Sheng nodded repeatedly and immediately used the job change book. After using it, he was delighted to find that the Earth Shield Warrior's defense far surpassed that of a shield warrior, with the ability to draw strength from the earth and self-repair, making him a top-tier mobile fortress. His skills also transformed into unique Earth Shield Warrior abilities. Go Sheng couldn't wait to show off, but unfortunately, there were no more beasts around to demonstrate his new power. Ignoring the show-off, Lu Sheng focused on the final reward. Theoretically, this should be the reward prepared for him. Under the curious gazes of the others, Lu Sheng reached out and took the last reward, gently brushing it off. A burst of golden light erupted. Cao Cao exclaimed, "Gold, a gold item. Lu Sheng, your luck is unbelievable." At that moment, Cao Cao, Yunyu, and Go Sheng's faces all turned a bit grim. Their eyes collectively fell on the golden equipment in Lu Sheng's hand, a flicker of envy and frustration crossing their gazes. Especially for Cao Cao and Yunyu. The purple equipment they had just acquired now seemed lackluster in comparison. After all, in this level 30 abyssal dungeon, the drop rate for golden equipment was less than 1 in 1,000, and this rare opportunity had fallen into Lu Sheng's lap. Noticing his companion's change in mood, Lu Sheng shrugged slightly, somewhat helpless, and then lowered his head to closely examine the golden equipment in his hand. His expression remained calm and composed, as if he were used to such rare items. However, only Go Sheng knew that inside, Lu Sheng was probably more excited than a fox in a henhouse. The golden equipment was a fist-sized jade gourd, entirely blue in color, emitting a soft, moonlight-like glow. The gourd was intricately carved from top-quality jade, its body wrapped in gold threads that formed smooth and colorful patterns. Just by its appearance, this piece could be considered a work of art. Yet, when Lu Sheng checked its attributes, he was even more astonished. Wine God Gourd. Golden. Required level, 20. Required class, Sword Immortal. Attributes. Defense, 80. Strength, 30. Agility, 43. Spirit, 90. Additional effects. Refinement. Can absorb the body of a fierce beast into the Wine God Gourd. After refinement, it can be consumed. Each consumption increases all attributes by 50, attack speed and attack power by 50, and resistance by 50 for 5 minutes. Current consumable uses, 0. Wine God. Can absorb the body of a boss into the Wine God Gourd. After refinement, it can summon the Wine Sword Immortal to attack once. This attack cannot be evaded or resisted. Current summonable uses, 0. Although the base attributes were fairly average, the additional skills, refinement and Wine God, were exceptionally powerful. The refinement skill could instantly boost Lu Sheng's overall attributes by 50, akin to transforming into a Super Saiyan. The Wine God skill, though simply described, had unimaginable power after all. The chance to capture a boss-level beast was extremely rare. Lu Sheng eagerly equipped the Wine God Gourd at his waist. This artifact-like treasure perfectly complemented his ethereal demeanor, enhancing his carefree and unrestrained Sword Immortal style. The other three looked on with even more bitterness, as Lu Sheng now possessed 3 pieces of golden equipment. Combined with the powerful Sword Immortal class, the title of top student in Beijiang City this year was almost certainly his. With the loot distribution complete, a teleportation portal appeared beside them, signaling the exit from the dungeon. Before leaving, Lu Sheng, on a whim, used the Wine God Gourd to absorb the corpse of the Tree Spirit King. To his surprise, it worked, and the summoning count for the Wine God Gourd increased to 1, adding another powerful card to Lu Sheng's deck. The 4 then stepped through the portal and returned to Ghost Shadow Forest. The ancient tree at the dungeon entrance had vanished, and the surroundings were still filled with dense, eerie shadows. Despite this, the 4 who had emerged from Blood Infant Village felt a sense of relief, as the village's sinister atmosphere far surpassed that of the forest. After this dungeon adventure, everyone except for the lagging Go Sheng had reached level 20. With the dungeon rewards, they could now level up solo in Ghost Shadow Forest without much trouble. With half a day left in the leveling week, they decided to disband and level up individually. Even Go Sheng planned to use his hidden class to push for level 20 and equip his Resentment Iron Hammer. Thus, the 4 parted ways, each heading in different directions in Ghost Shadow Forest for their final push. Half a day flew by. Lu Sheng returned to camp on time and submitted his Soul Collector. Although he hadn't leveled up again, His points had reached 56,000, and the consumable uses of the wine god gourd had increased to 3. While not many, it should be enough to handle the upcoming challenges. Now, it was just a matter of waiting for the final rankings to be announced to see what rewards awaited the top spot. Meanwhile, in the principal's office at Jiangbei City No. 1 High School, a heated argument was taking place. No way, I absolutely disagree. Cui Shan shot up from the sofa, his face dark with anger. This slot belongs to our school. Why should we give it to someone else? I had the alchemist make the soul collector precisely so our most talented and promising students could seize this opportunity and achieve better results. Now, just as things are about to be finalized, you want to let someone else take it? This is absurd. Principal Qiu, an elderly man with white hair and a slight build, sat behind his desk, looking somewhat helpless in the face of Cui Shan's rage. As a non-combat professional with a level of only 32, his position as principal was due to the city's educational authority rather than his own strength. Even with years of experience, he struggled to handle the hot-tempered and unreasonable head of year. Qiu waved his hand wearily, trying to calm the situation. You don't have to be so agitated. I think this matter can be discussed. However, his words only fueled Cui Shan's anger. Cui Shan interrupted sharply. What's there to discuss? This slot is incredibly valuable, and our first priority should be our own students. How can we ignore our own kids and give the benefits to others? Don't give me that helpless act. Tightening his grip on his thermos, Qiu spoke with a tone of resignation. Who doesn't want to look out for their own? But sometimes, we have to do things that are out of our control. You know how powerful the Wang family is in the southern region and their influence in education. Wang Yuanzhong personally called me to handle this. What could I do? Refuse? If we offend Wang Yuanzhong, our school might face significant difficulties. A single word from him could restrict our educational resources for months. Then how would our kids level up and improve their skills? Cui Shan sneered, crossing his arms over his chest. He stared directly at Qiu, his tone tinged with disdain. The Wang family does have some influence in the southern region, but their roots are in Changnan. How could they possibly extend their reach all the way to Beijiang City? Qiu frowned slightly and shook his head gently. In a calm yet slightly warning tone, he replied, the Wang family's base may not be in Beijiang, but how can you be sure that none of the education leaders here have ties with Wang Yuanzhong? He paused briefly before continuing. Changnan is the capital of the southern region, home to the true power players. Anyone who can establish themselves, there is not someone we can afford to offend. Qiu's tone grew more serious as he locked eyes with Cui Shan. Xiao Cui, I've said it before, the education sector isn't like leveling up in a game, where you only consider class traits and combinations. There's a lot more to it, complex relationships and nuances that you don't understand. Cui Shan impatiently waved his hand, cutting Qiu off. Stubbornly, he said, Principal, I'm a straightforward person, and I admit I don't understand all that. But I do know that the Western Military District's special training camp this year is a rare opportunity. His voice grew more passionate. I've distributed so many soul collectors to see which students have the most potential. I want to give this precious chance to someone who can make a final push before the college entrance exams and aim for the top in Beijiang City, maybe even the southern region. By now, Cui Shan was visibly excited, slamming the table twice with a loud bang. He continued, and now, just because of a phone call from Changnan, we're supposed to give this spot to some newcomer? Is that fair to our students? Cui Shan's eyes blazed with anger as he said sharply, that student named Wang Kuni don't like him. There are 34 schools in Central South, and the Western Military District gave them 34 spots. He couldn't secure a spot there, so he comes to our small town to take ours? What kind of behavior is that? If he's truly capable, why doesn't he compete in Central South instead of resorting to such underhanded tactics? Qiu was momentarily speechless, opening his mouth but finding no words. At that moment, the door to the principal's office abruptly swung open. A middle-aged woman's voice followed. Central South is, after all, the capital of the southern region, teeming with talent. Standing out and securing the only spot from a single school isn't easy. My younger son, though exceptionally gifted, lost his chance because his older brother, my eldest son, has an even stronger profession and greater talent. Cui Shan turned to see a voluptuous woman in a tight-fitting qipao walking in, adorned with jewels. Behind her was a tall, lightly armored teenager who looked about 17 or 18. Though his demeanor was low-key, Cui Shan could still see the unmistakable arrogance and disdain in his eyes. Qiu immediately stood up, his smile almost splitting his face with wrinkles. He warmly greeted Minister Liu. I heard you would personally bring your son from Changnan, but I didn't expect you so soon. I apologize for not arranging a proper welcome. Please, Minister Liu, have a seat. Qiu stepped out from his seat to personally guide the elegant woman to a chair. As he passed Cui Shan, he subtly nudged him with his elbow, whispering, Liu Meixin from the Central South Education Department, Wang Yuanzhong's wife. Wipe that scowl off your face. offending them won't do us any good. However, instead of softening his expression, Qiu Shan's face grew even more stern, as if he wanted to emblazon unafraid of authority across his forehead. Qiu, seeing no other option, signaled Qiu Shan to sit aside, as far from Lu Meixin as possible. Lu Meixin gracefully took a seat and motioned for the teenager behind her to do the same. She said, "No need for any special arrangements. I came to Beijiang City just to help Xiao Kuren with his transfer paperwork. There's no need for any formalities. In fact, I should be thanking you, Principal Qian, for assisting us with the transfer." Qian Yu waved his hand repeatedly, smiling obsequiously. Not at all. This scene made Qiu Shan even more displeased, his dark expression unmistakably drawing attention. Lu Meixin didn't ignore Qiu Shan. Instead, she smiled and asked, "This must be Mr. Qiu Shan, the head of the senior year at your school? I reviewed your resume before coming. A level 54 heavy knight, quite impressive. If it weren't for the lack of industry experience, you'd fit right in at Central South." Qian Yu beamed at her words, quickly adding, "Haha, our Mr. Qiu is not only strong but also very experienced in management. Under his leadership, we've seen many outstanding students this year. If you could keep an eye on him, Minister Liu, and perhaps consider a promotion in the future, the education department would gain a valuable asset. Don't you agree, Xiao Qiu?" As he spoke, Qian Yu kept signaling to Qiu Shan, urging him to say something nice since it concerned his future. Qiu Shan understood Qian Yu's good intentions but couldn't stand his sycophantic behavior. He chose to ignore Qian Yu's hints entirely. Noticing the subtle tension, Lu Meixin chuckled softly. "Promotion isn't the issue. If it ever happens, it will be due to Mr. Chue's own abilities. But I did hear some dissatisfaction from Mr. Qiu regarding my son's transfer. Feel free to express any concerns you have." Ignoring Qian Yu's frantic signaling, Qiu Shan slapped his thigh and bluntly said, "Fine, I'll be straightforward. We welcome your son's transfer to Beijiang City No. 1 High School. But if he's here for the Western Military District's special training camp spot, then I disagree. That spot is for our students, not for your son to take away. Central South already has far more educational resources than we do. Now that we finally have a fair competition opportunity, you still want to take it from us? That's not right." At this point, Wang Kuan, who had remained silent, suddenly sneered and interjected, "What's not right about it? Resources should go to those with the best aptitude. Giving the training camp spot to Beijiang No. 1 high school students is a waste. Frankly, how many decent professionals can come out of a place like Beijiang? If you ask me, the fair thing would be to allocate all the spots from small places like Beijiang and Helling to Central South students." Qiu Shan felt a surge of anger, his blood pressure skyrocketing. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he summoned all his self-control and spat out, "Nonsense." Qian leaped to his feet as if electrified, desperate to salvage the situation but found himself at a loss for words. The atmosphere in the office became tense, with everyone exchanging uneasy glances. Lu Meixin, unhurried, broke the silence, feigning a reprimand. "Xiao Kuan, let the adults speak. Don't interrupt." Wang Kuan merely pouted, unfazed by the mild scolding. The conversation shifted to the topic of past college entrance exams. In the top 100 students of the southern region, those from Changnan made up 70, and nearly all of the top 10 spots were taken by Changnan students. Changnan's resource-rich location provided ample training resources. In contrast, Jiangbei No. 1 High School had only 4 training maps, while each high school in Changnan boasted at least 10 training resource points, with many additional instances available for credit exchange. This gave Changnan students a significant advantage in levels, skills, and equipment. However, the students from Changnan, unaware of their geographical advantage, developed a sense of superiority due to their consistently excellent exam results, looking down on students from other areas, especially those from Beijiang and Helling. As a native of Beijiang, Qiu Shan naturally felt displeased by Wang Kuan's disdain for Beijiang. Lu Meixin smiled calmly and said, "It seems Director Cui has some objections to my son Xiao Kuren receiving the training camp slot. Allow me to explain." Xiao Kuren was indeed impolite just now, but he wasn't entirely wrong. The training camp slots from the Western Military District are precious and should go to those who are qualified. Xiao Kuren excelled at Changnan No. 6 High School, and upon transferring here, his abilities are undoubtedly top-notch. Given that, why shouldn't he receive this slot? She paused, her smile deepening. "To be frank, we transferred to Beijiang No. 1 High School precisely for this slot. But we did so through proper channels and became legitimate students of your school. With Xiao Kuan's abilities, after attending the special training camp, he could easily become the top scorer in Beijiang for the college entrance exam. Your school's exam results have been poor for the past 5 years, with no top scorers. If Xiao Kuren helps your school achieve this, wouldn't that be beneficial for you? Such an achievement would greatly enhance both Director Chui's and Principal Qian's records, paving the way for future transfers to Changnan." Her words were flawless, offering tempting conditions for both Qiu Shan and Qian Yu. Seeing Lu Meixin smoothing things over, Qian Yu nodded repeatedly. Enhancing our records is secondary. Our main goal is to cultivate a top scorer, ensuring Beijiang number 1 high school lives up to its name. I understand Minister Lu's points. Admitting your son is an honor for our school. As for the slot, Qian Yu was about to promise when Cui Shan couldn't hold back and interrupted. I disagree with giving him the slot. Lu Meixin's smile froze, showing a hint of impatience. Qian Yu was startled by Cui Shan's interruption, wishing he could drag him out if only he were stronger than Cui Shan. Cui Shan coldly stated, everything else is negotiable, but not the training camp slot. To be honest, I signed the documents last week and will announce it at Tuesday's morning assembly. The Western Military District's training camp slot will go to the student with the highest points from last week's training week. If your son wants the slot, he should have participated in the training week and scored the highest. Since he missed it, he can wait until next year. Lu Meixin sneered. Director Cui, the training week is over. How could my son participate? Are you deliberately making things difficult for us because we're outsiders? Or are you implying we didn't offer you any consideration for transferring? Don't insult me. Cui Shan retorted angrily. I've never made things difficult for anyone for any consideration. I just want to ensure all students have a fair chance to get what they deserve, making sure our already unfair society doesn't become even more unfair because of people like you. Enough, enough. Qian Yu, seeing the situation spiraling out of control, interrupted forcefully. Both of you, please, let me say something. I have an idea. Let's see if it's feasible. Qian Yu raised his voice, finally quieting Cui Shan and Lu Meixin. Since Director Cui has signed the documents, confirming the decision-making authority for the training camp slot, it indeed cannot be changed easily. But it's unfortunate for Wang Kuan to miss this opportunity. How about arranging a makeup test for him? The training camp starts next Thursday, so there's no time for another points-based competition. Let's keep it straightforward. Let Wang Kuan challenge the student who scored the highest during the training week. Whoever wins gets the training camp slot. How about that? Lu Meixin's expression softened and she nodded. That's a good idea, I agree. Directly asking for the slot might indeed cause controversy. But if Xiao Kuan earns it through his abilities, it should silence many critics. She looked meaningfully at Cui Shan. Director Cui, what do you think? Surely you won't reject such a reasonable solution? Cui Shan was furious and wanted to refuse outright. After all, Wang Kuan had access to vastly superior resources compared to the students in Beijiang, making the competition unfair. Although Wang Kuan had come to Beijiang because he couldn't compete in Changnan, even a lesser talent from Changnan was still far superior to the best in Beijiang. The students at Beijiang number 1 high school would likely struggle to compete with Wang Kuan. Just as Cui Shan was about to refuse, a thought crossed his mind. Lu Sheng. If the student with the highest points was Lu Sheng, could Wang Kuan still take the slot? After much contemplation, Cui Shan's expression softened. He nodded and said, all right, I agree. Let's schedule it for Monday. I'll have the teachers tally up the points over the weekend to confirm the top student. We'll arrange a makeup test on Monday afternoon, where that student will face your challenge. The winner will get a spot in the training camp, and the results will be announced at the Tuesday morning assembly. Lu Meixin, satisfied, smiled politely. Good, it's settled then. She quickly stood up, fearing Cui Shan might change his mind. Principal Qian, Director Cui, I'll leave you to your work. I'll take Xiao Kuan to finish the remaining procedures. I'll host a dinner at the Beijiang Crystal Restaurant tonight to thank you for accepting Xiao Kuan. Please do come. Relieved that the matter was resolved, Qian Yu accompanied her with a smile. Of course, Minister Lu, take care. Lu Meixin left the office with Wang Kuan. As they walked down the hallway, she spoke in a flat tone without looking back. That Cui is really stubborn, unlike the smooth-talking Qian Yu. No wonder he's stuck as a grade director at Beijiang number 1 high school despite his high rank. She turned to her son. This is a rare opportunity. Make sure you seize it. Whether you can join your brother in the training camp depends on the makeup test in 2 days. Don't mess it up. Wang Kuan replied lightly, even with a hint of disdain. Mom, you're worrying too much. What's there to fear in a place like Beijiang? Last time, the top 10 students from Beijiang number 2 high school came for an exchange, and we easily crushed them. I'm not as good as my brother, but I was still top of the class at my old school. There's no way anyone in Beijiang can beat me, let alone in number 1 high school. Unless someone transfers from Changnan, I'll definitely be the top scorer in Beijiang for the college entrance exams. Lu Meixin felt somewhat reassured by her son's confidence, but still cautioned. I know you have great talent and strong abilities, but don't underestimate the students here. Some might have special skills. A little complacency could lead to failure. You must succeed this time. No excuses. Got it, Mom. Don't worry, Wang Kuan replied casually, already feeling a bit impatient. He thought to himself, can these small-town students really be a challenge for me? I might as well take down all the top students in number 1 high school first to show her how strong I am. The weekend flew by. During this time, Lu Sheng didn't rest much. He went to the wild to level up and prepare for the college entrance exams, hunting fierce beasts and collecting their bodies to brew potions that enhanced his strength. He made significant gains, just a step away from level 21, and his wine god gourd was nearly half full with fine liquor, enough for 6 uses. He had tried it once and found it to be exquisite, with a smooth and sweet taste, far better than any wine he'd had before. After drinking it, his attributes increased significantly, even more effective than a priest's buff. Drinking a sip before facing a boss would surely make things much easier. The only downside was that it wasn't easy to brew. Despite hunting many beasts over 2 days, he only made enough for 4 uses, so he had to use it sparingly. On Monday morning, Lu Sheng arrived at school. Sheng was unusually early today, not waiting eagerly for Lu Sheng's breakfast as usual. Instead, he was surrounded by classmates, holding a massive 2-meter-tall rock shield formed by his skill, enough to cover his entire body. Other students looked on enviously, taking turns tapping the shield and marveling at Sheng's hidden class awakening over the weekend. Seeing Lu Sheng arrive, Sheng quickly returned to his seat and, with a mischievous grin, leaned in close to Lu Sheng's ear. Lu Gu, we can't go to the wild this week. Do you have any plans? Lu Sheng thought for a moment and said, no plans, just study at school. Sheng suggested, how about spending a few days at the arena with me? Lu Sheng was surprised. You dare to go to the arena? He recalled how Sheng was tricked into the arena by seniors in their second year, and had been scared of it ever since. He didn't expect him to bring it up now. Lu Sheng quickly figured it out. You just want a place to show off your hidden class, don't you? Caught, Sheng awkwardly scratched his nose and downplayed it. Of course not. I just want to test my skills defense against some experts. Just as Lu Sheng was about to expose his true intentions, a short classmate suddenly burst into the classroom, shouting urgently, everyone, something big happened at the arena. The shout was like a thunderclap, instantly drawing everyone's attention in the classroom. A few students from the front row immediately crowded around the breathless, short classmate, bombarding him with questions. What's going on in the arena? Why are you so flustered? The short student, face brimming with excitement, voice trembling with exhilaration, exclaimed, did you hear? We just got a new transfer student in our senior year. And guess what? He's from Changnan. What? The classroom erupted. From Changnan? A student from Changnan transferring here for their senior year. Someone shouted in disbelief. Is this guy out of his mind? Changnan is the provincial capital, with way better resources than Beijiang City. Changnan students are known for being conceited. Why would anyone transfer here? Another student frowned and asked, even if there's a transfer student from Changnan, what's that got to do with the arena? It's absolutely true. The short student was practically vibrating with excitement. This transfer student from Changnan made quite an entrance on his first day at Beijiang No. 1 High School. Early this morning, he went to the arena, took the central stage, and placed a golden quality sword as a wager, declaring that anyone who could defeat him would get the sword. The classroom buzzed with astonishment. A golden quality weapon as a bet? Are Changnan students really this rich? Someone immediately voiced their skepticism. This has to be a stunt. A golden quality weapon is worth a fortune even if you don't use it yourself. Who would put that up as a bet? Exactly, it sounds like a show. Another student agreed. I can't believe he'd actually give the weapon away if he lost. The short student shook his head and continued. I don't know if it's real, but that's what he said. And quite a few people were tempted by the weapon and went up to challenge him. Not a single one lasted more than 2 skills against him. They were all swept away. Even top-ranked fighters like Qiu He, ranked 5th, and Guo Xing'an, ranked 7th, couldn't hold their ground. Half of our school's top 10 fighters have tried, and they've all lost miserably. A collective gasp filled the room. Everyone knew that Changnan students were generally 2 levels above those from Beijiang City in terms of skill, but as students of Beijiang, they still believed that their top fighters weren't that far behind. This confrontation made it clear that they were on entirely different levels. Is Changnan's education really that superior, making their students so much stronger than ours? Someone murmured, and a shadow of doubt fell over the room. Just then, the short student's next words reignited the room's fervor. Mimicking the transfer student's tone, he said, this transfer student is incredibly arrogant. After defeating Qiu He and seeing no one else dared to challenge him, he said, is there really no decent fighter at Beijiang No. 1 High School? Beijiang City really is a backwater compared to Changnan. No wonder Changnan's college entrance exam scores surpass Beijiang's by miles every year. The classroom exploded. Damn, this guy's so full of himself, someone yelled. What's he so proud of? Everyone knows Changnan has better resources. He's only strong because of that, and now he's acting all high and mighty. No offense, but with Changnan's resources, even a pig could become a boss, another student grumbled. Doesn't our school have anyone who can put this Changnan pig in his place? Someone shouted. He's acting like he's some big shot. Yeah, where are our top-ranked fighters like Yunyu and Tao Tao? Why haven't they stepped up? The short student sighed bitterly. Of course they did. When I came here, Tao Tao had just lost to him. I heard someone already want to get Yunyu. Our school's top fighter is about to face the transfer student. I came to get you all to the arena to cheer for Yunyu. He's our last hope. If Yunyu loses, our school's reputation will be trampled by this transfer student. Everyone in the room buzzed with excitement, immediately responding to the call to support Yunyu. In no time, more than half of the class, around 50 or 60 students, rushed out. Many others from different classrooms also swarmed towards the arena, clearly intending to cheer for Yunyu. The conversation naturally reached the ears of Lu Sheng and Go Sheng. Go Sheng, wide-eyed with surprise, looked at Lu Sheng. Brother Lu, did you hear that? Sister Tao Tao got beaten by a transfer student. No kidding, I'm not deaf, Lu Sheng teased. Where did this transfer student come from? Seems like he's pretty skilled. Lu Sheng pondered. Tao Tao had gotten 2 purple items from Blood Infant Village and leveled up significantly. She should be in the top 5 among her peers in Beijiang City. If she lost, Yunyu probably doesn't stand much of a chance either. This guy must be top-notch even in Changnan. While Lu Sheng was lost in thought, Gosheng said, Brother Lu, almost everyone from our class is gone. Why don't we go check it out too? If this transfer student is as arrogant as they say, and even Yunyu can't beat him, you might have to step in. We can't let Changnan think there's no one strong in Beijiang. Lu Sheng chuckled, of course, we can't let Beijiang lose face. If Yunyu loses, so be it. I'll step in. Brother Lu, you're awesome. Go Sheng flattered Lu Sheng, clearly eager to stir things up, as he led the way to the arena. Meanwhile, in the Grey Director's office, Principal Qian Yuqian, Lu Meixin, and Cui Shan were present. Cui Shan held a report detailing the points rankings from the last training week. Lu Meixin, sitting gracefully on the guest sofa, asked with the composed demeanor of someone in power, Director Cui, the student who earned the spot in the training camp from your school should have been decided by now, right? Let's quickly arrange for my son Xiaokuan's retake. Xiaokuan has been waiting at your school's arena since this morning, eager to see what kind of opponent you'll arrange for him. It's been decided. Cui Shan, no longer angry, was now unusually calm, almost too calm, as if confident that Beijiang No. 1 High School's training camp spot wouldn't be taken by Wang Kuan. He's a student from Class 1 Lu Sheng. His profession is a swordsman. What? Lu Meixin, despite her composure, couldn't help but burst into laughter. A swordsman? Has Jiangbei High really run out of decent students? Lu Meixin sneered in disbelief as she looked at the list in Cui Shan's hand. She couldn't believe that an ordinary combat-type profession had secured the only training camp spot for Jiangbei High. In her eyes, the top 10 students from any school in Changnan would be hidden professions. Yet Jiangbei High seemed unable to find even a few powerful hidden professions. Lu Meixin dropped her polite smile and said flatly, now that we know who it is, please have the teacher call him to the arena. My son, Kuan, will be waiting to challenge him for the training camp spot. She turned to Principal Qian. The 3 of us should also go to the arena to prepare for the supplementary exam. Principal Qian, do you have any objections? Principal Qian quickly put on a smiling face. Of course not. Shall we head to the arena now? He then turned to Cui Shan, Director Cui, you should come along too. Such an important occasion needs your presence as a witness. Lu Meixin added, yes, Director Cui seems to have some opinions about my son, Kuan. I believe that once he sees Kuan's strength, he will understand who Jiangbei High should really send to the training camp. Cui Shan chuckled coldly and put down the list. What no one knew was that the top-ranked Lu Sheng had over 56,000 points, while the second-ranked Tao Tao had only a little over 8,000, a staggering 7-fold difference. Given Lu Sheng's outstanding performance in the death trials, Cui Shan was confident that Wang Kuan had no chance of taking the spot from Lu Sheng. Inside the arena, Lu Sheng and Go Sheng were taken aback. The venue, which usually held around 100 people, was now packed with nearly 2,000. Not only were there senior students, but sophomores and freshmen had also gathered to witness the scene firsthand, eager to see the arrogant transfer student get his comeuppance. Wang Kuan's ring was set in the center of 9 platforms, surrounded by a dense crowd. Standing on the outskirts, Lu Sheng and Go Sheng could only see that a battle was taking place on the platform, but the details were obscured. Go Sheng suggested using his shield to push through the crowd, but Lu Sheng stopped him. Instead, Lu Sheng gently tapped the shoulder of a junior girl in front of him. When she turned around and saw Lu Sheng, her eyes lit up, and she was so excited that she could barely speak. Junior, could you let me through to the front? Lu Sheng asked with a smile. No problem. Please go ahead, senior. The junior girl and her friends immediately made way for him. As Go Sheng followed behind Lu Sheng, he overheard the junior girls whispering about Lu Sheng's good looks and his reputation as the school's heartthrob. Go Sheng couldn't help but marvel at how one's face could clear a path. Reaching the edge of the platform, Lu Sheng ignored the admiring glances from the female students and focused on the battle. As expected, Yunyu was fighting a lightly armored boy. The boy's gear was top-notch, with all his equipment, except for his accessories, shining with a purple glow, indicating his extraordinary skill and wealth. In one corner of the platform stood a golden quality longsword, the reward Wang Kuan had promised the victor. The sword had a rugged design, with a black hilt and a blade that seemed to flicker with fire, suggesting some fire attribute effect. The heat radiating from the sword forced the students to keep their distance, yet they were eager to get a closer look. Although Lu Sheng already had the Kanglan sword, he was still intrigued by the golden longsword. However, he quickly refocused on the battle at hand. With just one glance, Lu Sheng could tell that the fight was nearing its end, with Yunyu at a severe disadvantage. The void rifts above Yunyu's head were pouring energy blasts, but Wang Kuren effortlessly blocked them with a wall of wind and sand. Once Yunyu's skills were exhausted, Wang Kuren began his counterattack at his own pace. Wielding an ancient-looking golden greatsword, Wang Kuren swung it, causing the wall of wind and sand to rise into the air, forming a 10-meter-long giant sword. The sword's tip glowed brilliantly, descending upon Yunyu with unstoppable force. In the blink of an eye, Yunyu waved her staff, and a void rift opened beneath her feet. Tentacles emerged from the rift, wrapping around her and pulling her in. In an instant, Yunyu was transported 20 meters away to an open space, skillfully dodging Wang Kuen's attack. However, Wang Kuen had anticipated this. As he swung his sword, a small swirl of sand had already formed in his palm. The moment Yunyu reappeared from the void, he threw the sand without hesitation. The sand expanded rapidly in the wind, transforming into a 2-meter-tall, 1-meter-wide sandstorm whirlwind that engulfed Yunyu. The fierce winds howled, and the coarse sand scraped against her skin. Yunyu was immobilized, unable to cast any spells. She could only use her arms to shield her face, unable to even open her eyes. Wang Kuen's lips curled into a smile as he swung his sword horizontally again. A massive sword shadow, formed from the sand, appeared out of thin air and collided heavily with the helpless Yunyu. She let out a muffled groan as she was sent flying out of the arena. A chorus of disappointed and frustrated voices erupted from the crowd. They had hoped that Yunyu, ranked first in combat power, could defend Beijiang High School's honor and defeat this arrogant transfer student. But even Yunyu had fallen, leaving Beijiang High School thoroughly humiliated by this newcomer. Yunyu's airborne figure was headed straight towards Lu Sheng. With quick reflexes, Lu Sheng used his drunken immortal moon step to create a shadow, leaping up to catch Yunyu around the waist and gently placing her on the ground, sparing her from a humiliating fall. Realizing someone had come to her aid, Yunyu turned to see that it was Lu Sheng, and her face immediately showed a flustered expression. Lu Sheng? Lu Sheng nodded in acknowledgement. I heard the arena was lively today, so I came to check it out. Yunyu remained silent for a moment, perhaps thinking about her humiliating defeat witnessed by Lu Sheng. Or maybe she just didn't know what to say. In the end, she could only mutter a soft, "Oh." Just as Lu Sheng was about to comfort her, Tao Tao hurriedly pushed through the crowd and rushed over. Yunyu, are you okay? That jerk was so ruthless. Do you need me to use my skills to heal you? Huh? Handsome, you're here too? Seeing Lu Sheng, Tao Tao's face lit up with delight. Lu Sheng responded, yes, I just got here. Yunyu should be fine. It's just minor injuries, so don't worry. Tao Tao carefully examined Yunyu's injuries and finally felt a bit relieved. She said indignantly, since you're here, you should know what's going on, right? Humph, the golden quality weapon isn't the main issue. It's that we can't let this slide. Look at him. She pointed to the arena with gritted teeth. That smug, arrogant, self-important jerk. Don't you have any thoughts about this? Tao Tao's eyes sparkled as she looked at Lu Sheng and Go Sheng. Go Sheng was taken aback for a moment and then gave a thumbs up. Tower, you sure know a lot of idioms. Is that the point? Tao Tao roared. What I mean is, if a transfer student can trample all over us like this, won't we Beijiang High School students become a laughingstock? Seeing Tao Tao's indignant expression, Lu Sheng guessed that the transfer student's behavior must have been truly excessive. Otherwise, she wouldn't be this angry. As if to confirm Lu Sheng's thoughts, Wang Kuen, standing on the stage, planted his golden greatsword into the ground. His face remained impassive, as if defeating so many of Beijiang's top students was a trivial matter. Is this the best that Beijiang High School has to offer? Wang Kuen sneered. It's nothing much. As I thought, Beijiang is just a small place. Compared to Changnan, the average strength of its transmuters is far inferior. When students from Changnan come to a small place like this, it's like a dimensional reduction attack. This golden quality equipment, no one here can take it. Well, I suppose I'll let you all have a look at it, since many of you have probably never seen golden quality gear before. Lu Sheng hadn't encountered such arrogance, even to the point of losing all sense, in a long time. Publicly mocking Beijiang as a small place and flaunting his superiority as a Changnan native, this kid clearly hadn't been properly disciplined. No wonder Lu Sheng had heard whispers about plans to introduce Wang Kuen to the hospitality of Beijiang students later that night. I can't take it anymore. Tao Tao was trembling with anger, knowing she had already lost and pinning her hopes on Lu Sheng. You, show some Beijiang spirit and go teach him a lesson. Just as Lu Sheng was about to respond, he received a notification about an updated task panel. Ding, you have a new task available. Please check. Current tasks available. 1. Step onto the stage and shout, brother. You're right. Chongnan people are real men. Chongnan folks are superior. Reward, Chongnan Residency Application Form. Chongnan Residency Application Form, common item, the fastest way to become a Tianlong resident. 2. Step onto the stage and defeat Wang Kuan. Reward, passive skill Sword Heart LV2. Sword Heart LV2, passive. Increases damage by 100 when using sword-type weapons. Allows the use of sword-type weapons with level requirements up to 5 levels higher than the user. Sword Heart LV3, passive. Increases damage by 150 when using sword-type weapons. Allows the use of sword-type weapons with level requirements up to 10 levels higher than the user. Grants dual-wielding ability. Dual wielding expands weapon slot by 1, allowing the simultaneous use of 2 sword-type weapons, including two-handed swords. Weapon attributes stack. In dual-wielding mode, skill damage and effects trigger twice. This was Lu Sheng's closest chance to become a Tianlong resident. Was becoming a Chongnan resident tempting? Sure. But clearly, pummeling Wang Kuan into the ground for the reward was even more tempting. Upgrading the Sword Heart skill by 2 levels would be transformational. Sword Heart LV3 would not only allow Lu Sheng to equip level 30 sword-type weapons now, but also grant him dual-wielding capability, adding an extra weapon slot for 2 swords. What did this mean? It meant unlocking dual sword mode. Equipping 2 weapons would not only stack their attributes, but also trigger skill damage and effects twice in dual-wielding mode. In other words, using the sword sweep wave, skill in dual-wielding mode would deal damage twice, releasing the wave effect twice, doubling his area effect damage. The number of attacks from the Green Lotus Sword Song would increase from 10 to 20. Combined with the passive Sword Scar effect, the total damage could reach a staggering 2,800. Moreover, dual wielding held a very significant meaning for Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng finally discovered a way to excel in both offense and defense by wielding 2 weapons simultaneously. Excited, he imagined 1 sword for attack, 1 for defense. Invincible. Take that, Chongnan people. I'll cut you down with my dual swords and prove I'm the real top dog. Without hesitation, Lu Sheng chose the second task over his Tianlong status. At that moment, the atmosphere in the arena was tense. Wang Kuan surveyed the crowd and, seeing no one daring to challenge him, couldn't help but smirk. Suddenly, he caught sight of his mother, Lu Meixin, entering the arena with Cui Shan and Qianyu. Already displeased with Cui Shan, Wang Kuan decided to seize the opportunity to humiliate the grade director. Is this all Beijiang High has to offer? Not a single worthy opponent. Wang Kuan taunted loudly. I'll even let you team up against me. I'll take on 5 of you at once. If any of you can beat me, this crimson sword is yours. His arrogant words immediately caused an uproar among Beijiang High students. Some exclaimed that Wang Kuan was too arrogant, while others hesitated, considering whether to team up. Hearing this, Cui Shan frowned and instinctively rolled up his sleeves. Just then, a figure slowly walked up to the stage, drawing gasps from the crowd. Cui Shan's angry expression turned into a smile when he saw it was Lu Sheng. It seemed there was no need for him and the principal to discuss the makeup exam with Lu Sheng. This duel with Wang Kuan was as good as a makeup exam. On the stage, Lu Sheng and Wang Kuan stood facing each other, and the crowd erupted. Discussions buzzed. Is that Lu Sheng? No way. Is he really challenging the transfer student? That's a sure loss. Yeah, Lu Sheng might be better looking, but today it's about strength, not looks. Even Yunyu, the top of the combat rankings, couldn't beat that Chongnan pig. What can Lu Sheng, the top of the school heartthrob rankings, do? Charm him to death? But that Chongnan pig is a boar, not a sow. I heard Lu Sheng recently switched to a hidden class and used some incredible skills to crush Li Zai. He's no pushover. Maybe he can beat the transfer student? Li Zai? He's only in the top 10. Compared to Yun Yu and Tao Tao, he's nothing. Even if Lu Sheng can crush him, it doesn't mean he can beat the Chongnan pig. Yeah, I think Yun Yu and Tao Tao should team up and give that Chongnan pig a good beating. You're an idiot. 5 against 1. Even if they win, it's not impressive. From these discussions, Wang Kuan learned that the stunningly handsome boy in front of him wasn't one of Beijiang High's top fighters, and wasn't even as strong as the 2 girls he had just defeated. He became more interested and asked with a smile, "You're challenging me alone? How about I give you some time to find 4 teammates?" Lu Sheng also smiled. No need for that. By the time I find 4 teammates, I'd already have beaten you. He paused and added, "Too bad we're not in Chongnan. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind letting you find 9 teammates. Beating just one of you is boring. I'd rather take on 10. Wang Kuan was momentarily speechless, thinking, is he outdoing me in arrogance? He gripped his swords tightly, eager to teach Lu Sheng a lesson. Enough talk. Let's start. If you win, The Crimson Sword is yours. If you lose, get out. Don't say I didn't give you a chance to find teammates. No problem. Lu Sheng nodded in agreement. The entire arena fell silent. All eyes were on the two of them, eager to see if Lu Sheng was really setting himself up for humiliation. After a brief silence, neither of them moved. Impatient, Wang Kuan frowned and asked, "Why aren't you making a move?" Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow. "You're uglier than me, so I'll let you make the first 3 moves." Everyone was stunned, then burst into laughter. Although being told they were uglier than Lu Sheng wasn't exactly an insult after all, being compared to Lu Sheng's looks was a compliment it was still hard to swallow when said so bluntly. Wang Kuan increasingly felt that Lu Sheng had come on stage just to provoke him. Unable to bear it any longer, he scoffed, "Let me make 3 moves? I only need one to put you in bed for half a month." With that, he dragged his golden greatsword, wind swirling around him, and charged at Lu Sheng. His speed was astonishing, clearly using a speed-boosting skill. Soon, wind and sand began to spill from his golden greatsword. When he was just 10 meters away, Wang Kuan leaped and swung his sword at Lu Sheng. Sandstorm slash. Instantly, the wind and sand on his sword formed a giant sword shadow, slashing toward Lu Sheng. This was one of the skills he used against Yunyu, powerful and wide-ranging, making it hard for ordinary people to dodge. However, hard didn't mean impossible. Lu Sheng's figure blurred, leaving an afterimage as he effortlessly dodged to the left with blinding speed, avoiding Wang Kuan's powerful slash. Though annoyed that Lu Sheng dodged, Wang Kuan didn't lose his composure. His sandstorm slash had 3 stages, and that was just the first. Missing the first strike, he immediately swung his greatsword horizontally, unleashing the second stage. Sandstorm slash. Horizontal strike. This time, the wind and sand formed a giant sword aiming to cut Lu Sheng in half, the tornado covering the entire arena, seemingly leaving Lu Sheng no room to dodge like before unless he had a flight skill to soar into the sky. This strike was similar to the sweeping effect of the Sword of Peace, used for clearing fields. But unlike the Sword of Peace's energy, this sandstorm slash horizontal strike had significant blind spots. Lu Sheng activated his drunken immortal moon step, moving with lightning speed. On the arena, only a blur of his figure could be seen, leaving the audience dazzled. Wang Kuan's mighty sand slash, though powerful, couldn't keep up with Lu Sheng's speed. The massive sand-formed sword swung futilely 2 steps behind Lu Sheng, ultimately achieving nothing. Wang Kuan's face darkened as he realized that conventional attacks were useless against this incredibly fast opponent. However, he didn't panic. He still had a trump card mighty sand slash wall. With a powerful strike to the ground, 2 towering walls of sand and stone, 10 meters high, erupted, trapping Lu Sheng in the middle. Seizing the moment when Lu Sheng had nowhere to escape, Wang Kuan immediately deployed his sandstorm bombs. 5 fiery red stones whistled through the air, aiming straight for Lu Sheng's vital points. The audience held their breath, thinking there was no way Lu Sheng could dodge. But Lu Sheng merely chuckled. "Second skill now, huh?" Before his words even finished, he stepped forward, leaving an afterimage. The 5 bombs passed through him as if he were a ghost, missing entirely. The crowd erupted in astonishment, though a few understood the terrifying 99 evasion rate of Lu Sheng's drunken immortal moon step. With a calm demeanor, Lu Sheng said, "You have one last skill. Think carefully because once you use it, I'll draw my sword." Wang Kuan's face turned ashen as he unleashed his final move. A swirling vortex of sand enveloped Lu Sheng, attempting to control the elusive opponent. Just as Wang Kuan raised his sword to strike, Lu Sheng's sword, Kanglan, suddenly glowed with golden light, shattering the control in an instant. "To defeat you, I need only one sword." Lu Sheng transformed into sword energy, appearing beside Wang Kuan in a flash. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 10 consecutive slashes, each perfectly precise. Finally, Lu Sheng shouted lightly, "Explode!" A massive phantom of the Kanglan sword materialized and struck heavily upon Wang Kuan's head. Wang Kuan groaned, his equipment shattered, and he fell unconscious to the ground. The arena fell silent, everyone stunned by the spectacular display. Someone couldn't help but whisper, he's so cool." Though the voice was soft, it rang clearly in the stillness of the arena. The exclamation echoed like a lit fuse, igniting the entire arena. The audience's cheers rose and fell in waves, deafening and almost lifting the roof. Did he just one-shot him? That's awesome. Not just that. Lu Sheng made Wang Kuan use 3 skills without even countering. Then he pulled out his weapon and finished him with 1 strike. That's pure domination. Feels so good. That arrogant Changnan pig is now lying on the ground looking ridiculous. Exactly. What's wrong with being from a small place? Someone from a small place just took you down with 1 sword strike. Hurts, doesn't it? Still hurts, huh? Couldn't even take 1 hit, but dared to act all high and mighty in Beijing? The crowd's chatter was relentless, their excitement palpable. Someone even shouted, "Lu Sheng is absolutely amazing. Not only is he good-looking, but he fights even better. From now on, I'm his diehard fan. Anyone who badmouths him, I'll bite them." The cheers grew louder and louder, and the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, as if someone might rush up to bow to Lu Sheng at any moment. Lu Sheng was in high spirits. Defeating Wang Kuan was just a bonus. The most important thing was that he could now complete his quest. After clicking to submit, his skill panel showed that his passive skill, Sword Heart, had leveled up twice, reaching LV3. Sword Heart LV3 passive. Increases damage by 150 when using sword-type weapons. Allows use of sword-type weapons 10 levels higher than the user's current level. Grants dual-wielding capability. Dual-wielding. Adds one weapon slot, allowing the user to equip two sword-type weapons including two-handed swords. Weapon attributes stack. Skills released in dual-wielding state trigger damage and effects twice. At that moment, Lu Sheng's understanding of swordsmanship reached a new level. Normally, skills have level caps, and only at the third job change level 50 can skills be upgraded to LV3. Yet here he was at level 20, possessing a skill equivalent to a level 50 Onian extraordinary feat. Holding the Panlong Sword, Lu Sheng felt he could now unleash its full potential. Moreover, his attribute panel showed that the second weapon slot was now active, ready for another sword. The era of dual wielding had arrived. Lu Sheng's eyes fell on the golden long sword with flickering flames on the ground. He walked over, picked it up, and glanced disdainfully at the unconscious Wang Kuan. Inwardly he sighed, "Damn, I can't stand show-offs." As soon as he held the sword, its attributes appeared. Qishao Gold. Required level, 30. Required class, Swordsman, Sword Mastery classes. Attributes. Attack power, 998. Strength 142. Agility 108. Endurance 56. Additional effects. 1. Adds a burning effect to attacks, causing continuous damage for 10 seconds. 2. Increases fire attribute magic damage by 50 when releasing skills. Description. Forged in the Tsangyan volcano, this sword contains the power to destroy everything, capable of incinerating all enemies. Lu Sheng was surprised. This was a level 30 gold quality weapon. He quickly realized that Wang Kuan, at level 22, couldn't equip this sword yet. It was likely prepared for when he reached level 30, and today he used it just to show off. Qixiao's appearance was striking. Though it lacked the ethereal elegance of the Panlong Sword, its pulsating flames made it eye-catching. Just by its looks, it qualified as Lu Sheng's second weapon. In terms of attributes, Qixiao was equally impressive. As a level 30 weapon, its attack power was nearly double that of the Panlong Sword, and its boosts to strength and agility were superior. Unlike the functional Panlong Sword, Qixiao focused entirely on enhancing the user's output, with both additional properties aimed at maximizing damage. The last additional attribute was especially noteworthy. Not only did it boost skill damage by 50, but it also converted it to fire attribute damage, giving Lu Sheng significant magic output. This meant that when facing high physical defense beasts, Lu Sheng wouldn't have to worry as long as he had Qixiao. Thanks to his LV3 Sword Heart, Lu Sheng could bypass the level restriction and equip this sword meant for level 30. Unhesitatingly, he equipped Qixiao. Immediately, Lu Sheng held the Panlong in one hand and Qixiao in the other. One sword exuded a misty aura, ethereal and refined. The other flickered with flames, its sharpness concealed. The sight of these two contrasting swords in Lu Sheng's hands caused another uproar among the crowd. Many doubted their eyes. How did Lu Sheng equip the Qixiao sword? It was common knowledge that holding a weapon and equipping it were different. An unequipped weapon would show its quality color, while an equipped one would have its glow adjustable by the user. After picking up Qixiao, its golden glow faded, indicating that Lu Sheng had successfully equipped it. Although no one had ever obtained Qixiao, many had seen it up close and knew its level requirement was 30. For high school seniors averaging around level 15, this level was far out of reach. In theory, no one should be able to equip a gold-quality longsword. Yet Lu Sheng defied this norm, equipping the weapon beyond his level. Even more astonishing was that sword-type weapons typically couldn't be dual-wielded like short hammers and single-handed shields. One could only equip one sword-type weapon, even a short sword. This was common knowledge. But the scene before them shattered this belief. Lu Sheng had equipped two longswords simultaneously. How was this even possible? The attributes of a longsword are quite high, unlike dual-wielding weapons such as short hammers and single-handed shields. Even when equipped together, their combined attributes are only comparable to a heavy sword or a two-handed hammer. With two swords in hand, Lu Sheng's golden blades gleamed, drawing the attention of the surrounding students. Someone exclaimed, "Isn't he equipped with an extra non-dual-wield weapon? Wouldn't his attack power be double ours?" The murmurs spread like wildfire. Everyone recalled Lu Sheng's earlier performance, where he effortlessly defeated Wang Kuan, a light armored class, with just one skill. Now, with an additional weapon, Even heavily armored classes might not escape his sword's might. What was even more astonishing was that Lu Shang's equipment was a level 30 golden weapon, far surpassing his current level. Someone couldn't help but complain, "Dude, it's bad enough that you're good looking. But do you have to be this overwhelmingly strong? How are we, ordinary class changers, supposed to survive?" Lu Shang ignored the envy, doubt, and shock around him, intending to sheath his swords and leave the stage to return to his class. He didn't want to be the subject of scrutiny, nor did he want to be surrounded when everyone snapped out of their stupor. Just as he was about to sheath his swords, a cry of pain erupted from the crowd. Lu Shang turned to see a middle-aged noblewoman roughly pushing through the crowd, rushing towards the stage. A whirlwind of energy surrounded her, sending unprepared students flying. In an instant, the noblewoman leaped into the air, her hand forming a claw as she lunged at Lu Shang. A tiger's roar echoed, and a vivid golden tiger apparition appeared before her, its presence intimidating. Lu Shang's brows furrowed, alarm bells ringing in his mind. A Qi Master's tiger assault? He quickly deduced that she was at least a level 30 second-tier Qi Master, a formidable opponent. Facing the fierce attack, Lu Shang didn't hesitate to use his soothing waves technique. With the support of his dual swords, his sword light flashed twice. The first flash, executed with the Panlong Sword, easily severed the tiger apparition with its skill-nullifying properties. This scene caused Lu Meishin, the enraged noblewoman, to momentarily pause. She had assumed that with her level 49 strength, taking down a level 20 junior would be a piece of cake, but she didn't expect him to easily counter her skill. In her moment of hesitation, the second flash of soothing waves was already upon her. This time, it was executed with the Qishao sword. Its power even greater, with the sword light bursting into flames, adding 50 fire attribute magic damage. The sword light struck Lu Meishin's palm but was blocked by a barrier of light from her ring. Though uninjured, the force still pushed her back. What she didn't anticipate was that the two flashes of sword light didn't dissipate, but transformed into sword energy radiating outward. This was the effect of soothing waves. Lu Meishin quickly summoned a golden bell shield for protection. The first wave of sword energy struck the bell, producing a deafening boom that made all the students cover their ears in pain. Cracks appeared on the bell's surface, and the second wave of flaming sword energy followed, shattering the bell completely. Flames engulfed Lu Meishin, and with a cry of pain, she slid back several meters, barely stopping at the edge of the stage. Although her injuries weren't severe, her expensive clothes were charred and torn, and her once neat hairstyle had turned into frizzy curls, transforming her from a noblewoman into a poodle. Furious, Lu Meishin's energy exploded, and Qi wind spread out, clearly using a Qi Master's amplification skill. She shrieked, "I'm going to kill you today." Utterly confused, Lu Sheng blurted out, "Wait, who are you, lady?" This question nearly made Lu Meishin lose her composure again. Lu Meishin is an elegant woman who rarely shows her emotions. She has never lost her composure like this before. At this moment, she looks like an enraged beast, stomping her foot with such force that the air around her swirls and her hair becomes wildly disheveled. A fierce wind forms into the phantom of a tiger, indicating she's ready to unleash another tiger strike. Lu Shang silently cursed, thinking this old woman was attacking like a mad dog. He couldn't afford to be careless, so he swung his dual swords, blending water and fire into scorching steam that rose into the sky. Amidst the smoke, Lu Shang, dressed in his golden feathered robe, appeared as graceful as a celestial being. Just as Lu Shang was about to perform the green lotus sword dance, a figure descended from the sky, causing the stage to tremble. It was Cui Shan, wielding a massive sword as large as a door and clad in heavy armor, like an impenetrable wall. Cui Shan positioned himself between the two, his voice booming, "Minister Lu, you've gone too far. Injuries are inevitable in the arena, and we have 3 second-tier priests on standby. Attacking a student because your child got hurt is unacceptable." With Cui Shan, a third-tier professional, standing there, Lu Meishin, a second-tier, had no chance of breaking through. She had to suppress her anger and disperse the surrounding airflow. "Since there are priests, why haven't you called them to treat my son?" she demanded. Cui Shan's face darkened, about to retort when Principal Qian Yu arrived just in time. All right, everyone disperse," he shouted, sending the onlookers away and arranging for medical assistance. Seeing the situation calm down, Qian Yu breathed a sigh of relief and motioned for Cui Shan to lower his weapon. He forced a smile at Lu Meishin. "Minister Lu, are you all right? Your son is injured, so the retest might need to be postponed. Why don't we send him to the medical room first, and we can discuss this in my office?" Lu Meishin agreed and left abruptly. As Qian Yu was about to follow, Cui Shan pulled him aside and whispered something. Qian Yu looked both surprised and pleased, glanced at Lu Shang, and confirmed, "Really?" After receiving a nod, he instructed, "Bring that kid to my office too." Lu Shang, utterly confused, followed Cui Shan and couldn't help but quietly ask about the identity of the crazy woman. Cui Shan briefly explained Lu Meixin's background and the situation regarding Wang Kuen's transfer and the special training camp quota. In the principal's office, Lu Meixin's voice was sharp. You're saying he holds the training camp quota? She slammed her palm down, shattering a mahogany tea table, causing Qian Yu to wince. You said the quota went to a swordsman. Does he look like a swordsman to you? Across from her, Lu Shang thought to himself. Just because I'm handsome doesn't mean I can't be a swordsman, right? Qian Yu shifted his gaze away from the mahogany tea table, exhaling deeply to suppress his impatience. He quickly replaced his expression with a practiced smile and spoke respectfully to Minister Lu. How could we dare do such a thing? You've seen the report. The spot was indeed earned by Lu Shang. As for his profession, it's easily explained. While hidden professions are rare and obtaining a transfer book later on is even rarer, it's not unheard of. This kid only recently switched to a hidden profession. He was just an ordinary swordsman before. All the students in the school can testify, and we have records of his previous exams and data. There's absolutely no possibility of fraud. Sitting nearby with his arms crossed, Cui Shan added firmly, Minister Lu, the evidence is clear and proves that Lu Sheng rightfully owns the special training camp spot. You witnessed the battle just now. I believe we can finalize the ownership of the spot for our school's special training camp, can't we? Lu Meixin fell silent. How could she possibly take this spot now? The skill gap between Wang Kuan and Lu Sheng was evident to anyone, even to a layperson. Even if a retest was arranged, it would likely just replay the previous scene. No, it could be worse if Lu Sheng didn't hold back. The fight might end in the blink of an eye. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Meixin suddenly spoke. The earlier fight was just a sparring match between two individuals and can't be counted as an official retest. So, my son still has another chance for a retest. Cui Shan chuckled inwardly, thinking she really doesn't give up easily. He was about to arrange the retest, letting Wang Kuan personally experience the difficulty of taking the spot from Lu Sheng. Just then, Lu Meixin abruptly turned to Lu Sheng, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. Kid, give the special training camp spot to my son. Lu Sheng met her gaze, a question mark slowly appearing on his forehead. So direct? Not even offering any terms, just demanding it outright? Fortunately, Lu Meixin wasn't entirely without sense. She quickly added, during the retest, lose to my son and let him take the spot. As compensation, I can offer you 2 pieces of gold quality equipment, 3 bottles of permanent attribute enhancing potions, a property in Changnan, and 10 million in cash. I can also help you get a Changnan residency, giving you access to more resources. Even when you apply to Changnan Martial University, you'll get bonus points. Although Changnan Martial University isn't one of the top 10 academies, it's still a top-tier institution. With your grades, you can definitely get in. She raised her voice, continuing, at that time. I'll pull some strings to ensure the university gives you preferential treatment, making your life more comfortable than anyone else's. What do you say? The generous offer left Lu Sheng somewhat taken aback. Just the 2 pieces of gold-quality equipment alone were already quite valuable. No wonder Wang Kuan could wager the Qishao sword. He truly was a rich kid. As for Changnan Martial University, it was one of the top universities in the southern region and had been Lu Sheng's target school. Each year, only a handful of students from Beijiang City managed to get in. With a Changnan residency, it was almost like a guaranteed admission. Although Lu Sheng could likely get in on his own merits, the preferential treatment was indeed tempting. If the university could provide some secret realms, dungeons, or arrange for a mentor to help him level up, his strength would increase rapidly. Lu Meixin's offer was enough to tempt anyone, but Lu Sheng was contemplating another question. What benefits could this spot possibly offer that would make her willing to pay such a high price? As Lu Sheng pondered this, a familiar notification sound rang out. The task panel had updated. Ding, you have a new task to receive. Please check. Available tasks. 1. Kneel and kowtow, shouting, thank you, Godmother. Reward, 10 charm, 10,000 mothers, title medal. 10,000 mothers, title medal special equipment, gold. Strength 30, agility 30, spirit 30, endurance 30. Requirements, none. Bonus, 10,000 mothers, each new godmother adds 10 points to strength, agility, spirit, and endurance. 2. Pretend to agree with Lu Meixin, beat Wang Kuan during the retest, and then coldly sneer at Lu Meixin, Madam, you wouldn't want your son to lose the spot, would you? And further extort her. Reward, Passion Whip. Passion Whip gold special equipment. Strength 50, agility 50, endurance 50. Bonus, Relentless Lash, hitting the opponent increases their attack speed by 10, stackable up to 100 times. 3. Refuse Lu Meixin, keep the spot for yourself, and complete the registration at the special training camp. Reward, Sword Immortal exclusive active skill, 10,000 swords return to the sect. These tasks left Lu Sheng stunned for a long time. Task 1 could be immediately ruled out. Although Lu Shang calculated that at the rate of acknowledging 100 godmothers a day, he could become invincible in about a year, this path was too taxing. Better to forget it. Task 2. While gold equipment was indeed valuable, the 1000 attack speed increase was too much to handle. That left only Task 3, the only acceptable option for Lu Shang. Moreover, the task reward Sword Immortal exclusive active skill, 10,000 swords returned to the sect, was particularly enticing. Although the task description didn't detail the skill's effects, Lu Shang could already imagine its power. What is a Sword Immortal? Standing on a flying sword, exuding an ethereal aura. With a mere gesture, thousands of flying swords rain down, obliterating all opposition in an instant. That's a true Sword Immortal. Without the 10,000 swords returned to the sect, skill to command thousands of flying swords, could he even call himself a Sword Immortal? This 10,000 swords returned to the sect skill was something he was determined to obtain. Thus, Lu Sheng decisively chose Task 3. At this moment, seeing Lu Sheng's prolonged silence, Cui Shan thought he was swayed by Lu Meishin's offer and was hesitating to give up the spot. Cui Shan whispered a reminder, Lu Sheng, this spot is extremely valuable. Don't trade a pearl for a mere grain of rice. Director Cui. Lu Meishin interrupted loudly, displeased. This matter should be decided by the boy himself. It's against the rules for others to interfere, don't you think? Cui Shan immediately retorted, against the rules? And your coercion and bribery are within the rules? This spot rightfully belongs to Lu Sheng. Why should he intentionally lose to Wang Kurin in the retest? Isn't that blatant cheating? Lu Meishin sneered, a mutually agreeable arrangement. How is that cheating? The same thing in my son's hands is worth a fortune, but in someone else's hands, it might be worthless. I'm just putting everything where it belongs. Is there a problem with that? Then she turned to Lu Sheng, urging, all right, give me your answer quickly. Lu Sheng looked up at Lu Meishin, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. His gaze was resolute, his voice steady. I won't give up this spot. As soon as he finished speaking, a look of joy spread across Cui Shan's face, like a ray of sunshine breaking through a winter's day. In stark contrast, Lu Meishin's expression darkened, her brows furrowing as a flicker of anger appeared in her eyes. You won't give it up? Lu Meishin sneered, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Do you really think holding onto that spot will get you anything? Her tone grew sharper. Let me tell you something. My eldest son, Wang Kuin's brother, has already been pre-selected for the special training camp. Lu Meishin continued with a hint of pride in her voice. My eldest son dotes on his younger brother. He even turned down offers from the top 10 universities, stayed back a year, all to train with Xiao Kuin and take the college entrance exam together. Her gaze turned dangerous. Do you think, if you meet him at the training camp, he'll treat you kindly? Her voice dropped, carrying a slight threat. I've heard that the training camp has a quota for fatalities. She left the rest unsaid, but her meaning was clear. These words not only made Cui Shan's face turn a peculiar shade, but also caused Qianyu, who had been fawning all along, to show an unnatural expression. This threat had clearly crossed a line. Lu Sheng listened, feigning surprise, with a hint of mockery in his tone. Oh, Wang Kuin has such a formidable brother? I should definitely give it some thought. He paused before continuing. How about this? I'll give Wang Kuin a chance. If he can beat me once out of 10 tries, the spot is his. Lu Meishin frowned, clearly puzzled. What do you mean by giving him a chance? Lu Sheng's smile widened as he explained. I'll give Wang Kuin 10 chances. If he can win even once, the spot is his. His tone turned playful. I just wonder, can Wang Kuin take a beating? I'm afraid I might hit too hard. Bang! Another loud bang echoed as Lu Meishin abruptly stood up from her seat. This time, her precious redwood and jade chair bore the brunt of her anger, shattering into pieces. Both Lu Meishin and Qian Yu's faces turned livid. Furious, Lu Meishin pointed at Lu Sheng, her voice trembling with anger. You little brat, you won't listen to reason, huh? Just wait and see. You'll regret this. Keep that spot. You'll rue the day you held on to it. She stormed out before she even finished speaking. Qianyu, weary, waved his hand. Director Cui, see Minister Lu out, please. Seeing Lu Meishin leaving in a huff, Cui Shan felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. He quickly got up and followed her, feigning politeness. Minister Lu, let me see you out. Just as Lu Meishin was about to exit, Lu Sheng called out, Hey, leaving so soon? Shouldn't we discuss the ambush you set up for me? I got injured by your tiger attack. Without a gold quality piece of equipment, I might just collapse. All right, that's enough. Qianyu quickly stepped in, stopping Lu Sheng from saying more. Once Lu Meishin had left the office, Qianyu spoke with a hint of irritation. You look healthier than I am. Where's the injury? Let's leave it at that. Keeping her here and arguing further could lead to unpredictable consequences. Lu Sheng, dissatisfied, replied, Principal, are you trying to smooth things over? You saw her ambush me with your own eyes. If I hadn't blocked it, I'd be in worse shape than Wang Kuan. I won't let this go easily. Qian Yu sighed, speaking earnestly. Do you think I'm siding with Lu Meixin by stopping you from confronting her? You're wrong. I'm actually looking out for you. The Wang family holds significant sway in Changnan, even the entire southern region, especially in education. If you end up attending a local university, they have plenty of ways to make your life difficult. Just because you're right doesn't mean you'll get justice. Navigating social dynamics requires either extensive connections or considerable strength. Otherwise, it's best not to make enemies. Qian Yu's words made Lushing see him in a new light. He realized that Qian Yu's fawning attitude towards Lu Meixin was a survival tactic. The old principal might lack Shui Shan's backbone, but he wasn't inherently a bad person. With this in mind, Lushing decided not to press the issue with Lu Meixin, though he still felt a bit unwilling. So, we're just going to let this go? Qian Yu countered. Didn't you take a gold quality piece of equipment from Wang Kuan? Isn't that enough? Lushing immediately retorted. That was my prize for beating Wang Kuan. Qian Yu replied, somewhat exasperated. Our school's arena doesn't support betting. Technically, that gold quality sword still belongs to Wang Kuan. Aren't you worried Lu Meixin might come back to reclaim it? If you're not afraid, I'll call her back right now. Lushing fell silent. He knew that Lu Meixin leaving without reclaiming her son's gold weapon was actually a good thing for him. Seeing Lushing's silence, Qian Yu knew the kid was smart and didn't want to give up the sword. He glanced outside, confirming that Lu Meixin was far enough away before lowering his voice to Lushing. Actually, if you're feeling resentful, there are ways to get back at her. Didn't you hear her say she has an eldest son also going to the training camp? At the camp, far from oversight, you could give her eldest a good beating. Lu Meixin would be helpless. And if you're skilled enough, you could take more from Wang Qian than you did from Wang Kuan. With that, Qian Yu made a shushing gesture. Think it over, but don't say it was my idea. Lushing was stunned, finding it hard to believe that the person who had just been fawning over Lu Meixin was now suggesting ways to retaliate against her. He thought, this old man might seem spineless, but he's actually quite cunning. Seeing the meaning in Lushing's eyes, Qian Yu felt a bit embarrassed and waved his hand. Sometimes, when you're under someone else's roof, you have to bow your head. Bowing doesn't stop us from plotting behind their backs. Just make sure no one knows who did it. Lushing's expression turned thoughtful. So, you want me to do it? Qian Yu nodded shamelessly, looking almost like a kind old man. Don't worry. Kids' roughhousing is normal. Just don't go too hard. Our school will back you up. Be smart and smooth in your actions. Lushing nodded in agreement. Got it, got it. He thought to himself, Wang Qian, don't blame me. It's not that I want to beat you up. It's this old man teaching me. After leaving the principal's office, Lu Sheng furrowed his brow, replaying the conversation in his mind. His perception of Qian Yu and Cui Shan, the two high-ranking school officials, had undergone a dramatic shift during their brief meeting. Principal Qian Yu's cunning demeanor made Lu Sheng wary. He silently reminded himself never to cross this old fox lightly, lest he fall victim to some covert scheme. Lu Sheng even began to wonder if some of Qian Yu's sworn fathers in his youth had met untimely ends due to his machinations. In contrast, his impression of grade director Cui Shan had improved. Though Cui Shan was stubborn and decisive, his integrity and concern for the students during the recent incident had given Lu Sheng a new perspective. Reflecting on the times he had been punished and forced into the deadly trials, Lu Sheng had often vowed to seek revenge once he had gained enough power. Now, he saw Cui Shan's actions as firm but not malicious, and certainly more honorable compared to Qian Yu. Lu Sheng had to admit that despite their differing personalities and methods, both the principal and the grade director were dedicated to their roles. At the very least, they both genuinely considered the students' welfare when addressing issues. It was this dedication that had likely caused Principal Qian Yu to smile uncontrollably upon learning that Lu Sheng had secured a spot in the special training camp. Lu Sheng's abilities far surpassed those of Wang Kuan, making his entry into the training camp a certainty, leaving Lu Meixin without a leg to stand on. This spot was practically guaranteed. However, Lu Sheng discovered a disappointing fact. Even though he had turned down Lu Meixin, the system task hadn't marked as complete. Upon closer inspection of the task description, he realized that the completion criteria included not just rejecting Lu Meixin, but also reporting to the special training camp. This meant that the coveted 10,000 swords returned to one skill would only be his once he arrived at the camp. Although eager, Lu Sheng had to suppress his impatience. According to Qian Yu's arrangements, he would depart for the training camp on Thursday, so the day he would learn the new skill wasn't far off. The following days proceeded as planned. On Tuesday, Cui Shan officially announced that Lu Sheng had secured the spot in the Western Military District's special training camp with the highest points. No one at number 1 high school objected. After all, in a moment of crisis, Lu Sheng had stepped up and defeated Wang Kuan in front of everyone, restoring the school's honor when both Yun Yu and Tao Tao had fallen. Thus, it was only right that Lu Sheng earned this sole spot. Interestingly, after the spot was confirmed, Wang Kuren disappeared from number 1 high school. Rumor had it that Lu Meixin, unable to secure the spot, transferred Wang Kuren to another school in Beijiang City No. 16 High School. The principal of number 16, once known as Father Armor, directly assigned the training camp spots. Therefore, Wang Kuren was likely to secure a spot there. However, this was no longer Lu Sheng's concern. Meanwhile, in the underground training facility of the Chongnan Wang family, an intense battle was taking place. The vast training ground was filled with dust and smoke. A massive scorpion beast was being driven back repeatedly. This beast, known as the Golden Sand Scorpion, was about 5 meters long and 3 meters tall, with its movements producing a grating metallic sound. It was a level 30 bronze tier boss, typically found in the Death Sand Sea map. The Golden Sand Scorpion was well-balanced and notoriously difficult to deal with. It had a chance to drop high-quality purple gear the Scorpion Gold armor, attracting many to hunt it daily. Generally, a full team of 5 second-turn players at an average level of 30 was required to safely hunt it. However, the person currently battling the Golden Sand Scorpion and holding the upper hand was a single transferine. Shockingly, he was only level 29, not even a second-turn player yet. This young man, appearing no older than 18 or 19, wore rugged half-armor, his muscular upper body exposed like solid rock. He carried 2 massive sword sheaths on his back and wielded a pair of heavy black iron greatswords. These weapons gleamed with golden arcs as he swung them, indicating their high quality. Wielding two-handed weapons rather than dual-wielding was extremely rare, especially with such heavy swords. The young man swung these swords like a violent tornado, leaving the Golden Sand Scorpion with no chance to retaliate. Each strike forced the beast back half a step, its tough armor showing dents and cracks. In one corner of the training ground, several martial arts instructors in training uniforms watched from a distance. They were coaches from a renowned martial arts school in Chongnan, all above level 40, tasked with teaching close combat transferees. Seeing the young man's fierce assault, they couldn't help but swallow in awe and respect. Truly one of the 7 sons of Chongnan, the eldest son of the Wang family is terrifyingly powerful, one of them murmured in admiration. Indeed, we've only been here 3 days, and he's already mastered everything we could teach, another added. And his heavy swordsman class is just too dominant, allowing him to dual-wield greatswords with such ferocity. He's unbeatable in a charge. A bald strongman nodded in agreement. The heavy swordsman class is formidable in both charges and PvP. Even at level 42, I can't withstand his charge. Nearby, a striking female assassin watched Wang Qian's combat, a hint of intrigue in her eyes. No wonder he's one of the 7 sons of Chongnan. These 7 are the strongest among the younger generation in Chongnan and the entire southern region. And with the eldest son about to undergo his second turn, if he succeeds before the college entrance exams, the top spot in the southern region will be his, the bald strongman teased. What? Have you set your sights on your employer again, you vixen? Don't mess around. Last time you were a private tutor for the Fan family's son, you got caught red-handed by his parents. The headmaster had to apologize multiple times to keep it from escalating. If you pull another stunt and the Wang family catches you, the headmaster won't be able to save your job this time. Oomph. The female assassin pouted, her tone airy. That's all in the past. Why bring it up? We're private tutors and teachers. What's wrong with teaching and guiding? The Fan family was just too old-fashioned, making a big deal out of nothing. Quite the educator. The bald man wiped his shiny head, his gaze turning lecherous. He leaned closer to the female assassin and whispered, "So, when can I get a couple of private lessons from you?" Get lost. The female assassin crossed her arms over her chest, her face full of disdain. I'm not that desperate. If you were like young Master Wang. She trailed off, her expression changing as she lowered her head slightly, falling silent. The others, noticing the shift, straightened up immediately. The sound of rapid high heels approached, announcing the arrival of Lu Meixin at the underground training ground. A few martial artists quickly ran over to greet their employer with respect. Lu Meixin waved them off dismissively and walked straight to the edge of the combat area. Her eyes were fixed on the center, where Wang Qian was fiercely battling the Golden Sand Scorpion. Catching sight of his mother, Wang Qian decided to end the fight quickly. Greatsword storm, he roared, spinning with his heavy sword to create a towering whirlwind of blades. The Golden Sand Scorpion stood no chance against the ferocious assault, disintegrating with a few agonized screeches. Finally, the scorpion's shattered body vaporized, turning into a cascade of golden sand that dissolved in midair. A dull scroll fell to the ground, turning into a worthless piece of paper. This was a summoning scroll, capable of temporarily calling forth a fierce beast to aid in battle. The Golden Sand Scorpion, being the boss of the Deathly Sand Sea, couldn't be transported here, so Wang Qian used the scroll to summon it for training purposes. Of course, defeating a summon boss didn't grant experience points or drop any items. Pleased with his performance, Wang Qian sheathed his heavy swords and grabbed a prepared bottle of water, taking a few refreshing gulps. Lu Meixin approached, her eyes brimming with pride. Not bad, not bad. You can easily take down a level 30 bronze boss now. It seems you've made progress. You should be able to come out on top at the training camp, right? Wang Qian poured the remaining water over his head to cool off and replied calmly, progress, yes, but let's not get overconfident. The other members of the Seven Sons of Changnan are no pushovers. They all secured spots, along with experts from other cities. Standing out at the training camp won't be easy. He paused, then added, I'll do my best. As long as I can help Xiao Kuan gain some advantages, that's enough. Lu Meixin sighed and shook her head in resignation. You spoil him too much. To be honest, Xiao Kuan's class abilities aren't as strong as yours. If you don't spend too much energy on him at the training camp, you could easily be in the top 3, even with the top talents from the southern region there. But if you insist on helping Xiao Kuan, it might not turn out that way. She sighed deeply, her tone filled with concern. Sometimes I wonder if sending both of you to the training camp is a good idea. Sure, boosting your skills for the college entrance exams is something your father and I want. But I've heard that the top 3 from each region's training camp get even greater opportunities. You had a shot at that. If taking Xiao Kuan along holds you back, it might not be worth it. Wang Qian smiled. More benefits? Forget it. Whatever the rewards, I can earn them later. But I only have one brother. My whole reason for going to the training camp is to help Xiao Kuan get stronger. His eyes narrowed as he recalled several figures. A blood-soaked woman laughing maniacally with a whip in hand. A holy man bathed in golden light, engrossed in a gilded Bible. Each one gave Wang Qian a sense of immense pressure. Competing for the top 3 spots with them is too exhausting. Taking care of Xiao Kuan is enough for me. With that, Wang Qian walked to the iron cabinet by the wall, selecting a new summoning scroll. As he picked it out, he asked, by the way, what was the name of the guy who injured Xiao Kuan in Beijiang? I remember he was from Beijiang High. Was it something like Niu or Ma? It's Lu. His name is Lu Sheng, Lu Meixin replied, gritting her teeth at the mention of Lu Sheng. Write him. Wang Qian finally chose a scroll and took it out. He used Beijiang High's spot to join the training camp, didn't he? And he took the red flame sword I gave Xiao Kuan. Tell Xiao Kuan I'll get his sword back. And I'll bring that guy's head too. The death quota at the training camp is meant for him. Wang Qian activated the summoning scroll and tossed it casually. A summoning circle appeared midair, followed by a deafening tiger roar. A massive tiger wreathed in flames leapt out, instantly raising the temperature of the underground training room by several degrees. Lu Meixin stared in awe at the Bossa level 35 bronze tier boss, the Molten Mountain Tiger, known for its top-tier strength among bosses of the same level, boasting both high physical and magical damage. Even a second-tier class changer would need a 10-person team to challenge it. She couldn't help but marvel at her eldest son's prowess. Time flew by, and soon it was Thursday. After 2 days of preparation, Lu Sheng finally set out for the training camp. Located at the border of the southern region, Old Black Mountain was a well-known mid-level training spot, with beasts averaging level 30 and above, suitable only for second-tier class changers. Lu Sheng first took a train to Heling City, a city as underdeveloped as Beijiang. At the station exit, he found the bus arranged by the training camp. Once the bus was filled with 40 young class changers, it slowly departed for Old Black Mountain outside the city. Sitting on the bus, Lu Sheng looked at his mission panel, his heart filled with excitement. The path of 1,000 swords, here I come. After leaving the urban area of Heling City, the journey became a bumpy ride into the wilderness where ferocious beasts roamed freely. Every so often, a beast would attempt to attack the moving can of meat. But a man clad in camouflage armor, a veteran with at least 3 job transfers stationed at a makeshift outpost atop the vehicle, would swiftly shoot out arrows enveloped in air currents, shattering the approaching creatures instantly. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was tense. Although the young boys and girls felt somewhat reassured by the presence of the guard, none of them were keen on engaging with their future rivals. Only a few girls occasionally stole glances at Lu Sheng, quickly lowering their heads and giggling softly when caught. After 3 hours, the bus finally stopped at the base of a dark and eerie mountain. Behind it, a series of rugged peaks stretched endlessly, clearly marking a high-level wilderness zone. The driver turned off the engine and announced, "We're here." The door opened slowly, and the passengers began to disembark one by one. The sight before them was astounding. It was a massive military base, with electrified barbed wire fencing extending to the horizon. Armored transport vehicles and dozens of tents were neatly arranged on the open ground, while technicians in camouflage uniforms moved back and forth, transporting various electronic devices. Apart from the newly arrived students, over 300 young men and women were already waiting at the base. Lu Sheng quickly scanned the group, noting that the lowest level among them was 19, with many reaching level 25 or higher, equipped primarily with purple gear and even some gold-quality items. Clearly, this was a gathering of the strongest high school seniors from the entire southern region. The officer who had escorted them jumped off the bus, saluted the two soldiers at the gate, and reported in. After a brief exchange, the new students were allowed into the base to wait with the others. Within half an hour, 2 more buses arrived, bringing nearly 100 more students. Soon, the base was crowded with 400 to 500 students. At this moment, a group emerged from the central tent. Leading them was a woman in her early 30s, tall and striking, standing over 2 meters high. Despite her attractive appearance, her presence exerted an overwhelming pressure on everyone present. The female officer stood firm and began to speak in a slightly raspy, neutral tone. First, let me introduce myself. I am the chief instructor of the Southern Region's Special Training Camp of the Western Military District, codename Lynx. If you have the opportunity to stay in this camp, you may call me chief instructor. She paused briefly, her voice turning even colder. Note, I said if you have the opportunity. She continued, you are all geniuses sent from various high schools across the Southern region, totaling 504 students. That's too many. I only need half. Lynx pointed to the peak of Old Black Mountain. This is just the outpost of the training camp. The real training base is at the summit. Only those who reach the summit will have the chance to truly become part of the camp. Lynx then explained the rules of the first game. The students had 3 days to reach the summit base. Those who failed to arrive on time would be eliminated. Each person would receive an armband, and to enter the summit base, they must obtain 2 armbands, meaning they had to eliminate at least 1 person. Several soldiers began distributing armbands and maps. After putting on his armband, Sheng examined the map, discovering it was a map of Old Black Mountain, with several areas marked with skulls, creating a hunting ground around the front of the mountain. Lynx added, the skull-marked areas contain high-level bosses, which are extremely deadly for you. It's advisable not to step into these zones. The areas enclosed by these dangerous zones are safe areas, where you will be transported to random locations to start the armband snatching. But remember, the safe areas are not absolutely safe. There are many beasts with an average level of around 30. She emphasized that the training camp had a death quota and that no one would be secretly protecting the students. After finishing, Lynx led her team back to the tent, leaving the final instruction. Now, you can go to the mountain entrance to report in. Once you sign the life and death agreement, you can start your journey. The term, start your journey, sent a chill down everyone's spine, making them realize the harsh trial they were about to face. Lynx led the group back into the tent, the air thick with tension. At the mountain path entrance, soldiers had prepared life and death agreements, waiting for signatures. The previously noisy crowd fell silent, with most students exchanging uneasy glances, clearly unaccustomed to such perilous situations. Suddenly, a sharp laugh shattered the silence. Sheng turned towards the sound and saw a girl in tight black leather armor standing amidst the crowd. She was strikingly beautiful, with fair skin contrasting against crimson lips and twin ponytails that swayed with her movements. However, her maniacal laughter caused those around her to step back. Death quota? I love it! I love it! She shouted crazily, striding towards the entrance. She quickly signed her name and eagerly entered the teleportation array. Before leaving, she glanced back at the crowd, her eyes filled with a predator's excitement. As she vanished, the scene erupted. Is that Byro? Someone exclaimed. What's that lunatic doing here? She's one of the 7 prodigies of Changnan, so her skills are definitely up to par. But she's insane. The training camp is already dangerous, and with her, how are we supposed to survive? I'm out. This camp is too crazy. In an instant, nearly 50 people declared their intention to quit. At that moment, a man in a white cleric's robe with a buzz cut silently stepped forward, signed his name, and entered the teleportation array. That's Chu Guang, another one of the 7 prodigies of Changnan, someone explained. He's capable of handling by row. Immediately after, a long-haired man in heavy armor signed in and entered as well, causing another stir in the crowd. That's Xiang Xiaonan from Higa City High School, someone recognized. He's a hidden class dragon knight, with strength comparable to the 7 prodigies of Changnan. Seeing this, Sheng stepped out from the crowd and became the 4th person to enter Old Black Mountain. However, his appearance triggered an unexpected reaction. Wow, who is that guy? He's so handsome. I swear, I'm going to capture him and have my way with him for 3 days. To hell with the quota. Sheng just shook his head. Shallow, he thought. Soon enough, you'll witness the true power of this Sword Immortal. Sheng signed the life and death contract, officially becoming a member of the special training camp. The task panel displayed deliverable, and he promptly completed the task. Without pausing, Sheng stepped onto the nearby random teleportation array. After a disorienting sensation of spatial distortion, Sheng found himself transported to a mountainside. He opened the map panel and carefully compared it with the distributed map, confirming his location midway up the mountain. More notably, a danger zone was marked less than 10 miles away. Putting the map away, Sheng reviewed the rules in his mind. Eliminate 1 job changer, obtain their armband, and reach the mountain-top base to complete the task. It seemed simple, but Lu Sheng knew some people would choose to eliminate more opponents to pave their way for the future. I refuse to stoop to such low tactics, Lu Sheng thought to himself. I'll just find someone, take their armband, and head up the mountain. But before that, I need to see what this 10,000 swords return to the sect is all about. With eager anticipation, Lu Sheng opened the skills panel. As expected, the newly acquired skill 10,000 swords return to the sect was listed. 10,000 swords return to the sect LV1. Type: active. Effect: control all equipped sword-type weapons to attack the enemy. Each attack increases damage by 20 per flying sword. Can break all defensive skills, items, and remove all buffs from the opponent. Cannot be blocked, dodged, or interrupted. Each flying sword can trigger attack traits. Lu Sheng stared at the skill description in silence. The effect of 10,000 swords returned to the sect was far from what he had imagined. Is the skill strong? Absolutely. Once activated, the opponent can't avoid damage regardless of their defensive skills, items, or evasion techniques. It's an overwhelmingly dominant attack. However, a fatal flaw left Lu Sheng feeling frustrated. 10,000 swords returned to the sect can only control equipped sword-type weapons. This meant the number of flying swords he could control depended on his weapon slots. Lu Sheng chuckled bitterly, recalling how he had painstakingly leveled up his sword heart to LV3 to gain the dual-wielding effect, giving him one extra weapon slot. Even so, it only amounted to 2 swords. Even if I mimic Zoro and hold one in my mouth, that's still just 3 swords, right? Lu Sheng thought to himself, glancing at his back. Fine, let's add 1 more. For weapon slots mean I can equip 4 swords. So what? 4 swords return to the sect? That might be weaker than a single green lotus sword song. Despite his disappointment, a sudden idea struck Lu Sheng. Could he be misunderstanding the skill? The Sword Immortal profession was known for its elegance and power, and a skill named 10,000 swords returned to the sect shouldn't be so lackluster. How could it control only a few swords? Perhaps the skill isn't weak. I just haven't found the right way to use it, Lu Sheng pondered. If I can find a way to increase the number of flying swords I can control, the power of 10,000 swords returned to the sect will surely be formidable. With this thought, Lu Sheng's spirits lifted slightly. He decided to test the skill on a job changer or a beast and figure out how to increase the number of controllable flying swords. Just as Lu Sheng was about to move, a teleportation array appeared not far ahead. A short-haired guy carrying a large stone shield emerged from it. The moment he landed, he saw Lu Sheng and was taken aback. Then, a smug smile appeared on his face. Just got here and already found an armband. Looks like I'm lucky today, the short-haired guy said confidently. Kid, either hand over your armband and I'll spare you, or I'll beat you up first and then take it. Lu Sheng didn't respond, secretly delighted. Wasn't he lucky too, needing a test subject for his sword? He had no intention of wasting words with the guy. With a flick of his hands, 2 swords Kanglin and Qiu appeared, their golden glows shimmering along the blades. The appearance of 2 golden quality swords startled the short-haired guy. His confidence vanished instantly. All his gear was purple, and he had no golden equipment. Lu Sheng, with 2 golden swords, had a clear advantage. What terrified the short-haired guy more was Lu Sheng's ability to wield 2 swords simultaneously, reminding him of a certain figure. Are you one of the 7 sons of Chongnan, Wang Qian? The short-haired guy stammered, then corrected himself. No, Wang Qian uses a golden quality broadsword, not your sword. Wang Qian. Lu Sheng smiled politely. I'm Wang Qian's father. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. With Lu Sheng's low shout, Qiu and Kanglin soared into the air, hovering beside him, their blades trembling with a radiant glow. Despite only 2 flying swords, the aura of 10,000 swords returned to the sect was intimidating. The short-haired guy felt a stinging sensation on his skin, a primal fear making him sweat. He didn't dare to be careless, immediately planting his large stone shield on the ground, ready to face the impending attack. As the shield connected to the ground, a flow of earth encased it, making it larger and sturdier. Lu Sheng sighed inwardly at the coincidence. The guy was also a hidden profession Earth Shield Guard, just like Go Sheng. He recognized the Earth Shelter skill, which sacrificed mobility for high recovery and damage reduction. This skill was powerful enough to withstand even a boss's relentless attacks. However, Lu Sheng's lips curled into a smile. Unfortunately for the guy, defensive skills were precisely what 10,000 swords returned to the sect countered. Slash! Lu Sheng shouted in a low voice. The Kanglin and Qiu swords shot towards the short-haired man's stone shield like lightning. Their speed far surpassed that of conventional sword techniques, trailing water vapor and firelight, accompanied by a blinding flash. In the blink of an eye, the swords reached the shield. With a loud bang, the stone shield shattered like paper. The skill, 10,000 swords returned to the sect, had broken through the opponent's defense. Qiu and Kanglin precisely pierced the short-haired man's shoulders, sending him flying. Blood sprayed, but Lu Sheng didn't take his life. He merely inflicted severe injuries and deftly removed the emblem from his shoulder. The swords flew back to Lu Sheng, their tips holding the emblem. Lu Sheng took it and tied it to his own arm. Now, he only needed to reach the mountain peak to officially become a member of the special training camp. The short-haired man collapsed, bleeding profusely. Terrified, he struggled to sit up. Seeing Lu Sheng again, his expression changed completely. "Don't kill me. I surrender. I surrender." He begged for mercy, fearful that Lu Sheng would use one of the camp's death slots on him. Seeing Lu Sheng withdraw his swords, the short-haired man sighed in relief. However, he quickly realized that while Lu Sheng didn't intend to kill him, there was something else in his eyes. Lu Sheng picked up the stone shield. Although its durability had dropped sharply, it wasn't completely destroyed due to the skill protection. It could still be used after some repairs. This purple-grade equipment had Earth attribute effects, perfectly matching the Earth Shield Guardian profession. Lu Sheng took it without hesitation, planning to give it to his brother Go Sheng. At that moment, an idea struck Lu Sheng. He didn't kill, but that didn't mean he couldn't rob. The special training camp was full of experts, with plenty of purple-grade equipment and even some gold-grade ones. Robbing a few pieces to sell wouldn't hurt. "Take off everything you're wearing," Lu Sheng said calmly. The short-haired man was stunned, a blush suddenly appearing on his face. Lu Sheng shivered and kicked him. "I meant your equipment. Don't get the wrong idea." The short-haired man quickly removed his heavy armor and placed it on the ground. Lu Sheng inspected each piece, confirming they were all top-tier purple equipment. He thought that with these, Go Sheng's exam results would improve significantly. After collecting everything, Lu Sheng waved him off. "All right, get lost." Now left in just his underwear, the short-haired man gritted his teeth and asked, "You're really strong. Do you have the guts to tell me your name?" Lu Sheng was about to reveal his name but remembered Qian Yu's warning. He calmly said, "Me? I'm Wang Qian." The short-haired man was speechless. Seeing him hesitate to leave, Lu Sheng summoned the Qishao sword and pointed it at him. "Still not leaving? Want another beating?" Feeling the heat from the sword, the short-haired man's face changed dramatically, and he quickly fled into the dense forest of Old Black Mountain. Lu Sheng sheathed Qishao and reflected on the recent battle. 10,000 swords returned to the sect could break defensive skills but only had 2 flying swords, limiting its power. He pondered how to unleash the skill's true potential. Just then, a notification sound came from the system panel. Lu Sheng checked it and found 2 new tasks. 1. Step task: reach the mountaintop base to become a member of the special training camp, with rewards based on arrival order. 2. Permanent task: kill a boss higher level than yourself excluding dungeon bosses to learn the skill Forged Sword Soul. Each completion increases the number of times Forged Sword Soul can be used on a weapon. Reading the task descriptions, Lu Sheng was stunned. These tasks were different from before, especially the permanent tasks reward, which left him speechless. It seemed he had found the correct way to use 10,000 swords returned to the sect. The potential of forging sword spirits made Lu Sheng's heart race with excitement. He quickly retrieved the Kanglan sword, gently running his fingers along its blade. A radiant sword aura emerged. A minute later, a semi-transparent spirit of the Kanglan sword took shape, identical to the original. Grasping the sword spirit, Lu Sheng felt the dual-wield ability activate. He swung both swords, able to release each skill twice. When he used sword control technique to manipulate the sword spirit, the second equipment slot immediately became available. Thrilled, Lu Sheng pulled out the Qishao sword and equipped it. As expected, he could now control 3 swords simultaneously, holding the Qishao and Kanglan in his hands while using sword control technique to command the Kanglan sword spirit. He quickly applied the forging spirit technique to the Qishao sword as well, soon possessing 4 swords that he could switch between freely. This discovery greatly diversified Lu Sheng's combat strategy. He could use sword control technique to command physical swords for ranged attacks while holding the sword spirits for self-defense. Although the sword spirits only possessed 20 of the original sword's attack power, they were perfect for defensive skills like Wave Reflecting Sword and Green Lotus Sword Song. What excited Lu Sheng even more was that 4 flying swords meant the power of 10,000 swords returned to 1 was quadrupled. Each sword could boost attack power by an additional 80, resulting in a terrifying 320 combined increase. Though it still didn't match the Green Lotus Sword Song in power, the potential was limitless. Lu Sheng couldn't help but imagine, if he could truly forge tens of thousands of sword spirits, each sword would gain a 200,000 attack boost. 1,000 such powerful swords unleashed together would be an apocalyptic scene. However, reality soon tempered his idealism. Lu Sheng realized that to forge so many sword spirits, he would need to continually complete boss-killing missions. Bosses, whether in the wild or in dungeons, were extremely rare, and dungeon bosses didn't meet the mission criteria. Just then, a flash of inspiration hit Lu Sheng. He remembered the dangerous areas marked on the Old Black Mountain map. Wasn't that where the Western Frontier Military District kept their roaming bosses? He immediately pulled out the map for a closer look and then headed towards the nearest danger zone. Meanwhile, in a tent at the mountain's base, Lynx was sitting on a folding chair, staring at a huge screen divided into hundreds of sections. Each section displayed a scene from Old Black Mountain, captured by hidden cameras set up by the Western Frontier Military District to protect the students. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in to report, "Colonel Yang, we've received a message from the summit base. Someone has already reached the top." Everyone around was astonished. Had someone already collected 2 armbands and reached the summit so quickly? Lynx remained unfazed, calmly asking, "Who is it?" The soldier replied, "It's Chu Guang from Changnan No. 2 High School." The surrounding instructors showed no surprise at the mention of his name. As instructors at the special training camp, they were already well informed about the participants. In the southern region, Changnan was renowned for producing outstanding talents, the most famous being the 7 prodigies of Changnan. Chu Guang, one of these 7, had long been considered a top contender by the camp. His arrival at the mountaintop base as the first was expected. The Lynx nodded slightly and turned to the recording officer. "Mark Chu Guang's score as class." "Yes, sir." The officer responded promptly, finding Chu Guang's name in the thick stack of files and carefully writing down S in the score column. Just as Chu Guang's score was confirmed, another soldier monitoring the cameras suddenly reported loudly, "Colonel Yang, there's an incident in the Old Black Mountain. A body has been found in Area 02183. The Lynx's brows furrowed as she quickly walked over to the soldier, her tone grave. "Is it murder?" The soldier nodded. "Yes, killed. And the body is in a terrible state, with the chest ripped open." The Lynx stared at the surveillance footage, seeing a male student lying under a tree with hardly any signs of a struggle around him, indicating the fight ended quickly. She remained silent, her eyes scanning the myriad of screens until they fixed on one in particular. In the footage, a girl holding a staff was fleeing in panic, clutching one armband in her hand and wearing another on her arm. She was running towards the direction of the camera, as if something terrifying was chasing her. Suddenly, a long whip, resembling iron thorns, lashed out from off-screen, aiming precisely at the girl's back, targeting her heart. Although the mage was not weak, the hastily summoned magic shield was no match. The iron thorns easily pierced through the shield and her heart. Even though the surveillance had no sound, the mage's bulging eyes and gaping mouth indicated the agony she was in. However, her assailant gave her no time to endure the pain. The iron thorns vibrated violently, instantly ending her life, with blood splattering onto the camera, turning the screen crimson. The soldiers present watched the brutal killing with changed expressions, wondering who could be so ruthless. The answer came quickly. As the iron thorns retracted, a girl with pigtails and a long whip skipped into view. Her innocent demeanor starkly contrasted with the blood-stained armbands on her sleeves. The Lynx sighed with a look of resignation. "It's Bai Rou, as expected." Bai Rou cheerfully collected the 2 bloody armbands from the body, adding them to her own. Now, she had 4 in total. She licked her lips in delight, a satisfied smile on her face. Just as she was about to leave in search of her next prey, she noticed the surveillance camera. Tilting her head curiously, she studied it for a moment before flashing a sinister smile and stepping closer. The screen shook violently, then filled with Bai Rou's grinning face. Though there was no audio, the Lynx read Bai Rou's lips. "Weren't we promised no surveillance or protection? Why is this thing here? They tried to take my armbands first. It's not my fault." Before she finished, the screen turned to static. The Lynx rubbed her temples, clearly troubled. She ordered, "Send 2 level 40 or higher operatives to Area 02186 to bring Bai Rou back, forcibly if necessary. If she stays in the safe zone, it'll become a danger zone." "Yes, ma'am." 2 officers immediately set out to capture Bai Rou. The scoring officer asked quietly, "How should we rate Bai Rou if we forcefully bring her back?" "The rating is based on climbing time and the number of armbands. If she can't continue, her score will be hard to determine." The Lynx shot her a cold glance. "It's not hard to decide. Give her an S." My initial plan was to send her directly up the mountain, skipping the first round of assessment, and grant her its class rating. But the headquarters, ignorant as they are, rejected my proposal, insisting on equal treatment for all participants. Now, with at least 3 fatalities, if we let this go on, the death toll will exceed the limit. And then, those fools at headquarters will blame us. Bring her up now, and we'll cut our losses. When the ratings are announced, anyone who questions Bai Rou's S can challenge her. Let's see who has the guts. The officer nodded and promptly wrote S on Bai Rou's file. For the remainder of the time, the Lynx and her team closely monitored the situation in Old Black Mountain. Each time someone reached the summit, they assigned scores based on climbing time and the number of armbands collected. The exact purpose of these scores would be revealed only after all participants arrived at the mountaintop base in 3 days. 2.5 days passed quickly, and over 70 participants had successfully reached the summit. Those who lost their armbands did not give up. They continued searching for others with armbands in the safe zone of Old Black Mountain. Losing an armband did not mean elimination. They still had a chance to reclaim a spot in the training camp by seizing others' armbands. Among all the participants, one stood out: Lu Sheng. Not even the Lynx and her team were aware of his presence. At that moment, Lu Sheng was in the danger zone of Old Black Mountain, far from the surveillance-covered safe zone. In a perilous area of Laotian, the sharp sound of blades slicing through the air echoed continuously. Over 20 flying swords swirled in the sky like a swarm of bees, relentlessly attacking a massive beast. This beast was a towering 10-meter-tall blue ox, standing on its hind legs with bulging muscles, wielding a broad stone axe. Each swing of the stone axe by the ox caused the ground to tremble violently, leaving behind a deep crater. This creature wasn't just any ordinary monster. It was a boss that even second-tier class changers found troublesome: the Mighty Bull Chief. The Mighty Bull Chief was a level 35 bronze-tier boss with astonishing attributes: Strength, 479, Agility, 154, Spirit, 59, Endurance, 360. It also possessed 4 formidable skills. 1. Hardened Hide passive. Reduces damage taken by 25 and has a 25 resistance to debuffs. 2. Heavy Axe active. Deals massive area damage. 3. Bull Charge active. Charges forward and causes a stun. 4. Warcry active. Increases all attributes by 20 for 3 minutes. While this boss posed a significant threat to the students of the training camp, it was not much of a challenge for Lu Sheng, who had already defeated the Tree Spirit Corpse King. Lu Sheng was skillfully controlling the swarm of flying swords. Most of these swords were semi-transparent sword spirits, possessing only 20 of the attack power of their true forms, making it hard to break through the boss's defenses. However, each attack left a sword mark on the boss, stacking up nearly 10 layers in just a second. Among these, 2 real swords, Kenglin and Qiu He, had impressive attack power. Each hit elicited a painful cry from the Mighty Bull Chief, causing blood to splatter. Realizing it was on the brink of death, the boss decided to make a desperate move. It let out a low roar and used War Cry, pushing its attributes to the limit. Ignoring the surrounding flying swords, it charged directly at Lu Sheng. Despite its massive size, the boss moved with astonishing speed thanks to Bull Charge. However, Lu Sheng remained unfazed in the face of this deadly charge. With 2 sword spirits always circling him, he grasped them and instantly assumed a dual-wielding stance. Just as the Mighty Bull Chief was about to collide with him, Lu Sheng unleashed Sweeping Sword Wave. 2 sword beams erupted, not only interrupting the boss's charge, but also leaving deep gashes on its thighs. Although using sword spirits reduced his attack power, it was still enough to protect himself. Immediately after, the second phase of Sweeping Sword Wave activated, sending another pair of sword beams at the boss, forcing it to retreat. However, the Mighty Bull Chief was far from giving up. It raised its giant axe, ready to unleash the heavy axe skill. Sensing the imminent danger, Lu Sheng quickly used Drunken Immortal Moonstep, boosting his movement speed by 500. He slid out of the attack range like a phantom, and the massive axe struck the ground, creating a huge crater and causing a violent tremor. The battle was nearing its end, with the boss covered in sword mark buffs. Lu Sheng decided to conclude the fight. He threw out the 2 sword spirits he held and shouted, "Sword marks, explode!" The ghostly sword shadows appeared out of nowhere, slashing the Mighty Bull Chief. All the sword marks detonated simultaneously, dealing devastating damage and instantly killing the powerful boss. With a final whimper, the massive body crashed to the ground, dropping 2 pieces of equipment. Ignoring the loot, Lu Sheng quickly opened his task panel and submitted a permanent quest. His sword spirit forging count increased to 11. He immediately forged a sword spirit for both Qiu and Kenglin, bringing his total to 24 flying swords. Watching the sword spirits dance freely in the air, Lu Sheng couldn't help but smile. Despite already earning 2 badges, he chose to stay in the danger zone to hunt for more bosses rather than heading to the mountaintop base. Over the past 2.5 days, his gains had been substantial. Including the Mighty Bull Chief he just defeated, he had slain 10 bosses. The abundant experience points propelled his level to 26, matching the second-tier students in the training camp. Each boss kill not only provided experience, but also task rewards that increased his sword spirit forging count. Now, both Qiu and Kenglin had 11 sword spirits each, significantly enhancing the power of his myriad sword return technique. Lu Sheng found that the sword spirit forging skill was nothing short of divine. Although each sword spirit had low attack power, they could be precisely controlled and stacked sword mark effects. The 20 additional sword spirits multiplied his output several times over. What excited Lu Sheng the most was the sheer spectacle of controlling 24 flying swords simultaneously. The powerful and dazzling display filled him with a sense of accomplishment. As the 3-day deadline approached, Lu Sheng sheathed all his flying swords and began to organize his spoils, planning his next steps. First, He picked up the two pieces of equipment dropped by the boss: a purple quality two-handed battle axe and a blue quality leather armor. Although these items could fetch a good price at the marketplace, Lu Sheng was unimpressed. In comparison, the equipment he had stolen from students truly caught his eye. While wandering through the danger zones, Lu Sheng encountered 4 unfortunate students in a safe zone. These chance encounters brought him 2 pieces of gold quality equipment and over a dozen purple items. After each robbery, Lu Sheng would leave with the gear and badges, saying only, "My name is Wang Qian." By now, Lu Sheng had accumulated 6 badges and countless pieces of equipment. As for killing bosses, it was purely to stack the number of times he could forge sword souls and increase the usage of the Wine God Gourd skills. With this in mind, Lu Sheng opened the Wine God Gourd and stored the body of the giant bull chieftain. He could now use the Wine God skills 11 times and drink from it 27 times, enough to handle any sudden situations. After sorting through his loot, Lu Sheng leaned against a tree and opened his map. He was currently in the back mountains of Old Black Mountain. He had nearly traversed all 11 marked danger zones on the map, defeating the bosses in each one. The only area left was the one marked with 4 skulls, leading up the mountain to the back gate of the mountaintop base. Lu Sheng carefully considered his best path. Head straight up, clear the last danger zone, defeat the boss, and then report to the mountaintop base. However, the 4 skulls on the map made him hesitate. His experiences over the past couple of days had taught him that the number of skulls indicated the boss's power level. 4 skulls likely meant a level 35 gold boss or a level 40 silver boss, far stronger than the Tree Spirit Corpse King he had faced before. After weighing his options, Lu Sheng made up his mind would go for it. Leaving a boss alive was not his style. Even if the boss was formidable, he could always use the Wine God Gourd skills. I, the master of 10,000 swords and the Wine God, can't handle one boss? Lu Sheng thought confidently. He put away the map and headed towards the mountaintop base, charging into the highest-risk 4-skull danger zone without hesitation. As the sun set, only a few minutes remained of the 7-tit Wahor deadline. At the back gate of the mountaintop base, an electrified barbed wire fence surrounded the base, leaving only a single iron gate and 2 sentries. This was the passage to the back mountains of Black Mountain and the entrance to higher-level maps. The base had stationed 2 level 53rd experts here to ensure security. Suddenly, one of the sentry soldiers perked up, keenly catching the sounds of a distant battle. The desperate roars were unmistakable. It was the Blade Dragon, a level 40 silver boss, kept by the Western Military District in the back mountains. The presence of this fierce beast had designated the area as a 4-skull danger zone. The 2 soldiers immediately became alert, worried that an intruder might be trying to sneak into the base from the back mountains. One soldier quickly drew his long spear, while the other mage cast a protective magic shield on himself. Soon, the dying roars of the Blade Dragon echoed, followed by silence. 5 minutes later, the sound of rustling leaves came from the bushes in front of the sentry post. The mage conjured a large, wheel-sized fireball and shouted, "Who goes there? Come out." A path was cleared through the underbrush by a swinging long sword, revealing Lu Sheng. He saw the base's back gate and couldn't help but smile. I knew there had to be a back door to the base. However, noticing the tense soldiers, he quickly sheathed his sword and gestured to show he meant no harm. "I'm a student from the special training camp, Lu Sheng from Beijiang First High School," he explained. The 2 soldiers were stunned and incredulous. You came through the danger zone?" they asked in disbelief. Lu Sheng stood in front of the mountaintop base's gate, addressing the 2 visibly surprised soldiers. "Nobody mentioned we couldn't pass through the danger zone when we were at the base of the mountain, right?" The soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, clearly taken aback by this unconventional student. According to Lynx's plan, the danger zone was supposed to keep the students in a safe area where they would compete for armbands while remaining vigilant against the level 30 beasts on Old Black Mountain. Who would have thought someone would cross the danger zone directly? However, upon reflection, Lu Sheng's words made sense. As long as one collected enough armbands and reached the mountaintop base, passing through the danger zone should still count as passing the exam. The 2 soldiers exchanged another look. One of them took out a walkie-talkie to contact their superiors and retrieve Lu Sheng's information. They then asked Lu Sheng to show his attribute panel, carefully verifying his name, occupation, and other details. Once confirmed, the soldiers finally believed his identity. "You can go in," one of the soldiers said, "but you need to head directly to the plaza. The first round of the exam is about to end, and Lynx is about to announce the second phase." Lu Sheng nodded in thanks and followed the signs to the plaza. He had arrived too late to choose a residence and had to head straight to the gathering. After Lu Sheng left, the mage soldier frowned and said to his companion, "That student is only level 27. Could he really have crossed the 4-skull danger zone? Maybe he was just lucky and didn't encounter the boss?" The gunner soldier shook his head. "Didn't you notice the direction the Blade Dragon's roar came from? It was from the direction that kid came from. They might have fought." The mage was shocked. "No way. The Blade Dragon is incredibly fierce and never lets its prey escape. Remember those rookie support staff who accidentally provoked it? They were chased all the way here, and we had to intervene to scare it off. If that kid really provoked the Blade Dragon, how could he still walk here so nonchalantly? The gunner soldier fell into deep thought. After a moment, he said, "You're right, but something doesn't add up. How about this? You stay here, and I'll go ahead and check." The mage nodded in agreement and continued to stand guard. The gunner soldier then took his gun and followed the path Lu Sheng had taken. It didn't take long for him to find something unusual. In the dense forest, an area about a kilometer in diameter showed signs of a fierce battle. Thick trees were broken, and the ground and stumps were covered in sword marks. The most striking thing was the bloodstains everywhere and the scattered scales, each the size of a small dagger. These are blade dragon scales and blood? The gunner soldier was shocked. After careful inspection, he confirmed that they indeed came from a blade dragon. The scene suggested that the blade dragon had suffered significant damage. Did the blade dragon get driven off? Otherwise, why is there no corpse? The gunner soldier was taken aback. Could that kid really have defeated the blade dragon and crossed the four-skull danger zone? He immediately contacted his companion via walkie-talkie. Something's wrong. The blade dragon is in trouble. That student is suspicious. Report this to the higher-ups immediately and have someone keep an eye on him. Also, send someone over here. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng had already reached the small plaza at the mountaintop base. This place was much larger than the temporary base at the mountain's foot. It took Lu Sheng over 10 minutes to walk from the back gate to the plaza. Along the way, he saw various newly built facilities: storage for equipment, potions, and materials, dormitories, a cafeteria, and a massive alloy arena 10 times the size of the school's. It seemed to meet all the students' needs for living and leveling up. The plaza was already crowded with people, all students who had successfully passed the first round of the exam in the past few days. Several soldiers were busy taking attendance. Lu Sheng approached, handed over the armbands he had collected, and gave his name. The soldiers quickly found Lu Sheng's card in their records and marked a B in the blank space. Lu Sheng guessed this might be the rating for the first round of the exam. Although he saw many people with an A rating, he didn't mind. He had gained a lot over the past 3 days, and as long as he could enter the special training camp, he was satisfied. One of the soldiers handed Lu Sheng a new armband with a large B on it. Not knowing what it was for, Lu Sheng put it on anyway just as long as there wasn't an S or 2 before the B. With his new armband on, Lu Sheng found a less crowded spot to wait. The number of people who had made it to this round had drastically decreased, leaving only about 100 people in the plaza, making it feel quite sparse. Before long, Lu Sheng heard a familiar voice. "It's you?" Turning around, Lu Sheng couldn't help but smile. It was indeed an old acquaintance. Wang Kuan and Wang Qian had arrived at the plaza together. Wang Kuan immediately recognized Lu Sheng, his eyes blazing with anger. He was about to charge over, but his older brother Wang Qian, who was right behind him, gave him the confidence. At this moment, Wang Kuan resembled a chihuahua on a leash, feeling emboldened to bare its teeth at anyone with someone backing him up. Lu Sheng couldn't help but chuckle when he saw this. This kid really has no scheming skills at all. He glanced around and realized that the area was filled with training camp instructors. Making a move here would likely get him disqualified immediately. Just as Wang Kuan was about to charge forward, Wang Qian grabbed him from behind. With a calm expression, Wang Qian whispered, "This is the base. No fighting allowed. Behave yourself." Wang Kuan's face turned red with anger. "Bro, it was that guy who injured me and took the spot that should have been mine. He even took the Qishao sword you gave me. And worse, he's been using your name to rob others, causing you to be cursed behind your back." It turned out that the brothers, Wang Qian and Wang Kuan, had arrived at the mountain base on the first day. Over the past few days, they overheard several people cursing Wang Qian for stealing their gear and armbands. Upon inquiry, Wang Kuan found out that these people had been ambushed by a handsome man wielding dual swords who had introduced himself as Wang Qian. Fortunately, these individuals had brought spare equipment, which they used to win back armbands and secure their spots in the training camp. Now, they had banded together to find the despicable thief and reclaim their belongings. Wang Kuan immediately guessed that this was Lu Sheng's doing. After all, many people might wield dual swords, but a handsome dual swordsman could only be Lu Sheng. The thought of Lu Sheng being so despicable, robbing others, and using his brother's name, made Wang Kuan furious. In the past 2 days, Wang Kuan had been wandering around the mountaintop, hoping to bump into Lu Sheng. Now that his enemy had appeared, he could hardly contain himself. On the other hand, despite being wrongfully blamed, Wang Qian remained calm, showing a much higher level of composure than his younger brother. "Now's not the time. Hold it in for now," Wang Qian advised. He glanced at the armband on Lu Sheng's arm and sneered. A brank? He must be hiding his true strength, trying to play the underdog. But to take down a tiger, he needs the skills. "Once we leave this base, I'll make sure he neither lives nor dies peacefully." Wang Kuan felt somewhat appeased by his brother's promise. However, when he looked at Lu Sheng again, what he saw almost made him lose it. Lu Sheng had taken out the Qiu sword and was casually stroking its blade. Wang Kuan could no longer hold back and pointed at Lu Sheng, ready to charge. Bro, look at him. Hold it. Wang Qin frowned and slapped the back of Wang Kuan's head. Can't you see he's provoking you? Without some restraint, how will you achieve great things? Wang Kuan pouted, not daring to talk back, and could only swallow his anger. Seeing Wang Kuan's flushed face but restrained actions, Lu Sheng lost interest. He sheathed the Qiu sword and turned his gaze to the impassive Wang Qian standing beside Wang Kuan. So this was the exceptional and powerful eldest son Lu Meixin spoke of? Indeed, he was much more formidable than Wang Kuan. If all the 7 sons of Chongnan were as composed as him, this training camp would be filled with formidable contenders. As Lu Sheng pondered, the sun set completely in the west. As the twilight faded, floodlights suddenly illuminated the small square, making it as bright as day. The previously noisy square fell silent instantly. With the sound of synchronized footsteps approaching, all eyes turned to the source. Lynx appeared again, followed by a group of training camp instructors, each exuding an intimidating aura. Standing in the spotlight, Lynx's slightly hoarse voice rang out, "Congratulations to all of you for passing the first round of the training camp assessment. From now on, you are officially part of the training camp." She looked around, a rare satisfied smile appearing on her face. "Only less than 100 left? It seems you all are smart, knowing to eliminate as many competitors as possible within the limited time to secure more resources for yourselves. However, even with nearly 4/5 of the participants eliminated, the resources we've prepared are still insufficient for all of you. I hope you continue to strive and help me weed out more of the useless ones. Now, without further ado, let me tell you about the next round of training." Everyone perked up their ears, afraid to miss a single word from Lynx. However, at that moment, an officer approached from the back, whispering something urgently to Lynx. Lynx's expression instantly hardened. Her gaze scanned the crowd and finally landed on Lu Sheng. A chill ran down Lu Sheng's spine, as if he were being targeted by a super boss. Instinctively, he prepared to arm himself with Qishao and Kanglin to face the impending crisis. However, Lynx merely glanced at him without taking any action. She shifted her gaze and ordered in a low voice, "Keep an eye on 0088. I'll check it out myself." With that, she turned and quickly walked toward the back of the mountain base, followed by half of the officers. Among the remaining officers, a burly man with sunglasses, seemingly second to Lynx, raised his hands and announced loudly, "The chief instructor has some matters to attend to. Everyone stay here and wait for further instructions." Immediately, the students started murmuring among themselves. No one understood why the chief instructor left in the middle of announcing the next training task. Only Lu Sheng remained silent, on high alert. He could clearly feel that at least 4 instructors were keeping a close watch on him. A terrifying thought crossed Lu Sheng's mind. Could it be that the 0088 they mentioned is me? Lu Sheng was well aware of the wrongs he had done. How could Laohe Mountain, a level 30 map, possibly have 11 bosses? The bosses he killed were all property of the Western Military District. Although he had his reasons, no one ever said it was a restricted area, and there was no explicit prohibition against killing Basesh, couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy for secretly taking them all out. At this moment, his biggest worry was whether he would have to compensate for it. After much contemplation, Lu Sheng finally made up his mind. No way. Why should he compensate? Those bosses weren't under their command anyway. He decided that if things came to light, he would firmly deny everything. "I don't know. It wasn't me. I can't afford it." While Lu Sheng was calculating his next steps, the base behind the mountain was bustling with activity. Lynx led a group of officers to the site where Lu Sheng had battled the Blade Dragon. The station gunman immediately stepped forward to report. Lynx nodded and then turned to a short-haired female officer in her early 30s behind him. "Xiao Zhao, use your time rewind skill and replay what happened here." Xiao Zhao, a hidden class time walker, though not strong in combat, had many useful skills. She responded promptly, pulling out a small staff and giving it a gentle wave. Tiny, sparkling waves of light fell from the staff's tip, enveloping the chaotic scene. In an instant, the scales and bloodstains on the ground flew up and gathered together. Broken branches and trampled grass restored to their original state. A roar from the Blade Dragon echoed as its figure materialized before them. A young officer, around level 40, was startled and instinctively reached for his weapon. A seasoned colleague beside him laughed and held down his arm. "Relax, it's just an illusion, not real." The young officer took a closer look and found it to be true. The Blade Dragon looked lifelike but had no warmth and stirred no air currents. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the Blade Dragon. It was already wounded, surrounded by countless flying swords attacking it incessantly, leaving it no room to dodge. As the time rewind expanded, a figure appeared in the distant seat. Was Lu Sheng. exuding an extraordinary aura, with two sword spirits circling him. Everyone except Lynx was shocked. A student, controlling dozens of flying swords, soloing a level 40 Silverder boss? It was unbelievable. The Blade Dragon was originally set as the first hurdle for students in the special training camp to test their teamwork. But now, Lu Shang had completely disrupted their plan. It was like giving Lu Shang a single chopstick to break easily. Even with 10 chopsticks, he snapped them effortlessly. The special training camp's prepared lesson on unity is strength seemed utterly futile in the face of Lu Shang's prowess. As the officers were still in shock, the Blade Dragon suddenly launched its skill blade barrage. Countless scales shot towards Lu Shang like sharp blades. However, Lu Shang simply grasped two flying swords and unleashed his skill, Sword Dance. In an instant, two sword beams burst forth, clearing all the incoming scales. The instructors were once again in an uproar. Blade Barrage was one of the Blade Dragon's powerful skills, high in damage and wide in range, potentially causing a team wipe if not handled carefully. Yet Lu Shang neutralized it effortlessly. Just how formidable was his class? However, what truly shocked them was yet to come. Lu Shang cursed, "You damn lizard. You scared the hell out of me with that sudden skill. Think you're the only one with skills? Taste my sword." With that, Lu Shang flicked his fingers, and the two sword spirits flew up, hovering above his head. The surrounding flying swords instantly returned to him. In a flash, all the flying swords began to tremble, emitting a sharp, resonant sound that seemed to trigger a kind of resonance, causing the instructors' faces to turn pale. As they drew closer, the surrounding crowd could even feel a tingling sensation on their skin. It was incredible, given that everything in front of them was just an illusion, not reality. Yet, even in an illusory scene, the continuous hum of dozens of flying swords made everyone present uncomfortable. The officers exchanged glances, wondering what it would feel like to experience this in real life. Their eyes turned back to the student, curious about the astonishing skill he was about to unleash. Lu Shang's robe fluttered without wind, surrounded by soaring flying swords, each glinting with a cold light. His demeanor was otherworldly, compelling everyone to hold their breath. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Lu Shang exclaimed softly, thrusting his right hand forward. In an instant, the hum of the flying swords surged into a deafening boom. All the swords, trailing streaks of light, shot towards the Blade Dragon like arrows released from a bowstring. Thud! The first sword pierced through the Blade Dragon's chest, spraying blood everywhere. The Blade Dragon let out a wail, unable to escape the torrent of flying swords. More swords followed, mercilessly striking its body. After piercing through the Blade Dragon, the flying swords crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust that obscured the creature's form. Despite this, the onlookers could guess the Blade Dragon's fate. The scene left everyone in deep self-doubt. The Blade Dragon's strongest attribute was its endurance, with its blade armor providing immense protection. It was nearly impossible for someone of the same level to break through its defenses. Yet this young man pierced through its body with every strike, demonstrating an astonishing level of power. What the officers didn't know was that Lu Shang's 10,000 swords returned to origin had its power directly correlated to the number of flying swords. This was only the force of 20-some swords. If he could control hundreds of swords, the power of his skill would increase exponentially. As everyone watched the Blade Dragon teeter on the brink of death under Lu Shang's devastating skill, the time reversal effect suddenly vanished. All the scenes dissolved into light particles, returning to the tip of Xiao Zhao's staff. Xiao Zhao was drenched in sweat, barely standing with the help of her staff. She panted, "I'm sorry, Major Yang. I don't know why this time reversal took so much out of me. I can't hold on any longer." "It's all right," Link said after a moment of thought. "At least we know that the Blade Dragon was indeed taken down by that student alone. No cheating, no external help, purely his own strength." She turned to one of her companions and asked, "Has the Eagle Eye team checked out this Lu Shang?" An officer immediately replied, "When we arrived, the Eagle Eye team had already discreetly used their scouting skills on him. He didn't use any disguise items or skills, and his attribute panel matches the reported data. His identity is verified, and we've also investigated his background. There's no possibility of him being an infiltrator." Lu Shang had no idea that while he was waiting in the square, not only were 4 officers watching him closely, but multiple people were using skills to check if he was using any disguise items. After all, the special training camp gathered nearly all the geniuses from the southern region, and the Western Frontier Army couldn't allow any unauthorized individuals to sneak in. Lynx nodded after hearing this. "So, the person checks out. But his strength. It's beyond my expectations." She narrowed her eyes, surveying the wreckage. "It seems the southern region has another formidable contender, aside from those few kids from Changnan and that Dragon Knight." Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and asked, "This student, did he arrive at the mountain base on the last day? How many armbands did he collect, and what was his rating?" The officer in charge of recording scores quickly responded, yes, he arrived on the last day. He collected 6 armbands, so he was rated B. At this point, the officer broke into a sweat. Except for the first day when Lynx personally supervised the ratings, the rest of the time, he was responsible for the ratings. His rating criteria were simple. The shorter the time to reach the summit and the more armbands collected, the higher the rating. Lu Shang collected 6 armbands, which was above average. However, since he reached the summit at the last moment, his rating couldn't be too high. Giving him a mid-tier rating seemed reasonable. But given the current situation, Lu Shang's strength clearly surpassed that of a brat student. With his power, he deserved an S rating. Lynx had previously told him to consider multiple factors when rating. For instance, Bai Rou, despite collecting fewer armbands, had to be rated S due to her abilities. Thus, the discrepancy between Lu Shang's strength and his rating was a mistake in his work. I'm truly sorry, Major Yang. The officer bowed deeply, quickly explaining, when reviewing the surveillance, I took note of several outstanding students. But for some reason, I had no impression of this one. It's my fault. I'll find a way to make up for my mistake and re-evaluate his rating. Based on his performance just now, that Eat My Great Sword skill definitely deserves an S rating. The area fell into a brief silence, until someone nearby couldn't help but cough lightly, reminding, his skill is 10,000 swords returned to origin. Not whatever you called it. The rating officer's face went blank, was so shocked by Lu Shang's skill earlier that he only remembered the phrase, Eat My Great Sword. He began to worry if his military career was about to end. Fortunately, Lynx wasn't interested in nitpicking. She sighed deeply and said, I wasn't asking you about the rating error to blame you. Have you ever thought about why someone with the ability to kill a blade dragon took nearly 3 days to reach the summit? 3 days, and he only handed in 6 armbands. What was he doing during those 3 days? Has anyone considered that? Her words struck the officers like a lightning bolt, and they collectively gasped. Lu Shang came from the danger zone, and the officer responsible for ratings hadn't paid much attention to him. All things considered, it meant this kid fought his way up from the danger zone. If that were true, didn't it mean he had taken down all the bosses in the danger zone, just like the blade dragon? An officer adjusted his earpiece and immediately ordered, logistics team, head to the danger zone on the front mountain and see if the boss is still there. Before he could finish, Lynx stopped him with a wave of her hand. No need to send anyone. It's a waste of time. The boss is definitely gone by now. Given our pace, killing 11 bosses in 3 days is just right. The officer responsible for ratings looked troubled upon hearing this. Major Yang, this is a real problem. He sighed deeply and continued, according to our original plan, the next task for the special training camp is to release information about the boss in the danger zone and let the students hunt them. Then, we have the first round of the circle-breaking level competition. After that, we'll open up the Black Cloud Mountain map for a month-long wilderness hunt. Finally, there's the ultimate position-snatching contest. The entire schedule was meticulously planned. Another officer chimed in, his voice full of concern. Now that all the bosses in Old Black Mountain are dead, our plan is completely messed up. Without the bosses from Old Black Mountain to help the students level up and gain strength, how can they hunt in the Black Cloud Mountain range? That area is for level 40 or so. With the students' current strength, they wouldn't stand a chance in there. After a moment of contemplation, the officer suggested, how about we have the instructors take everyone into the Black Cloud Mountain range to level up first? Let's raise the average level by 2. At the very least, the top-tier students need to undergo their second job change. With second job instructors leading them, they just need to form a well-balanced team to complete the tasks we've set in the Black Cloud Mountain range. Lynx shot him a cold glance, making him shiver and realize he had misspoken. Lynx said sternly, if leveling up equated to gaining strength, our instructors could just train the students directly. Why bother making them struggle in the wilderness? What the Western Frontier Military District can offer these kids isn't resources, levels, or equipment. It's teaching them how to use everything at their disposal to survive in dangerous environments and kill the enemy. With that, Lynx turned and walked toward the mountaintop base. As she walked, she issued orders, cancel the Old Black Mountain boss hunting process. The rewards prepared for this phase will be distributed according to ratings in the circle-breaking level competition. After the competition, there will be a 3-day rest, then we'll open the Black Cloud Mountain range. If missing a couple of boss kills means they can't survive in the Black Cloud Mountain range, those students should have been eliminated long ago. Yes, ma'am. The officers responded promptly, immediately relaying Lynx's orders. That day, Lynx didn't return to the small square. Lu Shang and other students waited there for a full hour before the sunglasses-wearing instructor received the message to let everyone go rest and gather at the arena at 8 a.m. the next day. Many students were disgruntled, feeling they had wasted an hour waiting. Only Lu Shang felt relieved, as it was clear the Western Frontier Military District wasn't holding him accountable for killing the boss. The mountaintop base was well equipped, and Lu Shang easily found the cafeteria, enjoyed a hearty dinner, and returned to the single dormitory prepared for the students to rest. Early the next morning, he followed the others to the alloy arena at the mountaintop base. 9 tall iron chairs, resembling thrones, had been placed around the edge of the arena. Although they looked rugged and simple, they exuded an indescribable aura of dominance. The area below the arena was divided into A, B, and C zones with paint. Instructors in camouflage uniforms began maintaining order, directing everyone to their corresponding zones based on their armbands. Lu Sheng arrived in the level zone. Among the 3 zones, there were 20 people in a level, over 30 in level, and over 40 in clevel. At the back of the crowd stood 9 people with level armbands. These included the grinning Bai Rou, the Bible-reading Chu Guang, the duels word-wielding Wang Qian, and the arrogant long-haired man Xiang Xiaonan, among others. All 7 members of Changnan were present, along with 2 super experts from other cities. Once everyone was in place, Lynx arrived with her team. She had the instructors wait in the arena while she stepped into the center. The crowd instantly fell silent, everyone holding their breath. Lynx stood straight as a steel rod, her raspy voice clearly reaching everyone. Today, our special training camp will begin the circle-breaking level competition. The rules are simple. As indicated by your armbands, you have been classified into 4 levels based on your performance during the ascent. S, A, B, and C. After the competition, the Western Frontier Military District will distribute rewards based on your ratings. S-level students will receive 1 piece of gold quality equipment or item. A-level students will receive 2 pieces of purple quality equipment or items. B-level students will receive 1 piece of purple quality equipment or item. C-level students will receive a permanent attribute enhancing potion. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng silently cursed. If I'd known there were rewards, I wouldn't have just aimed for a passing grade by reaching the mountaintop base on time. Now I've missed out on a gold quality item. Just as Lu Sheng was grumbling, Lynx's next words brought a glimmer of hope. The Lynx's gaze was as sharp as a knife, sweeping through the crowd before finally settling on Lu Sheng. That feeling of being targeted by a super boss returned, sending chills up his spine, but Lu Sheng maintained a calm exterior. He knew the Lynx meant him no harm. The Lynx quickly looked away and continued. So, I have arranged today's breakthrough ranking battle. The circle refers to your ranking tiers. To break through your current tier and earn more rewards, you need to show your true skills and seize others' rankings. She explained the rules in detail. Lower tier trainees could challenge those in higher tiers. Victors would advance while losers would be demoted. After demotion, there was 1 more chance to challenge, but failing meant elimination. Each person could accept a maximum of 3 challenges. The Lynx's tone became serious. This is the result if you succeed. If you fail, you will lose your spot in the special training camp. So, think carefully about whom you choose to challenge. If you're not confident in winning, it's best to stay put. The crowd responded in unison. Understood. The Lynx nodded, forcing a smile. Then, good luck to all of you. With that, she turned and left, seemingly uninterested in watching the upcoming battles. The sunglasses instructor took over, announcing the list of steer trainees who would soon face challenges. 9 steer trainees ascended the alloy platform one by one, taking their specially prepared seats. The others could only stand below, their envy palpable. Seeing their expressions, the sunglasses instructor chuckled. Envious? If you can win, you can sit up here too. He began calling the names of attire trainees. The first, Sun Zijiao, opted to forego the challenge, a wise decision that drew no criticism. The second attire trainee chose to challenge Xiang Xiaonan, deeming him the weakest link among the stiers. Xiang Xiaonan's face darkened. As an steer trainee, who would want to be seen as an easy target? He sneered, standing up and drawing a tumter-long golden spear. Challenge me? Fine, I'll take you on. Xiang Xiaonan said coldly. Though I'm not one of the 7 sons of Changnan, you've made a big mistake thinking I'm the weakest among the 9. He raised his spear, and a massive summoning array unfolded in the air. With a resounding dragon's roar, a rocky-colored dragon burst forth from the array, circling in the sky. This dragon was Xiang Xiaonan's battle pet, rumored to be as powerful as a silver deer boss, if not stronger. The challenger, a defensive warrior akin to an Earth Guardian, looked grim. The strength of an steer trainee was far beyond his expectations. With the sunglasses instructor's shout of, "Begin," the battle erupted instantly. The dragon descended like a meteor, its speed overwhelming. The challenger barely had time to grip his weapon before the dragon's tail struck him, sending him flying like a broken kite. The impact was enough to shatter bones. He landed heavily, limbs twisted. He convulsed a few times, his vision turning red before losing consciousness. The challenge ended as quickly as it began, the brutal scene leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Suddenly, an ill-timed cheerful note broke the silence. Oh ho, no need to look. Everyone knew the voice belonged to Bai Rou. Bai Rou suddenly jumped up from her seat, her eyes gleaming with excitement. The intense showdown before her made her blood boil, stirring a deep-seated desire within her. She shouted eagerly. Wow, who knew this crappy ranking battle could be so thrilling? Turning to the instructor in sunglasses beside her, Bai Rou grinned, revealing a set of sharp white teeth. Instructor, if I hit too hard and accidentally kill someone, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? The instructor, well aware of Bai Rou's troubled nature, replied coldly, while the ranking battle allows you to fight freely, killing is strictly forbidden. If things get out of hand, I'll step in to stop you. Huh? Bai Rou scoffed, rolling her eyes. That's so boring. Despite her words, her gaze remained fixed on the challenger who had just taken a heavy blow. The person was being carried away by a team of medical instructors, blood foaming from their mouth with each jolt of the stretcher. Bai Rou ground her teeth, her body trembling slightly like an addict in withdrawal. Fine. If I can't kill, at least I can enjoy the sound of flesh tearing and bones breaking. It's been 3 days and it's driving me nuts. Ignoring the presence of the surrounding instructors, her blood-red lips curled into a nearly Urtoir grin. Bai Rou turned to the contestants in areas A, B, and C, speaking in a disturbingly sweet voice. You all, make sure to challenge me, all right? No matter who you are, no matter your class or level, pick me as your opponent. Pretty plebe. She twisted her body in a mockingly coquettish manner, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Instinctively, the crowd stepped back, trying to distance themselves from this maniac. Bai Rou's crazed display captured everyone's attention, much to the annoyance of Xiang Xiaonan. As the top fighter in Higu City, he had planned to defeat challengers with a flourish and declare, killing you doesn't even require me to draw my spear. Unfortunately, Bai Rou had stolen his thunder. Xiang Xiaonan cast a sidelong glance at Bai Rou, his tone laced with provocation. Eager for a fight? Huh? Too bad we're both shrank, so we won't face each other in this ranking battle. Otherwise, I'd love to see if your skills as an infernal swordsman are as legendary as they say. Bai Rou, who had just sat back down, nearly jumped up again in excitement. You want to fight me? Great, let's go to Black Mountain right now. Caught off guard, Xiang Xiaonan quickly backtracked. Now's not the time. We're in the middle of the ranking battles. Maybe later. When the time comes, I'll defeat all of you from Changnan 7. With that, he retracted his spear and sat down, adopting a proud posture. His dragon, not yet dismissed, lay obediently at his feet like a massive pet, drawing envious glances. Seeing the first match conclude, the sunglasses-wearing instructor called out the name of the third rank student, asking if he wanted to challenge in rank. This rank student, seated near Lu Sheng, had previously mocked another rank for being a coward by not challenging. However, after witnessing Xiang Xiaonan's prowess, he quickly chickened out and forfeited his challenge. Most rank students followed suit, choosing not to challenge and avoiding unnecessary trouble. A few confident ones did challenge the Shrank students, only to be overwhelmingly defeated. Among the Shranks, Chu Guang and Bai Rou remained unchallenged. Chu Guang sat quietly, engrossed in his Bible, seemingly detached from the chaos. Bai Rou, on the other hand, was agitated, cursing as the ranked challengers dwindled without anyone picking her. If not for the strict supervision of the instructors, she might have rushed down to find an opponent herself. The last rank student, Wang Kuan, opted out of challenging under Wang Qian's suggestion. Thus, the Shrank students remained unscathed, while the ranks lost 8 members. Next, it was the Brank students' turn. They could challenge both the rank and Shrank students, but none dared to challenge the Shranks, knowing it was a death wish. The Shrank students relaxed, chatting among themselves, their sense of superiority evident. The Brank challenges were fierce, with half of the 30-plus students quickly eliminated. 2 rank students were also defeated by Branks, resulting in a swap of rankings. As the Brank challenges neared their end, the instructor finally called out Lu Sheng's name. Next Brank student, North City High School, Lu Sheng, level 27, Sword Immortal. Choose your opponent. Lu Sheng smiled slightly and was about to respond when a notification sound from his task panel interrupted. Ding, you have a new task? Please check it. Current available tasks. 1. Fight Chu Guang and win without using weapons. Reward, Weapon Mystery Box. The mystery box contains a random grade weapon. 2. Fight Bai Rou and win without using skills or items. Reward, Equipment Mystery Box. The mystery box contains a random grade piece of equipment. 3. Fight Wang Qian and lose after 3 minutes. Reward, Skill Mystery Box. The mystery box contains a skill book for your class. 4. Fight Xiang Xiaonan and win within 30 seconds. Reward, Weapon Mystery Box. The mystery box contains a random grade weapon. 5. The task board was densely packed with 9 tasks, each corresponding to an rank student. Lu Sheng scrutinized these tasks, noting that the requirements and outcomes varied. Some required him to lose, some to win, and others to draw. The rewards were almost identical, all being blind boxes. The more Lu Sheng looked at the tasks, the more daunting they seemed. For instance, the tasks against Chu Guang and Bai Rou required him not to use weapons or skills and items, respectively, which was akin to fighting barehanded. As for the tasks that required him to lose, they were even harder to accept. After all, he wanted to stay in the training camp longer to earn more rewards from the Western Military District. Getting eliminated for a blind box was simply not worth it. After careful consideration, Lu Sheng ultimately chose Task 4 to defeat Xiang Xiaonan within 30 seconds. This task seemed reasonable. Winning it would not only earn him a weapon blind box, but also a golden quality weapon as an strength student reward, a win-win situation. As Lu Sheng accepted the task, the sunglasses-wearing instructor was about to ask him for the second time if he would exercise his challenge right. Lu Sheng immediately responded loudly, "I exercise my challenge right," and strode onto the stage. The instructor nodded and asked, "Which rank student do you want to challenge?" Lu Sheng shook his head and replied, "I'm not challenging an rank student. I'm challenging an strength student." The entire venue fell silent. Everyone thought Lu Sheng had lost his mind. The strength of strength students had been fully demonstrated in the previous round. Several powerful rank students had shown through their bloody lessons that strength students were not to be challenged lightly. A rank student challenging an strength student? That was akin to seeking death. Not only did the onlookers think so, but even the strength students, who had been chatting and laughing, turned their attention to Lu Sheng. Among them, Xiang Xiaonan and a few others showed mocking expressions. The instructor, with a hint of amusement, looked at Lu Sheng and asked, "All right, which strength student do you want to challenge?" Before Lu Sheng could answer, Wang Qian stood up from his seat with a sneer. "You must be challenging me, right?" he mocked. "Smart move. You know that fighting me here means the instructor will ensure your safety. But if it were in the wild, that's another story. Fine, I won't kill you today. But don't think you'll walk off this stage unscathed." He drew two heavy swords from his back and was about to step onto the stage. Lu Sheng listened to Wang Qian's tirade calmly, then glanced at him and said indifferently, "Who said I was challenging you?" Wang Qian froze, his steps faltering as if he had been slapped in the face. After a long pause, he reluctantly sat back down, sneering, "Ha, so you don't even have the guts to challenge me. I overestimated you." Lu Sheng inwardly chuckled. "No guts to challenge you? You should thank my crappy system for saving you today. If the task had required me to defeat you, I'd have smashed your head in." Ignoring Wang Qian, Lu Sheng was about to announce his challenge to Xiang Xiaonan when he noticed a loophole in the system task. It seemed there was a way to complete the task while maximizing his benefits. "I want a challenge," Lu Sheng began, and the entire venue went silent. Everyone wanted to see which strength student this rank student considered an easy target. However, Lu Sheng's next words caused an uproar. "All the strength students." Lu Sheng pointed, "If I defeat all of you, the strength position will be mine. And I want all 9 pieces of golden quality equipment as rewards. Whether you fight me one by one or all at once, it doesn't matter. I want to fight all 9 of you." The venue exploded in heated discussions, almost lifting the roof. All 9 strength students turned their gazes to Lu Sheng, their expressions indescribable. They felt their dignity as strength students had been trampled. Even Chu Guang, who had been reading and not paying attention, looked up. "Is this guy crazy? Did you hear that? So many rank students couldn't take down one strength student, and he thinks he can challenge strength students as a rank? This is madness. Challenging strength students is one thing, but all 9? Is he out of his mind? What rank does he think he is to take on strength students? He's probably just bluffing. Do you really believe him? What a clown. I don't believe a word he says." The instructor also felt Lu Sheng's request was preposterous. Whether or not Lu Sheng was joking, the instructor couldn't agree to such an unreasonable demand. He cleared his throat, signaling everyone to quiet down, and said, "Challenging 9 strength students is unreasonable, and I must reject it. You can only choose one to challenge. If you win, you get the strength position and the corresponding reward. It's impossible to monopolize all the rewards." Lu Sheng sighed. Not letting me fight all 9? Are you afraid of losing?" Though disappointed, Lu Sheng understood that he was in a training camp and should follow its rules. So, he nodded. "All right, if I can only choose one, then I choose Xiang Xiaonan." All eyes turned to Xiang Xiaonan. Xiang Xiaonan's face turned grim. He sneered. "Someone dares to challenge me? It seems you didn't notice how badly the last guy fared. Fine, I'll fight again today and see what this so-called Ani against 9 expert is made of." He patted a curled-up dragon beside him. "Let's go, Fei Zi. Time for another battle." The dragon woke up, shook its scaly body, and followed Xiang Xiaonan to the stage, its eyes fixed on Lu Sheng with a menacing glare. Xiang Xiaonan equipped his dragon spear, slinging it over his shoulder. He glanced at Lu Sheng and laughed. "A cloth armor class? Do you believe I can end this fight in 30 seconds? Lu Sheng was taken aback. Was he a prophet? "Looks like it's time to get serious." The instructor, seeing both sides ready, nodded and announced loudly, "Prepare yourselves. This circle-breaking rank challenge begins now." As the instructor's voice fell, Lu Sheng saw a 30-second countdown appear on his task panel. Unaware of what was about to happen, Xiang Xiaonan raised his hand and commanded, "Feizi, take off and prepare to knock this guy off the stage with one hit." At his command, the dragon roared and took to the air. Seeing this, Lu Sheng reached out, and two swords, Qi Xiao and Kanglin, appeared in his hands, which he then tossed into the air. The swords instantly entered a floating state, vibrating and resonating with a low hum. The sword hum wasn't loud, but that was just the beginning. In the next second, sword spirits emerged from Qi Xiao and Kanglin, hovering above Lu Sheng's head. In no time, the number of flying swords reached 26. The collective resonance of 26 swords made everyone instinctively cover their ears, feeling the sharp sword intent piercing every inch of their skin. What kind of skill is this guy about to unleash? Around Lu Sheng, 26 flying swords hovered in a menacing orbit, their blades emitting a faint glow that radiated killing intent. The overwhelming pressure left Xiang Xiaonan frozen in place, his mind racing with uncertainty. His instinct screamed that the next move from his opponent would be fatal. A cold glint flashed in Lu Sheng's eyes. With the mission timer ticking away, he had no intention of missing out on his reward. He thrust his right hand skyward and shouted, 10,000 sword. In an instant, all the flying swords began to hum, their tips aligning perfectly to target Xiang Xiaonan. Return to origin. With a swift forward point of Lu Sheng's finger, the 26 swords streaked through the air like arrows, each trailing a stream of light. The threat of death loomed over Xiang Xiaonan. Abandoning any thought of a direct confrontation, he turned to flee, shouting, "Feizi, help me!" Use the dragon chi shield. High above, the dragon that had been poised to attack Lu Sheng dove down. A layer of white energy enveloped its body, transforming it into a falling meteor. The dragon chi shield not only boosted its attack power but also provided formidable defense. Xiang Xiaonan hoped it would deflect the flying swords. However, he had overestimated the shield's resilience. The moment the first sword made contact, the shield shattered. The blade pierced through the dragon's wing membrane effortlessly. The dragon let out a pained roar, its momentum halted. One after another, the second, third, and fourth swords followed. The dragon's scales shattered and scattered in midair. In mere seconds, over a dozen swords had reduced the colossal creature to a near-death state. "Feizi!" Xiang Xiaonan cried out, hastily recalling the dying dragon. A summoning circle flashed, enveloping the dragon and pulling it back. With his shield gone, Xiang Xiaonan was in a panic. He dared not face the onslaught of the 10,000 swords returned to origin hidden. Instead, he used a dash skill to become a blur, desperately evading. But evading was futile. The swords pursued him with unerring precision. As the sharp tips closed in, Xiang Xiaonan shut his eyes in despair. In that critical moment, a figure appeared before him in a flash. It was the sunglasses instructor. The level 79, 4th stage Qi master stepped forward, extending his arms. His Qi erupted, forming a massive golden bell around them. The golden light shone brilliantly, like a miniature sun, enclosing both him and Xiang Xiaonan. Clang, clang, clang. The swords relentlessly struck the golden bell. Despite the instructor's superior strength, the bell's light dimmed visibly with each hit. The final sword, the true form of the Qi Xiao sword, struck with immense force, shattering the bell. With the 10,000 swords returned to origin complete, Lu Sheng raised his hand, and the swords obediently returned to orbit around him, ready to strike again. However, he did not continue the attack. His mission panel showed completion. The instructor's intervention signified Xiang Xiaonan's defeat and Lu Sheng's success. The mission timer stopped at 19.5 seconds. In just a few moments, Lu Sheng had utterly crushed Xiang Xiaonan, a decisive and overwhelming victory. The arena fell silent. No one had expected a B-level student to not only defeat but outright annihilate an A-level student like Xiang Xiaonan so swiftly. If not for the instructor's timely intervention, Xiang Xiaonan would have been riddled with holes. After a long pause, someone finally spoke. "Am I seeing things? Did a B-level student just one-shot Xiang Xiaonan?" The crowd snapped out of their daze, quickly confirming with each other what had just transpired. On the stage, the 8th level students had varied reactions. The usually silent Chu Guang murmured, "So strong." Bai Rao's face twitched slightly, her expression complex. Her gaze towards Lu Sheng was no longer that of a predator eyeing prey, but one of caution, excitement, and a hint of fear she hadn't noticed herself. The other level students also looked serious. They finally realized that Lu Sheng's earlier claim of taking on all 9 of them might not have been a joke after all. The battle was over. The expression on the sunglasses-wearing instructor's face was a sight to behold as he decisively called off the match. Lu Sheng had won with an overwhelming advantage, and their rankings were immediately swapped. Lu Sheng was promoted to class student, while Xiang Xiaonan was demoted to class. The area around the arena was in chaos, with the audience still reeling from Lu Sheng's astonishing display of power. Lu Sheng calmly retracted his flying sword, nodded at the instructor, and prepared to head towards the seat that previously belonged to Xiang Xiaonan. However, the instructor quickly approached him and whispered, "Kid, that move you just pulled off was insane. Does it have a defense-breaking effect? My level 4 golden bell shield has pretty high durability. It can withstand skills from even 4th stage experts. Yet, you shattered it in one round. If it doesn't break defenses, that would be hard to believe." Lu Sheng nodded frankly, "There's nothing to hide. 10,000 swords returned to origin indeed breaks defensive skills, nullifies all buffs, and cannot be dodged or blocked." "Just as I thought." The instructor was taken aback, but then chuckled. "Good thing I'm a 4th stage Qi master with higher skill levels than you. If you were at the 3rd stage, that move would have left me unable to save Xiang Xiaonan. Your hidden class is ridiculously strong." He then recalled Lu Sheng's celestial demeanor while flying with his sword and couldn't help but touch his buzz cut, adding, "And you looked pretty cool doing it too." Lu Sheng didn't expect the usually serious instructor to say such a thing and couldn't help but smile. "It's not the skill that's cool. Maybe it's just me." "You cheeky brat." The instructor laughed, shook his head, and returned to the center of the arena to continue hosting the matches. At this point, Xiang Xiaonan, visibly defeated, rushed to the medical area to find a priest officer to heal his dragon. The instructor continued calling up class students, but everyone's attention had already shifted away from the arena. The remaining matches between B and class students were nothing but a battle of weaklings. Everyone was speculating. Where did Lu Sheng come from? With his overwhelming strength, why was he initially rated as class? How does he compare to other class students? Could he really, as he claimed, take on 9 at once? The other students now looked at Lu Sheng with eyes full of awe, as if he were a monster. Comparing him to the likes of Chu Guang and Bai Rou seemed more than appropriate. The day flew by, and the ranking competition finally concluded. Among the class students, only Lu Sheng's position changed hands, while the defeated Xiang Xiaonan managed to save his severely injured dragon and, as a class student, defeated a class student. With his dragon heavily injured, Xiang Xiaonan didn't dare challenge the class students again, fearing he might lose his spot in the special training camp altogether. Many positions in B and C classes also changed hands, with nearly a third of the participants being eliminated, leaving around 70 students in the camp. After the ranking competition, Lu Sheng and the other 8 class students were taken to separate rooms. Each room contained a list of rewards for them to choose from, with several pages of gold-quality weapons and equipment, making Lu Sheng marvel at the wealth of the Western Military District. Lu Sheng's eyes were drawn to a long sword named Ling Feng. This sword not only had enticing attributes, but also seemed tailor-made for a Sword Immortal. Ling Feng Sword. Gold. Required level, 35. Required class, Sword Mastery class. Attributes. Attack power 1020. Strength 159. Agility 310. Additional effects. Each attack increases attack speed by 10 for 5 seconds, stacking up to 5 times. 10 chance to trigger Agile effect when attacking. Agile effect. Increases attack speed by 50 and movement speed by 100 for 3 seconds. Description. Forged by a master swordsmith inspired by the wind on a cliff. Lu Sheng was intrigued. Although the Lingfeng sword's attack power was only slightly higher than that of Qishao, its agility boost and additional effects were perfect for a Sword Immortal. Using it to forge 12 sword souls to attack ferocious beasts could instantly stack the passive effect to 5 layers, increasing attack speed by 50. Coupled with the Agile effect, it seemed tailor-made for his class. However, choosing the Lingfeng sword meant he would have to choose between Kanglin and Qishao. Moreover, Lu Sheng still had a weapon blind box to open. For a moment, he found himself in a dilemma. Ultimately, Lu Sheng decided to open the weapon blind box first to see if he could get something even better. If the weapon from the blind box was superior, he could forego the Lingfeng sword and opt for a bracer or belt to enhance his attributes. Lu Sheng held his breath and slowly opened the weapon blind box. In an instant, light and shadows danced, and a blinding flash hit his eyes. He squinted, his heart skipping a beata hint of red glimmered within the light. Red? Lu Sheng was ecstatic. As the light faded, he eagerly examined the item in his hand. But what he saw left him stunned. It wasn't a sword but an ancient ebony box, about 4 feet long, resembling a guqin with 2 vertical cracks running through it. Lu Sheng instantly realized this was a sword case. He scrutinized it, and its attributes appeared. Sword case read. Required level, 1. Required class, Sword Immortal. Attributes, none. Special features, 1. Sword storage expands weapon slots by 10. Once equipped, it binds to the sword case and cannot be replaced. Attributes of the stored weapons can be stacked. 2. Sword nurturing the durability, level, and grade of stored weapons increase over time, but the grade cannot exceed that of the sword case. Lu Sheng was overjoyed. This was practically a divine artifact for a Sword Immortal. Not only did it solve the issue of enhancing his 10,000 swords return to 1 technique, but it also opened up new combat strategies for him. He quickly calculated. With his current 12 sword spirits and the sword case's capacity for 10 weapons, he could store a total of 120 sword spirits. Adding his original weapons, he could control up to 130 flying swords. This would increase the power of 10,000 swords returned to 1 tenfold. Even more exciting was the passive sword nurturing feature. It could enhance durability, level, and grade, meaning his old companions like the Panlong Sword could potentially grow into top-tier divine weapons. Thrilled, Lu Sheng equipped the sword case, and sure enough, his weapon slots expanded by 10. He immediately stored the Panlong and Qiu swords, occupying 2 slots. Although he had other weapons like the wolf tooth blade in his bag, he didn't rush to fill all the slots. Upon closer inspection, Lu Sheng noticed that each stored weapon had 2 progress bars representing level and grade enhancement. The enhancement was slow, and once a weapon was stored, it couldn't be replaced. Each slot was extremely precious. Elevating ordinary weapons to divine artifacts would take a long time, so he couldn't waste any slots carelessly. With the sword case in hand, Lu Sheng unhesitatingly chose the Lingfeng sword as his class reward. He called an officer and soon received the exquisite golden sword. Holding the Lingfeng sword, Lu Sheng felt as light as a feather. The sword was slender and blue, razor-sharp, with streams of air continuously flowing from its blade. He was enamored with it, but didn't immediately place it into the sword case. Before the officer left, Lu Sheng inquired about the testing grounds. He learned that the testing room was next to the arena but was currently closed and would reopen the next morning. The following morning, Lu Sheng eagerly headed to the testing room, only to find it crowded with people. Most of the trainees were there, making the small space feel cramped. Clearly, everyone was anxious to test their new rewards. Lu Sheng considered leaving to level up at Old Black Mountain. Although he preferred the high-level map in the back mountains, he had heard that the military district was heavily guarded and off-limits to trainees. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a burst of astonished exclamations erupted from the testing room. He's broken the record. Sklash trainees are all getting golden equipment. The gap is widening. His damage output is almost 10 times my knight's. Infuriating. Lu Sheng gazed curiously into the distance. Through the crowd, he spotted flashes of sword shadows in front of an alloy post, accompanied by the sound of thunder and the cheers of the onlookers. He initially thought the person striking the post was the Thunder Mage from the Seven Sons of Chang'an, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was Wang Qian. Wang Qian was bare-chested, wielding 2 heavy swords. These swords were markedly different from before, now adorned with intricate gold inlays resembling lightning, flickering with purple electric light. As Wang Qian swung them, the patterns emitted bursts of thunder, forming an electric grid around him. Each strike on the alloy post was followed by a thunderous crack, causing significant damage. A nearby electronic screen displayed a countdown and rapidly increasing damage numbers. When the countdown hit 0, the final number froze at 60,147. The leaderboard that appeared immediately after showed Wang Qian's score far surpassed Chen Ziyan's second-place score of 45,287. The crowd gasped in amazement, surprised that Wang Qian, a heavy-armored warrior, outperformed the Thunder Mage Chen Ziyan in terms of output. Lu Sheng noticed that the top 10 on the leaderboard were mostly rank students, but the names of Chu Guang and Bai Rou were absent, possibly indicating their lack of interest in such minigames. Feeling elated, Wang Qian sheathed his still thunder-wrapped swords. His brother, Wang Kuan, handed him 2 bottles of water and excitedly praised him. "Bro, you're incredible. Choosing enchantment runes over golden equipment really paid off." Wang Qian grinned. "My output may not match Chen Ziyan's yet, but it's more than enough for a heavy-armored class. The gold-quality enchantment runes paired with gold weapons are indeed game-changing. These 2 broadsword of destruction should almost rival red-quality gear, right?" Though Wang Qian's words were not meant to boast, many overheard and were secretly astonished, feeling that Wang Qian's strength might now rival that of Chu Guang, Bai Rou, and Lu Sheng. After a brief rest, Wang Qian was about to leave with Wang Kuan to level up in Old Black Mountain, but then saw Lu Sheng about to leave. The sight of their adversary made them stop in their tracks. Fear flickered across Wang Kuan's face, clearly remembering the moment Lu Sheng had effortlessly defeated Xiang Xiaonan. After a few seconds of silence, Wang Qian spoke up. "Are you here to take a turn?" Lu Sheng replied reluctantly, saying there were too many people and he'd come back another day. Wang Qian stopped him. "Wait, when I got here it was crowded too, but I just went up and did it." No one dared to complain. He gestured to the surrounding crowd. "Everyone, make way. He'll finish quickly and won't waste anyone's time." The crowd parted, eager to see what score Lu Sheng could achieve. After a moment's thought, Lu Sheng accepted the challenge and approached the alloy post. Narrowing his eyes, he uttered sword control technique, and the sword case on his back snapped open. 13 flying swords streamed out, including the newly retrieved Lingfeng sword and 12 sword souls. However, what truly shocked everyone was the flash of red light from Lu Sheng's sword case as he summoned the flying swords. Lu Sheng had already acquired a red quality piece of equipment. The people present were top talents sent by various schools, each equipped with a piece of gold quality gear, which seemed to have become the threshold for engaging in conversations. However, at this moment, Lu Shang possessed a piece of red quality equipment, which in everyone's eyes was akin to a dimensional strike. Even more puzzling was that this equipment seemed to have appeared out of thin air, as he was not seen carrying it the previous day. People couldn't help but speculate, was it a special reward from the Western Military District? But this would contradict the promised gold quality equipment for S-level students. If Lu Shang had received special treatment, it would be hard to convince the others. Facing the skeptical gazes around him, Lu Shang remained unfazed, focusing intently on the alloy post in front of him. With a soft command, "Go," 36 flying swords shot out like arrows from a bow. On the screen, as the first flying sword struck the alloy post, a 10-second countdown began, with the damage numbers escalating at an imperceptible speed. As Lu Shang had anticipated, the Wind Spirit Sword's additional attributes were triggered upon attacking the alloy post. The souls of the 5 Wind Spirit Swords instantly stacked to enhance attack speed, activating the agility effect as well. Gusts of wind appeared around Lu Shang, causing his golden feathered robe to flutter as if by magic, giving him an ethereal aura that left onlookers in awe. The agility effect not only added to Lu Shang's ethereal demeanor, but also substantially increased his attack speed by 50. Combined with the already stacked 50 attack speed boost, his attack speed doubled. In an instant, the already lightning-fast flying swords accelerated further, leaving behind only afterimages as they continuously attacked the alloy post. The numbers on the display screen surged madly, with the continuous attacks from the Wind Spirit Swords and their souls constantly enhancing Lu Shang's output. Lu Shang felt a surge of joy, his hands moving swiftly as he used sword control techniques to manipulate the flying swords, almost engulfing the alloy post. The damage numbers on the screen rapidly climbed from 10,000 to 20,000, 30,000, and in the blink of an eye, exceeded 50,000. At this point, only 6 or 7 seconds had passed, leaving nearly half the time for output. Lu Shang was certain he would break Wang Qian's record, but he was not satisfied, aiming to double Wang Qian's score to 120,000. By now, the sword marks on the alloy post had stacked over 600 layers. Only an explosion of these marks was needed to easily achieve his goal. Feeling the 100 movement speed boost from the agility effect, Lu Shang decided to end it in style. He activated the Drunken Immortal Moon Step, a skill that originally enhanced movement speed by 400, and combined it with the agility effect, his speed skyrocketing 5-fold, far exceeding the limits of assassins and rangers. The crowd saw only a blur as Lu Shang, wrapped in a stream of airflow, instantly appeared in front of the alloy post. The Wind Spirit Sword itself fell into his hand, dragging the airflow as it struck the side of the post with a speed comparable to a professional assault skill. This seemingly astonishing strike was merely Lu Shang's normal attack. Explode! With a soft command from Lu Shang, hundreds of sword marks exploded simultaneously, transforming into a giant phantom sword that slashed down on the alloy post. The numbers on the screen surged from over 50,000 to 99,999 before the display malfunctioned. Simultaneously, the alloy post shattered under the immense damage from the sword mark explosion, scattering iron fragments everywhere. Lu Shang had not anticipated the alloy post to be so fragile, with an upper limit of only 99,999. Utilizing the passive effect of the Drunken Immortal Moon Step, he quickly retreated, avoiding the flying debris. All the flying swords then returned, settling into the sword box. The scene erupted into an uproar, with everyone staring in disbelief at the destroyed alloy post, their minds reeling how much damage had Lu Shang actually dealt. A gunner instructor, alerted by the commotion, arrived and was furious upon witnessing the scene. He sternly demanded to know who had violated the rules by attacking beyond the time limit, causing the equipment to break. Lu Shang initially stepped back, but then decided to step forward and admit it was his doing. He explained that he hadn't exceeded the time limit, having reached the score cap of 100,000 in just about 7 seconds, but hadn't expected the alloy post to be so fragile. The gunner instructor was momentarily speechless. If anyone else had made such a claim, he would have dismissed it as absurd. But faced with Lu Shang, he dared not doubt it. Recalling Lu Shang's astonishing feat of defeating the Blade Dragon in a single move during a time reversal scenario, a mere score of 100,000 might indeed be a trivial matter for him. Speaking of which, this guy named Lu Shang is really the bane of the special training camp. Lu Shang stood in the testing room, surrounded by stunned trainees. Moments ago, he had not only stolen the boss from Old Black Mountain, but also smashed the alloy post in the testing room to pieces. Shards lay scattered all around, glinting in the harsh light. The gunfighter instructor massaged his temples, a look of helplessness on his face. He knew transporting a new alloy post wouldn't be easy, but he couldn't blame Lu Shang. Taking a deep breath, he said, "I understand. Since it's not your fault, we'll let it go. I'll report the matter and request a new alloy post as soon as possible." Turning to face everyone, the instructor raised his voice. The alloy post is destroyed, so the testing room is temporarily closed. If you want to test your output, head to Old Black Mountain and find some beasts. Everyone out now. The trainees left one by one, and Lu Sheng didn't linger either. He headed straight to Old Black Mountain to level up. He was already at level 28, just a step away from the second class advancement at level 30. His goal was clear. Find the boss to forge the sword soul and level up to 30 as quickly as possible. After Lu Sheng left, many people were still talking about his astonishing output. Among them were the Wang brothers. Wang Kuan, looking upset, complained to Wang Qian, "Brother, do you think I can get my Qi Xiao back?" Wang Qian was silent for a moment before a sly look flashed in his eyes. He put an arm around his brother's shoulder and whispered, "Don't worry. I told you I'd get justice for you. That Lu guy may be strong, but haven't you heard, the tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be toppled by the wind? The stronger he is, the more people in the special training camp will want to bring him down. Let's go talk to Xiang Xiaonan." Though Wang Kuan didn't fully understand his brother's intentions, he followed him anyway. 3 days passed quickly. Lu Sheng's level had stagnated. Although the beasts in Old Black Mountain were high level, they were scarce. He even ventured into dangerous areas but couldn't find a trace of the boss. His only gain was increasing the drinkable times of the wine god gourd to 31 and further honing his skill with 36 flying swords. Returning to the mountain base, Lu Sheng found that others were in a similar situation. Most of the class trainees were stuck around level 29, just a step away from the second class advancement. Breaking through to level 30 would likely have to wait for the next round of special training tasks. On the fourth morning, an alarm pierced the silence. The sunglasses-wearing instructor announced through a loudspeaker for everyone to gather at the small square. The trainees quickly assembled and noticed a giant screen had been set up. The Link's chief instructor walked to the screen with a blank expression and straightforwardly announced, "Next, I'll announce the content of the next round of special training." She briefly introduced that this round of special training would last a month with no specific requirements, and the reward was the boss. The newly opened map was the Black Cloud Mountain range behind Old Black Mountain. As she finished speaking, the screen behind her lit up, displaying a massive map. The trainees gasped, as the map was much larger than expected. Old Black Mountain seemed insignificant within it. The map marked 48 danger zones, ranging from the nearest double skull level areas to the farthest 6 skull level area, with difficulty increasing progressively. The links continued to explain. This map will be distributed to you in printed form shortly. Now, I'll briefly introduce the danger zones. Double skull level areas have level 35 bronze bosses, triple skull level areas have level 35 silver bosses, quadruple skull level areas have level 40 silver bosses, and quintuple skull level areas have level 40 gold bosses. She paused, her tone becoming serious. As for the 6 skull level, it's best you don't go there with your current strength. But I can tell you, there's a level 40 platinum boss, the Shadow Hidden Sword, brought from the Darklands. Killing it not only grants massive experience, but also a chance to drop red quality equipment. The place erupted in discussion. A level 40 platinum boss? Even a fully equipped 10-person second-class team would struggle. Risking their lives for a slim chance at red gear clearly didn't seem worth it. Even a 2-skull level zone boss poses an insurmountable challenge for most of those present, let alone a 6-skull level danger zone. Even S-level trainees can barely solo a 2-skull zone. As for a 3-skull level, even S-level trainees would likely meet their demise. The difficulty of this round of special training tasks has suddenly skyrocketed, leaving many trainees wondering if the camp has overlooked some crucial steps, pushing them straight to the bosses without gradual preparation. Faced with such high-stakes tasks, a girl in a mage robe, holding a crystal staff, raised her hand. She was none other than Chen Zian, the Thunder Mage, one of the 7 stars of Changnan and a prominent figure in the camp. Instructor Lynx nodded for her to speak. Chen Zian began, "Chief Instructor, I have 2 questions. First, isn't this trial excessively difficult? We might be able to handle the boss in a 2-skull zone, but a level 35 Silverder boss seems out of our league. Once we complete the 2-skull zone, won't we be stuck?" Lynx, anticipating such concerns, calmly replied, "You're right. A 3-skull level danger zone is indeed a formidable barrier. But I never said you couldn't team up. With teamwork, many of you will have a chance to tackle higher level danger zones." The previous rank-up competition was designed to help you understand each other better. S-level trainees naturally have their appeal, and trainees of other ranks should be eager to join their teams. As soon as Lynx finished, a male trainee couldn't help but wail, "Doesn't that mean we clevel trainees will have a hard time getting noticed?" An adjacent instructor immediately scolded him. "The chief instructor is speaking. Silence." The boy quickly shut his mouth, but Lynx continued, "Clevel trainees might be overlooked, but your rank is closely tied to your performance in previous training. Poor performance results in a lower rank, which means fewer resources. That's the way this world works. If you clevel trainees are dissatisfied, you can form your own teams, starting from lower level danger zones to accumulate gear and level advantages. Alternatively, you can proactively negotiate with S-level and A-level trainees to prove your worth. The Western Military District has already placed resources in the Black Cloud Mountain Range. How much you gain depends entirely on your abilities. Turning back to Chen Ziyan, Lynx asked, "What is your second question?" Chen Ziyan continued, "My second question is about Old Black Mountain. When we first arrived, it had many marked danger zones, and you mentioned that the military district had placed bosses there. Since the danger zones in Old Black Mountain are generally lower level, can we start there and move to the Black Cloud Mountain Range after our second class change?" Listening to this, Lu Sheng silently cursed. He thought some things were better left unsaid. If you want to clear it, just go ahead. Why bring it up? However, Lynx didn't pursue the issue of the missing bosses in Old Black Mountain. He simply responded, "The danger zones in Old Black Mountain are not part of this special training. In other words, no one is allowed to enter the danger zones in Old Black Mountain." Chen Ziyan didn't press further, looking up at the marked danger zones, seemingly contemplating how to maximize benefits and take down more bosses. Seeing no further questions, Lynx announced, "All right, you can set off now. Forming teams and choosing danger zones are up to you. The logistics supply point offers unlimited food and healing potions. The job change platform on the mountaintop base is ready. Students who reach level 30 can return for a free second class change. We'll reconvene here in 30 days. I hope to see a transformed version of you then." With that, Lynx nodded to the instructor in sunglasses nearby and turned to leave. The sunglasses instructor took over maintaining order and stepped forward to announce loudly, "Everyone, get ready. The path to the back mountain is now open. Remember to bring a signal flare when collecting supplies. Fire the flare in case of danger, and we'll come to your aid. Always act within your limits." The scene erupted in activity as everyone began preparing. Lu Sheng, benefiting from a 50 non-combat movement speed boost provided by Golden Feather, was the first to reach the logistics point, quickly securing a month's worth of food and water. Although the signal flare and healing potions were of little use to him, he took them anyway. There was no need to show off and leave himself without a backup plan, even if he was strong. After collecting his supplies, Lu Sheng headed alone towards the Black Cloud Mountain Range, ready to go on a killing spree. As he passed a small plaza, he saw many trainees loudly recruiting teammates. A level trainee looking for teammates. "I'm a level 28 heavy armored knight, well-equipped, top-notch tanking ability. Clevel trainees, let's team up. Nobility is not predetermined. Let's charge into the 6-skull danger zone and slay the bosses together. You Clevel guys should just scatter. The boss says it can't eat that much, thanks. Blevel team ready to go. Need a healer, must have sufficient healing power. I'm a Blevel priest. Do I have enough healing power for you? Dude, if you have that much healing power, you might want to see a doctor." The small plaza was a lively scene. Many teams, upon seeing Lu Sheng, lit up and eagerly tried to recruit him. After all, having someone as powerful as him on their team would be amazing. A dashing Sword Immortal can never afford to have broken legs. With eyes as sharp as a hawk's, Lu Sheng strode confidently through the crowd, heading straight for the depths of the Black Cloud Mountains. The surrounding students quickly stepped aside, none daring to obstruct his path. Before setting off, Lu Sheng keenly noticed that not only were A, B, and Clevel students forming teams, but even some S-level students were aggressively recruiting teammates. Most notably among them was Lu Sheng's old acquaintance, Wang Qian. Accompanying Wang Qian were his brother, Wang Kuan, and Xiang Xiaonan. The three seemed to have reached some sort of agreement and were preparing to venture together. As an S-level student, Xiang Xiaonan's prowess was unquestionable. Their team became highly sought after, attracting numerous A-level students eager to join. At that moment, Wang Qian and Xiang Xiaonan were busy selecting suitable teammates from the crowd. Lu Sheng scoffed at the scene, thinking to himself, even if you gather a bunch of cattle and horses, they're still just cattle and horses. With a map of the Black Cloud Mountains in hand, Lu Sheng already had a plan in mind. Using the speed boost from the Golden Feather, combined with the additional 100 speed increase triggered by the Spirit Wind Sword's agility, he held a significant mobility advantage. 48 bosses mean 48 opportunities to forge sword souls. Lu Sheng thought excitedly, but quickly calmed himself. He knew this time would be different from his previous venture in Old Black Mountain. He couldn't monopolize all the bosses. To maximize his gains, he had to find a way to snatch bosses from others. After careful analysis, Lu Sheng deduced the likely routes other students would take. Ordinary students would struggle in the 2-skull zones. The strong would first team up to clear the 3-skull zones, then challenge the 4-skull zones after their second transformation. The 5-skull zones might become targets later on. Based on this judgment, Lu Sheng decided to start from the 4-skull zones, aiming to exploit a time gap. By the time others reached the 4-skull zones for their second transformation, they would find the bosses already cleared, leaving them in a dilemma. Brilliant! Lu Sheng thought, pleased with his own cunning. But he knew time was of the essence, and he had to act quickly. A day swiftly passed, and the ordinary and 2-skull zones were already bustling with activity. The strong had begun to move towards the 3-skull zones. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng, leveraging his extraordinary speed, had already reached the nearest four-skull zone and locked onto a boss. A low growl echoed through the rocky terrain. A hellhound with 6 heads, its eyes glowing red, breathing eerie ghost fire. This level 40 silver grade boss possessed both dark and fire attributes. Although its defense was not as high as the Blade Dragon's, its agility and attack power were superior, and it could unleash area effect fire damage, making it a formidable opponent. The hellhound had already marked Lu Sheng as its prey, ready to strike. Lu Sheng did not draw his sword box, but instead quietly took down the wine god gourd from his waist. I'd love to have a proper fight with you, to see how thrilling it is to wield 36 flying swords against a boss. But I'm in a hurry, so forgive me, Lu Sheng murmured, tossing the wine god gourd into the air. The hellhound, though unable to understand human speech, suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the small gourd. The oppressive sensation was like the deep sea before a storm, suffocating, as if some terrifying presence was about to descend. The atmosphere in Lu Sheng's location was entirely different. A rich aroma of wine filled the air, intoxicating his senses. Suddenly, a surge of white mist erupted from the mouth of the wine god gourd, enveloping him completely. Within the mist, a hazy figure of an immortal in white robes appeared, with flowing hair and an ethereal aura, though his face remained indistinct. Lu Sheng was stunned and nodded to himself. Even though I can't see the wine sword immortal's face, his aura is no less impressive than mine. The apparition of the wine sword immortal swayed drunkenly, taking a swig from the wine god gourd. The hellhound with 6 heads stared unblinkingly at the phantom, unable to contain itself any longer. Flames erupted beneath its feet as it lunged at Lu Sheng. Sensing the danger, the wine sword immortal put away the gourd, waved his hand, and conjured a spirit sword shrouded in white mist. The sword seemed ordinary at first, but as he wielded it, the blade sparkled like a reversed Milky Way, surging towards the hellhound. Lu Sheng's eyes widened as he realized that the starlight was composed of countless sword intents. The torrent of stars struck the hellhound, piercing it through and through like a ragged cloth, leaving it no time to even whimper. This single strike not only embodied the grandeur of the 10,000 swords returning to the sect technique, but also surpassed Lu Sheng's current capabilities. A level 40 Silverdeer boss was annihilated in an instant. The wine sword immortal turned leisurely, took another sip of wine, and then dissipated into mist. The wine god gourd returned to Lu Sheng's hand, and the number of summons decreased from 12 to 11. Lu Sheng didn't mind the slight consumption. He quickly stored the hellhound's corpse in the wine god gourd, restoring the summon count back to 12. Using the wine god to kill bosses was both swift and efficient. Not bad, Lu Sheng muttered to himself. I thought I'd need to follow up with another 10,000 swords returning to the sect. But the wine god's power is incredible, instantly killing a level 40 Silverdeer boss. He swiftly cleaned up the battlefield, glanced at the 2 purple items that had dropped, and stowed them in his backpack. Then he used the wine god gourd to collect the hellhound's corpse. Next, he forged the 13th sword soul for each of his 3 swords, bringing his flying sword count to 42 and enhancing his attack power further. After finishing these tasks, Lu Sheng checked the map and locked onto the nearest 4-skull danger zone, setting off immediately. Just 3 minutes after Lu Sheng left, a group of 5 or 6 people, including Lynx and the sunglasses instructor, arrived at the chaotic scene. The sunglasses instructor removed his glasses and joked, "That kid moves like he's flying. Hard to keep up with him. If it weren't for the noise from his battle, we might have lost him." He looked around in surprise. The fight's already over? We heard the commotion and got here in just 3 minutes. Did he really take down the hellhound that quickly? Lynx responded calmly, "It's not impossible. That kid's strength is enough to solo a 4-skull danger zone. Maybe even a 5-skull one." The sunglasses instructor was skeptical. "I believe he can kill the hellhound, but using 10,000 swords returning to the sect to instantly kill a level 40 Silverdeer boss seems a bit far-fetched." Lynx pondered for a moment and silently agreed. She turned to Xiao Zhao, who was with them. "Use temporal rewind again to see what happened earlier." Xiao Zhao nodded. "Yes, Lieutenant Yang." She took out her staff and cast temporal rewind once more. The group watched as Lu Sheng summoned the wine god, and the wine sword immortal's one strike, dispatching the hellhound. The sheer power of the wine sword immortal's strike caused Xiao Zhao to struggle to maintain the temporal rewind. Xiao Zhao explained, "The greater the skill's power in the playback, the more it drains me to maintain temporal rewind. That skill's strength far exceeded the previous 10,000 swords returning to the sect, and I couldn't hold on." Far exceeded 10,000 swords returning to the sect? The sunglasses instructor broke into a sweat. Damn. So 10,000 swords returning to the sect isn't his strongest skill. How many trump cards does he have? Suddenly, the sunglasses instructor had an epiphany. Wait, this kid is too greedy. He wants to monopolize all the danger zones above 4 skulls. If we don't stop him, our training plans will be disrupted again. It's one thing for him to take the main rewards, but he's trying to take everything, leaving just scraps for everyone else. The boss of Old Black Mountain was completely looted, forcing the training camp to increase its difficulty and open up the Black Cloud Mountain range. The instructor team held an emergency meeting overnight to revise their plan. Strength trainees would lead the groups, first tackling the 3-skull danger zones, and only after their second transformation would they challenge the 4-skull danger zones. Once the resources in these two areas were exhausted, they would then launch an assault on the 5-skull danger zone. However, just as the instructors finalized their plan, Lu Sheng emerged out of nowhere and disrupted their calculations. This genius youth displayed astonishing strength, capable of defeating a boss with a single skill. At his current pace, he would clear out the bosses in the 4-skull danger zone in no more than a week. Instructor Sunglasses was so anxious that he kept stomping his feet, worried that other trainees would be unable to grow due to a lack of resources. But Instructor Lynx remained unexpectedly calm, seeing this as an opportunity to select genius-level talents in the training camp. "Let Lu Sheng go," Lynx said calmly. "As long as he doesn't break any rules, we have no reason to stop him." Meanwhile, another unsettling piece of news arrived. Bai Rou, the feared trainee, was once again involved in a bloody incident. She encountered a 10-member team composed of SRank and A-rank trainees in the 3-skull danger zone. Despite being at a disadvantage, Bai Rou not only successfully broke through but also managed to kill 4-rank trainees and seriously injure 2 SRank trainees. Lynx immediately ordered a search for Bai Rou's whereabouts. Though she was severely injured, her self-healing abilities meant she could quickly regain her combat strength. To prevent further casualties, she had to be brought back to the mountaintop base as soon as possible. At that moment, Lu Sheng faced a tough decision. He had already slain 3 level 40 Silverdeer bosses and was just a step away from reaching level 30. Should he continue hunting bosses to gain experience, or return to the base for his second transformation? Torn between the two choices, Lu Sheng ultimately decided to return to the mountaintop base for his second transformation, even if it meant missing out on some bosses. Just as Lu Sheng made up his mind, the system suddenly issued a new mission prompt. It seemed that the situation in the Black Cloud Mountain range was about to take another unexpected turn. Current available tasks. 1. Defeat 1 boss within an hour. Reward: 1 random red quality enchantment talisman. The red quality enchantment talisman can be used to enchant equipment, adding a special effect randomly. Usable once. 2. Return to the mountain base. Reward: level 1 red quality enchantment talisman. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up as he quickly weighed the pros and cons of the two tasks. He recalled that Wang Qian had chosen an S-level student reward, which was a gold quality enchantment talisman. These rare items, crafted by enchanters, could significantly enhance equipment attributes, each worth a fortune. Red quality enchantment talismans were even rarer, requiring at least a 4th-tier enchanter to create. It was said that such a talisman could make a piece of gold quality equipment rival red quality gear, making it a must-have for top-tier equipment. Lu Sheng's heart raced. He was only half an hour away from the next 4-skull danger zone, making the first task quite feasible. Although the second task would allow him to immediately advance to the 2nd tier, killing the boss would also level him up to 30, and returning to the mountain base for the 2nd-tier advancement later wouldn't delay him much. Without hesitation, Lu Sheng chose the first task. The task panel began a 1-hour countdown. Lu Sheng quickened his pace towards the next 4-skull danger zone. Half an hour later, Lu Sheng stood beside the corpse of a level 40 Silverdeer boss named Iron Spiked Boar King. The shimmering sword aura around him had not yet fully dissipated. The moment the boss was slain, Lu Sheng was enveloped in a golden light, leveling up to 30. Unhurriedly, he collected the 2 pieces of purple equipment that had dropped and used his Wine God Gourd to store the boss's body, resetting the gourd's uses to 12. After completing these tasks, Lu Sheng turned in the mission. A dark red enchantment talisman appeared in his inventory. Carefully, he took out the talisman, feeling the mystical power contained within. The gold-etched patterns on the talisman glowed with a mysterious light, and it had a metallic toughness to it. Lu Sheng pondered which piece of equipment to enchant. He had 3 swords, a piece of clothing, the Wine God Gourd, and a sword case, all of which were either gold or red quality. Any choice would be worthwhile. Ultimately, Lu Sheng decided to use the precious talisman on his only red quality equipment, the sword case. He took the sword case from his back and applied the talisman. Instantly, bright silver patterns flowed across the surface of the sword case, imbuing the once simple item with a touch of spirit. When the light faded, Lu Sheng eagerly checked the new attributes of the sword case. To his delight, the enchantment talisman had granted the sword case a spiritual gathering effect, allowing Lu Sheng to convert gained experience points into sword nurturing effects to enhance the level and quality of specific weapons within the case. This effect thrilled Lu Sheng. The original sword nurturing speed of the sword case was too slow, but now, with the spiritual gathering effect, he could actively accelerate the weapon upgrade process. More importantly, this meant he didn't need to rush back to the mountain base for the 2nd-tier advancement. He could continue hunting bosses and use the experience points to enhance the attributes of his 3 swords. Kanglin, Qishao, and Lingfeng. Lu Sheng immediately activated the spiritual gathering effect, distributing the gained experience points among the 3 weapons. After a quick resupply, he continued towards the next 4-skull danger zone, filled with anticipation for the future. 10 days flew by. The Black Cloud Mountain range had just experienced a heavy rain, and the air was filled with the scent of fresh earth. A group of people hurriedly walked along the muddy mountain path, their steps quick, heading towards a 4-skull danger zone. In no time, their figures disappeared into the dense forest. These people are far from ordinary. A group of 6 was making their way steadily along the rugged mountain path, their figures standing out starkly among the shadows of the trees. The team was composed of 4th-level students Wang Qian, Chen Ziyan, Kong Linglong, and Zhang Pinji along with former level student Xiang Xiaonan and a level student Wang Kuan. Together, they formed a remarkably powerful squad. They had just resupplied at the mountaintop base, and the reason for their stop was both simple and exhilarating. Aside from the level 29 Wang Kuan, the others had all reached level 30 after clearing 7 triple-skull danger zones. Upon returning to the base, the 5 of them underwent their second-class advancement, significantly boosting their strength. Such formidable combined power even caught the attention of the base instructors. Wang Qian led the way, temporarily acting as the team leader. Their target was no longer the triple-skull danger zones, but the more challenging quad-skull zones. Let's pick up the pace. It's just ahead, Wang Qian urged. At the rear, Chen Ziyan and Zhang Pingyi were struggling to keep up. Chen Ziyan used her staff as a hiking stick, her robe soaked with sweat. Zhang Pingyi, a diviner from the Longnan 7, dragged a broken skull behind him, clearly less physically suited for the trek than the melee fighters ahead. What's the rush? Chen Ziyan couldn't help but complain. It's not like the bosses are going to fly away. Kong Linglong, a tall, lanky man walking ahead, turned back and said, we should listen to Wang Qian and move faster. There are only a few bosses, and the more others kill, the fewer we get. We need to seize these resources as quickly as possible. Inwardly cursing Kong Linglong for his Gudatush's image, Chen Ziyan recalled how he had previously mocked the Wang brothers for showing off. Zhang Pingyi, hearing Chen Ziyan's complaint, stopped to wipe his sweat. I don't see why we need to rush. Anyone capable of tackling a quad-skull danger zone is already here, aren't they? He analyzed the capabilities of the other level students, concluding they posed no immediate threat. Wang Qian, recalling Lu Sheng's impressive performance, narrowed his eyes. I can't say for sure about Chu Guang, but Lu Sheng, if he undergoes his second-class advancement, might actually solo a quad-skull danger zone. If he's around, he'll definitely take a lot of our resources. We can't let that happen. Xiang Xiaonan agreed. Absolutely, that guy has to go. When asked about his skill cooldown, Zhang Pingyi replied it would take another day, sparking dissatisfaction from Wang Kuan, who questioned the usefulness of Zhang Pingyi's skills. The two began to argue, with Zhang Pingyi stressing the importance of eliminating by row first and menacingly shaking the skull in his hand, its eye sockets glowing eerily. Do you want to test my curses? Zhang Pingyi asked coldly, the tension instantly escalating. Seeing the tension between Wang Kuan and Zhang Pingyi escalating, Kong Linglong once again stepped in to mediate. She sighed softly, with a hint of resignation in her voice. All right, let's not fight among ourselves. It's just a matter of who to kill first. There's no need to argue. Chen Ziyan, also unwilling to see the team fall apart, chimed in coolly. Exactly. Both of you, calm down. Since Bairo is definitely not going to survive, we can wait for Zhang Pingyi's skill cooldown to end and then go after Lu Sheng. We have so many experts here. Taking down Bairo, Lu Sheng, and Chu Guang one by one is just a matter of time. At this point, Wang Qian cleared his throat and shot a sharp glance at Wang Kuan, silently stopping him from arguing further. Wang Kuan obediently closed his mouth. Wang Qian then looked around at everyone present and began to speak slowly. You're right, we can't fight among ourselves. Everyone here has their own reasons for being in this team. My purpose, along with Xiang Xiaonan's, is simple. We want to settle the score with Lu Sheng in the Heiyun Mountains. Your goal is to achieve higher rankings in the special training camp. He paused, then continued. We all know that the purpose of these numerous special training sessions across the southern region is to select the top 3. If we don't work together and seize the opportunity to eliminate Lu Sheng, Bairo, and Chu Guang, none of us will stand a chance. I understand that you are wary of that crazy woman and want to kill her first because she poses a threat in the Heiyun Mountains. Xiang Xiaonan and I have no objections to that. We even helped ambush Bairo and got injured in the process. As Wang Qian spoke, he continued to lead the way, clearing the overgrown path with his feet. His voice echoed through the silent forest. Our next target is Lu Sheng. Since our goals align, there's no need to argue about the order in which we kill them. All 3 must die. The priority now is to seize resources quickly and clear the danger zones ahead. He turned to Zhang Pingyi, his tone firm. Zhang Pingyi, once your skill cooldown ends, immediately lock onto Lu Sheng's location. Killing him will reduce the competition in the 4-skull danger zone. Zhang Pingyi, no longer arguing with Wang Kuan, quickened his pace and responded confidently, "Don't worry, I'll lead you to ambush that Lu Shang when the time comes." Wang Qian smiled slightly and looked towards the hazy mountains in the distance. "According to the map, we've now entered the four-skull danger zone. Up ahead, we should encounter the boss. Get ready for battle." A level 40 Silverder boss is much tougher than a level 35 one. Everyone nodded, some already drawing their equipment and scanning the surroundings warily. However, 5 minutes later, they found themselves staring blankly at a forest clearing that had clearly been through a fierce battle. Someone couldn't help but blurt out, "Where's the boss? Who took it?" Meanwhile, in another four-skull danger zone, Lu Shang was on the verge of losing it as he surveyed the chaotic scene before him. He growled through gritted teeth, "Who stole my boss again?" This was the 18th four-skull danger zone he had visited. In other words, he had already gone through all the four-skull danger zones. Lu Shang prided himself on efficiently defeating bosses with his wine god skill, wasting no time. He calculated that the top-tier class trainees should just be completing their second transition and heading towards the four-skull danger zones. Theoretically, he could understand if 1 or 2 zones had been cleared. But now, he had come up empty 4 times. This meant at least 4 four-skull danger zones had been stealthily cleared by someone else. Lu Shang found it hard to accept this fact. He racked his brain but couldn't figure out who could be fast enough to snatch the boss from him. It couldn't be the likes of Wang Qian, they didn't have the capability. Clearing a four-skull danger zone this quickly had to be someone who hadn't returned to the mountain base for their second transition. Only Bai Rou and Chu Guang could possibly manage to kill a level 40 Silverder boss without a second transition. Lu Shang's face tightened as he began to ponder. He had seen the strengths of the other class trainees during the preliminary rankings race and had a good understanding of them. Only Chu Guang and Bai Rou had never shown their skills in front of him. Could it be them? Most likely. Lu Shang gritted his teeth in frustration. Despite his efforts, he had lost 4 bosses. Now, he couldn't afford to slack off in his journey ahead. There were 13 five-skull danger zones, and he couldn't miss a single one. He vowed silently, "If I catch the thief in the 5-skull danger zones, I'll make sure they regret it." Cursing under his breath, Lu Shang was about to leave for the 5-skull danger zones when a faint, weak roar came from not far away. The sound was elusive but real. Lu Shang was momentarily stunned because the sound didn't come from a beast native to the Heiyun Mountains. And if it wasn't a Heiyun mountain beast, it had to be a boss deployed by the Western Frontier Military District. Lu Shang's heart leaped with joy. Could it be that the boss here hasn't been killed yet? This could work. Just as Lu Shang was about to head in the direction of the sound, his task panel updated. The system notification chimed. "Ding, you have a new task available? Please check. Current tasks available. 1. Kill 1 gold-tier boss within an hour. Reward, 1 weapon blind box, a special item that grants a random weapon upon opening. 2. Kill 1 Silverder boss within an hour. Reward, Sword Immortal exclusive skill Primordial Spirit Return Technique." Another task. Lu Shang's excitement grew. A gold-tier boss would be in the 5-skull danger zone. But the nearest 5-skull danger zone was at least 4 to 5 hours away. So, even though he wanted another weapon blind box to get his 4th sword, given the circumstances, he could only take task 2. If the boss was still nearby and hadn't been killed, he could move in and take it down to complete the task. After accepting task 2, Lu Shang immediately closed the task panel and headed towards the source of the sound. About 10 minutes later, Lu Shang emerged from a dense forest to a clearing at the foot of a mountain. The scene before him opened up. A small stream trickled by, creating a serene, rare sight in the Heiyun Mountains. But Lu Shang wasn't interested in the scenery. What caught his attention was the presence of not just 1 boss, but 4. And their situation was very peculiar. The 4 bosses were enveloped by a massive beam of light, as if they were trapped in an invisible cage. The soft white light fell on their feathers and scales, making these hideous and menacing creatures appear almost holy. Faint chanting could be heard from within the light, bringing a sense of inexplicable calm. Lu Shang's gaze swept over the 4 battered and exhausted bosses, finally locking onto the center of the light beam. There stood a familiar figure, Chu Guang. His right hand was raised, holding a nearly full vial of potion. For threads of light extended from each beam, converging into the vial. Judging by the color of the liquid, it seemed to be a high-grade potion. Lu Sheng never expected to encounter Chu Guang here, nor did he expect him to be doing something so strange to the 4 bosses. Sensing Lu Sheng's presence, Chu Guang glanced at him and quickly sealed the potion bottle, placing it in his backpack. Then, the 4 beams of light, along with the dying bosses, converged into a single point, transforming into a Bible that fell into Chu Guang's hands. Watching the bosses being absorbed into the book, Lu Sheng couldn't help but feel envious. These were 4 level 40 Silverdeer bosses, the very ones he had failed to kill in the 4-skull danger zone. Yet he understood that even if he seized the Bible, he might not be able to find a way to release the bosses. Just as Lu Sheng was contemplating whether to use his 10,000 swords return to sect technique or directly summon the wine god, Chu Guang spoke up. The bosses in this danger zone have already been subdued by me. If you're looking to kill bosses, you might want to check other places. However, I've been through several 4-skull danger zones, and the bosses there have already been killed. It seems like a team has almost wiped out the bosses in these zones. If you have the strength, I suggest you try a 5-skull danger zone. Lu Sheng was taken aback, realizing that Chu Guang was kindly offering advice without any guard against him. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he released his grip on the wine god's gourd and walked towards Chu Guang. Although he no longer intended to fight, he still needed to kill bosses not just for the experience points and the chance to forge sword souls, but because his quest timer was still ticking. Stopping about 20 meters away from Chu Guang, Lu Sheng forced a smile and asked, "Brother, can I ask what you were doing just now? Why not kill the bosses for the experience and rewards, instead of keeping them?" Chu Guang replied succinctly, "I can extract the life force of these beasts to make high-quality healing potions." Lu Sheng, puzzled, asked why he needed to make healing potions, but Chu Guang simply shook his head without answering. So Lu Sheng asked directly, "Can you give me the bosses you have?" Chu Guang looked at him expressionlessly and said, "If you want to take them by force, you won't succeed. With just a thought, I can kill the bosses. Actually, I don't need so many bosses. If you can give me what I want, I don't mind handing over 2 or 3 for you to kill." Lu Sheng frowned and asked, "What do you want?" Chu Guang straightforwardly replied, "Gold or higher quality equipment. Any level, any type of weapon or gear, as long as it's gold quality or above." Lu Sheng found it odd because Chu Guang didn't seem to have any equipment on him, not even basic clothing. However, he did have 2 pieces of gold equipment he had taken during a mountain training session that he could use as bargaining chips. "Deal." Lu Sheng agreed. "How do we make the exchange?" Chu Guang thought for a moment and said, "1 boss for 1 piece of gold quality equipment." Lu Sheng immediately protested. "Come on, man. A level 40 silver boss, at most, drops purple gear. The value of a gold piece is equivalent to dozens of purple ones. Trading 1 gold piece for 1 boss is a total loss for me." Chu Guang reminded him, "But killing the boss gives you experience." Lu Sheng revealed his level. "I'm already level 30. Experience points don't mean much to me anymore. So, in my view, 1 boss is only worth 3 pieces of purple gear." Chu Guang lowered his gaze, seemingly unable to refute this logic. But he did need gold quality equipment, so he asked, "Then how do you propose we trade?" Lu Sheng smiled, a glint of cunning in his eyes. He got straight to the point. 1 piece of golden quality gear for 3 bosses. Chu Guang almost immediately shook his head, refusing. "No deal. If I take the bosses back to the mountaintop base, someone will definitely offer a higher price." Lu Sheng clenched his teeth secretly, thinking this kid was quite shrewd. He adjusted his strategy, softening his tone. "How about we compromise? 1 piece of golden gear for 2 bosses. I have 2 pieces of golden gear I don't need, which can trade for your 4 bosses." Chu Guang pondered for a moment before eventually nodding in agreement. 1 piece of gear for 2 bosses is fine. However, I need at least 1 boss for now, so I can't give you all of them yet. If you're willing to trade, you can give me the 2 pieces of golden gear first, and I'll catch another boss to make up for it later. Lu Sheng paused, clearly hesitant to hand over the golden gear in advance. If this kid ran off with the gear, where'd he go to argue? However, the countdown on the task panel was ticking away. Lu Sheng didn't have much time to haggle with Chu Guang. He proposed directly, "All right, how about I give you 1 piece of golden gear for 2 bosses now, and we'll discuss the other piece later." "Deal." Chu Guang agreed readily. Chu Guang opened the Bible in his hand, and 2 streams of white light flowed out, stopping in front of Lu Sheng. Within the light were 2 dying bosses. Without any tricks, Lu Sheng took out a golden quality dagger from his backpack and handed it to Chu Guang. Chu Guang accepted the dagger and closed the Bible. In an instant, the light dissipated, and the 2 bosses, no longer restrained, appeared before Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng didn't hesitate. With a thought, the sword case on his back clicked open, releasing 78 flying swords in a dazzling display. The 2 weakened bosses tried to escape but were swiftly struck down by the flying swords. They fell to the ground, dead before they could even whimper. A massive amount of experience flowed into the sword case, activating the spirit gathering effect and infusing the swords Kanglin, Qishao, and Lingfeng. All 3 swords leveled up, reaching levels 29, 35, and 37, respectively. Simultaneously, Lu Sheng's task panel indicated that he could submit his quests. He promptly handed in both the permanent swordforging quest and the recent task. The swordforging count rose to 27, and a new skill appeared on Lu Sheng's skill panel: Yuanling Gui Xin Shu. Yuanling Gui Xin Shu LV1. Active skill. When used, it clears all negative effects on the target and fully restores their state. It can only be used on the same target once every 5 minutes. Lu Sheng was delighted, thinking, "Isn't this just like a Senzubin?" The Sword Immortal profession is indeed powerful. Even the support skills are incredible. He began to contemplate the uses of this skill, assigning 6 tanks to rotate taking damage, and using Yuanling Gui Xian Shu to recover when one couldn't hold on. It was practically unbeatable. With this skill, he wouldn't even need to draw his sword to act as a super healer. While Lu Shang was reveling in his new skill, he noticed Chu Guang fiddling with the Bible again. Chu Guang placed the newly acquired golden gear into the light of the Bible, where it disintegrated into fragments and vanished into the sky. Moments later, a pillar of light descended, enveloping Chu Guang. When the light faded, Chu Guang's aura had noticeably strengthened. Lu Shang keenly observed this change and couldn't help but be curious about Chu Guang's profession. Seeing Lu Shang's puzzled look, Chu Guang explained proactively, "I was using a profession skill sacrifice. As a divine apostle, I don't gain experience from killing monsters, nor can I equip weapons or armor. By sacrificing gear to my deity, I can enhance my attributes and level. I've now broken through level 30, and the minimum quality for sacrifice gear has become golden. So bosses are useless to me. I'd rather trade them for golden gear." Lu Shang understood, silently thinking that Chu Guang's deity seemed quite greedy, even picky about the quality of sacrifices. He looked at Chu Guang with a playful tone. "You're quite straightforward. We don't know each other well, yet you're willing to share your profession's traits." Chu Guang smiled calmly. "There's nothing to hide. You can command swords and have powerful skills like Wan Jian Gui Zong, and you didn't keep that a secret. Whether it's you or anyone else, knowing my profession's traits doesn't matter. The strong remain strong." Lu Sheng appreciated Chu Guang's candor and continued discussing the trade. "Since you need golden quality gear, shall we continue trading? I have another piece of gear you could use. Trading it for 2 more bosses shouldn't be a problem, right? You said bosses are useless to you, so why keep one?" Chu Guang insisted. "I need to keep one boss because..." Before he could finish, a loud voice suddenly called out from a distance, "Chu Guang." The sound made Lu Sheng pause. Despite the hoarseness, the familiar playful tone was unmistakable. Looking in the direction of the voice, Lu Shang noticed a cave hidden in the shadows not far away. "Biro?" Lu Shang turned sharply to look at Chu Guang, furrowing his brows. You guys. I mean, I thought you hardly talked before. Are you too close?" Chu Guang replied, expressionless. "Close enough. We've known each other for almost 3 years. "Oh, I see." Lu Shang's handsome face showed no emotion, but inside, he felt like a restless mouse in a melon field. "It's not what you're thinking," Chu Guang interrupted, seemingly reading Lu Shang's thoughts. "She's been trying to kill me for the past few years." Lu Shang was taken aback and then wisely stepped aside, making way. "So, do you need to run?" Chu Guang looked at him indifferently. "With her skills? She's far from being able to kill me." He took out the healing potion from his backpack and headed towards the cave. "It's about time. Wait here for a moment. I need to deliver something." However, before he could get far, Biro emerged from the cave. Lu Shang was surprised to see that she looked completely different from before, no longer displaying her usual neurotic demeanor. She stumbled out, pale as a sheet, covered in mud and blood, with numerous wounds that were hard to miss. Strangely, a dull gray mist enveloped the exposed wounds, hindering their healing and worsening her condition. "Chu Guang." Biro spoke weakly, her voice still sharp. "Are you trying to let me die with your dawdling? Believe me, once this debuff wears off, I'll kill you first." Chu Guang seemed unfazed, continuing to walk as he spoke. "I ran into someone and made a deal, so I got delayed. Here's a new healing potion. It should keep you going for another half day. I'll make a new one for you tomorrow morning." Biro looked up and saw Lu Sheng not far away. She tilted her head and grinned, her smile looking especially sinister on her sickly face. "Oh, it's that cute guy who plays with flying swords. Too bad I'm too injured now. Otherwise, it'd be fun to kill someone with such smooth skin." Lu Sheng's mouth twitched. He thought, small-minded, really? With such smooth skin, you only think about killing him? But he didn't feel the need to leave. After all, he wasn't afraid of Biro. Besides, in her current half-dead state, killing her would be a piece of cake. "You crazy woman. Your mouth is the only hard thing left," Lu Sheng retorted. "You think you can kill me? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you right now?" Biro licked her pale lips. "Of course not. I gave Chu Guang a golden item to help me survive until the debuff wears off. If you try to kill me, Chu Guang will stop you." Chu Guang paused. "The golden item you gave me was just to make the healing potion and keep you alive, not to protect you. If you want protection, that's a different price." Biro's smile froze instantly, replaced by Lu Sheng's smug grin. She felt not only her wounds hurt, but her teeth starting to ache too. Looking at Chu Guang's expression, she knew he wasn't joking. Lu Sheng also realized that Chu Guang and Biro's association, and Chu Guang making healing potions for her, were purely transactional, not out of friendship. This sparked an idea in Lu Sheng's mind. Maybe he could get some good loot from Biro. This woman had killed countless people. She probably had a lot of treasures. Maybe today, he could act as a vigilante. Sensing Lu Shang's murderous intent, Bai Rou lost her previous confidence. She rolled her eyes and, finding no other way, looked at Chu Guang and asked, how much to kill him? Chu Guang shook his head. I don't do killing. My profession has a trait where killing other professionals lowers my own stats. What kind of crappy profession trait is that? Bai Rou was furious, trying another approach. Then how much to protect me? Chu Guang seemed prepared. 1 golden item. Deal. Bai Rou agreed readily, pulling a golden item from her backpack and tossing it to Chu Guang. Protect me until my debuff wears off. Chu Guang pocketed the item and replied. No problem. Then he looked meaningfully at Lu Shang, his eyes saying everything without words. Lu Shang calculated and decided against making a move. His main targets were the 2 bosses in Chu Guang's possession, which were far more valuable to him than Bai Rou and Chu Guang. Even if he killed them both, he'd only get a few golden items, which were not as enticing as the bosses. However, just as Lu Shang was about to give up, Chu Guang spoke again. Actually, if you give me a golden item, I can leave here first? Bai Rou was stunned. Lu Shang was too. Well, paying to remove ads. You really know how to play both sides. While the two were still in shock from Chu Guang's offer, Bai Rou's face suddenly changed drastically. The gray mist around her wounds thickened, and she collapsed to the ground, leaning against the stone wall, with black blood oozing from her mouth. Seeing this, Chu Guang immediately poured the healing potion into Bai Rou's mouth. After downing the whole bottle, the gray mist around her wounds slightly dissipated, and her condition visibly improved. However, it was clear that this was only temporary. Once the potion's effect wore off, her condition would continue to deteriorate. Lu Sheng stepped forward to examine Bai Rou's condition closely and said, looks like there's no need to pay you a golden item. This crazy woman probably won't last a few more days. Chu Guang replied truthfully, with me around, she'll survive. I can extract life force from bosses to make high-quality healing potions, which will keep her alive. Her debuff should wear off in a day or two. By then, her natural healing abilities will kick in, and she'll recover. Lu Sheng thought for a moment and asked, so, your insistence on keeping one boss for yourself was to make healing potions for this crazy woman to keep her alive, right? Chu Guang nodded. Once her debuff wears off, I won't need the boss anymore. So if you want the boss, I can give them to you then. But not now. Lu Sheng mulled it over, then leaned close to Chu Guang and whispered, I have a new plan for you. How about you give me the bosses now, and we wait for this crazy woman to die, then loot her body and split the items. We'll both make a killing. What do you think? Upon hearing these words, Bai Rou abruptly raised her head, her eyes blazing with intense anger, as if she wanted to tear Lu Sheng apart. Chu Guang glanced at Lu Sheng and firmly said, no way. I have principles. If I take the equipment, I do the job. Lu Sheng muttered to himself, principles? And you still play both sides? He knew that since Chu Guang had taken the money, he would protect Bai Rou until she fully recovered. After weighing his options, Lu Sheng decided to first get the boss from Chu Guang. He couldn't afford to wait the 1 or 2 days it would take for Bai Rou's debuff to wear off. This time was enough for him to reach the 5-skull danger zone. As Lu Sheng was pondering how to make a fair trade for Chu Guang's boss, an idea struck him. He cleared his throat and asked, if I can remove the crazy woman's debuff directly, will your deal be considered complete? And then I can have both bosses, right? Bai Rou paused and frowned. You can remove my debuff? It's not like a regular skill effect. I've drunk several potions to clear debuffs, but they didn't work. I had to rely on healing potions to hold on. You're not even a priest class. How can you remove a debuff? Priest? I'm better than a priest. Lu Sheng said confidently. Just tell me, if I cure her, can I have both bosses? Chu Guang raised an eyebrow. I don't see a problem with that. If Bai Rou can survive, my deal with her is complete. I have no use for the bosses, so you can have them. Lu Sheng nodded. All right, then it's settled. I'm in a hurry, so let's not waste time. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Sheng spread his palm. In the astonished eyes of Bai Rou and Chu Guang, a colorful aura emanated from his palm. With a wave, the aura enveloped Bai Rou. The cuts on Bai Rou's skin sizzled, and the gray mist dissipated upon contact with the aura. Her skin absorbed the aura eagerly, and within moments, her wounds healed rapidly, and her lips regained their vibrant color. Lu Sheng retracted his hand and nodded at Bai Rou. Take a few steps to see if you're fully recovered. Bai Rou, still in disbelief, stood up and moved her body. Her expression quickly shifted from shock to joy, twisting her body to show off her figure beneath the leather armor. She laughed aloud. Amazing. I haven't felt this good in ages. That cursed effect is really gone, and my condition is fully restored. Little Sword Immortal, your skill is truly impressive. Seeing Bai Rou's recovery, Lu Sheng smiled, not for her sake, but because he was pleased with the power of his Yuanling rejuvenation technique. It was strong enough to remove a debuff that even Bai Rou and Chu Guang couldn't handle and restore her to peak condition. This skill was undoubtedly a divine ability. As Lu Sheng basked in his satisfaction, A sharp metallic clashing sound suddenly rang out. He looked closely and saw that Bai Rou was now holding a crimson fishbone sword. The sword was about 4 feet long, thinner than a regular sword, with a blade resembling a human spine, each segment extending into sharp blades. Bai Rou gently twisted her wrist, and the sword segments unfurled like a spiked whip, creating the earlier noise. With a sinister grin and eyes turning crimson, Bai Rou's voice was filled with killing intent. To thank you for saving me, how about I kill both of you? I've been healing for days and I'm going crazy. Faced with Bai Rou's menacing appearance, most people would have been terrified. However, Lu Sheng and Chu Guang merely stared at her indifferently, their expressions unchanged. Suddenly, the sword case behind Lu Sheng clicked open, and 78 flying swords emerged, surrounding Bai Rou in an instant. With a single thought, these swords could swarm her and leave her with 100 cuts in a second. Try killing me, Lu Sheng said calmly, his gaze fixed on Bai Rou, a slight smile playing on his lips. Bai Rou narrowed her eyes, as if doused with cold water, and the crimson in her eyes quickly faded. After a tense silence of 10 seconds, she returned to normal and retracted her bizarre weapon. Forget it, you're not worth killing, Bai Rou snorted. Instead of getting hurt fighting you, I'd rather save my strength to take out Wang Qian, Zhang Pingyi, and the others. Those despicable scum dared to ambush me. I'll tear them apart and hang their entrails on the trees. Wang Qian. Lu Sheng was surprised to hear the familiar name. The debuff wasn't from a boss, but from Wang Qian? He had assumed that Bai Rou had suffered from a powerful boss in a 5-skull danger zone. It was shocking to learn that other job changers had injured her. Usually, Bai Rou was the predator, not the prey. Wang Qian. Bai Rou scoffed. What is Wang Qian? Or the rest of the Changnan 7? They only dared to attack me because they outnumbered me. Chu Guang, ignoring Bai Rou's earlier slight about the Changnan 7, explained to Lu Sheng. A few days ago, she was ambushed and surrounded by Wang Qian and several other class students. The firewood crackled and the flames danced. Beside the fire, 4 wild blackfish, each about the length of 2 palms, were skewered on branches, sizzling with oil. The fish skin was crispy, encasing tender, white flesh that emitted a tantalizing aroma. Lu Sheng, Chu Guang, and Bai Rou sat around the fire in an atmosphere that was both eerie and harmonious. If any of the other trainees at the mountain base saw this scene, their jaws would drop. Who would have thought these 3 could coexist peacefully? Bai Rou leaned forward, hugging her knees, her eyes fixed intently on the grilled fish, a look of longing in her eyes. Chu Guang, on the other hand, was focused on turning the fish to ensure each side was perfectly cooked. That's basically the gist of it, Chu Guang began. Among the S-level trainees, Wang Qian and his team have already formed a powerful group. Their goal is clear to eliminate anyone stronger than them within this month. After all, only 1 to 3 trainees in the Southern Region training camp can receive the top rewards. The 3 of us are undoubtedly their biggest obstacles. Lu Sheng nodded thoughtfully, glancing at Bai Rou, who could hardly contain herself. So, this crazy woman became their first target? Bai Rou looked up, baring her teeth. Little Sword Immortal, if you call me a crazy woman again, believe me, I'll kill you. Lu Sheng remained unfazed. And you keep calling me Little Sword Immortal. What's so little about me? Everything about you is little, Bai Rou retorted without hesitation. You little. Lu Sheng was about to retort when Chu Guang interrupted their argument. It's actually quite normal for Bai Rou to be the first target, Chu Guang said calmly. She had conflicts with Zhang Pingyi, Kong Linglong, and Chen Zian before. Since they are targeting the 3 of us, Bai Rou was naturally the first choice. Conflicts? What conflicts? Lu Sheng asked, taking the opportunity. Chu Guang explained briefly, nothing major. Everyone in Changnan knows about it. During an event in the same training map among several schools, they were almost killed by Bai Rou. Lu Sheng was momentarily speechless. You call that a minor conflict? No wonder the Wang brothers have such a deep grudge against me. They chose to deal with the crazy woman first. Bai Rou almost lost her temper at the words crazy woman, but Chu Guang announced that the fish was ready, and she immediately shifted her attention, eagerly starting to eat. While Bai Rou was busy blowing on her hot fish, Chu Guang handed a perfectly cooked fish to Lu Sheng. Actually, Bai Rou has tried to attack me before, but she didn't succeed. With her mouth full of fish, Bai Rou mumbled a threat. You. Just wait, one day I'll kill you. Hot, hot, hot. Chu Guang shrugged and handed the fish to Lu Sheng. The aroma was irresistible. He took a bite. The crispy skin and delicate meat melted in his mouth, incredibly delicious. After days of eating canned food, he was thoroughly tired of it. After a few bites, Lu Sheng continued. So, according to you, Wang Qian and his team will target one of us next in the Black Cloud Mountain Range? Chu Guang nodded. That's right. Zhang Pingyi and I are from the same school, so I know his skills. His fated divination can lock onto the location of any class changer within 20 levels until he attacks or cancels the skill. The cooldown is about 10 days. Based on this, he should be able to use the skill again soon. When he does, he'll likely lock onto your location and lead the others level and a level trainees like Xiang Chongnan and Wang Kuan to attack you. Then why not target you next? Lu Sheng asked. Chu Guang replied calmly, because I have no grudges with any of them. Since you said you have a history with the Wang brothers, from both a personal and strategic standpoint, they'll likely target you next. Lu Sheng had to admit Chu Guang made sense. He even felt that if Zhang Pingyi and his team hadn't insisted on dealing with Bai Rou first, the Wang brothers would have already come after him. Bai Rou looked smug, no need to guess. Wang Qian and his team are definitely coming for little Sword Immortal. When I was attacked, I heard Wang Qian say that they could help Zhang Pingyi kill me, but next time, Zhang Pingyi must help him kill someone with the surname Lu. That's you, right? She smacked her lips and stared at Lu Sheng's face. Too bad. I still want to kill you myself. You look so good. I bet the sound you make when cut open is delightful. Wow, your hobbies are really dark. Lu Sheng said disdainfully, but then noticed something odd in Bai Rou's words. Wait, did you just say you're going to follow me? Why? Bai Rou replied matter-of-factly, of course, it's to lie in wait. Zhang Pingyi and his team made me suffer for days. Do you think I'll let them off easily? The Black Cloud Mountain range is vast. It's not easy to find them. But since I know you're their next target, problem solved. She smiled at Lu Sheng. By following you, I'm sure to see Wang Qian and his team again. Then, he what? When did I agree to let you follow me? Lu Sheng said, exasperated. Although he wasn't afraid of Bai Rou, having such a ticking time bomb around was unnerving. He didn't want to become the next Chu Guang. Just as Lu Sheng was about to drive away the crazy woman, a notification appeared on his task panel. Ding, you have a new task to receive. Please check it. The 2 time-limited tasks available caught Lu Sheng's attention. He carefully analyzed the task details. The first task prohibited the use of items, equipment skills, and required defeating the boss in a team, rewarding experience points multiplied by the number of team members. The second task forbade the use of class skills and weapons, also requiring a team to defeat the boss, with the reward being the boss drop rate multiplied by the number of team members. Both tasks had a team limit of 3 people and a time limit of 15 days. After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Sheng decided that the first task was more valuable. He needed experience points rather than equipment because sufficient experience points would enable his weapon to grow and even advance. In contrast, the equipment dropped by the wild boss might not be suitable for his class. Additionally, the restrictions of the second task were too severe, relying solely on the skills of the Drunken Master, which posed a higher risk. With his objective clear, Lu Sheng began considering team formation. He planned to farm the level 40 gold tier boss in the 5 skeleton danger zone and needed teammates who could be of assistance. His eyes fell on Chu Guang and Bai Rou. Lu Sheng first negotiated with Bai Rou, who was enjoying grilled fish. He pointed out that if Bai Rou wanted to use him to find Wang Qian, she should make a gesture of goodwill. Initially indifferent, Bai Rou realized the gravity of the situation after Lu Sheng showcased his speed advantage. Lu Sheng cleverly proposed a collaboration. Bai Rou would help him farm the boss, and he would assist when Wang Qian and his group came looking for her. Although Bai Rou had already reached level 30 and couldn't gain experience, Lu Sheng's proposal still convinced her. Eventually, they reached an agreement and formed a team. Next, Lu Sheng turned to Chu Guang. Knowing that Chu Guang also wouldn't gain experience, Lu Sheng offered a piece of gold quality equipment to invite him to join the team. This way, Lu Sheng could not only enjoy the boss experience alone but also gain the team bonus and task rewards, achieving multiple benefits. Through this meticulous planning, Lu Sheng successfully assembled a team that was most advantageous for him, fully prepared for the upcoming boss hunt. Lu Sheng no longer had any spare golden gear. However, he promised Chu Guang that if any golden quality equipment dropped from a level 40 golden boss, Chu Guang would get first dibs. After a moment of consideration, Chu Guang agreed. Soloing a level 40 golden boss was quite a challenge for him, and teaming up with Lu Sheng seemed like a good option. The two quickly reached an agreement, and Chu Guang became the second member of the team. Lu Sheng was secretly delighted. This combination was perfect for him. Although experience points were shared in team mode, there was a 20 bonus. With 2 job changers in the team who didn't split experience points, he effectively enjoyed 120 of the boss experience. Plus, with the task rewards, each boss kill would net him 360 experience. This efficiency was even better than using the God of Wine to take down bosses, making this an incredibly profitable venture for Lu Sheng. After finishing their grilled fish, the 3 prepared to set off straight for the 5 Skulls danger zone. Before leaving, Chu Guang took out the newly acquired golden gear to perform a sacrifice. Seeing this, Lu Sheng didn't stay idle either. He drew weapons from his sword case and reforged 4 sword spirits. Bai Rou watched them in action, silently noting how peculiar their job traits were, feeling that her own seemed much more normal. 3 days later, a massive commotion erupted from the Black Cloud Mountain range, startling countless birds. Flames danced among the trees, igniting towering ancient trees. A hellfire steed clad in black armor burned with eerie green flames, shaking its mane wildly. It neighed and dug its front hooves into the ground, facing Chu Guang from a distance. Chu Guang's appearance at that moment was awe-inspiring. A divine mark appeared on his forehead, spreading across his body. Bright silver runes flickered on the back of his hands, as if he wore radiant gauntlets, and behind him, a pair of enormous wings formed from light swayed gently with his breaths, resembling a deity descended to earth. The hellfire steed clearly felt the pressure too. It suddenly accelerated, the flames on its body growing more intense until it transformed into a massive fireball. Charging at Chu Guang's was its ultimate move, Hellfire Impact. However, Chu Guang calmly extended one hand, stopping the unstoppable blow in its tracks. Boom! Flames surged skyward as Chu Guang and the boss slid several meters before stopping. When the fire dissipated, Chu Guang still stood with one hand pressed against the Hellfire steed's head, holding it firmly in place. Then, Chu Guang swung his left fist, sending the Hellfire steed flying, rolling several times on the ground. Bai Rou then entered the scene. Her eyes changed color and her expression turned increasingly maniacal. Wielding a bizarre sword whip, she taunted, "You little pony, you sure can run," while lashing the Hellfire steed viciously. Each strike left deep, bone-exposing wounds, with blood splattering everywhere. The Hellfire steed, in pain, struggled to stand as flames erupted from its body once more. But this only fueled Bai Rou's battle frenzy. Laughing wildly, she swung her sword whip, her arm becoming a blur. The sound of the whip cracking was relentless, each hit drawing a spray of blood. Bai Rou turned the area into a slaughterhouse, with the Hellfire steed as her prey. As the fight continued, Bai Rou's state kept improving. Every drop of blood drawn by her sword whip was absorbed into the blade, turning into red energy that flowed into her, boosting her attack power and speed. This was the terrifying output capability of a Hellblade warrior. When Lu Sheng arrived, he witnessed this scene and couldn't help but marvel at his choice of teammates. They were far superior to the likes of Wang Qian. As a Hellblade warrior, Bai Rou could turn her sword into a whip, giving her a much greater attack range than ordinary warriors. Whether she was injured or attacking enemies, it triggered her passive ability, Infernal Bloodlust, enhancing all her attributes. Though she had a fragile build, once her attributes were stacked up, her output was off the charts. And Chu Guang's job traits were even more extraordinary. He now has the Holy Light Shield, all thanks to a transformation skill called Divine Descent. Once activated, Chu Guang transforms into a humanoid beast. His attributes skyrocket, allowing him to take on bosses barehanded. He easily blocks the boss's fierce attack with one hand, and then sends it flying with a punch. Just another day for him. No wonder Bai Rou can make the 7 sons of Chang'an quake in fear, but only Chu Guang dares to heal her for a piece of golden equipment despite being hunted by her repeatedly. At this moment, this Hellfire steed is the 3rd level 40 golden boss that the trio has taken down together. Lu Sheng was surprised to find that even with his alcohol god skill disabled by the mission, he could easily suppress a level 40 golden boss just by cooperating seamlessly with Chu Guang and Bai Rou. The Hellfire steed was now on its last legs, and Lu Sheng was about to gain a hefty amount of experience for the 3rd time. The dying Hellfire steed grew increasingly violent. It suddenly lashed out with its tail, sending a shower of fiery sparks and interrupting Bai Rou's skill, knocking her sword whip from her hand. She took a step back, visibly displeased, ready to strike again. Seizing the opportunity, the Hellfire steed turned to flee. But as it took its 2nd step, Chu Guang raised his hand and conjured a spear of light, hurling it with precision to pierce through the steed's waist. Caught off guard, the Hellfire steed was pinned to the ground. The light spear shattered into countless fragments, forming a pillar of light to imprison it. Chu Guang turned to Lu Sheng and said, "Let's use the Myriad Sword Convergence. This boss is too slippery, and we've wasted enough time on it." Lu Sheng responded immediately. His sword box trembled, and 96 flying swords shot out, each glowing with a sharp, menacing aura. Everyone present could feel the keen sword intent slicing through their skin. Sensing the imminent threat, the Hellfire steed neighed frantically. It wobbled to its feet and suddenly reared up before slamming its hooves down hard. Lu Sheng's heart sank as he realized something was wrong. A massive fire erupted from the Hellfire steed, sweeping outward. Chu Guang's light pillar was instantly obliterated, and Bai Rou was thrown back by the flames, retreating several steps. A fiery whirlwind appeared, launching a fireball through the gap in their encirclement. This was the Hellfire steed's ultimate move, Hellfire Surge, which clears all control effects, knocks back surrounding enemies, and grants temporary immunity to control. It then used Hellfire Charge, increasing its speed by 600 and leaving a trail of scorching flames in its wake. Lu Sheng and his team had chased it from the 5-skull danger zone, only to have it escape multiple times using these skills. Now, they were far from the original danger area. Lu Sheng couldn't help but feel a bit helpless, realizing that as the boss's ranks increased, So did their intelligence. Watching the boss turn into a fireball and speed away, Lu Sheng told Bai Rou and Chu Guang, "You two follow slowly. I'll use the drunken immortal moon step to catch up. If I get the chance, I'll take it down. Keep an eye on the map panel and don't lose track." With that, he activated the drunken immortal moon step, boosting his speed by 500 to chase the Hellfire steed. Chu Guang and Bai Rou did their best to keep up and waited to regroup with Lu Sheng. Meanwhile, in another part of the Black Cloud Mountains, Zhang Ping led a group tracking Lu Sheng's movements. "He's just ahead. We'll catch up to him soon," Zhang Ping said with a faint smile. "It seems Lu Sheng is heading our way. If he doesn't change direction, we'll encounter him in a few minutes." Wang Qian was overjoyed upon hearing this. He drew his heavy sword, Pajun, and sneered, "We didn't chase him through the Black Cloud Mountains for 2 or 3 days for nothing. Finally, we've got him cornered. I wonder what his expression will be when he sees us." "It'll be quite a surprise," Wang Kuan agreed. He'd never guessed that top players like us would team up to kill him. Chen Zian, trailing behind the group, was noticeably less enthusiastic. She couldn't help but complain, "Hurry up and kill him already, so we can go find a boss. Seriously, we've wasted nearly 3 days chasing one person. We could have been in the 5-skull danger zone by now, trying our luck with a level 40 golden boss." Wang Qian remained silent, though a venomous emotion surged within him. He recalled how they had spent a lot of time chasing Bai Rou in the past, and neither he nor Xiang Xiaonan had ever complained. But now, as they were planning to ambush Lu Sheng, Chun Zian was showing impatience because she had no personal grudge against him. Wang Qian sneered internally, calculating, "After dealing with Lu Sheng and Chu Guang, you'll be next." Suppressing his inner rage, Wang Qian maintained a calm exterior and said to Chen Zian, "No need to rush. A level 40 gold tier boss isn't easy to handle. Besides us, no one else can touch it. Once we kill Lu Sheng and Chu Guang, we'll have plenty of time to farm the 5-skull danger zone." Wang Qian took out a map and examined it carefully, adding confidently, "Just a bit further west, there's a 5-skull danger zone. After we deal with Lu Sheng, we can head straight there to farm the boss. It won't take too much time." Chen Zian responded with a non-committal grunt. Wang Qian's irritation grew, but he knew he couldn't afford to lose his temper now. He called everyone to continue moving forward, preparing to ambush Lu Sheng. Just as Wang Qian turned around, the sound of crackling flames and galloping hooves suddenly approached from a distance. Everyone turned to look, only to see a massive, eerie green fireball barreling through, smashing thick trees along its path like a steamroller heading straight for them. "What the hell is that?" someone exclaimed. In a flash, the fireball was upon them. Zhang Ping, who was at the front, was caught off guard and had no time to react before the fireball struck him head. With a loud bang, Zhang Ping spewed blood and was sent flying, black smoke trailing from his body as he crashed heavily to the ground, nearly dying on the spot. Meanwhile, the scorching flames spread out, forcing Wang Qian and the others to retreat hastily, not daring to get close. After retreating about 10 meters, they finally saw the colossal creature hidden within the Flamisa towering and formidable Hellfire steed. The beast looked exceptionally furious, seemingly annoyed by the sudden appearance of people on its path, interrupting its Hellfire charge. The oppressive aura it emitted made everyone tense. They quickly checked the Hellfire steed's attributes and were puzzled. How could a level 40 gold tier boss appear in a safe zone? Although they were close to the 5-skull danger zone, there were still several kilometers to go. However, now was not the time to ponder such questions. Facing a level 40 gold tier boss, even their team of 5 second-tier professionals had only a 20-30 chance of winning. Moreover, Zhang Ping was already knocked out of the fight, reducing their numbers by 1. Wang Qian immediately activated the enchantment effect of his Pajun sword, causing lightning patterns to light up on the blade, with electric snakes dancing along its edge. The others also readied themselves, forming front and rear lines according to their roles, preparing to face the sudden boss. They knew that even a slight mistake in coordination against such a formidable boss could lead to their annihilation. At that moment, Kong Linglong, who had already drawn her bow, noticed the numerous wounds covering the Hellfire steed and exclaimed, "Wait, this boss is injured. It looks like it wasn't from the danger zone but was chased here." This revelation shocked everyone. Chasing a level 40 gold tier boss? That was unheard of. Who or what team could possibly push a boss of that level out of its danger zone? The answer soon revealed itself. The sound of swords slicing through the air filled the forest, and nearly 100 flying swords whizzed out from the trees behind them. The swords left trails of light in their wake, like countless falling stars, all aiming straight for the Hellfire steed. Seeing this, Xiang Xiaonan reacted the most strongly. "I recognize that skill. But wasn't it just 30-something swords before? How did it triple in number in less than half a month?" The Hellfire steed, sensing the impending attack, snorted hot air. Upon closer inspection, one could see a look of despair in its eyes and resentment towards the people blocking its path. Flames surged from its body again as it tried to use its Hellfire charge to escape. However, Once targeted by the myriad sword convergence, there was no defense or evasion possible. Just as the Hellfire steed lifted its hooves, the 100 flying swords pierced through its body. The already severely wounded boss was instantly killed by Lu Sheng's skill, letting out a harrowing cry before collapsing to the ground, 3 light orbs condensing within it. The gold-tier boss that had been such a daunting threat to Wang Qian and his team was effortlessly hunted down and slain. Everyone exchanged bewildered looks, instinctively glancing towards the flying swords that returned to circle around a figure walking towards them. Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng hadn't expected to run into Wang Qian and his team while chasing the Hellfire steed. What surprised him even more was that Wang Qian's group had been kind enough to have one of their members block the Hellfire steed with their body, preventing the boss from fleeing. Without that, he would have had to spend more time and effort catching up. For that alone, Lu Sheng thought he owed Wang Qian and his team some gratitude. Lu Sheng walked up and nonchalantly collected the 3 pieces of equipment the Hellfire steed had dropped. Not bad. There's even a gold item. Chu Guang will be pleased, he muttered to himself. After securing the loot, he finally looked around and feigned surprise, asking, well, what a coincidence. Where are you all headed? Wang Qian opened his mouth, but stopped at half a syllable. He had prepared a speech to tell Lu Sheng, we're here to kill you, but now, the situation seemed off. No one had told him that Lu Sheng could chase down a level 40 gold-tier boss. Now it was unclear who was hunting whom. Not only Wang Qian, but everyone else was also caught in the same dilemma. The atmosphere grew awkward, with only the sound of their cautious, restrained breathing filling the air. Seeing the speechless faces, Lu Sheng couldn't help but chuckle and broke the silence. What's wrong? Cat got your tongues? You wouldn't happen to be here to kill me, would you? At that, even the sound of breathing ceased. After 3 seconds, only Kong Linglong managed to force out a couple of dry laughs. Ha! Ha! Of course not. We were just passing by. Just passing by? Lu Sheng chuckled softly, a playful glint in his eyes. What a coincidence. Kong Linglong maintained a stiff smile, her voice a bit dry. Yais, just a coincidence. Lu Sheng's smile grew even brighter, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Since it's such a coincidence, how about I introduce you to my teammate? After you see her, you'll definitely marvel at how strange the world is. Teammate. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances. Lu Sheng had a teammate? Just as everyone was reeling from the shock, Lu Sheng suddenly shouted, crazy woman, your old friends are here. The call resounded like a thunderclap, making everyone jump. In the entire training camp, there was only one person known as Crazy Woman. Sure enough, the next moment, a grating metallic sound came from the forest. Bai Rou, dragging her long sword whip, leaped nimbly into view. Her face was alight with excitement, and a faint aura of blood still clung to her, evidence that the hellish bloodlust from the recent boss battle hadn't fully dissipated. The sight of Bai Rou's trembling excitement, coupled with the crimson aura, made Wang Qian and others' faces pale. Chun Xian's face turned ashen as she internally questioned. How was Bai Rou not dead? Wasn't Zhang Pingyi's soul devourer curse supposed to last for nearly 10 days? When Bai Rou left the mountaintop base, she had neither healing potions nor signal flares. By all accounts, she should have perished in the wild. Yet here she was, alive and standing alongside Lu Sheng. What had transpired? How could Zhang Pingyi's skill be so unreliable? However, now was not the time to question Zhang Pingyi. He was already unconscious after being hit by a Hellfire steed, and Bai Rou was eyeing everyone like a ravenous wolf, ready to pounce at any moment. The situation was clear. Either kill Bai Rou or be killed by her. Bai Rou stood shoulder to shoulder with Lu Sheng. The plan to ambush Lu Sheng, Bai Rou, and Chu Guang was clearly exposed, leaving nothing to hide. Wang Qian's face darkened as he stepped forward, his voice steady. Don't panic. We've come this far, we might as well fight. They only have 2 people, and we have 5. They've just finished a boss battle, so they're not in peak condition. The outcome is still uncertain. Though the others didn't respond, they all prepared for battle. Yet, Lu Sheng didn't rush to attack. Instead, he leisurely surveyed their formation. Who said we only have 2 people? Chu Guang, do you still want that gold quality gear? Wang Qian and the others were stunned. Are you kidding? Chu Guang is also on your team? It turned out Lu Sheng wasn't joking. Chu Guang's figure slowly emerged from the direction Lu Sheng and Bai Rou had come from. Even without using divine descent, Chu Guang's restrained presence still exuded immense pressure. Chu Guang walked over to Lu Sheng, giving Wang Qian and the others a casual glance. His tone was calm. I never said I'd help you deal with Wang Qian and the others. That's not part of my job. Lu Sheng, looking like a good Samaritan, handed a piece of gold equipment to Chu Guang. I understand. A piece of gold quality gear, right? Chu Guang took the item and asked, this dropped from the boss just now, didn't it? As per our agreement, it should be mine. Lu Sheng replied earnestly. Who said that? The boss didn't drop any gold quality items, only 3 purples. Gold-level bosses rarely drop gold-quality gear. This piece is for my private stash, something I was saving for later. I'm giving it to you with a heavy heart. Really? Would I lie to you? Chu Guang looked down at the hellfire boots in his hand, lost in thought. Bai Rou, already impatient, interrupted their conversation. You two can haggle all you want. I'm going in. Without waiting, she shot towards the enemy, her sword whip whistling through the air. Wang Qian braced himself at the front, bearing the brunt of the pressure. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he shouted, with Bai Rou here, we have no retreat. No matter who's in their team, we fight. He raised his twin swords high. In an instant, his heavy swords created a barrier of wind and thunder, forming an impenetrable shield before him. Bai Rou's relentless attacks were all deflected. Seeing her attacks blocked, Bai Rou paused, raising an eyebrow. Second-tier transformation? Not bad. This should be interesting. If you were too easy to kill, it would be boring. She withdrew her sword whip and thrust it into the ground. The next second, the blade emerged from the earth beneath Wang Qian, aiming directly at his throat. Wang Qian was prepared, raising his swords to form a thunderous wind wall in front of him. The blade struck the wall and was repelled, only to disappear back into the ground and reappear from another angle, making it difficult to defend against. However, Wang Qian's defensive skill had a wide range. No matter where Bai Rou's blade emerged, he could block it in time. Seeing Wang Qian withstand Bai Rou's assault, the previously despairing Chen Zian and others rekindled their hope. Yes, they had undergone a second transformation, making them much stronger than when they first attacked Bai Rou. Conversely, Lu Sheng's group seemed stuck at level 30, having not undergone their second transformation at the mountaintop base. This battle wasn't as hopeless as it seemed. With this in mind, Xiang Xiaonan was the first to act. He summoned his dragon, which soared into the sky. Having undergone a second transformation, both he and his dragon had significantly improved. The dragon was now larger, more menacing, and far more powerful. Flyboy, use Dragon Gale. Xiang Xiaonan commanded, targeting Lu Sheng. The dragon, also harboring a grudge against Lu Sheng, roared and dove from the sky. White currents of air formed around it, and the power of this dragon gale was far greater than during the previous contest. Yet, as the dragon hurtled towards him, Lu Sheng didn't even spare it a glance. Chu Guang, who was standing nearby, took a step forward. The divine patterns on his forehead suddenly lit up, spreading across his entire body. A pair of wings woven from light unfurled instantly. Chu Guang's attributes surged, far surpassing those of any ordinary class changer. With a grasp of his right hand, light converged in his palm, forming a long spear. With a powerful throw, Chu Guang hurled the spear, striking the dragon with precision. Though the dragon's protective aura offered some defense, it couldn't completely block the mysterious light spear. The spear shattered into countless light particles, reforming into a pillar of light that firmly trapped the dragon. The dragon's skills were forcibly interrupted, causing it to plummet from the sky, unable to free itself from the light pillar. Xiang Xiaonan stood aghast. His level 30 Silver-tier boss dragon was subdued by Chu Guang in a single move. Without the dragon, Xiang Xiaonan's combat strength dropped to less than 30%. Xiang Xiaonan stood frozen, at a loss for what to do. Yet, Lu Sheng didn't give him any time to think. Raising his hand, the Qi Shao sword erupted in flames and landed in his grip. Step on the sword. Lu Sheng's figure blurred into a shadow, instantly appearing behind Xiang Xiaonan. Flames flickered along his path. Qi Shao sword's properties added 50 magical damage to his skills. The step on the sword skill already dealt 300 damage, and with the additional 150 magical damage, it unleashed a total of 450 mixed damage in an instant. Even clad in heavy armor, Xiang Xiaonan couldn't withstand such a terrifying attack from Lu Sheng. With a single strike, flames burst forth as the shadow passed, shattering Xiang Xiaonan's chest plate. He spat blood and fell to his knees, a deep wound carved into his chest. You really advanced to the second tier? Lu Sheng asked coldly, pointing his sword at Xiang Xiaonan. Why are you still so weak that you can't even block one of my skills? Xiang Xiaonan coughed up more blood, losing his ability to fight. Ignoring him, Lu Sheng turned his gaze towards Wang Qian, who was still struggling. Wang Qian was using his skills to fend off Bai Rou's fierce attacks, showcasing the resilience of a heavy swordsman to the fullest. Lu Sheng dashed forward, transforming into a shadow once more and charged at Wang Qian. The golden shadow, trailing the flames of the Qi Shao sword, collided with Wang Qian's wind wall. The wind wall, already barely holding against Bai Rou's onslaught, crumbled under Lu Sheng's impact. Bai Rou's sword whip struck out, hitting Wang Qian's shoulder and tearing away a large chunk of flesh. Wang Qian, gritting his teeth against the pain, retreated without daring to approach Lu Sheng. However, the third stage of Lu Sheng's step on the sword followed closely. Startled, Wang Qian quickly reacted, roaring as he swung his heavy sword to counter. The blade sparked with lightning, forming a thunderstorm that clashed heat-in with Lu Shang's attack. Clang, a sharp metallic screech echoed as Wang Qian was forced back 3 steps, his grip faltering. Yet, he successfully blocked Lu Shang's final strike. Completing the step on the sword, Lu Shang triggered the 4th stage, returning to his original position. The Qi Shao sword in his hand now crackled with both flames and lightning, causing his arm to feel numb. Though he couldn't instantly defeat Wang Qian, the encounter intrigued Lu Shang. Wang Qian's Pijun heavy sword had impressive attributes, with properties of interruption, knockback, and paralysis. While Lu Shang wasn't particularly fond of heavy swords, he was tempted to add such a fine weapon to his collection. I shall dub the Wang brothers as sword bearers. Lu Shang mused to himself. Meanwhile, Bai Rou launched a new wave of attacks on Wang Qian. She grinned wickedly, her sword whip lashing out wildly, forcing Wang Qian to retreat continuously. With no time to cast skills, he could only parry with his dual heavy swords, quickly becoming covered in wounds. Even with his second-tier advancement, he struggled against such a formidable opponent. Brother! Wang Kuan shouted anxiously, lifting his giant sword to unleash the sandstorm bomb. 5 stones flew out, glowing red from friction in the air. Bai Rou noticed Wang Kuan's move and sneered, "In such a hurry to die? No rush, I'll kill you all one by one." With that, she flicked her sword whip, extending it to shatter all 5 stones in midair. Although Wang Kuan's skill didn't threaten Bai Rou, it bought Wang Qian some breathing room. He steadied himself and shouted, "Chen Zian, Kong Linglong, cast your skills. Xiao Kuan, control the field." Gritting his teeth, Wang Qian swung his giant sword again. Sand slash, wall. He slashed to both sides, raising walls of sand and stone on either side of the battlefield, restricting Lu Shang and his companions' movements. At the same time, Chen Zian and Kong Linglong, who had been preparing, finally acted. Chen Zian waved her staff, summoning an inky black cloud above Lu Shang and his team, plunging them into darkness. Lightning flickered within the cloud, ready to strike at any moment. Kong Linglong's eyes gleamed as he drew his bow. Air currents swirled around him, the arrowhead becoming the eye of a storm. The wind howled, rustling the trees around them. Thunder, dark clouds, fierce winds, and sand, 3 skills combined, creating an apocalyptic scene. At Wang Qian's command, Kong Linglong released the arrow. It transformed into a massive tornado, hurtling towards Lu Shang and his team. Almost simultaneously, thunder roared from the sky, lightning bursting from the storm cloud, aiming to smite Lu Shang and his companions below. Seeing Lu Shang and his companions enveloped by the skills of Kong Linglong and Chen Zian, Wang Qian and his team couldn't help but show a hint of joy. However, they failed to notice that Lu Shang had already seen through their every move. In an instant, Lu Shang used the final segment of his sword step technique to return to his original position, catching his Kanglan sword effortlessly. With dual swords in hand, he exuded an imposing aura. As Kong Linglong and Chen Zian's skills were about to descend, and with Wang Kuan's sand slash barrier blocking the way, Lu Shang remained unflustered. He moved his hands, and both long swords swung simultaneously, unleashing the sweeping sword of tranquility. In an instant, 2 crescent-shaped sword beams appeared, followed by waves of sword energy radiating outward. The first wave of sword energy swept through like a violent wind scattering leaves. The sand barrier disintegrated instantly, dark clouds were blown away, and the storm abruptly ceased. The apocalyptic scene vanished in a heartbeat, restoring peace to the world. The meticulously prepared skills of Kong Linglong and Chen Zian were completely nullified by this single sweeping strike, rendering them utterly ineffective. The scene left everyone present in stunned silence, especially Kong Linglong and Chen Zian. They couldn't help but think. After all that effort to release our skills, they were neutralized by a single sword strike? This is just too unfair. However, they didn't have time to ponder further as the tranquility effect of the Kanglan sword faded, and the tranquility effect of the Qishao sword followed. A wave of sword energy imbued with fiery light swept across everyone present. This second wave contained an additional 50 magic damage, making it even more terrifying. Wang Kuan, being the closest to Lu Shang, was hit first by the 2 waves of sword energy. He was sent flying, his eyes bloodshot and veins bulging. Although not killed instantly, he was clearly severely injured. Next was Wang Qian, who reacted swiftly, slashing his greatsword to release a wind wall skill, barely managing to withstand the sword energy's impact. Chen Zian used her lightning flash to leap behind the tranquility sword energy, narrowly escaping harm. Kong Linglong summoned a wind shield to defend himself, but his slight frame couldn't withstand such power. The sword energy shattered his shield instantly, sending him flying several meters and rendering him incapable of further combat. This sweeping strike not only nullified 3 of the opponent's skills, but also severely injured 2 of them. Lu Shang single-handedly crushed the enemy's hope of victory, making the disparity in strength abundantly clear. After executing the sweeping sword of tranquility, Lu Shang released one hand, allowing the Qishao sword to return to the air and merge with nearly 100 flying swords above him. He kept the Kanglin's sword in his grasp, ready for any unforeseen events. The 100 flying swords suspended in the air created an overwhelming sense of pressure. Wang Qian and his team had no doubt that with a single gesture from Lu Shang, these swords could kill any one of them instantly. Under immense pressure, Chen Zian panicked, her face pale as she waved her staff and cast a quick lightning spell at Lu Shang. However, Lu Shang swiftly dodged using his drunken immortal moon step. Seeing Chen Zian still daring to attack, Lu Shang decided to teach her a lesson. Using his sword control technique, a sword spirit from the Lingfeng sword shot out, trailing a white stream of energy, and pierced through Chen Zian's thigh, pinning her to the ground. She screamed in agony. Not far away, Kong Linglong, realizing the dire situation, turned to flee in terror. Wind swirls enveloped his body, boosting his speed to nearly match Lu Shang's. Frowning, Lu Shang was about to use another sword spirit to incapacitate Kong Linglong when a spear of light shot out, hitting him first. The light spear was Chu Guang's holy prison, capable of controlling both bosses and pets, and equally effective against professional fighters. Caught off guard, Kong Linglong was trapped in the spear's confinement, unable to escape no matter how he struggled. At this moment, Wang Qian was the only one still capable of fighting. However, facing Lu Shang, Chu Guang, and Bai Rou alone was undeniably an unfair battle. Watching his once confident team crumble in an instant, Wang Qian swallowed hard, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He had lost all will to fight and stammered. "Well, what do you want?" Lu Shang smiled slightly, his flying swords hovering around him, all pointing at Wang Qian. "Nothing much, just doing to you what you planned to do to us. Release Bai Rou." With Lu Shang's command, Bai Rou's face lit up with her signature sinister smile. Holding her sword whip, she eagerly prepared to harvest the helpless fruits. "Let me think. In what order and manner should I kill you all?" Bai Rou muttered to herself, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Seeing this, Chu Guang sighed deeply, turning to walk away. "I've never killed a professional fighter, can't bear to watch this. Call me when it's time to divide the loot." Lu Shang couldn't help but inwardly comment, "You sly fox, don't want to kill but still want to share, huh?" Just as Bai Rou was about to begin her enjoyment, a gunshot echoed. Lu Shang looked towards the sound to see Xiang Xiaonan, barely conscious, trembling as he held up a signal gun issued by the mountain base for emergency rescue. This small act immediately angered Bai Rou. She turned her head sharply towards Xiang Xiaonan, grinning. "Oh, Xiang Xiaonan, still trying to call for help? Since you're so disobedient, I'll kill you first." Bai Rou's expression grew more menacing, making Xiang Xiaonan's scalp tingle with fear. He screamed in terror, "No, no, Wang Qian, save me." At this point, Xiang Xiaonan could no longer rely on his flying pet and could only hope for Wang Qian's help. However, Wang Qian stood frozen, too scared to move, let alone save him. Bai Rou laughed maniacally, her sword whip cracking down on Xiang Xiaonan with a loud snap. A series of lashes followed, the sword whip moving so fast it left after images. Xiang Xiaonan's screams were heart-wrenching as he clutched his head, unable to fight back. Blood sprayed from his body, and everyone present shivered at the brutal scene. At that moment, they all deeply regretted why did they form a team and plan to kill these three terrifying individuals in the first place. "Die." Bai Rou's cold voice sliced through the air, her eyes gleaming with cruelty. She clearly didn't want to waste any more time on Xiang Xiaonan, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. With no more amusement to be had, Bai Rou raised her hand for the final blow. At that critical moment, an overwhelming pressure descended from the sky, enveloping the entire battlefield. "Stop!" A familiar, slightly raspy voice echoed from above, followed by a deafening beastly roar. The sound waves spread out like a tangible force, instantly affecting everyone present. Lu Shang felt the scene before him twist and distort, his body immobilized as if encased in cement, unable to move even a finger. With a thunderous crash, a massive figure landed from the sky. It was a feline creature, 2 meters long, resembling a tiger but without stripes. Its ears were tufted with long fur, and its tail was shorter than that of typical big cats. Lu Shang squinted and realized this was not some boss monster, but the transformed state of their chief instructor, Lynx. As Lynx reverted to human form, Lu Shang understood that the Western Territory military had arrived so quickly because they had likely been monitoring the area all along. But there was no time to ponder this, as Lynx's appearance signaled that the battle might be over. However, Lu Shang had no intention of stopping. Wang Qian and his group had murderous intent toward him. If given the chance, they wouldn't show any mercy. Determined, Lu Shang decided he had to take at least one life as a warning. Resolved, Lu Shang's azure wave sword trembled in his hand, and he instantly transformed into sword energy, disappearing from his spot. The Green Lotus sword song activated. He became a streak of sword light, heading straight for Wang Qian, who was not far away. The sudden attack was so swift that even Lynx couldn't react in time. In the blink of an eye, Wang Qian was struck multiple times. The final strike accurately hit his throat, a critical hit. Blood spurted out as Wang Qian's eyes widened in disbelief before he fell, lifeless. Just as Lu Shang reformed his physical body, a strong hand clamped down on his shoulder. Lynx had somehow appeared beside him, anger blazing in her eyes. Didn't I tell you to stop? Why did you still use your skills? Lu Shang met Lynx's gaze without flinching. I was too fast to stop. Lynx narrowed her eyes but didn't immediately punish Lu Shang. Instead, she asked, can you stop now? Lu Shang nodded, and the sword case on his back opened. All his flying swords returning instantly. Only then did Lynx release her grip on him, lifting the immobilization on everyone else. Wang Kuan, seeing his brother's body, froze before bursting into hysterical cries and charging at Lu Shang. But before he could take more than a couple of steps, the sunglasses instructor appeared and knocked him out with a swift chop. Other high-ranking instructors soon arrived, taking control of the situation. For instructors, each over level 50, kept a close watch on Bai Rou, preventing her from making any rash moves. Sunglasses instructor reported to Lynx, Colonel Yang, what's the casualty count? Lynx waved her hand. 1 dead, 5 seriously injured. This outcome, we can barely accept it. Take Shenzian and the others back to the mountaintop base. They're disqualified. Sunglasses instructor nodded and left. Lynx turned to Lu Shang, Bai Rou, and Chu Guang, seeing the defiance in their eyes. She sighed and motioned for them to talk privately. Before Lu Shang could speak, Lynx began, I know you're unhappy with our intervention. Technically, once you entered the Black Cloud Mountains, we shouldn't interfere with your actions. You even have valid reasons to kill those who attacked you. But this is just a special training exercise, and your internal conflict has spiraled out of control. Not only Bai Rou, but another group also wanted to ensure their top 3 positions by killing you, further depleting the death quota. This game has gone too far, and we had to step in. I understand your dissatisfaction, and will provide a satisfactory resolution. At the side, Chu Guang's lips moved slightly, as if wanting to speak but hesitating. Lu Shang, keenly aware, quickly asked the Lynx, chief instructor, what exactly is the plan you're proposing? With a serious expression, the Lynx slowly explained, after the special training in the Black Cloud Mountain range, you will undergo the final round of Treninga rank competition. The specific details will not be disclosed yet, but the higher your rank, the better the rewards. She paused before adding, the first place will receive red quality equipment or items, while the second and third places will get 3 to 5 pieces of gold quality rewards. Upon hearing this, Lu Shang's breathing quickened, and Chu Guang's eyes lit up. For Chu Guang, the second and third places seemed more appealing. Lu Shang, on the other hand, had a simpler goal, just 1 red quality reward. Unlike the two, Bai Rou seemed indifferent to the rewards, glaring furiously in the direction of Zhang Ping and his group. Ignoring their varied reactions, the Lynx continued, with your abilities, securing the top 3 shouldn't be a problem. My plan is that regardless of your final ranking, I will double the rewards. This means the first place will receive 2 pieces of red quality equipment or items, the second place 10 gold quality items, and the third place 6 gold quality items. She took a deep breath and spoke heavily. This is the maximum reward I can secure. Now, I am offering these rewards in exchange for the lives of those trainees. This is the best choice for you, for them, and for us, don't you agree? Lu Shang weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Undoubtedly, the Lynx's plan was the optimal solution. Given his strength, securing a top 3 spot in the Southern Territory training camp was almost certain. Likely, even first place Bai Rou was not a threat, and Chu Guang seemed more inclined towards second place. In this way, Lu Shang would receive 2 red quality rewards, far surpassing the benefits of killing Wang Kuan and his group. Besides, with so many instructors present, they might not allow Wang Kuan and his group to be completely wiped out. As Lu Shang pondered, Bai Rou suddenly shouted, no, I don't want any rewards. I just want to kill them. Lu Shang glanced at Bai Rou, thinking to himself, a reckless brute by my side? The Lynx seemed prepared for this, taking out a badge from her backpack and revealing its attributes. Western Region Military District Executioner Title Badge. Special Equipment Blue. Strength 15, Agility 15, Spirit 15, Endurance 15. Additional. Grants the title of Executioner. Requirement. Level 20. Lu Shang immediately recognized it as a custom-made piece of equipment from the Western Region Military District, indicating that the wearer would have special authority within the district. The Lynx explained, the Executioner is a special position in our Western Region Military District, responsible for executing death row inmates. Every year, there are a large number of death row inmates in various districts, including heretics, vicious wild hunters, and criminals involved in human trafficking. I know your parents once sent you to the wind-chasing hall to capture wanted criminals to vent your killing intent. But there aren't many wanted criminals in Changnan, while our Western Region Military District often has dangerous criminals that need to be dealt with. With this badge, you can exercise execution rights in any district, satisfying your bloodlust. Do you want it? Bairo eagerly nodded, excitement flashing in her eyes. The lynx's expression softened slightly as she tossed the badge to Bairo. Then I'll take it as you agreeing to my plan. Have we reached a consensus? If so, I'll take my leave. Chu Guang nodded in agreement. Lu Sheng, after a moment of thought, saw through the lynx's negotiation strategy. He feigned seriousness and said, Chief Instructor, I also have a bit of a psychological issue. I have a particular fondness for sword-type weapons. Without them, I get as crazy as Bairo. So, could you give me a few more swords to calm my murderous impulses? The lynx stared at Lu Sheng for a few seconds before choosing to ignore his words and continued. Since you have no objections, it's settled. There's still a lot of time left before this round of training ends, so make good use of it, and don't waste the boss resources we've provided. With that, she turned and left. Lu Sheng was left feeling frustrated. If you don't want to agree, just say so. Why pretend you didn't hear me? The lynx and the other instructors, along with Kong Linglong and the others, prepared to leave with Wang Qian's body. Before they left, Lu Sheng, claiming that he had killed Wang Qian, rummaged through his inventory. He not only seized 4 pieces of gold-quality equipment, but also obtained the 2 broadswords he had been eyeing. After carefully examining the attributes of the broadswords, Lu Sheng finally understood why Wang Qian had been able to hold out against Bairo for so long. The attributes of these swords were indeed extraordinary. Translation: the Pujun sword, a golden tier weapon, can be enchanted once and requires level 25 to wield. It is suited for sword mastery professions. It boasts an attack power of 1340 and strength of 359, with numerous additional effects. A 25 chance to interrupt enemy skills, a 25 chance to knock back enemies, and a 500 increase in the rate at which it damages enemy equipment. The enchantment attribute, Thunder, deals 100 lightning magic damage and paralyzes the enemy whenever an abnormal status is inflicted. Lu Sheng carefully examined this legendary weapon. The Pujun sword, once wielded by the great General Zhenlong, was indeed powerful enough to break through 300 iron phalanxes. He calculated that if he could forge the soul of the sword into all 66 Pujun swords and wield them simultaneously, the damage would skyrocket, providing immense control capabilities. Wang Qian's exceptional strength in the team was largely due to this divine weapon. Now, these 2 Pujun swords had become Lu Sheng's spoils of war. Satisfied, he placed the swords into his sword case, alongside Song Lan, Qi Shao, and Ling Feng, totaling 5 legendary weapons. The others had already left, leaving only Lu Sheng, Bairo, and Chu Guang at the scene. Lu Sheng turned to the 2, knowing they each faced a decision. With Wang Qian out of the way, what are your plans now? Lu Sheng asked. Chu Guang shrugged, nonchalantly. Wang Qian and his crew are none of my concern. I just want golden tier equipment. If possible, let's keep farming bosses together, and I'll take the golden gear. Lu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it would be a shame to lose such a valuable teammate. However, he was less certain about Bairo, who had no interest in the loot. Bairo had only joined the team to catch Wang Qian and his group. Now that Wang Qian was dead, she would likely choose to leave and return to the mountaintop base for her second class change. Lu Sheng calculated that if Bairo left, he would lose 120 of the experience per boss kill, which pained him greatly. As Lu Sheng pondered how to persuade this unpredictable woman to stay, Bairo suddenly slammed her fishbone sword into the ground and said irritably, I haven't decided where to go. It feels pointless now that we know we can't kill people here. Maybe I'll go back to the mountaintop base to sleep? Or... She tilted her head, seemingly thinking, you guys run, and I'll see if I can kill you? Are you crazy? Why would you kill us? Lu Sheng snapped, the Black Cloud Mountains are rich in boss resources. Don't you want to return to the base for your second class change, and then come back to level up? You're the crazy one. Bairo glared at Lu Sheng. You don't understand. My hidden class requires a special place to change. The base's class change platform is useless to me. After soloing a 3-skull danger zone and reaching level 30, the bosses here don't interest me anymore. Lu Sheng suddenly understood, realizing this meant Bairo couldn't gain experience. She was the perfect Tiamatino need to share resources yet highly effective. He quickly formed a plan. Since you have nowhere else to go, why not stick with me and Chu Guang? If we find gear suitable for you, you'll get first dibs, Lu Sheng proposed. Bairo seemed uninterested. More boss farming? My family will prepare the gear I need. What's so great about this place? Lu Sheng racked his brain and finally thought of a lure. Grilled fish? Grilled fish? Bairo's eyes lit up. I want it for every meal. It has to be cooked by Chu Guang, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. Lu Sheng was momentarily stunned but then overjoyed. No problem. He'll cook it for you. 3 fish per meal. Chu Guang frowned. Why do we need her? I'm a hidden class, a holy apostle. Lu Sheng quickly pulled out a golden tier item, scavenged from Wang Qian, and handed it to Chu Guang. Chu Guang glanced at it and swallowed the rest of his words. Grilling fish is no big deal. Lu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief, checked the countdown on his triple experience quest, and urged, time is precious. Let's move to the next 5-skull danger zone immediately. 11 days later, deep within a 5-skull danger zone in the Black Cloud Mountains, a gigantic spider, covered in crimson patterns and over 3 meters in diameter, collapsed and dissolved into a cluster of light. Seeing this, Lu Sheng knew the level 40 golden tier boss had been defeated. He was about to retract his flying swords to collect the boss loot. However, just as the last sword entered the sword case, the accumulated experience from the case's energy-gathering effect surged into his 5 weapons like a flood. In an instant, a narrow beam of red light shot out from the sword case, piercing the sky. As the red light pierced through the sky and quickly vanished, it seemed as if it had never appeared at all. This scene immediately caught the attention of Bai Rou and Chu Guang, who both turned to look at Lu Sheng, wondering what astonishing thing he had conjured up this time. Lu Sheng was equally puzzled. His sword case had never exhibited such phenomena before. He quickly brought up the attribute panel of the sword case and scrutinized every detail but found nothing unusual. Could there be a problem with the sword itself? Lu Sheng furrowed his brows and began to inspect his weapon one by one. Suddenly, he froze, a complex expression crossing his face. Noticing this, Chu Guang stepped forward and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with your equipment?" Lu Sheng snapped back to reality and glanced at Chu Guang without answering. The sword case on his back emitted a soft sound and opened. A flying sword enveloped in red light emerged and landed steadily in Lu Sheng's hand. Chu Guang instantly recognized the sword. It was the very Lingfeng sword that Lu Sheng had used to kill the boss earlier. However, when he saw the red glow on the blade, his eyebrows furrowed in surprise. He distinctly remembered that this sword was originally of golden quality. After spending days and nights with Lu Sheng, he had never seen him possess a red quality sword. Bai Rou also came closer and exclaimed after taking a careful look, "Isn't this sword supposed to be of golden quality? How did it suddenly turn red?" Lu Sheng was grinning from ear to ear. It turned out that after killing the Scarlet Venom Spider Queen, the effect of spirit gathering not only raised the level of the Lingfeng sword, but also upgraded its quality from gold to red. The upgraded Lingfeng sword's attributes skyrocketed. Lingfeng sword red quality. Required level, 40. Required class, sword mastery class. Attributes. Attack power, 1520. Strength, 301. Agility, 480. Additional effects. Increases attack speed by 20 per hit, lasting 5 seconds, stacking up to 5 times. 10 chance to trigger the nimble effect when attacking. Nimble. Increases attack speed by 100 and movement speed by 200 for 3 seconds. Wind slash. Releases a sword aura with each attack, capable of hitting distant enemies. Description. Crafted by the master swordsmith Linya, inspired by the wind. The sword's quality has further improved after nurturing. Eager to test the power of his new sword, Lu Sheng casually swung it. The air seemed to warp where the blade passed, condensing into a cyan slash. The slash flew out from the blade and instantly cut a towering rock wall in half. The attack range was now comparable to that of an archer's skills. Chu Guang and Bai Rou were both shocked. Chu Guang asked in confusion, "Is this a skill?" Lu Sheng shook his head and explained, "No, it's just a regular attack." He then swung the sword twice more, each time unleashing a powerful cyan slash that left a trail of destruction in its wake. Next, Lu Sheng released his grip on the sword and used his sword mastery to control the Lingfeng sword above his head. Over 40 sword spirits materialized around the blade, slashing in unison. Each slash released a sword aura, and although the sword spirits' auras were only 20 as powerful as the main swords, the nearly 100 simultaneous slashes created a scene akin to a barrage of artillery fire. Amid the booming noises and billowing dust, Lu Sheng stopped his attack after just 3 seconds, and all the flying swords returned to the sword case. When the dust settled, the ground was a mess, covered in Panlong sword marks and riddled with holes. Bai Rou swallowed hard and asked incredulously, "Is this also a regular attack?" Lu Sheng nodded and clarified, "It just looks flashy." The Lingfeng sword gained a new effect after its upgrade. Each attack can now generate a sword aura to hit distant enemies. But the aura's power is similar to a regular attack. It just extends the attack range. Although the wind slash effect wasn't particularly useful for Lu Sheng, who already had sword mastery, it did give melee classes a ranged attack capability, which was an incredibly powerful attribute. And most importantly, it looked cool. Lu Sheng's regular attack left Bai Rou and Chu Guang speechless. However, after witnessing Lu Sheng almost one-shot a level 40 golden boss with a single move, they were no longer surprised by anything he did. All 3 of them were anomalies in their own right, so none of them found the other's actions unusual. After Lu Sheng retracted the Lingfeng sword, he adjusted its spirit gathering effect, focusing it on Songlan, Qishao, and the two Pojun swords. His goal was clear: to elevate these 4 swords to red-grade weapons. At this moment, the Panlong Sword had reached level 38, the Qiu He Sword level 39, and the two Pojun swords both at level 34. Sheng thought to himself that if he unleashed the sword case with 5 red-quality flying swords and over 100 sword spirits, the enemy would likely be scared out of their wits. After dealing with the weapons, Sheng and Chu Guang began dividing the loot dropped by the boss. They then busied themselves with either sacrifices or forging sword spirits, the clanging sounds filling the air. Bai Rou, feeling bored, stood by with a blade of grass in her mouth, waiting for the 2 men to finish. Finally, Sheng used the Wine God Gourd to capture the scarlet venomous spider mother, declaring this 5-skull danger zone completely cleared. With this, all 4-skull and 5-skull danger zones had been wiped out by the trio. With 3 to 4 days left before the special training ended, they faced 2 choices: attempt the only 6-skull danger zone or wander around the Black Cloud Mountains, hunting regular beasts or searching for other potential boss-laden danger zones. Sheng checked his limited time mission, noting that the triple experience bonus had only 20 hours left. He looked up at Bai Rou and Chu Guang, pulled out a map and asked, "What do you think? Want to try the last danger zone?" Bai Rou had no objections. She was always fearless. Chu Guang, intrigued by the prospect of a 6-skull danger zone and the platinum-level boss it promised, was eager not to miss out. The 3 quickly agreed to target the 6-skull danger zone. This danger zone wasn't far from their current location, requiring about 12 hours of full-speed travel. The remaining 8 hours would be enough to find and kill the boss. The zone was located in a pocket-shaped valley, with a straightforward terrain that led directly to the bottom through a narrow passage. After a long journey, the trio finally reached the edge of the 6-skull danger zonia narrow valley entrance. The steep, knife-like peaks on either side reached into the clouds, blocking out the sunlight and making the valley dark and foreboding. To their surprise, there was a makeshift camp at the entrance. 3 tents stood surrounded by cans, bottled water, and other supplies. 3 people sat around a campfire, drinking and chatting. They wore camouflage tank tops, clearly instructors from the Western Military District. The instructors quickly noticed Sheng and his companions. A muscular instructor whistled excitedly and shouted towards the tents, "Hey guys, come see this. Some rookies are actually here to challenge the 6-skull danger zone." With his call, more people emerged from the tents. Altogether, there were 10 of them. Judging by their gear and aura, Sheng estimated they were all around level 50, 30 powerhouses. Their team composition was perfect: 3 frontliners, 2 supports, and 5 damage dealers, 3 mages, and 2 archers. Such a setup was ideal for both dungeon runs and boss fights. Sheng was puzzled. Why was a team from the Western Military District stationed here? Was there something special about this 6-skull danger zone? The instructors examined the trio as if they were rare specimens. Bai Rou, sensing potential danger, tensed up, her fingers twitching as she prepared to draw her sword whip. Fortunately, the instructors quickly returned to their normal demeanor. Noticing Bai Rou's hostility, the muscular instructor smiled and explained, "No need to be nervous, kids. We're just surprised to see trainees daring to come here, so we're a bit curious." As he spoke, his eyes glinted, seemingly activating some kind of detection skill. A level 34 second tier and 2 level 30 first tiers. Even though you have hidden classes, you still dare to come to a 6-skull danger zone with this lineup, the muscular instructor said, somewhat amazed. Sheng didn't elaborate much. He simply stated, "We've already cleared the 4-skull and 5-skull danger zones. With some time left before the end of the special training, we decided to come here and take a look." The muscular instructor eyed them suspiciously, scrutinizing each of them. Clearing a 4-skull danger zone is one thing, but you managed to get through a 5-skull danger zone too? His tone was filled with doubt. However, upon noticing the strength badges on their arms, his expression softened slightly. "Ah, strength trainees," he mused. "Though I still find it hard to believe that the 3 of you could clear a 5-skull danger zone. But talent emerges in every generation. Maybe you really are exceptional. Just having the courage to come here is commendable." The instructor's tone turned serious. "But I must warn you, the 6-skull danger zone is fundamentally different from the 5-skull one. You need to think carefully about whether you want to enter. The boss here was captured from the Darklands, and it's unlike any other." Sheng nodded in appreciation and looked around, noticing 10 instructors stationed there. He asked curiously, "Instructor, why are you here? We've traversed many danger zones in the Black Cloud Mountain range and never seen instructors stationed." The muscular instructor was about to explain when his expression suddenly turned grim. He quickly faced the narrow passage of the valley. The other 9 instructors immediately took defensive positions, as if rehearsed countless times. 3 frontline warriors wielding giant shields, heavy swords, and long spears stood at the front of the passage. The damage dealers and support roles positioned themselves at the back. The muscular instructor, who had been conversing with Sheng, quickly moved to the rear of the formation, drew a massive bow and knocked an arrow that began to spark at the tip, ready to fire. Before Lu Sheng could react, a cacophony of noises echoed from the passage, growing louder and closer. Despite the darkness, something could be seen moving rapidly within the passage. "Engage!" a frontline instructor shouted. In the next instant, the muscular instructor released the arrow. It burst into a blazing fireball, soaring over the front line and into the depths of the passage. The fiery arrow illuminated the corridor, revealing a horde of grotesque beasts charging towards them. These creatures had humanoid shapes, but crawled like reptiles. Their skin seemed to ooze with some liquid, giving them the appearance of decaying corpses. As they moved, their limbs and bellies made squelching sounds, as if trudging through a swamp. Lu Sheng inspected their attributes from a distance, and found they were not true beasts, but level 40 summons called shadow pollutants. While summons don't have specific tiers, these shadow pollutants were slightly stronger than typical level 40 beasts. The muscular instructor's fire arrow exploded among the shadow pollutants, incinerating several instantly. Despite their numbers over 100, the level difference and the coordinated defense of the third-tier instructors made them almost negligible threats. The instructors worked seamlessly, each fulfilling their role. In about 10 minutes, the shadow pollutants were completely eradicated. Their bodies, however, dissolved into a black sludge upon death, exhibiting strong corrosive properties. The ground and rocks it touched turned pitch black, and nearby vegetation withered and rotted at a visible rate. These pollutants seemed to carry a deadly virus, continuing to contaminate the Black Cloud Mountain range even after death. Lu Sheng couldn't help but imagine the horror if these pollutants were released into the mountain range, potentially turning the entire area into a decayed, dark wasteland. The instructors appeared accustomed to the scene. They sheathed their weapons, leaving 2 priests to continuously cast purification spells, dispelling the debuff on the ground. Under the relentless purification, the sludge dried and the blackness faded, restoring the area to its original state. However, it was clear that the deeper parts of the passage were likely already overrun with darkness and sludge. The muscular instructor put away his bow, grabbed a beer, and took a swig before smiling at Lu Sheng. "Now, do you understand why we're stationed here?" He paused, then continued, "Colonel Yengo, you should call her chief instructor. Lynx must have told you that the boss here is the shadow hidden sword from the Darklands. All bosses from the Darklands are sources of darkness, like a plague, corrupting everything they touch. This shadow hidden sword is no exception. Despite its low level, it has the same ability." He gestured towards the valley. "Don't think the Western Frontier Military District randomly chose to imprison the shadow hidden sword here and designated this area as a 6-skull danger zone. The entire canyon is fortified with arrays, forming an impenetrable cage to prevent the shadow hidden sword from escaping and contaminating the Black Cloud Mountain range. This passage," he pointed behind him, "is the only entrance and exit. Our job is to guard it. Any lapse that allows the shadow hidden sword to escape would turn the entire mountain range into a dark, unmanageable land. The manpower and resources needed to purify such a vast area would be unimaginable. That's how troublesome and dangerous bosses from the Dark Lands are." Chu Guang hesitated and asked, "If this boss is so dangerous, why imprison it here? Wouldn't a regular level 40 platinum boss be safer?" The muscular instructor chuckled, revealing his white teeth. "A regular boss? How would that help you understand the true terror of the Darklands? The purpose of this 6-skull danger zone is to give you sheltered trainees a first-hand look at what lies beyond our borders. Creating such a zone is indeed very troublesome. Our presence here ensures not only that the darkness won't contaminate the Black Cloud Mountain range, but also that, after your special training, we'll eliminate the shadow hidden sword and purify this valley. It's far better for you to face a glimpse of the Dark Lands here than to be terrified on the front lines someday. Here, you'll have the rare opportunity to confront a part of the Dark Lands." The instructor's expression grew solemn. "So, do you still want to challenge this danger zone?" Lu Sheng was silent for a moment, not immediately answering the instructor's question. He turned to Chu Guang, his eyes questioning, "Did you figure out what makes this boss so tough?" Chu Guang frowned, thinking for a bit, and then replied, "It seems like it can turn the map into a dark zone." He added, "But does that really matter for us killing it?" "Doesn't seem like it." Lu Sheng nodded. "All right then, facing the muscular instructor," he said firmly, "we'll give it a shot and see if we can take down this shadow blade." The instructor looked resigned, as if to say, "Did you even listen to me?" He sighed, "Fine, if you want to try, go ahead." His tone then turned serious, "But I must warn you, don't be reckless. If you're injured, fire the signal flare immediately. We'll come in to rescue you as fast as we can." The instructor's expression grew grave as he continued, "Because once you're injured, you're more likely to become a target for the dark corruption. The power of the dark zone will invade your body when you're vulnerable, turning you into a dark thrall or a heretic. We won't let any heretic leave here alive, because they are also sources of dark pollution that need to be eliminated." Lu Sheng's brows furrowed as he seemed to understand. So, we can't get injured, right? The instructor nodded. Correct. Keep your condition above 70% to resist the dark corruption. The Shadow Blade isn't of a high rank and its corruption ability isn't that strong. If you're careful, you can handle it. Got it. Lu Sheng nodded seriously, committing the instructor's words to memory. The instructor didn't say anything more and turned to a nearby fire mage, shouting, "Give these kids a buff to help them out. We'll be ready to rush in and save them. The rest is up to them." The fire mage waved his staff in response. With the casting of his spell, a fist-sized fireball appeared around each of the three, orbiting their bodies. A system notification sounded in Lu Sheng's ear. Flame illumination, active, LV4. Conjures a flame that lasts for 24 hours, dispelling surrounding darkness. Can be detonated to cause 3 seconds of blindness to nearby enemies. Lu Sheng recalled that the LV1 flame illumination only lasted for about 2 hours. The LV4 version not only extended the duration by tenfold, but also added a blinding effect. This made him realize the importance of skill levels for adventurers. Ahead lay a dark, sinister corridor, like the gaping maw of a giant beast. With the flame illumination, the three finally had some light for their path. They thanked the instructors and walked through the makeshift camp, officially entering the corridor. As Lu Sheng had anticipated, the unpurified area was rife with decay. Black sludge covered everything, and each step felt uncomfortable. The walls were smeared with sticky, unknown substances. Byro curiously wiped some with her finger and sniffed it. The stench was like rotting fish from a sewer, making one want to vomit. But Byro seemed unfazed, casually wiping her finger on her pants before continuing. Chu Guang, seeing this, discreetly distanced himself from her. The most unsettling thing was that the black sludge seemed almost alive. It devoured the once lush vegetation of the corridor, turning all life into decay. Lu Sheng felt a sense of alarm, as if the sludge was watching them, waiting for them to let their guard down so it could pounce. The corridor was deep in the valley, shrouded in darkness year-round. Walking here felt like being inside a giant beast. Thankfully, each of them had a flame, or they would be unable to move at all in such an environment. The oppressive atmosphere was even worse than the Blood Infant Village. Lu Sheng led the way, trying to ease the tension by chatting with Chu Guang. So, if this dark zone boss is here, it means the valley has changed because of it. Does that mean all dark zones are like this? Chu Guang, while remaining vigilant, replied, "That's what I've heard. Infection and spread are the hallmarks of dark zones. However, each dark zone's appearance can vary. I've never been to one myself, but Byro might have. My family isn't well off, but Byro's family has connections with the city guard. She might have been taken to the front lines of a dark zone to broaden her horizons. That crazy woman has connections with the city guard?" Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had noticed Chu Guang's modest background, but Byro's family ties were unexpected. It was like a mouse among a litter of cats. He couldn't help but think, wouldn't her family consider dealing with her to protect the people of Changnan? Byro seemed to sense Lu Sheng's thoughts, and with a cold snort, she said, "So what if I have connections with the city guard? In Changnan, I've taken down more wanted criminals than many in the wind-chasing hall. You're a real people's hero." Lu Sheng gave her a thumbs up, though his smile didn't reach his eyes. Byro didn't catch the sarcasm and earnestly answered Lu Sheng's earlier question. "I have been to the front lines of a dark zone and seen its landscape. However, the dark zone I saw was completely different from this one. It was all white, with swirling white winds everywhere, like a snowy night. Everything was infected and turned into something resembling white bones." Lu Sheng was intrigued. Knowledge about dark zones was usually covered in university. Though he knew the world was threatened by dark zones, constantly under their influence, he knew little about their exact nature. "So, the dark zones aren't all the same?" Lu Sheng asked. "Of course not," Byro explained. "Any map infected by a dark zone falls into eternal night, hence the name Dark Zone. However, the appearance of the infected map varies. Actually, I don't know much more. I've heard from my elders that there are 9 dark zones in total. Each one has an entity called a Dark Lord, the source of the darkness and the pinnacle of power in this world." "Dark Master?" Lu Sheng furrowed his brows at the unfamiliar term. Byro continued, "Each Dark Master infects a different dark land. The one I visited had a Dark Master named Shueku, whose level is unknown. The Northern Military District exists to fend off its infection." She looked around and pointed to their surroundings. "This place is different from Shueku's territory. The Shadow Hidden Sword should come from another Darkland, possibly the one the Western Military District fights against." Lu Sheng nodded, starting to grasp the concept of Darklands. Suddenly, Chu Guang stopped abruptly, his forehead rune glowing as he entered battle mode. Byro and Lu Sheng quickly summoned their weapons, ready for action. The flat, muddy ground ahead began to surge, and the mud coalesced into shadowy pollutants. Mud spots on the surrounding stone walls came to life, rapidly merging and expanding into nearly 40 monsters, encircling the three of them. Lu Sheng understood. It seems this map can summon shadow pollutants at any moment. The valley is small, but the path ahead is tough. He glanced at the mission panel and reminded them, we have only 7 hours left of triple experience, so we need to hurry. Don't conserve your energy. I'll restore your states every 5 minutes. With that, Lu Sheng summoned 2 Spirit Wind Sword Souls, while the remaining flying swords scattered to clear the beasts. He wielded his Sword Soul, unleashing blue slashes that continually killed the level 40 shadow pollutants. Bai Ro's sword whip shattered monsters with each strike. Chu Guang was even more formidable, paving the way under the cover of flying swords, his holy wings allowing him to dodge nimbly, crushing enemies with a single punch. Their monster-clearing speed rivaled that of the instructor's team. They cut through the valley like a sharp blade. However, shadow pollutants kept appearing, with mud everywhere ready to transform into new monsters. As they delved deeper, the narrow passage widened, the infection worsened, and the number and frequency of monsters increased. Stronger level 45 shadow pollutants began to appear, making up a growing portion of their foes. Their progress slowed. In the dark valley, they fought by the dim light of 3 flames, using their skills without hesitation. Lu Sheng's spirit return technique was key to their endurance. After nearly 7 hours of intense combat, the 3 were exhausted. When the last level 45 shadow pollutant was pinned down by the breaking army sword, silence finally fell around them. Lu Sheng looked around in surprise. No more beasts? Bai Ro collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, and Chu Guang found a stone to sit on. Comparing the map, Chu Guang said, we might have reached the deepest part of the 6-skull danger zone. There are no shadow pollutants here. Bai Ro put away her weapon, weakly stirring the mud at her feet. I can't kill anymore. Lu Sheng smiled wryly, reflecting on the tens of thousands of monsters they had slain in the past 7 hours, gaining no experience because they were summoned creatures. The 3 were utterly spent, uninterested even in the sight of golden equipment. Lu Sheng decided they needed a good rest once the mission was over. However, when he opened the mission panel, his fatigue vanished instantly. They had less than half an hour left before the triple experience mission ended. Lu Sheng's heart sank at the thought of taking down a level 40 platinum tier boss in just half an hour. Despite having 215 flying swords and the explosive instant output of the 10,000 swords returned to the sect technique, his previous experience of clearing 10 5-skull danger zones made him acutely aware that the more swords he used, the greater the stamina consumption for this powerful move. Quickly calculating, Lu Sheng realized that with his current level and attributes, he could only unleash 10,000 swords returned to the sect 4 times at most. While one use of this technique could probably one-shot a level 40 gold tier boss, a platinum tier boss would undoubtedly have higher stats. Whether 4 uses would be enough to win the battle remained uncertain. To make matters worse, his God of Wine skill was still sealed. This meant the fight could very well turn into a war of attrition. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng felt exhausted but couldn't afford to rest. He stretched his aching limbs and said to Chu Guang and Bai Ro, let's go. We'll rest properly after we take down the boss. The trio continued on their way, and luckily, they didn't encounter any more shadow pollutants. Eventually, they reached the end of the valley. It resembled a plaza, but the ground was a mire that nearly reached their ankles. Lu Sheng could feel the mud squirming like living flesh underfoot, as if searching for wounds to invade. It was an unsettling sensation, but he had no time to dwell on it. By the light of a fireball illumination spell, Lu Sheng saw the scene before him. In the center of the clearing, a mound of mud stood nearly 2 meters high. At its peak, a sword was embedded blade first into the muck, leaving only the hilt visible. An iron chain was tightly wrapped around the hilt, extending to the deepest part of the valley where it was anchored to a stone wall. The end of the chain was fixed within a magic circle over 2 meters in diameter, which emitted a faint glow, likely left by the Western Military District to ensure the sword remained confined to the valley. Bai Ro looked around impatiently and asked, where's the boss? The platinum tier boss? Why is there only a sword here? Chu Guang pondered for a moment and speculated. The boss is named Shadow Hidden Sword. Could it be that this sword is the boss? It's possible, Lu Sheng said cautiously. Stay alert. I'll probe it. With that, the sword case on Lu Sheng's back opened, and the sword spirit of a Lingfeng sword flew out, slashing at the sword in the mud. A crisp ding rang out as the sword spirit was deflected, leaving the target unmoved. As Lu Sheng prepared to investigate further, the mud underfoot began to flow, converging on the mound. In an instant, a humanoid beast about 3 meters tall formed in front of the mud mound. Its body was similar to a human's, but the mud on its surface quickly solidified into a shiny black armor. It had no helmet, and its facial features were faintly discernible, resembling a grimacing mask. This terracotta warrior-like entity exuded a more oppressive aura than the shadow pollutants they had encountered before. Narrowing his eyes, Lu Sheng checked its attributes. Shadow Hidden Sword Platinum Tier Boss. Level 40. Attributes: Dark, Earth, Undead. Strength 2095. Agility 1986. Spirit 1834. Endurance 2234. Skills: 1. Spread Darkness Passive. Spreads darkness, corrupting and transforming the map into a darkland. 2. Dark Domination Passive. Increases all attributes and combat power by 50 while in Darkland. 3. Reforge Flesh Passive. Consumes surrounding dark matter to reconstitute its body. 4. Dark Quagmire Active. Controls enemies within a certain range using a dark quagmire. 5. Shadow Slash Active. Unleashes an invisible slash, dealing 300 damage. 6. Shadow Stealth Active. Enters a stealth state and reveals itself upon attack, causing a critical hit. Lu Sheng's forehead throbbed as he read the stats. This boss's attributes and skill set were indeed formidable, befitting the Six-Skull Danger Zone. Upon appearing, Shadow Hidden Sword grasped the hilt of the sword bound by chains and pulled it out. Surprisingly, there was no blade beneath the hilt. It tugged at the chain, but couldn't break it. The glow from the magic circle on the stone wall grew stronger, clearly exerting its power to keep the sword sealed. Finally, Shadow Hidden Sword turned its attention to Lu Sheng and his companions. An overwhelming sense of pressure descended upon them, as if they were about to be crushed. The Shadow Sword raised the hilt of its weapon and slashed rapidly at the three of them. The short hilt looked ridiculous in its hand, yet Sword Immortal Lu Sheng felt a deadly threat. Dodge! Lu Sheng roared, and the three of them scattered instantly. The next moment, the spot where they had stood exploded violently, mud flying everywhere. A massive sword mark was clearly visible on the ground, as if an invisible blade had sliced through it. This was the boss's skill Shadow Slash, with power enough to deal 300 damage. Bai-Ro patted her chest, still shaken. This boss is really strange. Even with just a hilt, it's so powerful. Lu Sheng frowned. It's not just a hilt. We can't see the blade. This is an assassin-type boss. Stay alert, everyone. Glancing at the mission timer, Lu Sheng's heart tightened. Only 10 minutes left. Chu Guang, Bai-Ro, hold it off for me, he shouted. Chu Guang understood and charged to the front. As the boss prepared to launch a second attack, he threw a punch, white light bursting from his fist. The shockwave forced the boss back half a step. The boss roared and swung its hilt at Chu Guang. Despite the invisible blade, Chu Guang relied on instinct to judge its position, his fists wrapped in divine light to meet the attack. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as sparks flew. Chu Guang's fist collided with the invisible blade, but the boss's strength pushed him back 2 steps. At that moment, Bai-Ro's whip sword shot up from the ground, piercing the boss's body. It retracted and attacked from different angles repeatedly. Despite the boss's sturdy armor, her attacks left several holes in it. The boss, in pain, prepared to counter with Shadow Slash, but Chu Guang charged again, his continuous punches interrupting its actions. Seeing the two successfully restrain the boss, Lu Sheng sprang into action. His sword box opened, releasing all but one soulbound sword. 214 flying swords glowed with a mystical light, ready for the ultimate attack. Sensing the sword intent, the boss turned sharply towards Lu Sheng, knocking Chu Guang aside and preparing to unleash Shadow Slash on him. Chu Guang, fall back. Lu Sheng commanded, eyes wide. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Activate. In an instant, over 200 flying swords streaked like a rain of light towards the Shadow Sword. Each beam pierced the boss's armor effortlessly, leaving fist-sized holes. Bai-Ro watched in awe, thinking, this guy is really eager to kill the boss today, using his ultimate move right away. Looks like he doesn't want to stay in this cursed place any longer. The power of 10,000 swords returned to origin was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the boss was riddled with holes, barely maintaining its human form. As the last beam of light faded, the boss's body dissolved like mud, merging into the ground. The invisible sword fell as well. Lu Sheng was stunned. Could his ultimate move have just one-shot a platinum-level boss? That didn't make sense. However, his confusion was short-lived. As the boss's body dissolved, the mud began to surge towards the fallen sword, reforming its body. The swirling mud delivered the hilt back to its hand, and the boss was restored, unscathed. Lu Sheng's brows furrowed. Realizing this was the boss's skill body reformation. The mud was dark matter, allowing the boss to endlessly reconstruct itself. This was a problem. In a valley full of dark matter, the boss was practically immortal. Even fighting for 3 days and nights might not be enough to completely destroy it. This shouldn't be happening. A platinum-level boss is indeed strong, but it shouldn't be this overwhelming. Lu Sheng's brows furrowed as he pointed his right hand to the sky, summoning all the flying swords to gather like a meteor shower, preparing for a second round of 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Seeing this, Chu Guang didn't hesitate to step forward. The divine descent had granted him extraordinary attributes, making him a moving fortress as he engaged in fierce, close combat with the boss. Bai Rou's sword whip traced elegant arcs in the air, contributing damage while alleviating some of the pressure on Chu Guang. The charge time for the second round of 10,000 swords returned to the sect was even longer than the first. Lu Sheng felt his strength waning, sweat beading on his forehead. Fortunately, his teammates were holding their ground, buying him enough time. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. With a soft exclamation from Lu Sheng, all the flying swords streaked with dazzling light, bombarding the boss like a metallic storm. Instantly, mud splattered everywhere, and the boss's body was riddled with holes, dissolving into a puddle of sludge that merged with the surrounding darkness. Exhausted, Lu Sheng quickly cast a spirit restoration technique on himself, instantly recovering his full stamina. He watched the direction where the boss had disappeared, and as expected, the sludge underfoot began to coalesce, forming a new body for the boss, its momentum undiminished. With the mission timer ticking down, Lu Sheng cursed inwardly. This boss was incredibly tenacious. Chu Guang cautiously retreated a few steps, keeping a close eye on the shadow sword while analyzing. Something's not right. At this rate, even if we kill it 100 times, it can still regenerate its body. I think there's a specific strategy to defeat it. Maybe we need a support class that can apply a debuff to prevent the boss from regenerating. Hearing this, Bai Rou chimed in. So, we should have brought Zhang Ping along to help kill the boss. Afterward, I could have killed him too and framed the boss. What a waste of his talent. Lu Sheng ignored Bai Rou's jest and said solemnly, I don't think the problem lies with us lacking a support class. The boss's constant resurrection seems more complex than mere regeneration. I can't put my finger on it, but something feels off. As soon as he finished speaking, the boss went berserk again, launching a fierce attack on the trio. Chu Guang didn't hesitate to charge forward, his fists glowing with divine light, engaging the boss in intense combat to create an opening for Lu Sheng and Bai Rou. Lu Sheng refrained from using 10,000 swords returned to the sect again, as his body was still in the cooldown period of the spirit restoration technique. Without knowing the correct method to kill the boss, he didn't dare to exhaust his strength again. Instead, he controlled the flying swords with sword control technique, delivering substantial damage. Under the trio's relentless assault, the shadow sword's body was shattered for the third time. However, it reassembled once more, forming a brand new body as if it had never been harmed. Their efforts seemed futile. With the mission timer running out, Lu Sheng grew increasingly anxious. At this moment, under his control, the Kanglan sword pierced through the shadow sword's ghostly mask, puncturing its head. Yet, the fist-sized wound quickly healed with the flow of dark matter. At that moment, Lu Sheng realized the problem. The Kanglan sword wasn't providing any healing effects. Although he was at full health, he could still sense the absence of the sword's usual 20 healing effect. The Kanglan sword and its spirit should have been providing significant healing with their attacks on the shadow sword. But now, there was no feedback at all. Recalling his previous experience with the Tree Spirit Corpse King, Lu Sheng remembered that it was through the Kanglan sword's healing effect that he had identified the true body of the Tree Spirit Corpse King hidden under the roots. It seemed the shadow sword had a similar nature. With a sudden realization, Lu Sheng's gaze quickly scanned the boss, finally locking onto the small hilt it held. Could Chu Guang have been right? The true form of the shadow sword was actually this chain sword? With this thought, Lu Sheng immediately adjusted his tactics. He controlled the flying swords with sword control technique, attacking the boss not on its body, but on the sword it held. Over 200 swords flew through the air, forming a dragon that crashed into the boss's sword. Sparks flew, and a deafening metallic clang echoed. This scene puzzled Bai Rou and Chu Guang. Attacking a boss's weapon usually didn't cause any significant damage. Lu Sheng's actions seemed like a desperate move. Bai Rou couldn't help but complain. Little Sword Immortal, what are you doing? Slacking off in the open. Not killing the boss, but instead sharpening its sword. Lu Sheng didn't respond but instead showed a look of delight. He felt the Kanglan sword providing healing effects as he attacked the boss's weapon. The boss's true form wasn't the beast before them, but the sword it held. All of their previous efforts had been in vain, except for Chu Guang's punches that had hit the weapon, causing some real damage. At that moment, the heavy battering sword and its spirits, slower in flight, finally struck the shadow sword's true form. Clang! With a crisp metallic sound, the battering sword hit the shadow sword heavily. This strike seemed to trigger something, causing the shadow sword puppet to let out a piercing scream. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the boss quickly turned, using its muddy body to shield the battering sword, attempting to prevent it from attacking the true form directly. Lu Sheng was momentarily stunned. The boss's true form was actually afraid of the battering sword. Lu Sheng instantly understood the overlooked attribute of the Pijun sword. When attacking an enemy, it increases the enemy's equipment wear rate by 500. This attribute might not be very useful in regular combat, but it is lethal against a sword-shaped boss. No wonder the Shadow Stealth Sword fears the Pajun Sword so much. It's the bane of all equipment and weapons. The Shadow Stealth Sword skillfully used puppets to block the Pajun Sword's attacks, avoiding direct damage. However, this move caught Chu Guang's attention. He shouted, "Bai Rou, attack the boss's weapon, that's its true form." Bai Rou suddenly understood and slapped her forehead. No wonder my inferno nature hasn't been stacking. This damn thing isn't even human. She gritted her teeth and swung her sword whip in a semicircle, aiming it at the Shadow Stealth Sword's true form. Seeing its disguise exposed, the Shadow Stealth Sword stopped hiding. The dark matter on the ground suddenly boiled and instantly coalesced into 9 puppets. 8 of them wielded stone swords formed from dark matter, identical to the Shadow Stealth Sword itself. These puppets formed an impenetrable defense line, even putting immense pressure on Chu Guang. He conjured 2 light spears and hurled them, but as soon as they hit the puppets dissolved into dark matter and reformed at a distance. Chu Guang was about to ask Lu Sheng for a strategy, but he noticed Lu Sheng already preparing for the return of 10,000 swords. Knowing the boss's true form was the sword, there was no need for further hesitation. With Lu Sheng's command, countless flying swords emitted a piercing screech and shot towards the Shadow Stealth Sword. Though the 9 puppets tried to block them, they were pierced through like paper, turning into foul-smelling sludge. The flying swords precisely struck the invisible blade of the Shadow Stealth Sword, creating a cacophony of metal clashing and the boss's agonized wails. Sparks flew as the Shadow Stealth Sword was driven into the ground, stirring up layers of dark matter. When the return of 10,000 swords ended, the Shadow Stealth Sword was buried in the dark matter on the ground. However, Lu Sheng didn't gain any experience points, indicating the boss was still alive. Just as he prepared to unleash another return of 10,000 swords, the dark matter beneath their feet surged, gripping the trio's ankles like a powerful, soft hand. At that moment, iron chains hidden in the dark matter suddenly tightened and burst from the ground between Chu Guang and Bai Rou. The other end of the chain was empty, indicating the Shadow Stealth Sword had fully entered its stealth mode. Lu Sheng realized the Shadow Stealth Sword had used its Shadow Stealth skill. Once it exits stealth, it will trigger a 100 critical hit effect. Its appearance between Chu Guang and Bai Rou made its intentions clear. Even if he uses the Azure Lotus Sword Song to break free now, combined with the Sword Step and the Sword Wave techniques, it's too late to block the incoming skills for the 2 of them. Defend, Lu Sheng urgently reminded. Chu Guang and Bai Rou reacted quickly. Bai Rou instantly raised her sword whip, spinning it around to form a defensive barrier, the Inferno Ring, a skill she honed in the 5 Skulls danger zone that can offset 50 of damage. Chu Guang, under the blessing of divine descent, chose to counterattack to defend. His right fist glowed intensely with divine light, smashing towards the end of the iron chain. Clang, the chain trembled violently, releasing an invisible sword energy that enveloped both Bai Rou and Chu Guang. 2 muffled grunts echoed as the control effect of the dark mire dissipated, and they were flung back, crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up dark matter. The shadow-hidden sword reappeared, with only the hilt visible. Chu Guang and Bai Rou, injured by the boss's critical strikes, were in poor condition. As soon as they touched the ground, the dire situation forewarned by the muscular instructor came true. Dark matter swarmed towards them like maggots, crawling up their bodies. From afar, more dark matter surged like a pack of bloodthirsty sharks. The 2 quickly got up, trying to shake off the black sludge, but found it clung stubbornly like tar. If they didn't get rid of it soon, they would be completely enveloped and turned into dark thralls. Lu Sheng made a decisive move, pulling his feet out of the mire and casting 2 consecutive spirit return techniques, shining down on the 2. This not only restored Bai Rou and Chu Guang's condition, but also repelled the dark matter. This disgusting stuff is driving me crazy. Bai Rou frantically brushed off the remaining dark matter from her body. Chu Guang, on the other hand, let the divine runes on his body shine brightly, shaking off all the filth, making Lu Sheng envious. The boss can turn invisible, stay alert, Lu Sheng warned. If you get hurt again, I won't be able to use the spirit return technique anymore. Watch the chains to determine its location. Bai Rou continued to shake her body wildly, trying to fling off the dirt, turning herself into a blur. Seeing this, Lu Sheng decided to resume the interrupted 10,000 swords return to sect technique to deliver a heavy blow to the boss. The shadow-hidden sword, having missed its strike and lost 2 dark thralls, intended to use flesh reformation to protect itself by summoning puppets. However, Chu Guang didn't give it the chance. His divine wings burst open from his back, maximizing his explosive power. He punched out, smashing the newly risen dark matter into pieces. Unwilling to give up, the shadow-hidden sword condensed dark matter in 2 other spots. Chu Guang, noticing this, sprinted again, smashing one cluster with 2 punches, the splattered filth covering Bai Rou. Bai Rou, now in a thoroughly disheveled state, went all out. Spotting another forming puppet nearby, She gritted her teeth and swung her sword whip furiously, creating a meat grinder-like danger zone that shredded the unformed puppet to pieces. At that moment, the sound of swords echoed again as Lu Shang's 10,000 swords returned to sect reactivated. Over 200 flying swords shot through the air, targeting the Shadow Hidden Sword. The Shadow Hidden Sword tried to dodge but was too late to reform its body. The chains clanged, and the Shadow Hidden Sword attempted to escape the onslaught, but there was nowhere to hide. Lu Shang's flying swords were much faster. In just 3 seconds, the fastest Spirit Wind Sword caught up with the Shadow Hidden Sword, pinning it to the stone wall. Following that, countless flying swords swarmed, launching a fierce attack on the Shadow Hidden Sword pinned to the wall. The entire gorge trembled violently, cracks spreading from the point of impact. The massive commotion alerted the instructors guarding the narrow passage outside the valley. The muscular instructor and his team had been on high alert, ready to seal the exit and rush in at the first sight of a signal flare. However, no flare appeared, and the valley itself shook so violently that even the mountains trembled. "What's going on?" the muscular instructor exclaimed. "Could something have gone wrong in this danger zone?" He pondered briefly and pointed to an instructor with a short bow. "Send your night owl up to check. Make sure the formations above the valley haven't collapsed." "Yes, sir," the instructor responded, drawing a rune in the air. A palm-sized night owl emerged from the rune, flapping its wings and disappearing into the darkness. The instructor's pupils changed color, mirroring the owl's eyesight ability known as shared vision. Estimating that the night owl had a full view of the valley, the muscular instructor asked, "How's the formation?" "What was that noise?" The instructor controlling the owl scanned the area and replied, "The formation is intact, no signs of damage. But the noise seems to come from the deepest part of the valley, where the boss is sealed." His expression tightened suddenly. "There's a fierce battle going on inside the valley. The stone wall at the end has been blasted apart for at least 100 meters. Several instructors stared in shock at the deep canyon. The rock walls had been blasted over 100 meters, with rubble scattered everywhere. They exchanged glances, knowing without a word that this must be the work of the 3 trainees who had just entered. Those kids, could they really have such terrifying combat power? One instructor murmured, "They're only around level 30, and already this strong. What will happen when they reach their 3rd class change? They might punch through the entire valley. Can they really defeat the Shadow Ghostblade?" Another instructor pondered with a frown. At that moment, the reconnaissance instructor suddenly exclaimed, "What is that?" The muscular instructor quickly asked, "What happened? Is there another anomaly?" He scanned the surroundings nervously. "Why don't you have Night Owl fly closer to check the situation? If there's any trouble, we'll rush in immediately." "No, it's not that." The reconnaissance instructor's face showed a peculiar expression. "The battle seems to be over, but I saw 2 red lights coming from the valley, the kind you only see with high-quality red gear. Could the Shadow Ghostblade have dropped red-quality equipment?" The muscular instructor speculated. "Unlikely." The reconnaissance instructor shook his head. "Newly dropped equipment usually has a light orb around it. The glow shouldn't be this bright. Could it be that the 3 kids already have 2 pieces of red-quality gear?" Another instructor suggested. "That doesn't make sense either." The reconnaissance instructor disagreed. "The battle is clearly over. They wouldn't need to use their equipment to show off its quality glow." The reconnaissance instructor muttered to himself for a while, and the muscular instructor, losing patience, smacked him on the shoulder. "Stop mumbling and have Night Owl land to take a closer look at what's happening in the valley." "Oh, right. The struck instructor rubbed his shoulder and complied immediately. Meanwhile, as the flying swords returned to the sword case, emitting 2 consecutive red lights, Lu Sheng knew the battle was over. He had initially thought that 2 uses of the 10,000 swords returned to origin might not be enough to take down the Shadow Ghostblade, and that a prolonged fight would follow. He didn't expect to earn triple experience. Just defeating the Shadow Ghostblade and claiming its loot would be a victory. Unexpectedly, his final use of 10,000 swords returned to origin did kill the Shadow Ghostblade. This result was largely thanks to the Pujun Sword. The boss's true form was a sword, and the Pujun Sword had an innate attribute that countered equipment. This allowed 10,000 swords returned to origin to be exceptionally effective against the Shadow Ghostblade. Ultimately, Lu Sheng secured the triple experience reward for the final boss just as the mission timer hit 0. This reward was quite substantial. The 2 red lights from the sword case were proof. Lu Sheng didn't bother checking what loot the boss had dropped amidst the rubble. Instead, he immediately opened the equipment attribute panel to see which 2 swords had advanced to red quality. The result was unsurprising. It was Song Lan and Qi Xiao. Song Lan, red quality. Required level, 40. Required class, Sword Immortal. Attributes, attack power 1495, strength 243, agility 289, spirit 323. Additional effects. Attacks slow the enemy by 50 for 5 seconds. Heals the user for 30 of the damage dealt. Enhances the skill Wan Jian Ping Lan, adding the Ping Lan effect. Ping Lan releases sword energy outward, dealing damage equivalent to Wan Jian Ping Lan within a 50-meter range. Can designate a target to share the healing effect of Tsang Lan. Water flow stream connects to a designated target, sharing Tsang Lan's healing effect. Description: a sword that stirs the Tsang Lan, calming it with a single sweep. Like the Ling Feng sword, Tsang Lan's attributes skyrocketed after advancing, and it gained a new additional effect, water flow stream. This effect caught Lu Sheng's eye. In simple terms, it allowed him to bind with a teammate, sharing the 30 lifesteal effect of Tsang Lan. This meant that Go Sheng would benefit from this as well. With the instant full recovery from Yuan Ling's heart technique and the continuous healing from water flow stream, Lu Sheng could act as a super healer. As long as Lu Sheng could deal damage, his team's frontline would be nearly indestructible. Awesome. Next, he examined the Qi Xiao sword. Qi Xiao, red quality. Required level, 40. Required class, swordsman, master of sword proficiency. Attributes: attack power 2298, strength 332, agility 318, endurance 189. Additional effects: attacks inflict a burning effect, causing damage over 20 seconds. Skills deal an additional 70 fire magic damage. Guangyan attacks release a flame sword energy that can hit distant enemies. Enhances with wind and would attribute skills. Description: forged in the Tsang Yin volcano, containing the power to destroy everything, burning all enemies. The red quality Qi Xiao sword continued its path of raw power. Its attack power was the highest among all of Lu Sheng's weapons. As a red quality sword, its base and additional attributes improved, and it gained a new skill, Guangyan. At first glance, Lu Sheng noticed that Guangyan was similar to Feng Chia, a wind attribute skill. This meant he could now release sword energy not only with the Ling Feng sword, but also with the Qi Xiao sword for long-range attacks. However, he soon realized that Guangyan had some differences compared to Feng Chia. Thinking this, he opened the sword case and summoned the Qi Xiao sword, its red glow shining brightly in his hand. With a casual swing, the surrounding temperature soared. A massive flame sword energy appeared out of nowhere, blasting forward. The rubble in its path was instantly cleared, creating a vacuum zone. Given that Qi Xiao's attack power surpassed that of the Ling Feng sword, this sword energy was also much stronger than Feng Chia's. However, this wasn't Guangyan's true power. Opening the sword case again, Lu Sheng summoned the Ling Feng sword as well. Chu Guang and Bai Rou, noticing the red glow from Lu Sheng's sword case, realized that his weapons had advanced in quality. They watched in awe as Lu Sheng tested his swords. The power of Qi Xiao's strike had already amazed them with Lu Sheng's high damage output. Now, as Lu Sheng drew another sword, they couldn't help but wonder what he was up to next. He held Ling Feng in his right hand, resting it on the Qi Xiao sword. The moment the two swords touched, a whirlwind erupted from Ling Feng's blade, causing the flames on Qi Xiao to flicker and blaze intensely. The heat wave forced Lu Sheng to squint, but he didn't hesitate to cross the two swords and slash forward. In an instant, two sword energies shot out like arrows from a bow, one from Ling Feng and the other from Qi Xiao. As they sped forward, the energies intertwined and merged, forming a roaring flame tornado. This fire dragon, seemingly alive, surged ahead, illuminating the entire canyon. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the rocks ahead were blasted away, creating a vacuum zone at least 3 times wider than before. This power was comparable to the second-tier skills of hidden fire attribute classes. Lu Sheng was surprised by the scene before him. Amidst the flickering flames, he smiled in satisfaction and sheathed both swords. This test confirmed his hypothesis. The light flame effect could indeed be amplified by wind and would attribute skills, enhancing its power. Wind Slash, though a basic attack with Ling Feng, was also considered a skill. Therefore, combining light flame and wind slash produced such a remarkable effect. Lu Sheng pondered to himself, my basic attack is as powerful as others' ultimate moves. If I use sword control to wield all Qi Xiao and Ling Feng swords simultaneously, their combined sword energy effects would be unimaginable. But for now, there's no need to continue. This power is already astonishing enough. It wasn't until Lu Sheng put the swords back in their scabbards that Chu Guang and Bai Rou regained their composure. Chu Guang looked at Lu Sheng with a complicated expression but said nothing. After the rocks collapsed, a breeze from nowhere blew through Bai Rou's twin ponytails, making her look a bit disheveled. She asked in surprise, "Little Sword Immortal, was that really just a basic attack?" Lu Sheng nodded lightly in acknowledgement. He added, "Well, they are red quality weapons, so it's reasonable for them to be a bit stronger, right?" Bai Rou nodded slowly, mumbling, "Seems reasonable." Then she suddenly reacted, shouting excitedly, "Reasonable, my foot. Others have one weapon. You have over 200. Others use swords for close combat. You use them for ranged attacks. And that's not all. Your 2 weapons can even link up, turning basic attacks into skills. What's reasonable about that?" Bai Rou's eyes were green with envy. She had witnessed Lu Sheng's rapid rise in strength firsthand, even though his level hadn't changed. She thought bitterly to herself, we're all job changers. Can't I be normal like me? While Bai Rou was lost in her thoughts, Lu Sheng had already stepped forward to the cleared area. His sword test had another purposito excavate the boss's remains. As the rocks were blasted away, the buried boss remains finally appeared before them. The shadow-hidden sword was now just a broken hilt, with 4 light clusters floating above it, indicating rich rewards. Seeing Lu Sheng ready to collect them, Chu Guang and Bai Rou eagerly approached to see the platinum-level boss's loot. Standing before the remains, Lu Sheng casually grabbed a light cluster and gently brushed away its glow. Instantly, a black gemstone necklace shimmering with golden light appeared. The first reward was a rare piece of jewelry, and it was of golden quality, a truly remarkable find. Lu Sheng was in high spirits as he and his companions examined its attributes closely. Shadow Abyss. Gold quality. Level requirement, 30. Class requirement, none. Attributes. Strength 103. Agility 89. Spirit 224. Additional effect. Shadow Abyss passive skill. When affected by a negative effect, it absorbs the effect and converts it into healing. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Amazing! Lu Sheng marveled. Jewelry was already rare, and this Shadow Abyss not only had outstanding attributes but also a powerful passive skill that could clear negative effects and convert them into healing every 3 minutes. This was essentially an additional chance to negate negative effects. Though it could be triggered by a simple slow debuff, putting it on a 3-minute cooldown, it was undoubtedly a top-tier item. Lu Sheng was interested in it, but his necklace slot was already occupied by the Wine God Gourd. Replacing it with Shadow Abyss wasn't worth it. Thus, this item was destined not to be his. Lu Sheng looked at Chu Guang and Bai Rou, silently asking for their thoughts. Chu Guang shook his head first, saying frankly, sacrificing any equipment gives me the same effect. The quality of the equipment doesn't affect the experience gained. This necklace is too good to sacrifice. You two should use it. Even if you give it to me, I'd sell it to buy more cheap gold quality equipment. Lu Sheng was impressed by Chu Guang's ability to resist the allure of gold quality equipment. His suggestion made sense. However, when Lu Sheng looked at Bai Rou, he saw her eyes sparkling with desire, her hand already reaching out. Lu Sheng thought, Bai Rou has indeed put in a lot of effort along the way. Chu Guang can still get plenty of gold quality equipment, but Bai Rou has mostly just caught fish. She's the least rewarded among the 3. Though she's a great teammate, she deserves some benefits too. Bai Rou, it's yours. Lu Sheng handed the Shadow Abyss to her. For me. Bai Rou retracted her outstretched hand, wide-eyed in disbelief. She had thought her constant eating would mean she'd never get any loot. Lu Sheng nodded in confirmation. Of course, it's for you. I already have a necklace, and selling this feels like a waste. Equipment like this should be used within the team as a reward for your efforts in helping us kill the boss. Bai Rou took the necklace, appearing somewhat flustered. She tried to smile politely but failed. She didn't say thank you, but her awkwardness showed she was probably less accustomed to receiving equipment from teammates than she was to killing people. For someone like her, Lu Sheng didn't expect a thank you anyway. Since Bai Rou's level was sufficient, she immediately put the Shadow Abyss necklace around her neck. Although the black gemstone was a bit too delicate for a man, it surprisingly suited Bai Rou's style perfectly. After distributing the first piece of loot, Lu Sheng continued to inspect the other rewards. The next 2 items were both of gold quality, a mage's gauntlet and an assassin's greaves. While they had decent attributes, they weren't particularly useful for Lu Sheng and his team, so they naturally handed them over to Chu Guang for sacrifice. Up to this point, no red quality equipment had appeared, which left Lu Sheng feeling a bit disappointed. Although the odds of a platinum-level boss dropping red quality gear were low, he still held onto a sliver of hope. Come on, just give me one red item. Lu Sheng prayed silently, sweeping his hand over the last light orb. In an instant, a red glow erupted. Chu Guang and Bai Rou's eyes widened in surprise, while Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed in excitement. He saw that the prize in his hand was a sword hilt. As the light gradually faded, Lu Sheng examined the hilt closely. It bore a resemblance to the shadow-hidden sword, but was crafted with more precision and stability. What was even more astonishing was that Lu Sheng could vaguely see a transparent, glass-like blade extending from the hilt, reflecting a sharp gleam. This was a magical weapon with a blade that only its owner could see. Invisible sword. Red quality. Required level, 40. Required class, swordsman, sword mastery professions. Attributes. Attack power, 1871. Agility, 419. Spirit, 271. Additional effects. Ignores 30 of the enemy's defense when attacking. Reduces the enemy's defense by 5 per attack, stacking up to 6 times. Increases critical hit rate by 1 per attack, stacking up to 10 times. Hidden sword. When equipped with the invisible sword, the user can enter a stealth state, becoming visible only when attacking or being attacked, and causing a critical hit. This skill has a 2-minute cooldown. Description: once the weapon of the Shadow Death Knight under the Dark Lord of the Black Abyss, it retains its sharpness despite losing the power of the Darklands. The sword's attributes left Lu Sheng in awe. Its attack power was second only to the Crimson Sky Sword, and its additional effects were formidable. With his current 44 Soul Forge attempts, he could fully stack the sword's additional effects in one round of attacks. At that point, the enemy's defense would be reduced by 30, plus the 30 defense ignored by the sword itself, allowing Lu Sheng to bypass 60 of the enemy's defense. Additionally, the 10 extra critical hit rate might not seem high, but this attribute applied to all of Lu Sheng's flying swords. After one round of attacks, the number of critical hits would be quite significant. What excited Lu Sheng the most was the final skill. He immediately equipped the invisible sword and activated the hidden sword skill. Instantly, he and the sword vanished from sight, leaving Bai Rou and Chu Guang astonished. Chu Guang, after sensing carefully, said gravely, "This skill is even more potent than the stealth abilities of assassin classes. I can't sense his presence at all. Without any preparation, I'd likely be caught off guard." Bai Rou couldn't help but marvel. No wonder it's a red quality weapon. The added skill is truly extraordinary. The next moment, Lu Sheng reappeared, and the invisible sword was no longer in his hand. He shook his head and said, "It turns out that I need to hold the sword for it to cloak me as well. Once I control it with sword control, I leave the stealth state." Chu Guang thought for a moment and said, "Even so, this hidden sword is already quite powerful. A stealthy swordsman would catch many off guard." Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow and gave a playful smile. "Stealth? A sword immortal like me using stealth? That's beneath me. However, this invisible sword does give me some other ideas like..." Before he could finish, the invisible sword suddenly appeared next to Chu Guang's neck. Chu Guang's pupils dilated. He hadn't sensed when the sword had arrived. "Sorry, don't mind me. I was just joking. Wanted to see if you could sense the invisible sword in its hidden state." With a wave of Lu Sheng's hand, the invisible sword flew away from Chu Guang, circled in the air, and finally landed back in its sheath, becoming Lu Sheng's sixth sword. By now, Lu Sheng possessed 4 red quality swords. Notably, the invisible sword flew silently, without even disturbing the air, as if it didn't exist. This characteristic allowed it to threaten Chu Guang unnoticed. Even though Chu Guang knew it was just a joke, he couldn't help but sigh. "This sword is quite tricky, especially in your hands." Lu Sheng smiled knowingly. In the hands of an ordinary swordsman, the invisible sword might offer just one opportunity for a stealth attack. But in Lu Sheng's hands, it was a whole different story. Others might prepare for a stealthy swordsman, but how could they defend against flying swords controlled by sword control? He wouldn't even need to move. An unseen sword could easily take a life. It was practically unbeatable. Fortunately, Lu Sheng acquired this sword later. Otherwise, during his battle with Wang Qian and others, the outcome might have been far more lethal. Even the lynx might have struggled to detect and thwart Lu Sheng's actions. Bai Rou clicked her tongue in amazement. Stealth isn't fitting for a sword immortal, but having your sword stealthily attack others is more dignified? Lu Sheng nodded, as if it were obvious. Of course. As a sword immortal, I fight hidden. If a few swords happen to fly out and stab the enemy, that's none of my business. Did you hear that? Chu Guang and Bai Rou were speechless. That hypocrite wants to be a sword immortal? The three of them stood in the valley, surveying their surroundings. The level 6 skeleton danger zone had been completely cleared, but their bodies were covered in an unpleasant dark substance. Lu Sheng frowned and brushed off the sticky black residue from his clothes. "It's time to head back to the base," he said quietly. "This stuff is making me feel awful." Chu Guang and Bai Rou nodded in agreement. The trio retraced their steps. Although the dark substance still needed to be purified, the situation had improved without the shadow hidden sword as a source of contamination. The dark matter on their bodies hadn't turned into anything more dangerous, making their return surprisingly uneventful. As they exited the narrow corridor of the valley, they encountered the muscular instructor and his team again. Thanks to Night Owl's report, the instructors had a rough idea of what had transpired in the valley. Although they didn't know the specifics, seeing the trio's gear made it clear that the shadow hidden sword had been taken care of. The muscular instructor warmly praised their performance and then let them leave. 10 instructors had to enter the valley to thoroughly purify the remaining dark matter. Although the substance would eventually erode on its own without the shadow hidden sword, a thorough cleanup was necessary to be safe. Lu Sheng and his team didn't linger and immediately set off for the mountaintop base. 2 days later, they returned to the base, looking disheveled, and went their separate ways. Lu Sheng didn't even bother with a second-class change. He went straight to his quarters, took a shower, and fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in the command hall of the mountaintop base, Lynx lounged lazily in her chair, her long legs propped up on the conference table. The sunglasses instructor stood opposite her, unfazed by her casual demeanor. Though Lynx was meticulous in public, she hated following rules in private. Ignoring Lynx's posture, The sunglasses instructor continued his report. The team cleaning the level 6 skeleton danger zone has confirmed that the shadow hidden sword has been eliminated. They're now dealing with the residual dark matter. The guard team also reports that Lu Sheng, Chu Guang, and Bai Rou have returned to the base. It seems they've completed all their tasks ahead of schedule and don't plan to go out for more leveling anytime soon. Preliminary estimates suggest that all the bosses we've deployed have been taken down. Lynx nodded, satisfied with the results. Good, no resources wasted. Plus, the top 3 spots in the final ranking competition should be clear by now. The competition itself might just be a formality. The sunglasses instructor agreed. Lu Sheng, Chu Guang, and Bai Rou have performed exceptionally well. They are far ahead of the others. With Wang Qian and Kong Linglong eliminated, no one else can threaten their positions. He paused before adding, by the way, there's still a survivor among the Shrank trainees, a guy named Tan Lu. He led a group of A and Brank trainees to clear almost half of a level 3 skeleton danger zone, which is impressive. But compared to Lu Sheng and the others, he's still far behind. Plus, given his class's characteristics, it's nearly impossible for him to secure a top 3 spot in the ranking competition. Lowering his voice, the sunglasses instructor said, Colonel Yang, don't you think we have too few geniuses in the southern region? In other training camps, instructors are still debating who to choose, while we can already finalize our list before the competition even starts. Lynx glanced at him and countered, why do you think it's because we have fewer geniuses, and not because our 3 are far more outstanding and eye-catching than any other camp's trainees? The sunglasses instructor suddenly realized, you're right, Colonel Yang. Indeed, the 7 prodigies of Changnan would be top-tier talents in any training camp. The fact that they got eliminated here only proves that our southern region's talents are of higher quality. Lynx squinted her eyes like a dozing cat. I initially thought it would be great if we could recruit trainees of Wang Qian and Qinzian's caliber. But Bai Rou and Chu Guang have amazed me, and Lu Sheng is a monstrous talent. Just him alone could probably outshine all the geniuses from other training camps. The sunglasses instructor wholeheartedly agreed. Absolutely, Lu Sheng is the biggest surprise in our southern region training camp. I heard he got a red quality gear drop from the shadow hidden sword. Despite reaching level 30 early on, he hasn't done his second class change yet. He'll probably head to the job change platform in the next couple of days to get new skills. Who knows what kind of shock he'll bring us during the ranking competition. Suddenly, the sunglasses instructor remembered something else about Lu Sheng, and his look of anticipation turned into one of resignation. Oh, Colonel Yang, there's one more thing I need to report. The Lynx had already figured it out. She raised an eyebrow and asked, Wang Yuanzhong? The sunglasses-wearing instructor nodded in confirmation. Yes, it's him. The Wang family has already sent a letter of appeal, demanding that our military district be held accountable for Wang Qian's death and that the real culprit be handed over. They even came to Laohe Mountain themselves, but our brothers stopped them. Although they've left, it's clear this matter won't just blow over. The Lynx, however, seemed unperturbed. She replied calmly, anyone else might be an exception, but students from Changnan know our special training camp is no child's play. The mortality rate was made clear from the start, and everyone signed a life and death agreement before coming here. Besides, it was Wang Qian and his group who tried to kill first. The instructor in sunglasses shook his head with a wry smile. That's true, but do you think the Wang family will listen to reason? According to reports, Wang Kuan has already identified Lu Sheng as the murderer, with Chu Guang and Bai Rou as accomplices. The Wang family might not be able to touch the Bai family, so Bai Rou should be fine. But Chu Guang and Lu Sheng don't have the same strong background. They might be safe in our training camp, but once they leave, Wang Yuanzhong won't let it go. No worries, the Lynx said, retracting her legs and slowly standing up. She turned to grab the military coat hanging nearby, draping it over her shoulders as she continued. I'll let the Wang family know that Lu Sheng and Chu Guang's backing is the Western Military District. With that, she walked out. Hey, where are you going? The instructor called after her. Without turning back, the Lynx replied, to the logistics department. The best reward our military district can offer is a piece of red quality equipment, and we certainly don't have 2 of those. I had to pull a lot of strings to promise Lu Sheng 2 pieces, and one of them had to be intercepted from somewhere else. I need to check where that equipment is and whether it can be delivered before the special training ends. If it doesn't arrive, explaining it to Lu Sheng will be a problem. Stopping at the door, the Lynx sighed with a smile. Although we've selected the top 3, it's uncertain how many of them will actually come to the Western Military Academy. If none of them come, how am I supposed to compete with the other instructors? No matter what, I must secure Lu Sheng. This piece of red equipment is the best bargaining chip. Make sure you prepare good rewards for Bai Rou and Chu Guang as well. With that, the Lynx strode away, her voice echoing down the empty corridor. We must keep these 3. The sunglasses-wearing instructor stood there, shaking his head with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Who would have thought that the prestigious Western Military District would have to resort to bribing students like top universities do? He paused, then muttered to himself, But then again, isn't that the whole point of this nationwide special training camp? Meanwhile, Sheng had been sleeping in his single dormitory for an entire day and night. It wasn't just because the high-intensity monster hunting in the level 6 skeleton danger zone was mentally exhausting, but also because he had been wandering the Black Cloud Mountain range for over half a month without proper rest. When he finally got up, it was the day before the deadline for this round of special training tasks. When Sheng went to the cafeteria to eat, he noticed that many people had already returned from outside. It made sense. With the special training ending soon, there would be many rewards to claim after completing the final task. Missing out on this opportunity due to not returning on time would be regrettable. Sheng clearly noticed that the number of people remaining at the mountaintop base had significantly decreased. Whether they had been eliminated for using signal flares or had died in some danger zone, he didn't know. None of this concerned him. After eating, Sheng headed straight to the job change platform to undergo his second job change. Since most of the trainees had already completed their second job change in the past month, the platform was empty, with no need to queue. Only a young instructor was stationed there. After registering his information, the instructor led him to the platform and activated the array. Immediately, intricate and irregular patterns lit up on the platform. The lines of light enveloped Sheng, making his vision go white as if he were in another world. Having experienced this during his first job change, Sheng was not resistant. He sat down cross-legged, breathing steadily, and carefully feeling his new insights into his professional traits. While Sheng was undergoing his second job change, another scene was unfolding at the entrance of the military district's cafeteria. A tall swordsman was proudly showing off his long sword to his companion, pointing at a red gem embedded in it. How about this? Pretty cool, right? I got a craftsman instructor to embed this burning gem I found into my sword. Now, my attacks deal 20 additional fire magic damage. My output is insane. If I had this gem when we were in a team, I might have snagged a boss kill. A shorter rank assassin nearby looked on enviously. That's awesome. This sword's attributes should last you until level 40, right? Unlike me, I've just had my second job change, and my purple dagger's damage feels lacking. The swordsman laughed. Yeah, purple equipment's attributes are pretty meh. This sword was already gold quality, and with the gem's boost, it'll definitely last me until level 40. Hey wait, what's happening? As he spoke, the swordsman suddenly looked in shock at his trembling sword. It seemed like some force was pulling it upwards. The assassin didn't notice anything unusual, staring at his friend's shaking hand. What's wrong? What's happening? The swordsman's face turned red as he felt the sword slipping from his grip. He had to use both hands to hold onto the hilt to prevent it from flying away. Gritting his teeth, he was in no position to answer his friend's question. Despite his efforts, the pulling force on the sword grew stronger. Finally, with a resonant clang, the sword flew out of his hands and soared into the sky. The assassin stood there, stunned, staring at the swordsman in disbelief. Wow, dude, you're amazing. Are you about to become a Sword Immortal like that Sheng student? Change class to a Sword Immortal? What a joke! The swordsman roared, eyes wide with disbelief. His golden tier longsword had slipped from his grasp, flying towards the class change platform. Sword, come back, he shouted in vain, chasing after it with all his might. But this bizarre event was not an isolated incident. Across the entire mountaintop base, hundreds of various longswords soared into the sky, seemingly guided by an unseen force, all converging in the same direction. These flying swords came from different sources: personal equipment of the trainees, stock from the base's armory, and even some of the instructor's swords. The instructors exchanged bewildered glances, their faces a mix of astonishment and confusion. What's going on? Did my sword just grow wings? They murmured, trying to make sense of the situation. Following the trajectory of the flying swords, everyone gathered near the class change platform. The sight that greeted them left them speechless. The platform was ablaze with light, clearly indicating someone was undergoing a class change. A beam of white light shot skyward, connecting with the clouds to form the outline of a gigantic sword. Though the sword was a mere silhouette of light, its sharp aura was unmistakable, making it impossible to approach. The swords that had flown and hovered around the sword's silhouette, tips pointing downward like devout worshippers. The scene was both eerie and magnificent, plunging everyone into silence. Rumors suggested that those changing to hidden classes might trigger phenomenal events, but no one had ever heard of a second class change causing such a spectacle. The same question loomed in everyone's mind. Who was undergoing the class change, and why was it causing such an extraordinary phenomenon? The entire mountaintop base was drawn to this anomaly, everyone looking skyward. Among them was an instructor wearing sunglasses. He pushed through the crowd to the front, gazing up at the sky while questioning the young instructor in charge of the class change platform. What's happening here? The young instructor stood at attention, saluting with a bewildered expression. Reporting, Major. I'm not entirely sure. I was just following the standard procedure for a trainee's second class change when this started happening. A second class change for a trainee? The sunglasses-wearing instructor mused. Which trainee? Trainee 0088, Lu Sheng from Beijiang First High School. Of course, it's that kid. The instructor's eyes never left the sword silhouette. I knew it had to be him. Whenever there's a commotion involving swords, it's usually his doing. A second class change, and he manages to make it this dramatic. The surrounding trainees overheard the exchange and finally understood. All of this was caused by the strength trainee, Lu Sheng. Many began to worry. What is he up to? Will we get our swords back? Just then, a sharp voice sliced through the air. Sword Immortal, you bastard. Even my sword? Belle shouted, her eyes fixed on a peculiar sword whip in the sky. Give me back my sword, or I'll come up there and kill you. Belle's outburst caused those around her to retreat, creating a 20-meter-wide space around her. However, seeing even Belle affected somewhat comforted everyone else. Their swords being taken didn't seem as bad now. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, wait, it's not just our weapons. Look, towards Helling City. Everyone's gaze shifted southwest, erupting in astonishment. At the horizon, countless streaks of light, like a meteor shower, were heading towards the old Black Mountain. Upon closer inspection, they realized these weren't meteors but countless long swords. The flying swords varied in type, from heavy swords to short swords to light swords. Their quality ranged from common white tier to rare golden tier, and among them were a few emitting a red glow, indicating extremely rare red tier weapons. The grand procession of swords numbered in the tens of thousands, filling the sky and creating a breathtaking spectacle. The instructor with the sunglasses silently removed them, his face reflecting sheer shock. He quickly deduced that these swords were coming from Helling City. Given its proximity to the old Black Mountain and its capacity to amass so many swords, it had to be Helling City. Lu Sheng, a second-class change? Really? Is this necessary? He muttered, frowning. The problem is, with so many weapons, including some top-tier ones, if anything happens to them, the Western Frontier Military District will be in big trouble. He began to contemplate how to handle the situation if those from Helling City came looking for their missing weapons. His plan of, I don't know, it wasn't me, and I can't afford to compensate, seemed increasingly insufficient. Fortunately, Lu Sheng didn't appear to have any malicious intentions. The tens of thousands of swords that arrived simply hovered like the others, their blades lowered in silent homage to the sword silhouette. Atop the old Black Mountain, the sky was now densely packed with hanging swords. The scene rendered everyone silent, the sheer number of suspended swords creating an unsettling atmosphere. This bizarre situation persisted for a full half-hour. Finally, the light from the class change platform began to dim, and the sword silhouette gradually faded. The first to react were the swords belonging to the trainees and instructors at the mountaintop base, returning to their respective owners. The swords from the base's armory also returned to their storage locations. Next, the tens of thousands of swords from Helling City turned and began retreating in unison, as if guided by some intelligence, heading back the way they came. In no time, they disappeared from sight. Eventually, the clouds dispersed, and the sky above the old Black Mountain cleared. The light on the class change platform vanished completely, revealing Lu Sheng. He sat cross-legged, his robes fluttering, his eyes downcast. The midday sun illuminated his profile, each line of his face seemingly crafted with precision, exuding an otherworldly perfection. This sight left everyone present in stunned silence. Ah, that feels good. Lu Sheng opened his eyes and stretched. He was unaware that swords from hundreds of miles around had come to pay homage to him. During the class change, he had entered a state of profound connection with the Sword Immortal class. Now, his attribute panel showed that the second class change was complete, and 3 new skills had appeared in his skill panel. The 3 second-tier skills made Lu Sheng itch with anticipation. He couldn't wait to head to the testing room to try them out. Glancing around, he noticed the job transfer platform was now surrounded by a crowd, all eyes fixed on him like searchlights. Huh, are you all here for job transfers? Lu Sheng stood up, making way for others, puzzled. There hadn't been many people before his own transfer. At that moment, the sunglasses instructor stepped onto the platform. Recognizing him, Lu Sheng greeted, "Instructor." The sunglasses instructor adjusted his shades and nodded back. Did the second transfer go smoothly? Lu Sheng didn't quite understand but answered honestly, "Everything went fine. I've completed the second transfer." "Good to hear," the instructor replied with a sigh of relief. "With all the commotion during your transfer, I thought something had gone wrong." "Commotion? What commotion?" Lu Sheng asked, curious. The instructor briefly explained the earlier situation. Only then did Lu Sheng understand why so many people had gathered. When he heard that tens of thousands of swords had flown in from Helling City, including some red-quality weapons, his eyes widened in astonishment. How foolish of me! Lu Sheng berated himself internally. Why didn't I take a closer look and find a way to keep some of those flying swords? I wouldn't be greedy, just the red quality ones would be enough. He had even thought of excuses for the original owners, feeling like Head missed out on a fortune, his heart aching. The sunglasses instructor, however, was relieved. Lu Sheng successfully completing his transfer without hoarding any weapons was the best outcome for the Western Military District. Patting this promising recruit on the shoulder, he smiled. Congratulations on your second transfer. Tomorrow marks the end of this round of special training. The day after that is the final round, which will determine all the trainees' rankings and rewards. Chief Instructor Lynx mentioned your rewards would be doubled, right? Do your best the day after tomorrow and don't mess up. Lowering his voice, he leaned closer to Lu Sheng. Chief Instructor Lynx has prepared a special surprise for you. If you can secure the first place, the reward will definitely astonish you. Lu Sheng's eyes gleamed with interest. Instructor, can you give me a hint about the reward? The instructor smiled mysteriously. It wouldn't be a surprise if I told you. But trust me, it's something really valuable. Chief Instructor Lynx went through a lot of trouble to get it for you, upsetting quite a few people in the process. Don't let her down in the ranking competition the day after tomorrow and waste her efforts. With that, he turned and left. Lu Sheng ground his teeth in frustration, thinking the instructor really knew how to pique someone's curiosity. He intended to go to the testing room but was soon surrounded by a group of trainees. Hey, what are your second-tier skills? Can you share? I'm dying to know how powerful the Sword Immortal class is. Big shot, can you use that move again to summon all the swords? I saw a red quality sword that would suit me perfectly. Handsome, which city in the southern region are you from? I'm a local from Healing. After the training camp, want to come to my place? Oh, you're an orphan too? What a coincidence, so am I. Get lost. The scene became chaotic as people tried to get closer to Lu Sheng. Overwhelmed, he realized they wouldn't leave him alone without adding him as a friend, so he reluctantly obliged. Suddenly, there was a click from the sword box on his back, and the Ling Feng sword flew out. Lu Sheng leaped onto it, standing firmly on the flying sword. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he soared into the sky and quickly disappeared from sight. The previously noisy crowd fell silent. One trainee, who had hoped to see Lu Sheng's second-tier skills, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Did I just see that? Did Lu Sheng just fly away on a sword? Is that his second-tier skill? Damn, that speed is insane. Several female trainees were moved to tears, exclaiming, sword flight? Lu Sheng is just too cool. At the back of the crowd, a knight-type hidden class trainee looked on in despair. We knights can only ride ground mounts at second tier and flying mounts at third tier. But Lu Sheng just took off at second tier? And at such speed. Is this class even balanced? Lu Sheng flew over the mountaintop base, gradually mastering the technique of sword flight. This was indeed one of his second-tier skills. Sword flight active, LV1. Allows you to fly on a sword. Flight altitude, speed, and attack speed are correlated. During flight, a wind barrier automatically forms to block damage and skill effects. The barrier's durability is linked to defense. If the barrier's durability drops to 0, you will be forcibly ejected from the sword flight state, with a cooldown of 3 minutes before it can be used again. Voluntarily exiting sword flight does not trigger the cooldown. Even without the passive boost from the Ling Feng sword, Lu Sheng's flight speed was already astonishing, far surpassing the speed of knights on flying mounts. With his attack speed maxed out, his aerial speed would be unbelievably fast. The wind barrier provided during flight made Lu Sheng nearly invincible in the sword flight state, preventing him from being easily shot down. Although the barrier's durability was linked to defense, which was Lu Sheng's weak point, another second-tier skill perfectly compensated for this shortcoming, significantly enhancing the strength of his sword flight. Lu Sheng's recently acquired passive skill, the Sword Dao Divine Body, dramatically boosted his defense to match his attack power. This skill not only adds a layer of sword intent every 20 seconds, up to a maximum of 5 layers, but also automatically negates damage and negative effects when attacked, while simultaneously launching a counterattack with sword energy. This makes his defensive wind barrier incredibly formidable during sword flight. Even his full-strength attack would require over 200 flying swords in 2 consecutive rounds to break through. In addition, Lu Sheng gained a third skill called Tiangang Battle Qi. To test its effects, he flew towards the testing room. However, when he wobbled to a stop at the entrance, a sign reading, Lu Sheng not allowed inside, infuriated him. Despite his urge to kick the sign to pieces, he restrained himself, considering that he was on the western border military district's turf. Frustrated, Lu Sheng abandoned the idea of testing Tiangang Battle Qi and instead flew towards Laohe Mountain, intending to spend the next 2 days honing his combat abilities while flying on his sword. 2 days passed quickly, and all the trainees returned from the Black Cloud Mountain range, ready for the final round of special training. At noon, the voice of Instructor Imo Jing echoed through Laohe Mountain via the broadcast system, summoning all trainees to the base's arena area within 30 minutes for the final round of training a position snatching competition. Those who were late would lose their training slots. Lu Sheng was sitting on his Qiu Jun sword when he heard the broadcast. With a casual flick of his hand, he commanded dozens of flying swords to instantly slay a level 30 fierce beast. Unhurried, he rode the Qiu Jun sword towards the mountaintop base, followed closely by the other flying swords, which he then stored in his sword box. After a day and a half of practice, Lu Sheng had mastered the art of sword flight, becoming proficient in attacking, maneuvering, and skill execution. In less than 5 minutes, Lu Sheng leisurely arrived at the arena area. By then, many trainees had already gathered, mostly those of A and B grades, as most grade trainees were eliminated in the previous round. The scarcity of grade trainees was due to the presence of Lu Sheng, Chu Guang, and Bai Rou. Originally, there were nearly 100 trainees. Now, only a little over 60 remained. 3 iron chairs were placed on the arena stage, with the numbers 1, 2, and 3 written on them. This sight sparked discussions among the trainees, who speculated about the content of the final round of training. Half an hour later, Instructor Lynx appeared with a group of instructors. He stepped onto the stage alone and announced the training rules. It was a position-snatching competition with no more grading distinctions, only rankings. Trainees needed to compete for badges numbered from 4 to 61, while the top 3 had to sit on the iron chairs for half an hour. The competition allowed team challenges, and the winners could claim the losers' badges and distribute them as they saw fit. The announcement of these rules caused an uproar among the trainees, who were both surprised and excited by the removal of grading and the allowance for team challenges. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.